However, Mo Wuji did not intend to send these 9 to their deaths. He lifted both his hands, and in a single salvo, he shot out 10 radiant blades. Mo Wuji's cultivation was an extreme mortal built upon transcending mortality level 12, his elemental energy was multiple times higher than Wu Chang. This was his first time shooting 10 radiant blades, he still wasn't used to controlling the radiant blades, and the elemental energy in the radiant blades wasn't very balanced. The radiant blades perforated through the first person's chest, but they did not stop there. They continued to pierce through a second horse bandit's chest. With 10 radiant blades, he easily eliminated more than 20 people. Mo Wuji did not rest as he sent another 10 radiant blades out. This time, his radiant blades were thinner, and he was able to control each radiant blade to only kill an ordinary horse bandit. During this second time, he had become more skilled. Then came the third time, the fourth time. Before these horse bandits could reach within meters of Mo Wuji had trained his radiant blades to be multi-level death lines. The hundreds of horse bandits brought by Wu Chang were not even enough for a few rounds of Mo Wuji's radiant blades. If finding the concealed lair of Wu Chang Wuxuang stunned Hua Xian and company, then Mo Wuji's constantly improving, deadly radiant blades had even shocked Wu Chang. Only after a few breaths' time did Wu Chang finally react. Mo Wuji was definitely an expert who vastly surpassed him. Escape! This idea just sprouted in his head when 2 invisible sword sheaths sliced across his legs. Poo-poo, 2 spurts of blood gushed out. Wu Chang sat paralyzed on the floor. This was when he noticed, out of the hundreds of people he led here, not even one of them was left standing. Ever since he started robbing, Wu Chang had never felt as much desolation as he had today. Today, he faced true desolation. Hua Xian and the 8 were completely dumbfounded. They followed Mo Wuji in the heat of the moment to save Jing Lingbei, but how could they not know the outcome? No matter how impressive Mo Wuji was, he wouldn't be able to deal the immortal masters Wu Chang and Wuxuang, right? But now, in this incredibly short span of time, Mo Wuji decimated hundreds of horse bandits. Not only so, the provenant of Wu Chang Wuxuang, immortal master Wu Chang, was left paralyzed by Mo Wuji. From the start till now, the notorious Wu Chang didn't even have the chance to act. Soon, the 9 that came with Mo Wuji understood that they might not die today. This came as a pleasant surprise, after all, who truly wanted to die? Mo Wuji jumped down from his horse and slowly walked in front of Wu Chang. Just now, you asked me to beg you to kill me. But, I'm living really well, and I don't really want to beg for death. Senior. Wu Chang's lips were quivering. I, Wu Chang, have eyes but I'm blind. If Senior is willing to spare me, I'm willing to give Senior all of my treasures. Hua Xian took a step forward, her slap flew across Wu Chang's face. Where's my second sis? Wu Chang suddenly shut his mouth. Even with Hua Xian's continuous slaps landing on his face, he did not say a word. Hua Xian, stop hitting him. He wants to use Jing Lingbei's Li to exchange for his own. Come, let's go in first. Mo Wuji understood the meaning behind Wu Chang's actions. For a horse bandit who killed innocents as he would ants, Mo Wuji never had the intention of letting him go. Regardless, Wu Chang was still a cultivator. Even with both his legs broken, he was a dangerous existence. Mo Wuji went forward and directly destroyed the spirit channels in Wu Chang's body. Wu Chang, who originally intended to kill to his heart content, screamed out due to this agonizing, torturous pain. Right, he really hated the fact that he was still alive. Unfortunately, he couldn't die, nor could he even faint. Hurry and come in. Mo Wuji could be considered to be knowledgeable in the Array Dao. After destroying the spirit channels in Wu Chang's body, he immediately felt a change in the surroundings. Someone must be intending to close this concealment area. With those simple words, he was the first one to rush in. Hua Xian and company had long gotten used to following Mo Wuji's lead. Now that Mo Wuji had charged in, the 9 did not even hesitate and charged into the new world behind the gigantic stone. As expected, after the 9 entered this new world, the road which led to the outside had completely disappeared. Hua Xian, go take a look. This Wu Chang should have an array flag which allows him to control this large formation. If you find it, we would be able to casually enter and leave this place, Mo Wuji said as he pointed to the crippled Wu Chang. Hua Xian seemed as though she had not heard a single word of Mo Wuji's, as she stared blankly in the distance. Far away, a huge black cluster of human hair could be seen. There were at least 10,000 horse bandits making their way towards them slowly. With so many people, even if Mo Wuji was skilled, he would not be able to kill all of them. Mo Wuji also saw the pressing horse bandits. With so many horse bandits, and their heavy, intense pressure, they would easily decimate an average army in a second. Brother Mo. Hua Xian's mouth got a little dry. The 10 of them were soon going to get surrounded by 10,000 people, and that oppressive aura of death was enough to suffocate her. Go find the array flag. Mo Wuji also started to get serious. He wasn't afraid of the encirclement of these 10,000 people. The only thing he was worried about was that he might be unable to ensure the safety of Hua Xian and company. An inkjade array flag was tossed out of Wu Chang's body and landed in Mo Wuji's hands. Soon, I will open this space array, the 9 of you can leave first, Mo Wuji said as he held the array flag. Brother Mo, when we followed you, we never intended to come of here alive. Hua Xian did not wait for Mo Wuji to refine the array flag, and she said that sentence dauntlessly. The 8 behind Hua Xian did not say anything, but the radiance in their eyes revealed their intentions. Mo Wuji no longer said anything. Whether they lived or died, it was their own choice. When the time comes, he would still try his best to protect these 9 people. The oppressive group of horse bandits finally stopped. A lady in grey robes rode her horse slowly towards Mo Wuji. Behind her, thousands of horse bandits followed closely. My brother, Wu Chang, was killed by you? This grey-robed lady stopped 10 meters away from Mo Wuji, her gaze calmly landing on Mo Wuji. It was as though she did not see the Wu Chang rolling on the floor, or more accurately, Wu Chang was already a dead man to her. Mo Wuji did not immediately answer, but began to size this grey-robed lady up. This lady looked very young, with clear, pretty features. In a single glance, she looked like a girl next door. She was wearing an oversized grey robes, but it did not make her look old. On the contrary, it gave her this indescribable seductiveness. Mo Wuji sighed inwardly. He really wouldn't have expected this lady to be part of the killer duo who massacred the innocents. Moreover, from the looks of it, this Wu Shuang's cultivation seemed to be higher than her brother's. Brother Mo, the fella behind that woman is Venomous Stinger. Hua Xian walked to Mo Wuji's side and whispered. Mo Wuji also noticed that emaciated-looking man by the woman's side. If Mo Wuji didn't focus his attention on this Venomous Stinger, he wouldn't even have noticed his presence. But the moment he felt this Venomous Stinger's presence, he felt as though he was starting at a savage beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, Massacre. Chapter 211, Massacre. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Where is Jing Lengbei? Mo Wuji did not answer the woman's question, and instead asked about Jing Lengbei. Bring it up. The gray-clothed woman gestured with a wave of her hand after replying. A large cross was brought up from behind, with a bloodied woman nailed onto it. Her hands and legs had nails driven into them separately, forming the word dot with her body. This was Jing Lengbei. Mo Wuji's gaze turned cold. He had guessed that unscrupulous means would be used in order to force Jing Lengbei to tell them where the sea map was, but he did not expect them to nail her to a cross. Don't worry, she's still alive. The nail on her neck was slightly off from her throat. But of course, she's hanging by a thread. Let me tell you one more thing, Wu Chang Wushwing isn't somewhere that anyone can enter. My sons, capture him alive. The lady boss said emotionlessly. Second sister. Hua Xian let out a shrill cry, and the 8 people behind her almost charged forward. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath, suppressed the rage within him, and replied calmly, Hua Xian, form a formation on the spot so that we can kill more of them. If you charge forward recklessly, you'll just be ground to mincemeat in seconds. But their opponents had over 10,000 men against the 10 of them, so the more appropriate strategy was to shoot arrows at them simultaneously. If that happened, even if it were Mo Wuji, he would have had a hard time defending himself. And this woman called Wushwang actually wanted to capture them alive. She was simply too arrogant. 10,000 men might have sounded like a large number, but when all are deployed to capture 10 people, only a few hundred would be able to work effectively. Roger. Hua Xian calmed down as well. She knew that if she charged into the enemy in a hot-blooded manner, it was courting death. What Mo Wuji said was right, only by setting up their formation could they kill a sufficient number of them. Kill! The large black mass of horse bandits rushed forward. Their aura would have made an ordinary man's body tremble, and lose his courage and fighting spirit. Although Hua Xian's group of 9 was prepared to fight to the death, when they faced the wave of 10,000 people, their legs trembled slightly. Even Hua Xian was not completely confident that Mo Wuji could turn the situation around in their favor. A few hundred people were easy to kill, but thousands were a completely different issue altogether. Having over 10,000 horse bandits charging at them together was simply that terrifying. With another deep breath, Mo Wuji suddenly raised his hands, and they turned into a blurry cascade of afterimages. His 101 meridians were activated together, and radiant blade after radiant blade was formed. Those radiant blades were thrown out as soon as they were formed. To ordinary cultivators, Mo Wuji's radiant blades could at most tear their outer layer of clothing, but to these mortal horse bandits, every radiant blade was like a talisman of death. Whoosh, whoosh, streams of blood mist sprayed out. The masses of horse bandits fell as through Mo Wuji was cutting through wheat with his radiant blades. Initially, his wall of radiant blades still did not have any layers to them, but towards the end, there were layers that formed. No matter how many horse bandits charged forward, they would not be able to take a step across the sea of lightning. If it were any other transcending immortality stage cultivator, he would not be able to replicate such a feat. To be able to simultaneously synthesize that many radiant blades to form a radiant blade wall, Mo Wuji had to rely on the 101 meridians that other people could not even fathom, and there were even 2 elemental storage channels amongst them. The stench of bloody in the air thickened. No matter how brutal, the horse bandits were unable to do anything about the wall of radiant blades that took lives that easily. The blast mass of horse bandits that originally pressed forward began to get riled up, some even wanting to retreat. But Mo Wuji's wall of radiant blades was mobile, so it didn't matter if they advanced forward or retreated. As long as they were in front of it, death was what awaited them. After being stunned for a moment, Wushwang finally understood what was going on. Mo Wuji's strength had exceeded her calculations, and he was definitely an Earth Realm expert. While she was strong, she could not match up against an Earth Realm expert at all. Release the arrows, everyone shoot your arrows. Wushwang knew that Mo Wuji was not someone that she had the ability to capture alive anymore, and she roared out wildly. Bang! A lightning bolt blew her chest open, causing her to fall flat on the back of her horse. Her breastplate had saved her life. But Mo Wuji was simply much stronger than her, and even with the breastplate protecting her, she was still seriously wounded. Despite the severe injuries, this woman still continued to fire volleys of arrows while screaming hysterically. The horse bandits were already riled up by them, and once Wushwang fell on her horse, pandemonium broke out within the masses. Many horse bandits were already retreating, but countless arrows were still flying towards Mo Wuji's direction. A serious look appeared in Mo Wuji's eyes as he raised a long sword up. The long sword turned into a series of afterimages, blocking the tens of thousands of arrows. However, Mo Wuji was not a swordsman, and his only sword art was the invisible blade. This sword art was very taxing, and could not cover all 360 degrees around him. The sound of two horses falling came from right behind him, and Mo Wuji knew that at least two people from his side were severely injured. The number of arrows flying at them increased with every volley. This could not go on for long. At this rate, while he would be fine, Hua Xian and company would definitely die. Another flash of lightning burst through the sky, this time striking the back of Wu Shuang's horse. While Wu Shuang was stronger than Wu Chang, she was just at spirit building stage. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out, and this time Wu Shuang and her horse were evaporated into blood mist together, causing the voice screaming for arrows to be shot to stop. Her life had been taken away by Mo Wuji's lightning flash. With the death of Wu Shuang, more chaos ensued in the masses of horse bandits. They began to run wildly in all directions, and those who knew that they could not escape, began to pledge their allegiance to Mo Wuji's side. As for the volleys of arrows they flew through the sky, they disappeared as well. With that, Mo Wuji stopped his massacre. He sighed to himself, the strongest horse bandit is still just a horse bandit. A skinny man started to retreat cautiously. This was the venomous stinger that Hua Xian had mentioned before. He wanted to escape by blending in with the masses. But just as he took a few steps back, two wind blades slashed his legs from beneath him. Seeing that, Mo Wuji's jaw dropped, and he asked Hua Xian, "Take those decent horse bandits under your charge, and kill the wicked ones. I'll go take a look at Lingbei." The two people that fell from their horses stood up again, and upon closer inspection, Mo Wuji could see that their injuries were not that bad, so he did not give any pills to them. As for the halting of the massacre, it was not that he did not want to kill all of these horse bandits, as he knew that they were rather icked, and most of them had it coming. But Mo Wuji simply did not want to carry on killing. This sort of one-sided massacre would have no benefits for his future cultivation. However brutal the horse bandits may be, there were some innocent ones among them. Hua Xian finally cleared her head, and replied with a shivering voice, "Okay." This was the first time she experienced how strong an immortal master was, and at the same time, she finally understood why her eldest sister and third sister sought out the immortal residence in a foreign land. If she knew that immortal masters were this scary, she would have gone with her eldest sister. As her eldest sister had said, a person has to have a goal in life, so what was her goal? Hua Xian gazed on the countless people kneeling before her, and the horse bandits fleeing in all directions, and suddenly shouted, "Raise the flag of the three tender hunters, we'll exact revenge for second sister." Revenge for second sister. The 8 people behind Hua Xian echoed out, and charged into the middle of the horse bandits together with her. In the face of Mo Wuji's terrifying massacre, the strongest horse bandit could not muster the courage to carry on fighting. What's more, Wu Chang and Wu Shuang had both been killed. When facing immortal masters, they could not even be considered as ants. Seeing that Hua Xian had found her rhythm, Mo Wuji did not bother with her anymore, and directly walked to Jing Lingbei's side. She was indeed in a state bordering life and death. The clothes on her body had fused with her flesh, and brown blood stains could be seen everywhere. Over 10 metal stakes were used to nail her on the cross. If Mo Wuji was not a cultivator, he would not have been able to feel her weak but present heartbeat. Immediately he sent 2 pills into Jing Lingbei's mouth, then he removed all the nails from her body. But soon Mo Wuji knew that he could not save Jing Lingbei. Mo Wuji had spiritual will, and was an earth-grade pill refiner. From his observations, he concluded that Jing Lingbei's divine spirit had begun dissipating, which meant that she was about to die. What pill could condense a dissipating divine spirit? That's right, he still had a stock of immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. The immeasurable soul-prolonging flower was a Tier 8 treasure which was more expensive than ordinary Tier 9 spiritual herbs. If it were any other cultivator, they would not take it out to save such a mortal woman like Jing Lingbei. However, Mo Wuji took out the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower without hesitation. One of its petals was sent into Jing Lingbei's mouth, and once it came into contact with her tongue, it melted into a cold liquid that seeped into her body before disappearing. As Mo Wuji was about to peel of the second petal, he suddenly heard Jing Lingbei shouting softly subconsciously, eldest sister and third sister, quickly escape from here. A wave of euphoria arose in Mo Wuji's heart, and his spiritual will immediately landed on Jing Lingbei's body. This was not the final hurrah of Jing Lingbei, but it was a sign that her dissipating divine spirit was condensing together again. There was no need to use the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower anymore, so Mo Wuji kept it carefully. He only knew that the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower was very valuable in the past, but how valuable, he had no clue. Now that a petal from it could save Jing Lingbei, whose divine spirit was dissipating, Mo Wuji could truly understand the value of this spiritual herb. Jing Lingbei was indeed a valuable friend of Aunt 11. Even as she was at the brink of death, she still wanted to save Aunt 11 and Mo Shangtong. He did not save the wrong person. Another 2 Tier 4 healing pills were sent into Jing Lingbei's mouth, and Mo Wuji was sure that her life was no longer in danger. What was to follow would be long-term recuperation. After saving Jing Lingbei, Mo Wuji discovered that Hua Xian had taken control of the situation in a short amount of time. At least a few thousand horse bandits stood before her, waiting for her to speak. When he saw this, Mo Wuji did not go over, as he knew that this was a crucial moment. If Hua Xian did not have the ability to command these horse bandits, it would be better to kill them all instead to prevent any backlash in the future. He did want to see what Hua Xian's next move would be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, Lightning Sky Second Style. Chapter 212, Lightning Sky Second Style. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. From today onwards, these 800 men behind us will become part of our group. Wuchang Wushwing no longer exists, only the 3 tender hunters remains. Hearing what Hua Xian said, a sense of confusion arose in Mo Wuji. Other than the horse bandits that he killed, there were still around 9,000 horse bandits left. But now Hua Xian was only taking in 800 people, so it seemed as though the thousands before her were not accepted. Every cent that the 3 tender hunters earns is obtained through hard sweat and effort. On the other hand, every cent that Wuchang Wushwing obtains is through bloodshed and the shattering of innocent families. We, the 3 tender hunters, do not want such people. Hearing this, there was a commotion amongst the group of horse bandits, but no one dared to make a move. Mo Wuji was standing not far away, so everyone was aware that whoever made the first move would likely not be able to speak a single word, and be cut down by this immortal master. Mo Wuji nodded his head in agreement. This was the right way to do things, take in one group and kill another group. Just as Hua Xian had said, many of their hands were stained with the blood of the innocent. Kill the venomous stinger first, Hua Xian declared loudly. 2 men dragged out the venomous stinger that Mo Wuji had already chopped both legs away from. They lifted their swords and the venomous stinger's head fell as the blades swung down. The horse bandits, originally causing a commotion, had all settled down. The execution had a significant effect on them. In his heart, Mo Wuji thought to himself that these murderers were not good people to deal with. While Hua Xian was only a woman, she had quite a few tricks up her sleeve. After sweeping her gaze across the group of horse bandits, Hua Xian spoke satisfactorily, "Now I'll permit all of you to report on each other. Those who have hands stained with the blood of innocents must die without exception. The people who make the greatest contributions will become a general of the 3 tender hunters, the 800 frontline troops. Step forward. If anyone dares to make a move, kill them." Roger. The first 800 that were accepted by Hua Xian raised their long blades, and stood before the thousands of men, ready to strike at any moment. "I would like to report Lu San," he previously. A horse bandit immediately pointed at one of the other men standing not that far away from him right after Hua Xian finished speaking. But before he could finish his sentence, his head was lopped off by another horse bandit beside him. Most of the horse bandits descended into a short period of silence, and they soon realized that Hua Xian did not make any moves against people who killed others that made reports. With this signal, there was chaos within the group of horse bandits. One by one, they raised their swords. There were those who had grudges against others, those who helped each other due to having a better relationship with each other, and those who did not bear any grudges simply tried to secure their own survival. As long as you were within the group of horse bandits, there were blades raised against you, and for those who left a certain area, they would be killed by the 800 men standing at the side. Sighing, Mo Wuji could not bear to watch any longer. He knew that no more than 1,000 people would survive. But this was indeed the best way to settle things. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for Hua Xian to control over 10,000 horse bandits with just the 8 under her. The stench of blood in the air became thicker over time, and the sounds of killing only began to die down after a good half a day. Mo Wuji turned around and saw Hua Xian walking towards him. At the area further away from him, a river of blood and a mountain of corpses had formed. The living horse bandits did not number above 500. Impressive, over 10,000 men had been whittled down to a few hundred. Hua Xian was indeed suited to this life of bloodshed. "Brother Mo, how's second sister?" Hua Xian bowed from a distance and asked. "There's no issue now. You'll just have to send some men to bring her in there to recuperate for a period of time after this." Mo Wuji pointed at the buildings in the distance, which were Wuchang Washuang's old lair. "Roger." Hua Xian bowed once again, before asking worriedly, "Brother Mo, was I too brutal with my methods?" With a smile, Mo Wuji replied, "What you think is the right thing to do, will be the right thing to do. Next time you'll be ruling this place with Lang Bei. I'll be going for closed-door cultivation for a few days. If there's anything, you can call me anytime." Hua Xian knew that Mo Wuji was staying here to do closed-door cultivation for a few days out of worry that she could not handle that many horse bandits at once. Leaving Hua Xian behind to settle the loose ends, Mo Wuji entered the old lair of Wuchang Washuang. This place was literally a palace, and even though he had been to Chengyu State Lord's home, he felt that it was not as luxurious as this. Mo Wuji did not search through the whole lair, instead only choosing a normal room, and started closed-door cultivation in it after hanging a sign outside. He wanted to take a look at 7-style Lightning Sky's second style. After his battle with Zhu Qijian, Mo Wuji felt that his skills were too singular. The second style of 7 styles Lightning Sky was also an incomplete manual, but as compared to the first style, it was still much more whole. At least there were 2 complete spiritual energy circulation methods, and 2 lightning wielding diagrams. The second style was called the 5 Strikes Mountain Sunderer, and Mo Wuji inferred that 5 bolts of lightning would strike simultaneously. But in reality, he did not expect much from the second style, as he could already release multiple lightning bolts with the first style. While there was little to expect, Mo Wuji was still ready to train with it first before making any judgment. Learning a new skill would never be a bad thing. The spiritual energy circulation routes were very clear, and Mo Wuji easily completed the first round of circulation, and condensed the first lightning bolt. The second spiritual energy circulation was no problem for Mo Wuji, and he once again condensed the second lightning bolt. There wasn't much of a challenge, and while the third spiritual energy circulation route was incomplete, Mo Wuji was not worried, as he continued to modify the route by himself. He might not have been a master in his understanding of techniques, but to modify the deepest level of a technique, he could only rely on the immortal mortal technique. Using a cultivation technique to modify an attack skill, and even a lightning affinity one which had tremendous power, perhaps Mo Wuji was the only one who could do it. Bang! As Mo Wuji underwent the modified third spiritual energy circulation route, when the spiritual energy was at the halfway mark, his meridians suddenly seized up, and there was an explosion. Terrifying lightning energy leaked everywhere, colliding countless times within Mo Wuji's meridians. Although Mo Wuji had considered such a scenario before, but he was still reduced to spasming on the ground by the lightning strikes within his meridians. There was no way he could carry on with the spiritual energy circulation, and he was regretful for his rashness. Indeed, the ignorant was fearless, and because he was ignorant, he thought that he could modify magic skills. But the fact was that he had been lucky with his modification of lightning flash. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck Mo Wuji's mind palace, one which made him feel as though his whole head was about to explode. If he did not put in place any precautionary measures, perhaps in the next instant, his soul would dissipate. Initially, he successfully acquired the first style in an extremely cold location, and while this second style did not burn his meridians, his spiritual will could not take it. That's right, the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. Just as Mo Wuji felt that his spirit was about to dissipate, he suddenly thought of the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. Luckily he had used it not too long ago, and his memories of its effects were still fresh in his mind. The immeasurable soul-prolonging flower was immediately taken out, and Mo Wuji directly bit off one of its petals. A cooling sensation overwhelmed his whole body, and spread to the depths of his mind. Mo Wuji's mind was now the clearest it had ever been. Even the lightning energy within him instantly grew weaker after being doused by the refreshing energy. Should I continue with the spiritual energy circulation? Mo Wuji looked down at the multiple immeasurable soul-prolonging flower petals in his hands, gritted his teeth, and carried on with his spiritual energy circulation. Once anything went wrong, he would immediately consume another flower petal, then stop creating the second style. What made Mo Wuji surprised was that there was no obstructions this time, which was completely different from the previous circulation attempt, and he could complete the third round of circulation with ease. At that moment, Mo Wuji wielded limitless lightning energy in his hands, and it no longer wreaked havoc in his meridians. After repeated hand seals, he opened his hands and let the energy blast forth. Dense lightning bolts blew the room apart in a bright blue flash of light, just like it was raining lightning. After the assault of lightning bolts, there were craters everyone in the house. He had succeeded. Mo Wuji stared at his hands in surprise. The second style of 7-style lightning sky was complete, but this was not the original 5 strikes mountain sunderer. Instead, waves of lightning would descend, which made him even more satisfied as compared to the original 5 strikes. The waves of lightning was rather similar to the wall of blades that he created previously. They were all large-scale attacks. However, Mo Wuji was aware that these volleys of lightning bolts were much stronger than the blades back then. While the blades previously would only be effective against ordinary people, the lightning bolts this time would still be devastating against cultivators. Normal elementary spirit building stage cultivators would definitely get severely injured after being struck by them. After a few more rounds of spiritual energy circulation, Mo Wuji was even more sure that the lightning bolts were very strong. If he could strengthen this lightning-type skill by absorbing lightning energy, then he would have struck it big. This was something that he had created. It was no longer the original 5 strikes, so it would be better to change its name to Boundless Lightning Rain. The large waves of lightning bolts that descended looked as though it was raining lightning from the sky, so the name Boundless Lightning Rain was rather appropriate. With a quick wash-up, Mo Wuji opened the door to the room as he did not intend to stay in there any longer. Brother Mo. Jing Lengbei and Hua Xian welcomed him as he walked out of the door. While Jing Lengbei's face was still quite pale, but she had recovered decently, and Hua Xian's presence meant that she had taken control of the whole situation. Thank you, Brother Mo, for helping me. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. Jing Lengbei bowed respectfully at Mo Wuji as she said her thanks. This was already the second time that Mo Wuji had saved her. Chuckling, Mo Wuji replied, "We're all friends here, there's no need to mention such things. Brother Mo, after Big Sis and Third Sis went out to sea, I memorized the sea chart and roughly drew it out. 1. TL, the mind palace refers to the upper dantian located in a person's head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, The Wild Sky Sea. Chapter 213, The Wild Sky Sea. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The Sky Sea. It's the biggest sea in the entire 5 great empires. The other seas from the 5 great empires, or the Lost Continent, such as the Luo Sea, were basically distributaries from the Sky Sea. Jing Lengbei passed Mo Wuji the sea map, which indicated a location within the sky seas. At this moment, Mo Wuji was already standing by the sky sea. Originally, even without Jing Lengbei's map, Mo Wuji would have given the sky sea a shot, to look for Ant 11 and Mo Shangtong. With this map, it would only be more natural for him to do so. However, Jing Lengbei's map wasn't the most perfect one. There were many parts where her memory failed her. The Sky Sea seaside was different from Luo Sea. The Luo Sea was a freshwater sea. Mo Wuji had never been into the Sky Sea, but standing by the sea, the salty and fishy odor told him that this was no freshwater sea. Waves continuously crashed against the reefs by the shore, rising to form sea sprays as high as 3 meters. Moreover, the winds were not strong at this moment. Ostensibly, when the wind picks up, the sea spray and waves would become more violent. Mo Wuji's heart was filled with apprehension and worry. The moment he enters this sea, even with his abilities, it would be extremely dangerous. Ant 11 and Mo Shangtong had already entered. The chances that they were still alive were extremely slim. Compared to other seas, the cities around the sea were a little different. For close to a few miles, there weren't any vestiges of human activity. Here, spiritual energy was sparse. Not only was it unsuitable for life, it was rare to see even a Tier 1 spiritual herb. Mo Wuji raised his head to see the gray, gloomy skies above the sea. He suddenly felt that he had not done a good job preparing. He should have at least prepared a boat. He wouldn't be able to control his flying car into the sea. He would definitely need a boat. The flying car was not able to continuously sail through the air. Moreover, if he meets with perilous weather, he would not have any place to land. Moreover, he might even encounter some flying demonic beasts. In comparison, a boat would be far safer than the flying car. However, it would be a great waste of time if he returned to find a ship now. Ant 11 and Mo Shangtong had already left for a few months. Even if he left immediately, it would still be a little late. If he went back now, he would not know how long this delay would be. Mo Wuji decided he would simply set out into the sea first. With Ant 11 and Mo Shangtong's pace, and with only 2 of them, their ship wouldn't be very big. If the 2 of them were still alive, they shouldn't have gotten very far. Resolute, Mo Wuji did not delay any further and ignited his flying car, charging into the boundless, vast sky sea. The moment he met with any danger, he was prepared to leave and retreat immediately. The winds above the sea weren't very strong, and Mo Wuji's flying car wasn't really affected. In just an hour, Mo Wuji had already delved deep into the sea domain. The sea map drawn by Jing Lengbei was simple and crude. To determine one's position on the sea map, one would need to depend on the bearings from landmarks, the hydrology, positions of stars, etc. Mo Wuji had followed the same direction from when he entered, but after half a day above the sea, Mo Wuji started to be hazy of his bearings. Furthermore, the previous calm seas gradually started to get violent. Tempests of wind flowed unrestrainedly in all directions. Mo Wuji had to lower his flying car, otherwise, his flying car would directly get sent flying in all directions by these raging winds. Perhaps he could forcefully charge his flying car forward, but that would result in much damage to his car, and it would also severely deplete his elemental energy. Mo Wuji flew close to the sea surface for another half a day. The raging winds did not diminish, but instead, a violent storm brewed. Thunder crashed, and lightning flashed. Mo Wuji decided to immediately return. With such weather, not only couldn't he find Ant 11, he couldn't even find his direction. Soon, Mo Wuji discovered that he was lost. His current location had deviated much from the route on the sea map. As the winds got increasingly stronger, Mo Wuji started to search through his storage ring for something that could establish a foothold on the sea. After searching for half a day, he found that besides the spirit stones and the various cultivation essentials, he only had a furnace which he had never used before. The flying car started to get pulled along by the violent winds, and Mo Wuji started to get worried about his flying car. His flying car was not a bad spiritual equipment, but it did not have any form of defensive ability. As the flying car hovered close above the sea surface, there would be the occasional meters-tall waves which would hit and crash against the flying car. An object about 3 to 4 meters long was carried up by the waves, brushing across the flying car. Mo Wuji hurriedly kept his flying car and landed on that wooden plank-like object. He was in the extreme mortal stage, and he didn't really care about these average winds and waves, but he was worried that his flying car might actually get damaged. This random floating object wasn't actually a wooden plank, but it was made of a lavender-colored material which was extremely light, yet tough. As Mo Wuji stood atop it, besides being drenched by the crashing waves, things were a lot more relaxed than before. Moreover, this sea domain did not seem to have any demonic beasts, so Mo Wuji did not need to worry about any sudden attacks. The waves continued to get more threatening, but this object below Mo Wuji was not even a half bit affected. Mo Wuji's spiritual will began to scan through the object. He wanted to find out exactly what material this object was made of. He was not able to discern the object's material, but he did find the heaven-seeking Palace Pill Pagoda's logo on the plank. This left Mo Wuji curious. How did the Pill Pagoda's logo appear here? He immediately came to an understanding. This plank might very well came from Granny Linglong's flying ship. Back in Raozhou, he noticed Granny Linglong's flying ship sailing lowly across the sky, and it was also this lavender color. If Granny Linglong's ship had ended up like this, then Granny Linglong would not be much better. It would mean that Sita Qian didn't deliver his message to the heaven-seeking palace, or the heaven-seeking palace had failed to locate Granny Linglong. Crash! Another huge stormy wave came crashing over. The flying ship object below Mo Wuji's feet was directly lifted up to the top of the waves. It was due to this, he saw another ship swaying in the stormy seas not too far in the distance. Mo Wuji hurriedly controlled the flying ship fragment below his feet and rushed over. In less than 10 minutes, the ship had appeared within sight. On the deck of the ship, there were several sailors struggling to keep the ship in control. Dumping the fragment into his storage ring, Mo Wuji directly threw himself into the water and cried for help. The few sailors seemed to hear Mo Wuji's cries, but their eyes only swept past Mo Wuji, clearly not showing any intention of extending any help. Mo Wuji was speechless. He could only drag himself to the side on the ship and climbed up onto it. "You?" One of the sailors who was controlling the mast acted as though he had seen a ghost, directly dropping the ropes in his hand as his eyes were glued onto Mo Wuji. He had clearly seen Mo Wuji flailing in the tumultuous waves. How did this fella appear on the ship in the blink of an eye? From his perspective, Mo Wuji's ship must have been destroyed by the strong waves, which was how he ended up in the sea. To a sailor like him, who was always out in the decks controlling the mast, this was an extremely common sight. Just now, he was still betting with his friend that Mo Wuji was not able to endure the waves, which was how Mo Wuji disappeared completely. The intentions to save Mo Wuji never ran across his mind. Even though he only needed to throw the rope beside him down, he was too lazy to be bothered to do so. Mo Wuji did not care about this sailor, as he started to wring out the water in his cloths. Woo! Another raging wind sailed by. This sailor did not have a tight grip of his ropes, and he was blown over to the side of the ship. "Save me!" The blustery winds continued to blow, immediately throwing this sailor overboard and into the sea. In a single wave, this sailor was gone. The other sailors on the deck had also seen Mo Wuji scaling up the ship, and did not say a word. If Mo Wuji was willing to act, it would have been possible to save that sailor, but Mo Wuji did not do anything. Mo Wuji's spiritual will had long swept through the ship interiors, and he discovered that there were 9 other people aboard. All 9 of them were cultivators. The only mortals aboard were the sailors. Among the 9, there were 5 separate groups. At the extreme corner of the ship interior, there was an old man and a young girl. They seemed to be a grandfather-granddaughter pair. On the best spot, there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman were enjoying their drinks. By the ship hatch on the left side of the ship, there was a black-faced, burly man. This burly man was hugging onto a thick broadsword, seemingly closing his eyes and meditating. By the ship hatch on the right, there was a man and a woman. They seemed to be a couple, and the two were currently snuggling with one another. Lastly, there was a fella dressed up as a monk sitting right at the center. "Who are you?" After Mo Wuji walked into the interior of the ship, a medium-built, square-faced man stood up and asked seriously. This middle-aged man was one of the three enjoying their drinks. Even though this middle-aged man was talking, the other 8, with the exception of the young girl who didn't dare lift her head, were staring at Mo Wuji. Woo-woo, crack. Outside, the tempestuous winds continued to blow. Mo Wuji's spiritual will found that the few sailors out on the deck had all been carried away by the winds. Some of the masts have also been broken. Mo Wuji secretly shocked his head. If those few sailors decided to extend their hand to help him previously, he definitely wouldn't have sat by and watched them die. As the adage goes, helping others was akin to helping oneself. My big bro just asked you who you are you deaf? Seeing Mo Wuji's lack of response, the other man among the three, a youth, stood forward. Mo Wuji said calmly, "My ship was destroyed by the winds and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. When I had nowhere else to go, this ship saved me." With Mo Wuji's story, the others no longer cared about him. The middle-aged man who first questioned him also sat down and continued drinking. Mo Wuji was able to scale this ship despite the tumultuous weathers. He was clearly not simple. Mo Wuji was sure that these people here also knew about the sailors being carried away by the winds, but no one could be bothered about it. These people were probably the same as him, and were simply looking for a shelter during this storm. Mo Wuji found an empty space and sat down. At this moment, he heard some murmuring from the couple. "Brother Xian, should we help them? Those people are mortals, they'll definitely wouldn't be able to stand the winds out in the deck." The one speaking was the woman. The man sighed, "There's no use, they have already been carried into the sea." "Ah." The woman lightly startled, and immediately held back her tongue. Yen, all those that are here are definitely not simple. Let's not do anything unnecessary." The man's voice sounded again. The woman nodded, and did not dare speak another word. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, The Mysterious Ship. Chapter 214, The Mysterious Ship. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Boom. Crackle. A bolt of lightning struck down, and the sound of wooden floorboards being torn apart by the lightning rang out. Almost at the same instant, 8 men rushed out from the cabin. Only Mo Wuji and the young girl did not move. While the girl did not walk anywhere, she stood up, an indication that her cultivation wasn't very high. The reason that Mo Wuji did not move was because he had already swept the exterior with his spiritual will, and confirmed that the lightning broke the deck of the ship. However, only a small crack formed, which would not cause the ship to sink immediately. It would be able to hold out for a little longer. In his heart, Mo Wuji couldn't help but sigh. Encountering a ship was such a rare occurrence, but it seemed as though he could not stay on this ship for much longer. Seeing that Mo Wuji remained stationary, the girl hesitated for a moment before sitting down once again. Even though she had lowered her head quickly after sneaking a peek at Mo Wuji, none of her actions escaped his observation. The young girl's face had many bumps and craters on it, which did not seem like the result of disfigurement, so she probably was born this way. The 8 men that ran out returned as quickly as they left. They had analyzed the situation outside, and although the deck had cracked open, the ship would be able to hold on for now. Through their actions so far, Mo Wuji could feel the strength that they possessed. The monk and black-faced man were at least above transcending mortality stage level 6, and the 2 men and 1 woman who were drinking were all in transcending mortality stage 2. As for the couple sitting by the door, the man should have just advanced into transcending mortality stage, while the woman was likely still in spirit building stage. The only person that Mo Wuji could not evaluate was the elder that with the young girl. His cultivation level was a little unusual. "Brother, why didn't you go out to take a look just now?" As Mo Wuji did not make a move since he came in, and did not even go out to check on the ship even after the near capsize situation, the woman sitting by the door asked cautiously, "Yen Yen." When her husband heard that she questioned Mo Wuji, a stranger, in such a manner, he softly called out to her, and tugged at her hand. Mo Wuji did not really put this matter at heart, as he had a rather good impression of this woman. While this woman had said that the few mortal sailors were not worth saving, her recent question reflected that she was a kind person deep down. On the other hand, the man was a little too uptight and cautious, seemingly a little cowardly too. Who knew what were a couple doing out here either? The sea was lacking in spiritual energy, and definitely would not have anything good in it. "My friend, I'm very sorry, my wife doesn't know how things are run around here." The man apologized to Mo Wuji. With a smile, Mo Wuji replied, "It's nothing much. I'm just quite slow, so by the time I was ready to go up, all of you had came back in already." "Ha ha. Your words make it seem as though as we all fear death. But you're right, regardless whether we go out to take a look or not, the ship will have to roll when it has to roll. So there's no use in seeing what's going on outside." The black-faced man laughed as he agreed with what Mo Wuji said. However, Mo Wuji's spiritual will had detected that the waves had broken a hole in the hull of the ship, which meant that it would only last another few minutes in the water. The rather impatient Mo Wuji stood up, pat his hands and said, "I just heard the sound of something hitting the ship. I'll go take a look." Before this, when everyone went out while Mo Wuji didn't, the ship was still in decent shape, but now that even Mo Wuji had stood up to go take a look, the rest of the passengers began to suspect if something big had happened. The girl named Yen Yen stood up too. "Brother Xian, let's go take a look too." Although the man was wary, but he dared not take his chances for such a thing. Once the woman spoke, he immediately shot up, and walked to the outer deck with her. When both of them saw that the hull had cracked open and seawater was slowly seeping in, they were stunned momentarily. Regardless cultivator or mortal, in the endless ocean, as long as one could not navigate their way through, one would die sooner or later. "Brother Xian, what do we do now?" Yen Yen's face turned extremely pale. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from behind, as the rest of the passengers in the cabin came out. Their expressions completely changed once they saw that the ship was about to sink into the ocean. "Everyone look, there's a ship approaching." A shout of surprise made everyone excited. The first one to spot the ship was the woman who was part of the trio drinking alcohol in the cabin, and she pointed in the distance energetically. "There's really a ship." Everyone present was able to clearly see the silhouette of a ship sailing towards them. Mo Wuji also saw the ship, which was over 10 times larger than the one they were on. It was practically a giant. The ship was at least hundreds of meters long, and almost 100 meters wide. Even though there was still a significant distance between them and the other ship, Mo Wuji could still clearly see the spacious and clean deck. There were no rubbish or cracks. Only traces of rainwater were on it. But what puzzled Mo Wuji was that he did not see a single person on the ship either. In the raging storm, both ships slowly approached one another. Bang! Crack! Another gigantic wave smashed onto their ship once again, causing it to completely break apart. The ship's hull listed, and sea water started gushing in wildly. One by one, everyone on board the sinking vessel leapt tens of meters to reach the giant ship. However, Mo Wuji did not make a move, as he suddenly realized that the situation was rather weird. It was like someone delivered pillows just as they were about to doze off, and the pillows fell right beneath their heads. The giant ship was the pillows, and just as their ship was about to sink, this new ship emerged out of nowhere. On top of that, the direction that the new ship was traveling in was impeccable. "Quickly board the ship, that ship is about to sink." Yen Yen frantically shouted as she saw that Mo Wuji remained stationary. Mo Wuji knew that no matter how mysterious it was, he had to board the giant ship. By then, the giant ship had already closed in on the sinking ship Mo Wuji was on, and with a small jump, he was aboard the giant vessel. The moment he reached the giant ship, his spiritual will instantly enveloped every corner of it, and soon Mo Wuji was shocked to realize that not only were there no one on the outer deck, it was the same inside. Most of the ship's cabins were empty, and there were many food supplies in the kitchen. Where did the people on the ship go? The propulsion and steering equipment was quickly located by Mo Wuji, and to his surprise, the ship used an array disc-controlled sail. Array discs were very simplistic and could not even be considered as a basic array, so he could take over the ship with ease. While Mo Wuji was inspecting the large ship, the other 9 people were doing the same. The weird situation on board had been discovered by everyone, and the 9 of them stood on the outer deck and did not enter the ship, just like what Mo Wuji was doing. Is there anyone here? Our ship was wrecked at sea, and we would like to seek refuge on your ship for a while. It was still the middle-aged man that stepped up to speak, and he bowed respectfully at the ship while shouting out loud. He projected his voice at full force with his elemental energy, so no matter how large the ship was, it should have reached every corner of it. But after the man finished his sentence, a shroud of silence descended on the ship once again, and not a sound could be heard. Mo Wuji knew that there would definitely be no reply, as there was no one in the ship at all. An empty ship which was this clean and tidy, even with food inside. This made Mo Wuji get the heebie-jeebies. My fellow friends, we've gathered here because of trouble at sea, so I feel that we should be cooperating to tide through these difficult times. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Jiang Xiaoping, and these 2 are Meng Ji and Chi Susu. The middle-aged man immediately turned around to greet everyone respectfully after realizing that no one would reply to his shouting. Hearing Jiang Xiaoping say such a thing, Mo Wuji knew that everyone was like him, and had boarded the ship unexpectedly. It seemed like no one knew each other before going aboard the ship. The monk reported a Buddhist name, before saying, "Everyone can call me Old Monk Na Xiao." Old Na likes laughing the most, and also likes to joke around. While this is nothing significant, when everyone is tired, I can at least say a few jokes. The whole group was dumbfounded, as this was the first time that the monk had spoken up till now, so how exactly did he show any interest in laughter and jokes? Perhaps these sentences of his were also a joke in itself. Following him, the black-faced man spoke in a forthright manner. I'm Pu Qian, a rogue cultivator. Just now what Brother Jiang said was right. In times like this, everyone should band together. I don't have any conspiracies or schemes, but I do have some strength that I can contribute. I am Qi Wenxuan, and this is my wife Shuangyan. As long as there's something that we can help with, we'll definitely not shy away from it. The young man frantically reported. After the young man finished speaking, the elder bowed respectfully and said in a raspy voice, "Old man Xiao is a useless person. I barely escaped with my life, but as long as Brother Jiang has a task for me, I will not fall behind on it. My friend, please tell us your name, so that we may refer to you easily." Seeing that this old man did not volunteer his name, Jiang Xiaoping asked again. "Just call me Old Xiao Guzi. My granddaughter is Siyu Tanzi, which is probably much easier to remember." With a smile, the old man replied. Xiao Guzi and Siyu Tanzi, Mo Wuji thought to himself, indeed they have walked far and saw much. Those 2 names were really easy to remember. As Jiang Xiaoping's gaze fell on him, Mo Wuji bowed respectfully. I am a rogue cultivator. Call me Mo Wuji. Xia Jiangpeng slightly frowned, as Mo Wuji did not make his position known, which made him a little unhappy. Even though it seemed like Mo Wuji had a low level of cultivation, but he somehow felt that Mo Wuji was not someone to mess with. So while Mo Wuji did not present himself well, he did not have much to say. My friends, the situation on board this ship is extremely weird, and there's not even a single person inside right now. My suggestion is that everyone searches this whole ship from top to bottom, then we'll make a conclusion from there. After obtaining everyone's initial recognition, Jiang Xiaoping spoke his mind. His idea garnered the support of the whole group, hence although Mo Wuji did not want to do such a meaningless act, he could only agree since everyone had already done so. There were many cabins in the ship, and most of them appeared clean and spacious after entering them. As everyone inspected the ship, Mo Wuji always stood at the back, because he had already checked through all these places with his spiritual will earlier. An hour later, everyone arrived at the kitchen. Before entering, Mo Wuji had swept through the entire kitchen with his spiritual will, and everything seemed normal, with stuff like firewood, rice, oil, and salt being present. He believed that everyone else would have the same sentiments as him after seeing these things, but from behind he observed the woman named Siyu Tanzi frowning. She even took a few steps back intentionally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, The Immortal Residence Map. Chapter 215, The Immortal Residence Map. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After browsing through the kitchen, the crowd arrived at the ship's largest cabin hall. Even though there was no one aboard the ship, every cabin was clean and tidy, but no one suggested entering one alone. Zhang Shopping was the first to speak. Friends, we have already searched through this ship, and determined that there aren't any forms of dangers, and there are even many individual rooms. Even though the appearance of this ship is a little peculiar, I still that it is not impossible. Imagine, this ship may have docked on some small island as the passengers alighted to explore the island. Then, this ship got carried away by the waves. Zhang Shopping, himself, was unable to continue any further. The possibility of what he said was extremely low, so low that it was marginally next to impossible. Amitabha Old Na thinks that this ship has been intentionally sent into the Sky Sea. The laughing monk said with a stern expression. Laughing monk, when you speak, can you consider some logic and probabilities? Just now, even though Brother Zhang's story seems close to impossible, at least there was a slight possibility. But what you're saying is simply too absurd. Do you that person's brain is damaged? What purpose would he have in sending this huge, empty ship into the Sky Sea? The black-faced burly Pu Qian snorted and said. The laughing monk stared at Pu Qian in shock. Purpose? Naturally, it's to scare us out of our wits. Don't tell me you aren't scared? Think about it, if that person who sent this ship into the Sky Sea sees our shocked and cautious appearances, wouldn't he get a good laugh out of it? Mo Wuji suddenly felt that this monk was a troll. He appeared to have an expression of seriousness, and acted as though he was narrating the truth, when it was complete bullshit. Pu Qian stared speechlessly at the monk, before saying, That's right, it gave me a good scare. The monk clapped his hands together and said, See, I was right. Seems like that rascal who sent this ship has really achieved his motive. What a venomous scheme. If this old Na sees that rascal, I will be sure to decimate his bones into tens of thousands of pieces. Praise to the Amitabha. I was wrong, I actually violated the precept of rage. 1, at the very most, I would decimate his bones to thousands of pieces. One should be kind and compassionate, old Na shouldn't go any further. Mo Wuji suddenly voiced out to stop this monk from continuing, Everyone, why did all of us gather here? And why was it such a coincidence that all of us faced a calamity at sea? The group instantly went silent, no one wanted to answer Mo Wuji's questions. From the looks of it, everyone had their own motives and they weren't comfortable with sharing it. Mo Wuji directly continued, I came because of a sea map. This map showed the location of an immortal residence. The reason why Mo Wuji directly laid things out on the table was because he had long had his suspicions. The sea is large and vast, much less this boundless, endless Sky Sea. In such an unfathomably big place, everyone was able to come together. This was no simple coincidence. Ah! Zhuang Yan was the first to cry out in shock. Before she continued, we also found a sea map which depicted the location of an immortal residence. Shi Wenchuan wanted to stop Zhuang Yan, but it was already too late. Thus, he could only go along with Zhuang Yan's words, that's right. We did indeed came to try our luck in the Sky Sea because of this sea map. Everyone's face instantly revealed a strange expression. That black-faced burly man suddenly threw a sea map on the floor. Granny's ass, this old man has been fooled. Mo Wuji's gaze immediately swept across the map. He discovered that it was largely similar to the one which Jing Lingbei drew for him, but a few critical points were different. For example, the position of the immortal residence was different, and it wasn't a small difference, but a huge one. Mo Wuji believed that even if Jing Lingbei's memory was bad, she wouldn't have gotten the position of the sea map wrong. After the burly man threw his map out, the others started to take out their maps. As expected, all the sea maps were exactly the same. Zhang Xiaoping said with a solemn expression, "It looks like someone is trying to use the sea map to lure us here." As to who this someone is, or what his motive is, that is still unclear, but Mo Wuji did not reveal his own map, nor did the others ask him for it. Things have already become clear. It wasn't important if Mo Wuji didn't take the map out. With that said, Zhang Xiaoping suddenly recalled something as he turned to Mo Wuji and said, "Brother Mo, how did you know that there was a problem with the sea map?" "AI, where's your map?" Mo Wuji acted as though he didn't hear Zhang Xiaoping's words as he turned to the Siyu Tanzi hiding behind Guzi and asked, "Sister Siyu Tan, when we were at the kitchen, no one else found there to be any problems, but why did you frown?" No one expected for Mo Wuji to suddenly shoot Siyu Tanzi with this question. One could say that among everyone here, Siyu Tanzi was the only one that did not seem to have an existence. But because of Mo Wuji's question, everyone forgot about Zhang Xiaoping's ones. I don't know. Siyu Tanzi stuttered, seemingly at loss. Guzi hurried stood up and clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. "Dao friend Mo, my granddaughter has always been very timid. Wherever she goes, she would not have any opinions. I believe that you must have seen things wrongly." Mo Wuji calmly said, "I did not see things wrongly. Sister Siyu Tan, if you do not wish to speak, I naturally wouldn't force it out of you. Of course, I wouldn't stay here anymore. If everyone continues to hide matters in their hearts, we wouldn't be able to cooperate properly even if we stayed together." I. Siyu Tanzi's voice became even more subdued. Guzi also seemed to feel as though Siyu Tanzi had something to say, so he said in a very straightforward manner, "Siyu Tanzi, if you have something to say, just say it. We all wish to work well together here." Perhaps it was because of Guzi's reassurance, Siyu Tanzi finally decided to speak up. Back in the kitchen, the big jar was filled with fresh blood. But everyone seemed to think that things were normal, so I didn't dare say anything. Everyone in the group started glancing at one another. There was only one jar in the kitchen, and everyone had opened it up and saw what was inside. It was rice. Nonsense, that jar was clearly filled with rice. Where would there be? Guzi snapped for half a sentence before stopping. Siyu Tanzi had always followed beside him, and she had always been very honest. She wouldn't lie about such things. Mo Wuji's spiritual will went back to scan the rice jar in the kitchen. The rice jar was truly filled with rice. He then began to concentrate his spiritual will into that rice jar. The smell of blood was instantly caught by his spiritual will. The rice suddenly turned into fresh blood. Siyu Tanzi was right. Mo Wuji's face immediately changed. His spiritual will then turned towards dry wood in the kitchen. As his divine sense fully permeated in, the dry wood also transformed. They all transformed into pieces of white bones. He then extended his spiritual wills to the rest of the cabins, and found that the cabins were no longer had their clean appearance, but were littered with cobwebs. Rags and clothes were thrown all over the place, and there were even skeletons below the beds. Back to this big cabin, the interior was also filled with dust. Behind him was a skeleton leaning on a wooden bench. The room looked horrifying. After being scolded by Guzi, Siyu Tanzi became even more timid. "Let's go back to take a look." Zhang Xiaoping stood up and said, completely unaware that he had just stepped on a decapitated palm. Mo Wuji could help the trembling in his voice. Ostensibly, he was truly quite worried. There's no need to go back. Sister Siyu Tan's words should be true. This ship is really weird. I'll go up first. With that, Mo Wuji stood up and started walking towards the main deck. Treating a little girl's story as a fact? Wait till I go back to that kitchen and grab some rice over. With such small balls, why did you bother coming to search for treasures? Meng Ji, who had always remained silent, suddenly stood up and rushed down to the kitchen, which was at the lowest floor. Brother Meng, let's wait for everyone and go together, Jiang Xiaoping called out from the back, but Meng Ji had already left. The Qi Wenchuan and Zhuang Yan couple hesitated briefly, before following Mo Wuji to the deck. Guzi did not have any doubts towards Siyu Tanzi's words, and also followed Mo Wuji up to the main deck. In the center floors of the ship, remained Jiang Xiaoping, Shi Susu, the monk and the black-faced man. Do the few of you want to follow me down to take a look? Jiang Xiaoping saw that Meng Ji had already disappeared, and even his footsteps could no longer be heard, and he started to get a little afraid. Amatba, old Na shall help. Old Na suspects that the master of this ship might be hiding in that rice jar. The laughing monk stood up with a serious expression. It was as though he was 100% sure that his guess was right. The black-faced Pu Qian also stood up and said, I also feel that might not be impossible. Since Brother Jiang extended this invitation, I would naturally follow. With that agreement, the four rapidly delved deeper into the ship, heading towards the kitchen. Brother Mo, are Sister Siyu Tan's words true? Even though Siyu Tanzi was standing by the side, Zhuang Yan still asked this question with an pale, white face. Mo Wuji nodded, that's right, they should be true. Then why can't the rest of us see it? Hearing Mo Wuji's definite answer, Zhuang Yan became even more afraid. After a brief contemplation, Mo Wuji said, if I didn't guess wrongly, besides the ship which is real, almost everything else in this ship is fake. This might be an illusion array, and this illusion array has caused us to lose our usual thinking and vision. It wasn't a mere might be, Mo Wuji was sure that this ship concealed an illusion array. He did not merely spend 1 or 2 days studying on Chu Xingzi's knowledge on the array Dao. Even though he had not touched upon illusion arrays, he had learnt a majority of the arrays. Brother Mo's words should be true. Siyu Tanzi definitely wouldn't lie about such matters, Guzi added with a solemn expression. Mo Wuji turned and looked towards the tumultuous winds and waves. He was seriously considering whether he should leave the ship. Since someone had lured them over with this immortal residence map, would they simply let him leave? Brother Mo, what do you intend to do now? Qi Wenchuan had already noticed things. Mo Wuji's strength was unknown, but his vision definitely wasn't lacking. Mo Wuji was just about to answer when his expression suddenly changed. Among the 5 people below, 1 had gone missing. The first to go down, Meng Ji, had disappeared. Even after using his spiritual will to scan the entire ship, he was not able to find Meng Ji. 1. There are 3 precepts in Buddhism, the precepts of rage, greed, and ignorance. However, there are also accounts of 8 precepts, which gave Zhu Beiji his name in the Journey of the West. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, How many people repay kindness with vengeance? Chapter 216, How many people repay kindness with vengeance? Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Jiang Xiaoping and company also discovered that Meng Ji had disappeared, and Jiang Xiaoping grabbed a long spear, swinging it straight down at the rice jar. Bang! A crisp sound rang through the ship, and the stench of blood instantly spread throughout the whole kitchen, leaving dark brown blood stains everywhere. Let's leave quickly, this ship is weird. The black-faced man exclaimed, before turning around and charging out. The remaining 3 people also followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, all 4 of them were on the outer deck once again. Amatba, old Na will make a move first. The laughing monk jumped straight into the ocean as soon as he reached the outer deck. Whoosh! In the air, the laughing monk seemed to have been blocked by an invisible force, and he fell down from the air. A trap array? The few remaining people stared at each other, and no one attempted such an act again. This sort of invisible trap array was not something they could deal with. It seems like something happened to Brother Meng. Pu Qian, the black-faced man, sighed. If he knew that this ship was so unusual, he would have rather remained in the ocean than to board it. Jiang Shopping bowed respectfully to Mo Wuji. Brother Mo was the first to discover something wrong with this place, so may I ask what are your plans? After inspecting the dead silent ship, and taking in a few deep breaths, Mo Wuji replied, I think everyone should still wait a little longer. Since this ship brought us here by itself, it must have its goals. Moreover, we are now in the middle of the ocean, so the situation off the ship doesn't seem much better than the one on it. I suggest for everyone to not wander off on their own, and we'll continue this discussion after finding somewhere to sit down on the outer deck. There was another point that Mo Wuji withheld, which was that the ship did not restrict their ability to move, even though Meng Ji died when he was alone. As such, the ship obviously had a limited ability to hide things, and could not deal with the 9 of them at the same time. Of course, the most important thing was that he needed time to study the trap array on the ship. Only after destroying the trap array would they have a chance to act. I second Brother Mo's intentions. Guzi was the first to respond. Although the remaining people thought that what Mo Wuji said was simply wasting time, but that was the best they could do. Since they could not break the trap array of the ship, or rather, even if they managed to do so, they would still fall into the sea. It would better to just wait on the ship to see what would happen. All of them formed a circle and sat down, each thinking of their own ideas while waiting for the thunderstorm to subside. However, Mo Wuji simply just took out his notes of Chu Xingzi's array Dao, and began researching on trap arrays. For trap arrays, he had encountered one before, but it was an elementary grade trap array, while the one on the ship was probably an intermediate grade trap array. With this foundation, in a short span of 2 days, Mo Wuji had already discovered the dispel point of the ship's trap array. As expected, the trap array on the ship was an intermediate grade trap array. Brother Mo. Qi Wenchuan's voice traveled to Mo Wuji's ears. Immediately, Mo Wuji kept Chu Xingzi's introduction to arrays, and discovered that everyone else was standing up, even taking out their own treasures. Brother Mo, we just passed by a large island, which was a location marked on our sea maps. If we want to escape, this is a good opportunity. Why don't we join forces to attack this trap array? Seeing that Mo Wuji no longer studied his notes, Jiang Shopping spoke first. Mo Wuji looked ordinary, and did not seem to have any spirituality, yet he gave the feeling that he was deep beyond measure. Sure, but this trap array is at least an intermediate grade trap array. So if everyone wants to break apart this trap array, you'd better listen to me. With a nod, Mo Wuji stood up as well. Brother Mo, you understand array Dao? Jiang Shopping exclaimed. Not only Jiang Shopping, but the rest of the people stared at Mo Wuji, pleasantly surprised. While there were many people from various sects here, and even with most of them at transcending mortality stage, there weren't many who were proficient with array Dao. Even for a big sect, something like array Dao might not necessarily be passed down through the generations, because it was simply too valuable. As for rogue cultivators, it depended on luck and chance for one to become proficient in array Dao. Because of this, array masters were very rare. Chuckling, Mo Wuji replied, I don't really know much about array Dao. This ship likely has a strong concealment array, but I'm unable to see what it's hiding. There's one thing that I'm sure of though, which is that we can't stay on this ship for much longer, otherwise there'll be a second person that goes missing. This was not completely based off his speculation, as there were only 2 possibilities for why the ship intentionally left them here and only acted on Meng Ji on one occasion. First, the ship might not be a match for their combined strength, and second, the ship might require fresh blood to survive, so they were kept alive as livestock. Moreover, all their cultivation levels were similar, so they could have been kept on board for the ship to slowly savor. Of course, there was the chance that both these possibilities were playing out at the same time. Master Mo, old Na has decided to secularize, and become your mantled disciple to spread and glorify your skills. The laughing monk said sincerely, and with determination. But Mo Wuji did not bother with this joker, and said immediately, "I will use blades to point out some spots. Everyone please attack those spots at the same time." After finishing his sentence, Mo Wuji sent out the first blade, which landed conspicuously at a location in the air. Most of the people here were in transcending mortality stage, so after the blade was sent out, 7 to 8 magic treasures struck the same spot. Crack! With a slight noise, a small crack appeared in midair. The confidence that everyone had towards Mo Wuji was boosted greatly upon seeing that such a result was obtained just from the first strike. When his second blade landed, even greater power struck its position. A third time, a fourth time. Crack! The seventh time that the group's magic treasures hit a point in space, a crisp cracking sound echoed through the air, following which a loud shattering sound could be heard. Fresh sea breeze blew into their faces, and all of them could not help but scream out of joy. The laughing monk leapt out first, landing in the sea. Those left behind were no slower, as they rushed out quickly. Mo Wuji was the sixth to charge out, and behind him was Zhuang Yan, Shi Susu, and the black-faced man. Just as he crossed out of the outer deck, Mo Wuji's spiritual will sensed a black shadow with a stench grabbing at his back. The shadow had a strong yin aura, and as he was not a newbie that just stepped foot in the world of cultivation, he instantly knew that there was a ghost cultivator or yin cultivator hiding there. On top of that, this guy bore grudges, knowing that Mo Wuji had let his food go free, so he wanted to take down Mo Wuji the first. But how would Mo Wuji, who had spiritual will, allow this ghost cultivator to catch him? With a twist of his body in the air, the Tianji pole appeared in his hands. When the ghost cultivator saw that Mo Wuji had dodged, he seemed rather indignant, knowing that it wouldn't be very possible to catch Mo Wuji ever again. The ghost cultivator split into two, one headed for Zhuang Yan and the other Chi Susu. He likely thought that these two girls would be easier to deal with. Ah! A scream of terror rang out, as Chi Susu was dragged straight into the ship by the ghost cultivator, leaving a trail of blood behind on deck. Naturally, Mo Wuji could detect both shadow claws, however they were too fast and too far away, so he could only save one person. Zhuang Yan seemed like a good person, had reminded him of certain things, and was much closer to him. Hence, he decided to lend a helping hand. Right before the shadow claws had come into contact with Zhuang Yan, Mo Wuji spun his body in midair once again, directly lifting his body 50 meters away. Then he swung down continuously with the pole. A blood-curdling scream rang out, as the shadow claw took away a large piece of Zhuang Yan's clothing before disappearing into the ship. Creak! The sound of the floorboards beneath him made Mo Wuji's expression change for the worse. This ghost cultivator was not someone easy to deal with. After he couldn't catch Mo Wuji, he actually tried to adjust the ship's position such that Mo Wuji would not land in the sea. It seemed like the ghost cultivator had no plans to let Mo Wuji go. The trap array of the ship was activated once again, causing everything other than the bloodstains on the outer deck to disappear. Now Mo Wuji knew that he could only rely on himself to break this array, because he was left alone on the ship after saving Zhuang Yan. Compared to before, the Mo Wuji now had a little more confidence. When the ghost cultivator's shadow claw grabbed him, he hit the shadow claw once, which confirmed his suspicions. The ghost cultivator's strength did have a limit, and he only relied on ambushes. In other words, if the 9 of them were not that cowardly, they might have been able to force this ghost cultivator to reveal himself just with their strength alone. "Brother Chi, let's go to help Brother Mo quickly." Zhuang Yan was the most aware of why Mo Wuji was trapped on the ship again. It was because he was trying to save her. In a comforting tone, Chi Wenchuan replied, "Zhen Yan, Brother Mo is a good man, but we don't have the ability to save him, so let's just leave." But Zhuang Yan looked at Chi Wenchuan in disbelief, before carrying on, "But Brother Xian, Brother Mo just saved me, otherwise I would have been the dead one." With a sigh, Chi Wenchuan pointed at the island not far away. "Yin Yan, let's go to the island first before we start brainstorming for ideas. I believe in Brother Mo capabilities. Nothing will happen to him." "You?" Zhuang Yan's face turned pale, and she suddenly shouted, "Everyone, if it weren't for Brother Mo, we'd still be on that ship. Now we're safe, but Brother Mo is still alone on the ship, so I believe that as long as we go aboard the ship again, we'll definitely be able to save Brother Mo." These words were from the heart. While Zhuang Yan was much more afraid of the ship than anyone there, but she would not be able to live with the fact that she abandoned the person that saved her life. The black-faced Pu Qian answered, "Okay, let's go save him together." But soon the both of them discovered that only the both of them responded, and the rest of the group charged wildly at the island as though they did not hear anything. Zhuang Yan spoke while tears rolled down her eyes, "Brother Pu, I thank you regardless of whether you're willing to save Brother Mo with me now. But I must go to save him, otherwise I might as well just die." With a thumbs up, Pu Qian replied, "Sister Zhuang Yan, while you are a woman, but you put many men to shame. Why are you still speaking? Let go together now." Standing alone on the outer deck, Mo Wuji not only failed to dispel the trap array, but instead walked into the ship while laughing coldly, "Since you invited me in, don't blame me for taking up the offer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 217, Not Enough. Chapter 217, Not Enough. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The reason why Mo Wuji was so emboldened was because he had exchanges with that ghost cultivator before and was therefore aware of the opponent's aura. If it was in the past where he had no sense of his aura before, he would not be able to find him even with the spiritual will. With the awareness of his aura, Mo Wuji was not afraid that he could not find the ghost cultivator. Before entering the cabin, Mo Wuji had already scanned the entire ship using his spiritual will. After a while, Mo Wuji found out where the ghost cultivator was hiding at. The ghost cultivator seemed to like the kitchen a lot as he was well hidden within the kitchen stove. The ghost cultivator was the one who provoked him first, and if he did not destroy his entire body on this ship, Mo Wuji would never be able to breathe easy. One more reason was because he wanted to first remove all the illusion array here to prevent the ghost cultivator from altering his aura to hide within the array, causing him difficulties to locate him. When faced with such an illusion array, Mo Wuji knew attacking it aimlessly would be just a waste of energy. He was after all also an array master, so after analyzing on the ship's defensive array, he had gained some knowledge about this illusion array. The first thing Mo Wuji did was to lift his hand to release a few lightning bolts in the middle of the hall. Just as he suspected, these lightning bolts had no effects on the illusion array, but because of these lightning bolts, Mo Wuji was able to pinpoint where the dispel point of the array was. Mo Wuji threw another 2 electro balls and the entire ship's illusion array broke. The whole scene exploded with dust and the floor was filled with bones. Illusion array was different from a trap array because a trap array would have defensive capabilities but not an illusion array. Using the few lightning bolts earlier on to make a mark, Mo Wuji was able to pinpoint the dispel point and array base. Hence, when these 2 electro balls were sent over, the entire illusion array was turned into non-entity. Mo Wuji's prediction wasn't wrong when he guessed that this ship was the ghost cultivator. Moreover, this ghost cultivator was not weak as he already had one of his leg in the Yuan Dan stage. The reason why he refused to reveal himself previously was because Mo Wuji and the rest were all in transcending mortality stage, and once he showed traces of himself, he could put himself at a disadvantage when ambushing them. As for the reason for his sneak attack on Mo Wuji at the end and then only keeping him on board the ship was because he was resolute in seeking revenge. It wasn't easy for him to finally collect so many transcending mortality fresh blood, and that these fresh blood were meant for him to help him advance to the next realm. Once he advanced to the next realm, he would be able to leave the ship and condense himself into something else. However, all his plans were ruined by Mo Wuji as he single-handedly released the fresh blood he needed to enter the Yuan Dan stage. Who knows how much time he would need to collect these much fresh blood again. After witnessing Mo Wuji's release of several lightning bolts, he was dumbfounded. If he was given a chance to turn back time, he would rather release the trap array and allow Mo Wuji out instead of going head-to-head with him. What are ghost cultivators most afraid of? Lightning. He couldn't believe he actually offended a lightning cultivator in front of his eyes. The ghost cultivator was even more startled when he saw Mo Wuji destroyed his illusion array using 2 electroballs the second time he attacked. If the ghost cultivator had not already given up hope of fighting him after witnessing the lightning bolts, he was about to go crazy after this attack with the electroballs. The ghost cultivator became more desperate when he realized just how powerful Mo Wuji's attack truly was. He suspected that Mo Wuji was lying because he believed that the attack should be of a Yuan Dan stage cultivator and not a transcending mortality cultivator. Boom 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 boom. Streams of explosive lightning struck all around the ship as it started rampaging towards every room. Under these continuous electroballs attack, no illusion array would be able to withstand it. The ghost cultivator did not dare to stay silent because he knew if he don't do anything soon, Mo Wuji would definitely wreck the entire ship into pieces. Without the ship, he would not be in a situation any better than those Mo Wuji and company when they were stranded out at sea. My friend, please stop. Please don't take things too seriously. I admit defeat and you are free to go now. I promise I will not touch you at all. The ghost cultivator made sure he could be heard clearly throughout the entire ship. He finally understood the meaning behind the words Mo Wuji said when he entered the ship. He was simply seeking death by trying to trap Mo Wuji on this ship. Mo Wuji sent out yet another electroball, causing a huge pillar to collapse before saying, "It is your fault for choosing the wrong guy to mess with. I have already admitted defeat and was willing to let you out. What more do you want? You should know that you won't have it easy if I were to fight all out against you, or rather you would have no idea where I would attack you from." The ghost cultivator became enraged too. So what if he was in the Yuan Dan stage? He wouldn't know where I am currently at. Oh, do you think I couldn't see you if you hide under the stove? Finishing his sentence, Mo Wuji dashed towards the stove before sending a few lightning bolts down. Boom boom boom. The stove fell apart and the black-shadowed ghost cultivator appeared at a corner of the kitchen before staring at Mo Wuji with chills down his spine. You can see me? Mo Wuji laughed coldly before releasing a few more lightning bolts towards the ghost cultivator. What do you think? It would be a piece of cake for me to kill you now. If the ghost cultivator had not already given up all hope before this, the fact that Mo Wuji could see him made him completely desperate and hopeless. A few lightning bolts landed by the side of the ghost cultivator, forcing him to retreat to a corner of the kitchen with no room to move a single inch. He was trembling at the sight of the lightning bolt flying towards him, as he was very clear that the moment Mo Wuji moved his hand, a ghost cultivator like himself would immediately disintegrate into ashes. Not mentioning that he was only halfway into the Yuan Dan stage. Even if he was fully in the Yuan Dan stage, he would still meet his death when facing the lightning bolts from Mo Wuji. Don't kill me, I have collected a lot of valuable things in the past few years and I can give them all to you. This ghost cultivator had sinned too much from drinking other cultivators' blood. He had always thought it was only right for him to use other cultivators' life and blood for his own cultivation, but now that he was close to death, he finally understood how scary it was to be this close to death. Mo Wuji said faintly, I shall wait and see what you have. If I am satisfied with it, I could still spare your little life. It is here, everything is here. A storage ring was retrieved by the ghost cultivator and tossed towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji reached out for the storage ring and broke the seal on it with his spiritual will. The space within the storage ring was about the same size as the one he got from the alien cultivator back then, and it was filled with spirit stones and all sorts of magic treasures. However, from what Mo Wuji saw, it was mostly trash magic treasures. Friend, I have eyes but I am as blind as bat to have offended you, so you can take the entire storage ring with you. The ghost cultivator noticed Mo Wuji's expression changed and then hurried to add this sentence. Is this all you've got? Mo Wuji shifted his spiritual away from the ring before asking calmly. The ghost cultivator couldn't tell how Mo Wuji was feeling as he replied hesitantly, yes, that is all. From the ghost cultivator's observation, Mo Wuji was at most a Yuan Dan stage cultivator, and without taking the magic treasures and spirit stones into consideration, even the storage ring itself was not something any Yuan Dan stage cultivator could get easily. These items are not enough, you can rest in peace. Mo Wuji lifted his hand before releasing a few electroballs. No. The ghost cultivator let out a mournful cry, and before the first word was out from his mouth, Mo Wuji's electroball had completely disintegrated him. Before his death, he did want to tell Mo Wuji that he had another storage ring, but it was a pity he could only utter out one word. Clink! Another storage ring fell on the floor. Without waiting for the storage ring to hit the floor, Mo Wuji stretched out his hand and caught the storage ring within his palm. This ghost cultivator actually dared to hide things from me. Fortunately, I was never intending to let a monster like him to continue living. As he attempted to use his spiritual will to look into the storage ring, Mo Wuji was met with great resistance. This repelling force made it impossible for him to pry and see the contents of the storage ring. He could easily break open an average storage ring, but he couldn't believe that his spiritual will wasn't able to open this particular storage ring. Mo Wuji did not continue trying to break open the seal of the storage ring because, given his knowledge of seals, he knew that he would not be able to break open a seal like this in this short period of time. Mo Wuji did not continue to wreck this ship as he was eager to visit the small island that they spotted. As he had already killed the ghost cultivator, this ship would no longer pose any danger. Letting it drift in the sea might even save a few stranded cultivators out at sea. Just as Mo Wuji arrived at the deck, he saw two people jumped onto the deck from the sea. Miss Xuan, Brother Pu, why are the two of you back here? Mo Wuji looked curiously at the drenched Zhuang Yan and Pu Qian as he asked. Brother Mo, are you okay? Zhuang Yan asked surprisingly. Pu Qian laughed out loud. Great, it's great that you're fine. I thought my trip here would be a one-way trip, but since you're fine, let us leave this ship for the Immortal Residence Island. Mo Wuji did not take long to understand the situation. Out of everyone which he helped to escape, only Zhuang Yan and Pu Qian came back to save him. The rest probably left him. Thank you both of you for your righteousness to even come back to save me. Mo Wuji cupped his fists as he said his thanks. He held the most respect for righteous people, and it was precisely the reason why he befriended Aunt 11 and even came out to sea to search for her. Unlike many cultivators whose main purpose out at sea was to find the immortal residence, Mo Wuji was clear that his main purpose would be to find Aunt 11 and Mo Shangtong. Zhuang Yan hurried to reply, Brother Pu and I were not of any help at all, and I did not expect the trap array of the ship to disappear the moment we boarded the ship. Mo Wuji thought to himself, the ghost cultivator that he killed could not wait for him to leave the ship, therefore, it was only natural for the trap array to be gone so soon. From today onwards, the two of you shall be my friends. These are some items I found on board the ship which I shall gift it to both of you. Mo Wuji took out 2 storage bags after saying this. In this 2 storage bags, other than a couple of spiritual items, there were a few 100,000 earth-grade spirit stones as well as a few healing pills respectively. To him, these were not valuable at all. The reason he took out these 2 storage bags was because he saw that Zhuang Yan did not have any storage equipment on her, and Pu Qian had all along been carrying a broadsword on his hand, so he definitely did not own any storage bag too. This was not surprising, as it was not easy for a rogue cultivator who had not entered the Earth realm to own a storage bag. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, The Most Rundown Immortal Estate. Chapter 218, The Most Rundown Immortal Estate. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. In the bag given to Zhuang Yan, there were a few boxes of clothes. These clothes were obtained by Mo Wuji from the black-clothed woman's storage ring in Thunder Fog Forest. Since Zhuang Yan's clothes were torn and her back was exposed, he might have as well given them to her. Ah, that's too valuable. I've not even done anything to deserve it. While Pu Qian had no way to use spiritual will, his transcending mortality stage cultivation and strong elemental energy made it easy for him to sense the contents within the storage bag. Seeing that Zhuang Yan wanted to speak too, Mo Wuji waved his hand. Compared to my life, this is nothing. Spirit stones, no matter how good quality, will eventually be used up. Friends are the only true treasure. It's very fortunate for me to be able to make friends with Brother Pu and Sister Zhuang. These words came from the heart, as he was not very familiar with Pu Qian and Zhuang Yan. He did not expect Zhuang Yan to come back for him after he helped her. After all, this was the world of cultivators, where he had seen too many selfish individuals. If Zhuang Yan did come back, it would be because he had saved her before. Pu Qian did not have to come back to save him at all, and just because he did anyway, Mo Wuji then decided to treat Pu Qian as a true friend. Brother Mo, it's more of my good fortune to be able to befriend someone like you. Pu Qian just helped himself to the storage bag and secured it at his waist, replying loudly. He had clearly seen Mo Wuji saving Zhuang Yan in a situation that even Zhuang Yan's husband might not have helped for. Yet he knew that Mo Wuji was almost a complete stranger to Zhuang Yan. As someone in spirit building stage level 7, Zhuang Yan never thought that she would be able to obtain a storage bag at this level. On top of that, the storage bag seemed to contain top-grade pills and spirit stones, but what truly touched her was that Mo Wuji was very thoughtful and left large boxes of women's clothing in it. Thank you, Brother Mo, I'll go change up now. After listening to Mo Wuji's words, Zhuang Yan did not turn down the storage bag, instead returning words of thanks. She always felt that Mo Wuji was the kind of person that always had a solution for a problem, so someone like him probably would not care about 1 or 2 storage bags. In reality, Mo Wuji indeed did not care about those storage bags. He had quite a few storage bags on him already, and even up to 4 storage rings. Go inside to change, we'll wait for you out here. Mo Wuji pointed at the door leading into the ship. Ah! Only then did Zhuang Yan recall how scary and mysterious the inside of the ship was, which caused her to turn pale and loiter around the outer deck. So Mo Wuji had no choice but to say, then you should just change on the outer deck, we'll wait for you on the sea. After speaking, Mo Wuji grabbed a few broken poles and threw them into the sea. He pulled Pu Qian by the hand and leapt onto one of the poles. Brother Mo, leaving Sister Zhuang Yan there alone. Pu Qian was shocked to see what Mo Wuji had left Zhuang Yan alone on the ship. But Mo Wuji simply replied while smiling, don't worry, the ship is now very safe. I've been on it for quite some time already. But Pu Qian did not get it immediately, and Zhuang Yan was even more frightened. However, she believed that Mo Wuji would not harm her, so she quickly threw on a set of clothes, then jumped off the ship. Only when she landed on the pole that Mo Wuji prepared for her did she calm her wildly beating heart down. Compared to dying, staying on the ship by herself was the scariest thing that happened to her. As such, one could see how much courage it took for her to come back for Mo Wuji. Soon she came to understand that it was not by chance that nothing happened to Mo Wuji on the ship. He probably knew that the ship was already safe, and the thing on board of the ship was likely killed by Brother Mo. Otherwise, Mo Wuji would not have left her alone on the ship for no reason. For Pu Qian, he was more aware of what was going on. He had thought that the thing on the ship had been eliminated by Mo Wuji, and the storage bags that he and Zhuang Yan received were likely taken from it. However, he did not ask about it any further. Some things were better off not said. The 3 of them soon arrived on the island, and by then the 5 that were ahead of them had already left the shore. The immortal estate should be on this island, but it should be a fake. Otherwise there shouldn't be that many maps of its location. Pu Qian sighed as he gazed at the heart of the island. Even Zhuang Yan had a sullen expression, I'm not sure how we'll go back in the future. To that, Mo Wuji had no answer. Their current location was not far away from the place marked out as the immortal estate. They were also supposed to search for Ant 11 and Mo Xiangtong, which was why they let the ship drift off. Otherwise they would have kept the ship here, and it might have benefited the 5 people that went ahead of them. Those 5 had left them in the lurch, so Mo Wuji had no plans to leave any leeway for them. Let's go to take a look deeper in the island first. Perhaps there's really something for us to discover. Pu Qian was rather happy-go-lucky, and could see the best in every situation. Mo Wuji walked in front, Zhuang Yan in the center, and Pu Qian at the back. Although there were no tall mountains on the island, but countless ridges were present before them. All kinds of thorns and vines were around, and poisonous snakes and ants were even more prevalent. Thankfully, even the Zhuang Yan, who had the lowest cultivation level, was at least at the advanced spirit building stage, so while there were no roads around, the three of them proceeded with a decent pace. 2 hours later, Mo Wuji stopped. He did not have to refer to the map at all, as the location in front of his eyes has been destroyed. This place was recently destroyed. Wait, the location of the immortal estate on the map seems to be here. Pu Qian took out the map to check as he spoke. Almost immediately, he continued confidently, "That's right, this is the place. The 7 mountains on the left and right look like a ladle, and the position of the immortal estate is right in the center of the ladle. It seems like before Jiang Shopping and the others were here, there were still other people that had visited this place in the past." With his spiritual will, Mo Wuji found a staircase sloping underground, and once he dug up some soil, he was able to see a stone slab. Below the slab was the spiraling staircase. It was a pity that his spiritual will was limited, and could not see deeper into the ground. "Brother Mo, we can go down from here. There's a marking on the map for this. But why has there been other people that visited this place before the few of us?" Zhuang Yan asked with a puzzled look on her face. Mo Wuji chuckled, "My observation skills are quite sharp. Moreover, when we were walking over just now, there were some sounds that allowed me to infer that the ground was hollow. In reality, regardless whether it was the fresh soil or the underground staircase, Mo Wuji saw and analyzed all of that using his spiritual will, and it had nothing to do with his observation skills. Having spiritual will as a mortal realm cultivator was a critical secret of his, so there was no need to inform others about it, even if he considered Zhuang Yan and Pu Qian as his friends. "Let me have a go." Pu Qian drew a mace from his storage bag and instantly separated the pile of fresh soil into 2. This mace was a decent low-grade spiritual item which Mo Wuji casually gave to Pu Qian, and he immediately used it to open a way for them. As for the heavy sword on his back, he did not bear to use it yet. In a few simple strokes, a medium-sized bluestone slab was revealed beneath the soil, and with a casual flick of the mace, it was flipped open. A seemingly endless stone staircase appeared before the three of them, and a gust of cold air blew out from below. The underground was obviously cold. Deep inside, Mo Wuji was disappointed. If the immortal estate was at such a rundown location, then there's too many immortal estates in the world. Everyone knew that the map was a fake, but it would be a joke if it led to this location which even an ordinary mortal could build. Even if it was a shoddy immortal estate, its hidden location should at least have a concealment array, defense array, and a generic killing array. However, there was nothing here other than a stone staircase that anyone could have dug with a shovel. If this is an immortal estate, then my house would not be much worse than one. Pu Qian also looked at the stone staircase in disappointment. But Zhuang Yan suddenly spoke up, "Brother Mo, Brother Pu, this place looks like it has no special aura and it could have been dug out by a mortal. But how would a mortal have reached this place?" Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji nodded to himself. It was indeed not very possible for a mortal to come here. While there were not many strong demonic beasts in the Sky Sea, but the giant waves and howling winds were definitely not something that mortals could stand up to. "Let's go in to take a look, I'll take point." Mo Wuji took the first step down the stone staircase after speaking. "I'll cover the back. Later I'll return the bluestone slab to its original state." Pu Qian took the initiative to walk at the back. As she walked behind Mo Wuji, Zhuang Yan took out an illumination stone, and a 10-meter radius around the staircase immediately lit up. Only then did Mo Wuji realize that the stone staircase was surrounded by bluestone, so it seemed like the person that made this staircase wasn't a simple character. At the end of the staircase there stood a stone door, and when Mo Wuji let his spiritual will seep through it, he was stunned momentarily. Beyond the stone door was a stone hall, and the people in the hall were no strangers for Mo Wuji. After all, Jiang Shopping and the rest had left earlier than them. However, what surprised him was that there were almost 20 people inside. Other than Jiang Xiaoping's group of 5, there were over 10 people that he did not recognize. In the middle of the stone hall, there was an object that looked like a yurt. Almost 20 people surrounded the yurt's exterior. As Mo Wuji pushed the stone doors open, 20 eyes' gazes fell on the 3 of them. Qi Wenquan immediately rejoiced. Yan Yan, I was so worried about you. Thank God nothing happened to you. Quickly come to my side. To this, Zhuang Yan simply nodded her head, and remained at Mo Wuji and Pu Qian's side. She originally did not want to go to sea, but she did only after Qi Wenquan repeatedly told her that he could protect her, and that he hoped that the both of them would live together to the ends of time after reaching the immortal estate. She only came along because of this. However, she realized not long ago that these words meant nothing. Latecomers, behave yourselves and stand at the back. Seeing Mo Wuji walking straight to the stone hump at the center of the stone hall, a shrill voice loudly commanded. 1. A yurt is a traditional hut/tent of Mongolians. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, De Shixiang's Reputation. Chapter 219, De Shixiang's Reputation. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The person that spoke was a man with a chin as sharp as his voice, and his body was brimming with spirituality. This was not the first time that Mo Wuji encountered a Yuan Dan stage cultivator, so with a single glance he could recognize that this man was one, and the man's cultivation level was much greater than Zhu Qijian's. Sweeping his gaze across the almost 20 people present, Mo Wuji was sure that this man whose voice and chin were sharp as hell was the strongest guy around. The stone hall was very spacious, and even if Mo Wuji's group of 3 approached the yurt in the center, they would not disturb anyone. Hence, once the shrill voice echoed out, Pu Qian drew the broadsword on his back. He looked at the Mo Wuji, and as long as Mo Wuji attacked, he would follow suit immediately. Jiang Xiaoping, who wanted to greet Mo Wuji after seeing that he was well and fine, quickly shut his mouth. This was because he had arrived earlier than Mo Wuji, and knew that the person giving instructions to Mo Wuji was a strong expert. Thus he did not want to show that he was acquainted with Mo Wuji. Wait. Mo Wuji stopped Pu Qian, as his spiritual will entered the yurt. The yurt was covered by layers of materials, so his spiritual will could only penetrate the surface. Despite that, Mo Wuji could feel that this yurt had something special about it. There was a sort of bloodthirsty aura in the yurt, and on top of that, there was the aura of rotting corpses. Although Mo Wuji did not know what exactly this yurt was, but he was sure that this was no treasure. He had just eliminated a ghost cultivator on board the ship, so he was rather sensitive towards such things. The Yin energy in the yurt was not dense, so it shouldn't have been a ghost cultivator. But since everyone could obtain the same map, how exactly was this map propagated out? Someone obviously distributed them intentionally. Hence, even if it wasn't a ghost cultivator in the yurt, Mo Wuji did not want to stand out. Let's back off, then get out. Mo Wuji did not care about the looks on everyone's faces, and really backed a few steps up. The smiling monk that knew Mo Wuji suddenly asked, Mr. Mo, did you guys get some treasure from the ship? How come even Pu Qian has a storage bag now? Old Na wants to rely on you now. Could you help me get a storage treasure too? With this sentence, all eyes were on the 3 of them once again. So you guys met with other opportunities? The man with the sharp chin turned to face Mo Wuji. What's that hanging from your neck? Take it off for me to take a look. His gaze moved from the storage bag on Mo Wuji's waist to Mo Wuji's neck. If you want to fight, then come at me. Don't say so much bullshit. T. In a second, the Tianji pole appeared in Mo Wuji's hands. He initially did not want to engage in such a fight, because nothing much was known about the yurt still. But now that there were people that eyed his rings, he had no choice but to battle them. Deep inside he was very troubled. Even when he hung the rings around his neck, there were still people that were suspicious. However, Mo Wuji confirmed one point, which was that this smiling monk definitely was not a joker. He had backed off already, and this fight was also one that he could not afford to engage in. Hence the smiling monk was obviously trying to incite a battle between him and this Yuan Dan stage guy. Pu Qian wielded his broadsword while standing beside Mo Wuji. Since they were friends, he would definitely participate in this battle. Even though Zhuang Yan was weak, she also held a magic treasure in hand and stood behind the both of them. "There's us too." A man and woman landed by Mo Wuji's side after speaking. Staring at the man and woman suspiciously, he realized that he did not know who they were, so why were they helping him? Even in a fight against a much stronger Yuan Dan stage cultivator. "My two Dao friends, I don't recall ever meeting either of you," Mo Wuji asked out of confusion. The woman bowed respectfully. "Even though De Shixiang doesn't know us, we've looked up to you for a long period of time. I'm Sang Yiping, and this is my apprentice brother, Nie Zhenong." The man standing beside Sang Yiping also bowed respectfully and said, "Nie Zhenong greets De Shixiang." "De Shixiang again?" As Mo Wuji looked at the Tianji pole in his hands, he understood the reason behind the current situation. They must have recognized him as the famous rogue cultivator 2705. "Since this is the case, I'll have to thank the both of you. Everyone, let's not make any moves first, and just help me stay on standby." Mo Wuji nodded his head as he spoke. Although the man with the sharp chin was a higher level Yuan Dan stage cultivator than Zhu Qijian, in terms of strength, he might not have been stronger than Zhu Qijian. If Mo Wuji could kill Zhu Qijian, he naturally would not have to take special note of this guy. When Sang Yiping and Nie Zhenong stood by Mo Wuji's side, the man with the sharp chin seemed to remember something. He closely inspected the Tianji pole in Mo Wuji's hands, and suddenly bowed respectfully. "Sorry if I've offended you in any way. My friend, please feel free to decide whether you want to stay or leave." After hearing this sentence, everyone became stunned. The man with the sharp chin was the strongest guy here, in the intermediate Yuan Dan stage, and more importantly, he would burst into a fit of rage and ignore everything when angered. For a short-tempered and arrogant intermediate Yuan Dan stage cultivator to say such words, it was equivalent to an apology. But Mo Wuji had no spirituality about him, was young, and was at most in the basic transcending mortality stage. What could a transcending mortality stage cultivator do to get a Yuan Dan stage expert to apologize to him? Only Sang Yiping remained calm, as though this was the natural thing to happen. If Mo Wuji was not this capable, he would neither have been called De Shixiang by countless numbers of people, nor become the famous rogue cultivator 2705. It would be even less likely that he would be appointed the next Tianji sect head by her adoptive father. Since his opponent was not willing to fight, Mo Wuji naturally would not fight either. He guessed that this man with the sharp chin had recognized him, so it would seem that the Tianji pole was a little too conspicuous. "Let's go." Since they weren't going to fight, Mo Wuji turned and left. Seeing that Mo Wuji was leaving, Pu Qian and Zhuang Yan quickly followed behind him. Just as they were chasing Mo Wuji, it seemed as though Mo Wuji was more attractive than the immortal estate itself. A weird hee-hee laughter echoed out in the chamber, followed by a voice that made everyone feel uncomfortable. "Since it's been so difficult to gather everyone here today, you guys shouldn't leave." After the voice stopped, the middle of the yurt slowly opened up, revealing a small crack. The crack gradually got bigger and bigger, and the yurt seemed to unwrap itself. All of the cultivators surrounding the yurt swiftly backed off, and a few even rushed to open the stone door, but it simply did not budge. So it indeed wasn't something good. "Sigh, we've been too greedy." Pu Qian, who was standing beside Mo Wuji, sighed. However, both Sang Yiping and Nie Zhengnong's gazes fell on Mo Wuji, and both of them were pleasantly surprised, as their set head indeed had good foresight. They initially did not think anything was up when Mo Wuji backed off from the challenge of a Yuan Dan stage expert. But after they found out that Mo Wuji was rogue cultivator 2705, this didn't make sense to them anymore.
Only now did they understand what was going on.
Mo Wuji was not afraid of the Yuan Dan stage expert, but instead had felt something was wrong with the yurt. However, they did not sense any problems with it after standing around for a long period of time.
De Shixiang's observation skills are indeed top-notch. Junior here is willing to take instructions from you.
Seeing that the crack in the yurt grew larger over time, the first to step to Mo Wuji's side was the Yuan Dan stage cultivator with the sharp chin.
De Shixiang?
One of the great circle of transcending mortality stage cultivators seemed to recall something, and he also rushed behind Mo Wuji, and called out, De Shixiang, Junior is also willing to take instructions from you. The remaining people had never heard of who this De Shixiang was, so they simply stared at each other. However, as the man with the sharp chin, the strongest cultivator present, had deferred to Mo Wuji, the rest of them followed suit and called Mo Wuji their De Shixiang, then stood behind him. Master, this monk had once swore that I would inherit your mantle, and if anyone laid a hand on you, little Now would be the first to cut him down.
The smiling monk spoke with confidence as he stood to Mo Wuji's side. As all of this happened, Mo Wuji was speechless. His initial plan was to sneak away, but now he had somehow become the leader of a group of people. De Shixiang, what's inside that thing?
Sang Yiping, as the one closest to Mo Wuji, softly asked him as her eyes were stuck to the cracking yurt. Mo Wuji was similarly observing the yurt that was cracking open, and casually replied, this should be a strong corpse cultivator, and the stone staircase in this location is very likely what he built before switching to corpse cultivation. When everyone heard this, a chill went through their bodies, and their scalps went numb. It was much harder to be a corpse cultivator than a ghost cultivator or cultivator, but compared to cultivators at the same cultivation level, a corpse cultivator would be undoubtedly the strongest. This was because they had a body of flesh which was extremely durable and poisonous.
Hee, little boy, you're quite knowledgeable.
The voice from inside the yurt sounded out again, and the crack in the yurt opened up.
De Shixiang, what should we do?
The man with the sharp chin was quite flustered. He chose to rely on Mo Wuji as he accurately guessed that Mo Wuji was Rogue Cultivator 2705, who he considered his De Shixiang. Rogue Cultivator 2705 helping True Lake Stage Level 9 Cultivator Shi Jinwen to kill the alien cultivator that was half a step into the Nihility God stage was not a rumor, and had been confirmed personally by Shi Jinwen. No matter how strong he was only a mere intermediate Yuan Dan stage cultivator, so how would he dare to oppose Rogue Cultivator 2705 who killed someone who was half a step into Nihility God stage? Even with Shi Jinwen's full support, killing someone like that was not something he could do. As Mo Wuji was about to speak, the identity jade token in his storage bag began trembling. He quickly grabbed the jade token. It was his heaven-seeking palace outer disciple identity jade token. If it trembled now, it meant that there was someone from heaven-seeking palace seeking help nearby. Without any hesitation, Mo Wuji activated the jade token in his hands to show the other party his current location. He also had to request for assistance, as he could not open the stone door, and also guessed that it would be very difficult to open too.
Boom!
A terrifying explosion rang out from above their heads, and following which the stone hall began to tremble vigorously. Cracks appeared on the walls, and pieces of stone started to fall. Mo Wuji immediately shouted, everyone, let's attack the stone door together.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 220, Borrowing One's Sword. Chapter 220, Borrowing One's Sword. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
The ability of De Shixiang to bring people together was displayed at this crucial moment. Regardless of whether the stone door would collapse due to the attacks from the outside, the reaction of cultivators on the inside was extremely fast. Almost as soon as Mo Wuji's words just left his mouth, everyone drew their own magic treasures to attack the top of the stone door. If there was nothing going on in the stone hall, then the stone door would have no issues enduring the combined attack of everyone. But the stone hall was trembling, and the stone door together with it, hence under a single full-strength combined attack of the group of cultivators, a crack opened up on the door. All of them charged wildly through it and out of the door, and fortunately, the stone staircase was still intact. One by one they rushed up the stone staircase, and out of the collapsing soil. 2 cultivators locked in battle were shocked by the sudden appearance of these 10 to 20 figures shooting out of the ground, and they stopped fighting immediately. The first person Mo Wuji saw was Granny Linglong, who was in a destitute state. Dried blood clung to her body, and she leaned on a piece of rock while panting. Her opponent, a black-clothed man, was similarly injured and panting. His condition was probably not any better than Granny Linglong's. The instant Granny Linglong laid eyes on Mo Wuji, she let out a sigh in her heart. When she had found out that there was someone from heaven-seeking palace nearby, she was elated, as it was unlikely for her to ever escape her opponent's hands at the rate she was going. Moreover, the boundless sea lay before her, and there was no way for her to tell which direction she was going in. Stopping at this area to battle was very dangerous. Once they started fighting, she would never get the chance to escape again. Hence, she was relying on the assistance by the person from heaven-seeking palace, but who would have known that it would be Mo Wuji? If it were an elder or at least a cultivator in Earth Realm or higher, perhaps there was a chance that she would be saved. However, it was Mo Wuji that appeared, which meant that all hope was lost. The black-clothed man soon realized that all of the cultivators that appeared were extremely weak, and there was no one that could oppose him. The one that remained as a threat was the woman that he had hunted for days, so everything would wait until he had eliminated her. But before he could pounce at Granny Linglong, Mo Wuji shouted out, "Everyone please don't leave so quickly. The corpse cultivator obtained the immortal estate, and will definitely intend to silence us. So let's ambush him when he emerges from the ground. If we fail, remember to escape in different directions. As long as one of us can escape, then the corpse cultivator will not be able to keep his secret." Immortal estate? These 2 words not only stunned Granny Linglong, but also the black-clothed man. What was an immortal estate? It was a top-grade treasure that immortals of legend left behind. To ordinary cultivators, obtaining top-grade spiritual items would be the best they could do, but top-grade spiritual items were only considered scraps in front of an immortal estate. Another way to put it was that no matter how lousy a person was, as long as he could get an immortal estate, he would have the chance to spread his wings and transform into one of the mysterious immortals. Boom! Another violent explosion rang out, and the stench of corpses spread through the air. It's really a corpse cultivator? The black-clothed man suddenly became agitated. Just as Mo Wuji had said, this corpse cultivator must have come to eliminate them. Everyone attack! Mo Wuji wielded his Tianji pole, condensed his aura, and this time, he did not mention the immortal estate. Something like the immortal estate only had to be brought up once. If he continued to rattle on with these 2 words, the other people might actually get suspicious of him. Most importantly, Mo Wuji did not want the corpse cultivator to know about the immortal estate. As expected, before Mo Wuji and company attacked, the black-clothed man leapt at the corpse cultivator. Compared to the immortal estate, Granny Linglong was nothing. Countless beams of light flew over, and the corpse cultivator got trapped by the black-clothed man instantly. No one heard Mo Wuji ask them to charge at the corpse cultivator, so a few of them roughly understood that he had said so in order to make the black-clothed man block the corpse cultivator for them. Many people even turned to leave, and were soon far away from it all. However, most of them stayed behind, as they knew that there was no ship, so they could not truly escape. Mo Wuji walked in front of Granny Linglong and bowed respectfully, "Elder, your strength is much greater than ours, so may I invite you to join forces with the black-clothed man to deal with this corpse cultivator. If this corpse cultivator manages to leave, it will be disastrous." Even though the black-clothed man and Granny Linglong had fought till the point that they only had 10% of their strength remaining, Mo Wuji knew that he still could not afford to provoke them. Granny Linglong seemed to understand the meaning behind Mo Wuji's words as soon as Mo Wuji asked her to lend a helping hand. Her nickname was Linglong,
because she was very observant and could understand other people's perspective easily. Hence, Granny Linglong only had praises for Mo Wuji's plan to delay the corpse cultivator with the black-clothed man. Now that Mo Wuji invited her to lend a hand, disregarding the fact that she did not have much strength left to attack, even if she did, she would not do so. "I've been poisoned. Even though I've got it under control with some pills, but I can't recover anytime soon." Did the corpse cultivator really obtain the immortal estate? Hearing that, Mo Wuji turned around to tell Pu Qian, "Brother Pu, take the map of the immortal estate out." Without any hesitation, Pu Qian passed the sea map to Mo Wuji, and he opened it up. "Elder, look, we came here following this map. We didn't expect that we would be discovered by the corpse cultivator once we saw the immortal estate." The corpse cultivator not only snatched the immortal estate, but also want to silence us for good. While the black-clothed man was battled it out with the corpse cultivator, his spiritual will still kept monitoring Granny Linglong. But he did not let the corpse cultivator go, in fear of letting the corpse cultivator escape. Since Mo Wuji had opened up the immortal estate sea map in Pu Qian's hands, he could see everything clearly with his spiritual will. There was no longer any doubt about the legitimacy of the claims, as such a map could never be made in a rush. An immortal estate really did exist here, and just as Mo Wuji had said, they found the immortal estate, which eventually got snatched away by the strong corpse cultivator. As for why the corpse cultivator did not kill them first, naturally it was because the corpse cultivator had to reign in the immortal estate. Compared to an immortal estate, everything else was nothing. A treasure with consciousness like the immortal estate should have been reined in as early as possible after being discovered, otherwise, it would run away. Ants like Mo Wuji and company could wait to be killed after reigning in the immortal estate. After confirming the existence of the immortal estate, the black-clothed man's attacks at the corpse cultivator became even wilder. The corpse cultivator was going crazy too, as he thought that he only had to catch a few ants to sacrifice to his cultivation array. But who knew that he would meet such a strong expert? If this expert weren't already exhausted, he would have been killed a long time ago. Unfortunately, he did not hear what Mo Wuji had said before, otherwise he definitely would have said that he did not possess any immortal estate. As Mo Wuji saw the black-clothed man increase the intensity of his attacks, he asked softly, "Elder, what sort of poison did you get hit with?" Granny Linglong knew that Mo Wuji wanted to save her, and answered with a sigh, "The poison that I'm afflicted with, even I myself can't refine its antidote at a moment's notice. The pill required is a tier 7 heavenly pill, and the spiritual herbs needed are extremely valuable, the solitary dark pill." Did Elder get hit by nerve poison? Mo Wuji passed a jade bottle to Granny Linglong after being surprised. "Quickly take this broken pill. That corpse cultivator is not strong enough, and will be killed soon." "This is a solitary dark pill? You?" After a few words, Granny Linglong poured the broken pill into her mouth, then shut her eyes. Once the black-clothed man saw Granny Linglong consume the broken pill, he felt something was up, so he shot a beam of light at her. Mo Wuji no longer held back, swinging his Tianji pole straight at the beam of light. Bang! Wild elemental energy scattered everywhere, which originated from the casual beam of light. The wave of energy caused Mo Wuji to fly tens of meters back, and he was only stopped mid-flight by Pu Qian. Indeed, something was up. In an act of desperation, the black-clothed guy's body glowed red, and a frightening aura built up around him. Boom! The red light enveloped the corpse cultivator, and a red blade cut his head off cleanly. Under the claws of the black-clothed man, the corpse cultivator's body exploded into bits. Then Granny Linglong opened her eyes, leapt up in the air, and a three-legged cauldron flew towards the back of the black-clothed man. With all this unfolding before him, Mo Wuji was stunned, and thought to himself if that sure Jinwen's penchant for using pill cauldrons to make magic treasures came from Granny Linglong. Bang! The giant cauldron smashed into the black-clothed man's back, causing him to spit out a stream of blood. Even so, the black-clothed man still did not turn back to defend against Granny Linglong, but instead he grabbed everything on the corpse cultivator, and disappeared into a flash of red light. Mo Wuji's jaw dropped at this,
as such abilities were completely beyond what he could imagine.
When the black-clothed man left, he could only feel a slight spacetime ripple, and he had no clue where the guy was headed to.
Granny Linglong on the other hand sighed in relief, and said gratefully, "Mo Wuji, you saved me today.
Elder, we actually helped each other.
If Elder did not blow the door open, we would have died long ago under the hands of the corpse cultivator. I don't know who used a fake immortal estate map to lure us over, then dug this corpse cultivator out of nowhere."
That reminds me, how did that black-clothed man leave? Mo Wuji was very puzzled by the black-clothed man's method of escape, which seemingly left no traces behind.
He was severely injured by the hit from my cauldron, and got away using the water escape technique.
The water escape technique is one of the 5 elemental escape techniques, and is a heaven-grade technique.
It is valuable beyond measure, and even Heaven-Seeking Palace does not have one of them.
Granny Linglong explained.
The corpse cultivator was killed, the black-clothed man escaped, and Mo Wuji was building ties with an expert. Most of the cultivators bade their farewells, and had to rely on their own ability to get off the island.
As Granny Linglong saw many of them greet Mo Wuji before leaving, some even calling him De Shi Xiang, she was very confused.
From what she observed, Mo Wuji's qualifications were very ordinary. But she did not keep up with any gossip, so the fact that this De Shi Xiang was the famous rogue cultivator 2705 eluded her. When Zhuang Yan saw the look in Shi Wenshuan's eyes as he left, she still managed to steel her heart and stay.
Trick me once, shame on you. Trick me twice, shame on me.
Other than Zhuang Yan, Pu Qian and the man and woman that stepped out to help Mo Wuji previously did not leave too.
Do the both of you have any business with me?
Seeing that these 2 people did not leave, Mo Wuji felt that they probably knew him as more than rogue cultivator 2705. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 221, Tianji Sect Head. Chapter 221, Tianji Sect Head. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Sang Yiping looked around hesitantly, not saying another word.
What kind of person was Granny Linglong? In a single glance, she could tell that Sang Yiping wished to speak with Mo Wuji alone, so she simply said, "My flying treasure met with some malfunctions, I need to go repair it." Mo Wuji hurriedly retrieved that lavender plank and passed it to Granny Linglong. "Senior, I saw this floating in the sea, it shows the Pill Pagoda mark on it." Granny Linglong gratefully accepted that plank. "Many thanks, this does belong to me. Back in the Sky Sea, that fella ambushed my flying treasure. With this, my flying ship would be repaired faster, later, we can go back together." With that, Granny Linglong went off to the side and started fixing her flying treasure. Pu Qian and Zhuang Yan also took this opportunity to wait by the side. Mo Wuji was going to leave this place soon, and he definitely wouldn't leave them behind.
After the trio left, Sang Yiping and Nie Jinnom suddenly knelt in front of Mo Wuji.
Mo Wuji startled, and immediately took a few steps back and said, "What's the meaning of this? Please get up."
Sang Yiping didn't stand but said pleadingly, "Tianji Sect Sang Yiping greets the sect head." Nie Jinnom followed after, "Tianji Sect Nie Jinnom greets the sect head."
One look and Mo Wuji knew that something was wrong. However, he was not totally unfamiliar with this Tianji sect.
His immortal mortal technique originated from the Tianji sect, and he was extremely grateful to the Tianji sect for it.
"The 2 of you, please stand up and talk. There must be a mistake, I'm just a small outer disciple from the Heaven-Seeking Palace, I'm not your Tianji sect head," Mo Wuji said seriously.
He was starting to seriously consider whether this 2 people kneeling in front of him and calling him the sect head had something to do with the immortal mortal technique. Regardless, he was not going to return the manual. He had just reached the transcending mortality stage and he did not even enter the Earth realm yet.
Without the manual, what would he do?
"No, before our previous sect head perished, he designated you as our Tianji sect's next sect head.
May Senior Mo accept this designation?
Not only didn't Sang Yiping get up, her head went down even lower.
Mo Wuji directly pulled Sang Yiping and Ye Zhenong up and said doubtfully, "Why? I don't think I've even met your sect head."
Also, when discussing about such important affairs, just go straight to the point.
There's no need to kneel on the ground and talk.
Yes. Sang Yiping inhaled deeply and continued, "A few months ago, our sect head received an invitation and the person who invited him was Rogue Cultivator 2705. Mo Wuji instantly furrowed his brows. "Junior Sang, I believe that you should know that I'm Rogue Cultivator 2705 by now, but I've never invited the Tianji sect head for anything." Sang Yiping wiped a tear off the corner of her eye. "I know, but our sect head believed that it was you. At that time, he was urgently looking for you, so he did not hesitate to go to the Yingtung beach to look for you. Thereafter, our sect head never returned."
"Did you find out who did it?" Mo Wuji's expression immediately turned solemn.
To use his name to harm others, it didn't matter who it was, he would definitely screw that person over. Sang Yiping said through gritted teeth, "It was the Yulin Lei clan."
Hearing the 4 words Yulin Lei clan, Mo Wuji suddenly thought, could this matter be related to me?
As expected, his thought was confirmed when Sang Yiping continued, "To find you, the Yulin Lei clan searched through the entire Yin city.
Eventually, they noticed the Tianji sect's rankings on the contribution point board.
Our Tianji sect doesn't have any outstanding talent, so it was expected for it to not appear on the rankings. However, when you used your contribution points to exchange for something from our sect, those contribution points became our Tianji sects, causing our rankings to rise rapidly."
The Lei clan discovered that rise.
There was no need for Sang Yiping to carry on. Mo Wuji was already very clear what had happened. The Yulin Lei clan's greed was insatiable, and it probably wanted to force the Tianji sect to reveal what was it that he had exchanged. It even required so many contribution points. At the same time, the Yulin Lei clan might even want to use the Tianji sect to discover his whereabouts.
Mo Wuji sighed and continued, "I have implicated your sect head.
I never expected for the Yulin Lei clan to be so shameless. If they wanted to find my whereabouts, naturally, your Tianji sect would know about it."
Sang Yiping said resolutely, "Even if we did, our sect head would not reveal even half a word.
Our Tianji sect's teaching is, our disciples will stand till their deaths, no Tianji sect disciple will kneel while alive." Mo Wuji's expression changed. This was the first time he developed a sense of respect towards the Tianji sect.
In the world of cultivation, there were many sects which betrayed others.
To develop such a core teaching, how much courage did this Tianji sect have? After the Lei clan killed our Tianji sect's sect head, they continued to secretly kill their way to the Tianji sect encampment, causing the Tianji sect to face destruction. Perhaps, only the 2 of us remain in the Tianji sect.
What?
When Mo Wuji heard this, a flame burned in his heart. If the Yulin Lei clan killed the Tianji sect's sect head, and even destroyed the Tianji sect, then they were simply too vicious and despicable. If the Tianji sect was completely destroyed because of this, then he definitely had to help Tianji sect seek this vengeance. Because he killed Lei Qinghan in the Yin City Immortal Jade Tower, he had incited the Yulin Lei clan's rage onto the Tianji sect. Sang Yiping clenched her fist tightly. Before this, the first elder of the Tianji sect predicted that the Yulin Lei clan might extinguish our Tianji sect, so before that happened, the sect dispersed our sect's talents. This is to let us train, and if nothing happens, we would return after half a year. But if the Tianji sect was to get destroyed, we would listen to the sect head's words, that is to find and appoint you as the next Tianji sect's sect head, and not let the Tianji sect's heritage be lost." When she got to this point, Sang Yiping bowed deeply. This time, she didn't kneel on the ground. Mo Wuji guessed, he had been chosen by the previous sect head to inherit his role, should be because of the exchanged immortal-mortal technique. It definitely wasn't because he was Rogue Cultivator 2705. Sang Yiping's eyes were already red. Our Tianji sect head knows that the immortal-mortal technique is far from ordinary. he said that there definitely must be some reason why you used that exorbitant amounts of contribution points to exchange for it. That immortal mortal technique is the treasure of our Tianji sect. If Brother Mo is truly able to cultivate with that technique, then it is only logical for you to become our Tianji sect's sect head. My sect head said this before. Brother Mo is a dragon among man, hiding within the mortals. Our Tianji sect, this Shen sect, might not catch your eyes. Mo Wuji lifted his hand and stopped Sang Yiping from continuing. Junior Sang, you don't need to incite me with such words. I've already decided to take up this role. From today onwards, Tianji sect's heritage will not be broken. The vengeance from the destruction of the Tianji sect will also be personally reaped by me. The Tianji sect's destruction clearly had a direct relation to him. He was willing to be the Tianji sect's sect head, not for any other reason, it was simply to seek revenge. Sang Yiping and Nie Zhennon were instantly enlivened, especially Sang Yiping. From her perspective, Mo Wuji was extremely talented, but he chose to conceal himself among the rogue cultivators. It definitely wasn't because he didn't wish for glory. Unexpectedly, when she explained her reasons, he did not hesitate and agreed with her words. In the outside world, Rogue Cultivator 2705 was hailed as everyone's Dishixiang because of his expansive sense of justice and his kindness. From the looks of it, this was true. Sang Yiping, Nie Zhennon greets the sect head. The two started to kneel again. Mo Wuji lifted his hands and stopped them as he said clearly, from now on, besides towards closed ones and masters, our Tianji sect disciples will never kneel. Yes. Sang Yiping and Nie Zhennon eagerly responded. In reality, besides one's closed ones and masters, there really wasn't anyone else that a cultivator should kneel for. Sect head. Mo Wuji immediately interrupted Sang Yiping's words. From now on, just call me head senior brother. That sounds much closer. Sang Yiping hastily said, yes, senior apprentice brother. This is the sect head token of our Tianji sect. The sect head's Tianji sword disappeared along with the sect head. Mo Wuji grabbed the token and an icy coldness seeped into his hand. The token looked completely white, but Mo Wuji seemed to feel that there was an image hidden within the whiteness. Even with his spiritual will, he wasn't able to clearly see the picture. After keeping the sect head token, Mo Wuji turned and faced far into the sea and said calmly, one day, I will reclaim the sect head's sword from the Lei clan. Granny Linglong was still repairing her flying treasure, so Mo Wuji brought Sang Yiping and Nie Zhennon to meet Pu Qian. Brother Pu, Junior Zhuang, I wonder what you two intend to do from here. Mo Wuji, Pu Qian and Zhuang Yan were already friends, so his words became more direct. I intend to find a sect and see whether I can be an inner disciple, Zhuang Yan replied. Qi Wenchuan's heartlessness caused Zhuang Yan to be unwilling to go back home. Previously, she ignored the advice of her family and eloped with Qi Wenchuan. Pu Qian chortled, even though I didn't obtain the immortal estate, I did gain something from this trip, that is a friend in Brother Mo. I wonder where Brother Mo will be going, you seem to be familiar with that senior, but... Mo Wuji did not tell Pu Qian that the senior was Granny Linglong. Otherwise, Pu Qian and Zhuang Yan might not how to act. The Tianji sect was destroyed because of me. I vowed to rebuild the Tianji sect and take revenge for the sect. Brother Pu and Junior Zhuang, if you're willing, how about you join me in the Tianji sect? Mo Wuji did not beat around the bush, by now, he was familiar enough with Pu Qian and Zhuang Yan. Pu Qian was startled and he immediately said doubtfully, Brother Mo, to be a sect head or even an elder, you must be appointed. It's not enough that you're willing to rebuild the Tianji sect. Mo Wuji retrieved his sect head token. Brother Pu, I'm already the Tianji sect head, and this was the wishes of the previous sect head. If you're willing to join the Tianji sect, then I will be the head senior brother. If you're unwilling, you can leave with that senior, we will still be friends. Pu Qian heard Mo Wuji's words and immediately clasped his fists. Pu Qian is willing to join the Tianji sect. Greetings, head senior brother. Zhuang Yan followed after, I will join Brother Pu to enter the Tianji sect.
Greetings, head senior brother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, The Sunken Island. Chapter 222, The Sunken Island. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. At the same moment, Granny Linglong walked over to ask, "Is everything ready?"
"If it is ready, we shall leave now." Mo Wuji replied in a hurry, "Senior, may I trouble you to bring 4 of my friends back to the heaven-seeking city first? I may have to stay here for a few days before returning." Finishing his sentence, Mo Wuji said to Sang Yiping, Pu Qian, and the 2 others, "I have 2 other friends who came here looking for an immortal estate. I would like to look for them for a few more days, and if I still couldn't find them after a few days, I will immediately return to the heaven-seeking city."
"How are you going back?" Granny Linglong looked inquisitively at Mo Wuji as she questioned him.
Mo Wuji could only tell her the truth. "I have a flying car." He immediately drew out his flying car as he spoke.
"Ah, this flying car looks very familiar?"
Granny Linglong cried out surprisingly after seeing Mo Wuji's flying car. Mo Wuji guessed that Granny Linglong probably recognized his flying car, while he simply responded, "This is a gift from the Sword Lake's senior apprentice sister Cien."
Granny Linglong stared meaningfully at Mo Wuji before saying, "All right, since this is the case, we shall leave now. Everyone get on board."
Sang Yiping stood forward hastily, "Senior Mo, there may be very few demonic beasts out in sea, but there will definitely be a few stranded cultivators.
Since Senior has a flying car, why don't we help Senior with your search?" Mo Wuji thought for a moment and realized that Sang Yiping was right.
She was right, not on the point about there being quite a few stranded cultivators, but on the point that he had a flying car magic treasure with him. Furthermore, it was different going back as compared to coming here. This time round, he was aware of the direction and time needed to reach back, therefore, would not result in another lost situation out at the Sky Sea. Additionally, his flying car magic treasure could fit about 6 to 7 people, and it wouldn't affect him much with Sang Yiping and the rest following him. In fact, if the 4 of them were to return to the heaven-seeking city only to be spotted by someone of the Lei clan, there could be possibilities of real dangers then. If Ho Yuqing could investigate and find out that Mo Wuji was the one who bought the first style of the 7 styles lightning skyback, then the Lei clan might be able to do the same too. The moment Lei clan found out that he was the one who bought the first style, they could very well be waiting for him at the heaven-seeking city. "All right, let's go together then," Mo Wuji decided on the spot before turning to Granny Linglong. "Senior, you can head back first, and I may have to trouble you to take care of Yen Air again." As for the Yen Air matter, Mo Wuji only mentioned this one sentence. With her mutant 5 elemental spiritual roots and a cultivation speed faster than his own, even without his reminder, the heaven-seeking palace would treat her like a treasure.
Granny Linglong was very straightforward, and she could tell that Mo Wuji was very close with the 4 of them.
Moreover, she had urgent things to settle back at the sect, so she said, "I shall take my leave then. You have to be careful of the black-clothed man, as I am afraid he did not escape far. Even though he was already severely wounded by me, he is still not someone you guys could handle."
"I know," Mo Wuji asked yet again, "Senior, do you know which realm of cultivation is the black-clothed man in now?"
It was only back at the Yen City, when he was using his contribution points to exchange for magic treasures, that he found out that the alien cultivator that he accidentally killed was in the Great Circle of the Nihility God stage. Back at the platform to exchange for magic treasures, he saw that the points awarded for killing a Nihility God stage level 1 cultivator was 5,000 points and 9,000 points for killing a cultivator in the Great Circle of the Nihility God stage. His points increased by exactly 9,000 points when he killed the alien cultivator's partner who was fighting against Honest Chi. Granny Linglong maintained a slightly dignified face. "That person should be as strong as I am, possibly in the True God stage level 1.
"Senior, you are in the True God stage?"
Mo Wuji breathed in a mouthful of cold air, as even though he knew that Granny Linglong was a tier 7 pill refiner, he never thought that Granny Linglong's cultivation level was even much stronger.
"Yes, I am indeed in True God stage level 1.
If not for that person's successful ambush which poisoned me, I would never be afraid to face him. Granny Linglong thought of something as she said this before asking, Mo Wuji, where did you get your solitary dark pill? Why was it broken up? From what I know, there are not more than 2 pill refiners in the entire 5 big empires who could concoct this pill, and I am just one of the 2. Mo Wuji instantly thought of Honest Chi and how he should still be alive. Mo Wuji reminded himself that when he officially joined Tianji sect in the future, this Honest Chi had to be the first person he would guard against. Seeing how the alien cultivator that he killed was in the great circle of the Nihility God stage, Mo Wuji guessed that Honest Chi could be in the same stage too. This was something I accidentally found. Because I had some knowledge in pills, I knew it was the solitary dark pill the first time I found it. This was why I kept it with me all along. Mo Wuji did not mention anything about Honest Chi or his spiritual will. Granny Linglong did not continue questioning him as she entered the flying ship. I shall take my leave now, please do take care. Finishing, the flying ship casted a shadow before disappearing into the sky of the Sky Sea. Head Senior Brother, is that Senior really in the true God stage of the Heaven Realm? The moment Granny Linglong left, Sang Yiping asked inquisitively. Pu Qian and the rest looked enthusiastically at Mo Wuji as well, because to them, a Heaven Realm expert was something they only heard in legends. Mo Wuji smiled. Indeed, she is Granny Linglong of the Heaven-Seeking Palace. I am also very fortunate to have met that senior. Ah! Sang Yiping cried out before asking yet again, Head Senior Brother, didn't people say she had an eccentric character and was extremely uncompassionate? Mo Wuji shook his head. If she was compassionate, she wouldn't have time to cultivate every other day. So those who fail to get to talk to her deliberately insult her character. There are some things and some people whom you must personally interact with to find out if the rumors were actually true. Zhuan Yan agreed without hesitation. Yes, this Senior Linglong is very friendly, unlike the rumors saying that she had an irritable temper. Sang Yiping nodded her head. True, she is the greatest pill refiner in the 5 great empires, and if she were to agree to help everyone who asked her for help in refining pills, she would never be able to reach the true God stage. Mo Wuji executed a few hand seals on his flying car magic treasure to start the flying car. Let's leave this place first. It is still not very safe to be spending too much time here. With a corpse cultivator undergoing his closed-door cultivation here, Mo Wuji felt that this place was a little strange. Even though he had little knowledge on what a corpse cultivator need for cultivation, he knew that the ground for his cultivation would definitely not be very safe. Everyone followed Mo Wuji into the flying car as he controlled the flying car out this island. Even though it wasn't a very big flying car, it was not very squeezy, fitting 5 people in it. In fact, it was still quite spacious. The 5 of them became close very quickly now that they were all members of the Tianji sect. Only Zhuan Yan was still feeling a little dejected because other than being the weakest here, it was likely that she still couldn't forget about Qi Wenchuan. Half a day later, Mo Wuji's flying car started circling around a region in the sea. Noticing that Mo Wuji had been circling around this region for over an hour, Sang Yiping asked curiously, Head Senior Brother, why are we hovering around here? Mo Wuji took out the map that Jing Lingbei drew. This was the sea map that I got, and according to the mark on this map, there should be gourd-shaped island here. However, there isn't any island around here, which made me suspect that the map could be wrong. Ah, this map was also an immortal estate map, but the location seemed different from the one we had. Sang Yiping was the first to recognize Mo Wuji's map as an immortal estate map. Mo Wuji nodded his head. Yes, it is an immortal estate map, but I think it could be a fake map. Head Senior Brother, this is not a fake map. I have been here about a month ago when my ship hasn't sink. I did see a gourd-shaped island here, but in just a month's time, the gourd-shaped island went missing. Pu Qian responded instantaneously. Everyone started staring at each other before saying almost simultaneously, that gourd-shaped island sunk. Mo Wuji said promptly, I wish to go down to the sea to check it out. Let's go down together, there might really be an immortal estate there. There were traces of excitement in Sang Yiping's eyes. If there really was an immortal estate, perhaps the rise of Tianji sect could really be possible. Mo Wuji, retrieve a rope before grabbing to the front of the rope. We shall go down together then.
Everyone grab hold of the rope and not disperse while following my lead.
Zhuang Yan, being the one with the lowest cultivation level here, was also in the later stage of the spirit building stage, hence should still be able to survive underwater for a couple of days without breathing. Only after everyone grabbed onto the rope did Mo Wuji keep the flying car and then jumped into the sea concurrently. Zhuang Yan was right behind Mo Wuji because she had the lowest cultivation level. Pu Qian, being the second strongest after Mo Wuji, was at the back of the rope. The seawater was incredibly cold and the pressure increased as they went deeper. After a few hundred meters, the weakest Zhuang Yan could not hold on anymore. Mo Wuji took out a dire yuan pill and forced Zhuang Yan, who was behind him, to swallow it. Dire yuan pill would be able to stimulate the inner elemental energy of a person and increase his strength in a very short period of time. However, it would result in significant side effects. After swallowing a pill, there was a surge of elemental energy inside Zhuang Yan and the pressure of the surrounding water decreased significantly. She nodded appreciatively at Mo Wuji because if not for the dire yuan pill, she would have to go up to the surface, and not only was it not safe to be up there alone, it would attract the attention of other people too. After diving for another few hundred meters, just as Sang Yiping and Pu Qian were starting to struggle, their feet touched the bottom of the sea. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief simultaneously, but Pu Qian and Co. found out very quickly that what they stepped on wasn't the sea base but a place with grass. Pu Qian was the first to realize that they could be stepping on the gourd-shaped island, but this gourd-shaped island had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Mo Wuji had long used his spiritual will to scan the place and could see things even clearer than the rest. The place they were standing on was indeed shaped like a gourd and was definitely the gourd island. Mo Wuji used his hand to signal for the rest of them to follow him as he started moving towards the entrance of the gourd. This island was not that big to begin with, and coupled with their reasonably fast speed underwater, Mo Wuji managed to touch the mouth of the gourd in just an instant's worth of time. Using his spiritual will to scan inside the mouth of the gourd, there was indeed an entrance to the island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, Underwater Immortal Estate. Chapter 223, Underwater Immortal Estate. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji and the rest reached the entrance as they noticed a flattened boulder. A few meters in front of the boulder was a huge black door of unknown material. Underwater, Pu Qian and company saw this door as a complete rock. However, only Mo Wuji's spiritual will could sense clearly that there was a small gap in the middle of the door. Mo Wuji indicated using his hand to signal Pu Qian and the rest to hold on as he walked towards and pushed the door slightly. Mo Wuji then used more elemental energy to push the door and it was opened steadily. A beam of golden light shone out and Mo Wuji and company were stunned. What they saw was a wide hall with all four sides being decorated with golden bright inlays, looking rich and compelling to them. Mo Wuji waved to Sang Yiping and the rest before being the first to enter the door. The moment he entered the door, the tremendous water pressure immediately dissipated into thin air. Not only this, there was not a single drop of water in front of him, and it was almost like he was inside the legendary Dragon Palace where the water was only flowing on the outside, completely unable to seep through this huge door. In the next moment, Sang Yiping and the rest entered the door and similarly, the pressure was weakened. She looked up instinctively at a bright pearl at the top of the door before saying, "This is definitely a water-dispelling pearl, preventing the seawater from seeping through." The remaining people were all staring earnestly at this pearl. Just how much could one of this water-dispelling pearl cost? Even a top-grade spiritual item would not be as valuable as this water-dispelling pearl. Could there really be an immortal estate here? Sang Yiping was the first to react because with a water-dispelling pearl at the entrance, what else could it be other than an immortal estate? Such dense concentration of spiritual energy. "I do think it's possible too," Pu Qian said excitedly because the moment he entered, he could feel the dense concentration of the spiritual energy. Since he started cultivating, he had never cultivated at a place with such dense spiritual energy. Furthermore, this was only a bright golden hall at the entrance. He couldn't imagine just how rich the concentration be further inside this place could be.
Sang Yiping's face was full of anticipation as she looked at Mo Wuji and said, "Head senior brother, what should we do?"
Mo Wuji had already used his spiritual will to scan the entire place before saying, "Whether or not this is an immortal estate, we will only find out when we go check on it afterwards." However, the pearl at the entrance isn't some water-dispelling pearl but an ordinary illumination array. The reason why the water could not enter this place had nothing to do with the pearl but because there is a water-dispelling array in here.
After hearing Mo Wuji's words, everyone felt disappointed.
Mo Wuji laughed. Even if there is really nothing here, the dense spiritual energy here makes it a good spot to cultivate.
Regardless, let's check it out first.
After moving past the front portion of the hall, they were currently standing in the middle of the luxurious hall.
There were words in the front portion of the hall which caught their attention. So what if you've gotten an immortal estate? So what? So what? 3 continuous so what? Caused everyone to be confused about its meaning. Is this really an immortal estate? We've entered an immortal estate? Sang Yiping asked astonishingly.
Even the soft-spoken Nye Zhennon was full of anticipation as he was amazed at his fate to have met Mo Wuji and then following him into this immortal estate.
Mo Wuji sighed. This should be where they inherit the immortal estate. The pity is that we are not the ones who've entered the immortal estate because we are only standing in the hall of the immortal estate. The actual immortal estate should have been long inherited over. Everyone take a look.
As he spoke, Mo Wuji pointed to an area in the front portion of the hall where there were a lot of faint but obvious footprints on the floor. These footprints formed a circle, and in the middle of the circle was a few meters wide square area with no dust and footprints on it.
Head senior brother, are you saying that the immortal estate was in the center and some people came, walked in circles around it and then entered the immortal estate? But where is the immortal estate then? Sang Yiping questioned inquisitively.
Pu Qian, who was standing by the side, added, "I've read in some notes that top-grade treasures have consciousness. They are capable of recognizing their owner and then leave with them on their own. Perhaps after this immortal estate was being inherited, it followed its new owner out of here." Mo Wuji wasn't sure how exactly does an immortal estate work, hence could only understand it through Pu Qian's words.
Sigh, what a pity that we've entered the place that used to hold the immortal estate yet end up leaving empty-handed.
It's so disappointing that this hall looked so resplendent only because of the illumination array, Sang Yiping sighed as she was evidently frustrated. Mo Wuji meticulously examined the footprints on the floor and concluded that it belonged to 2 people. However, he wasn't that close with Mo Xiangtong and Ant 11 to be able to recognize their footprints. From the bottom of his heart, Mo Wuji desperately wished that the footprints were left behind by them.
We may not exactly be leaving empty-handed.
Look, there's another door here. Mo Wuji stood up and walked towards the right side of the hall before pushing the door.
An initially unmarked wall unexpectedly opened another small door.
As the few of them entered this small door, they were momentarily stunned as it was actually a small bedroom. There was a bed, and on the bed was a dried-up corpse. In front of the corpse was a piece of leather roll, a ring, and a crystal-clear jade seal on the leather roll. Other than this, there were a few shelves made of unknown material beside the bed. There was a great variety of jade vases on the shelves itself.
Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Could this corpse be cultivating here too?
Mo Wuji walked over and retrieved the leather roll, ring, and jade seal. The words on the leather roll were very clear and everyone could read it distinctively. Some Jingdomu fought with over 10 experts from the Jinemo continent for the 6 cleanse immortal estate before escaping to the Sky Sea bearing a heavy burden. He landed on this sky-gored island to recuperate, and after recovering, the 6 cleanse immortal estate was of no help to him.
What's the point of fighting so hard for this immortal estate? Closed cultivation for so many years and reaching my limit. Reliving the years, I cannot help but sigh and feel depressed. I have no fate with the 6 cleanse immortal estate, so it shall be left in the hall for those with fate. Those who enter this small room, please take everything away. The jade seal could be used to ignite the immortal estate. With a drip of blood, it could be cultivated to recognize its owner. My remains shall not be moved. I know who this Jingumu is. After reading the content of the leather roll, Sang Yiping suddenly sounded out. Mo Wuji looked at Sang Yiping before asking, "Who is it?" "He is the sect head of the Heaven sect. I've heard that he loved collected odd treasures of the heaven and earth. As long as it's precious, he will go all out to collect it." "Ah, Jingumu?" Pu Qian shouted the moment he heard Sang Yiping. Mo Wuji asked yet again, "Is this Jingumu very famous? Why have I not heard of this Heaven sect?" Sang Yiping answered, "Back then, Heaven sect was the biggest sect in the entire 5 big empires, and even the heaven-seeking palace presently might not be able to surpass the Heaven sect. The sect head of the Heaven sect Jingumu was rumored to have reached the late stage of the Heaven realm, and he was said to be the only expert in the entire 5 big empires to have reached that stage. However, Jingumu didn't like to socialize and was extremely arrogant. Because of this, the Heaven sect's disciples were all high above the rest. Many years ago, the sect head suddenly went missing. Without their sect head, conflicts that were previously suppressed came out all at once. The internal conflict between disciples led to a swift downfall of the sect. At this point, the heaven-seeking palace charged the Heaven sect of 10 great sins before removing their name from the entire lost continent. The 3 great heaven sects in Xinghan Empire, Sky Sword Island, Sky Aria Palace and Sky Demon sect were formed by the descendants of the Heaven sect. In fact, my Tianji sect was also related to the Heaven sect because the elder who formed the heaven-seeking palace was once an outer disciple of the Heaven sect. However, because of the low grade of my Tianji sect, nobody really cared much about it. Why did the heaven-seeking palace want to remove Heaven sect? Mo Wuji inquired. I've heard that the name of the Heaven sect was a taboo to the heaven-seeking palace. One is heaven while the other is heaven-seeking, which is definitely 1 tier lower than the former. When Jingumu was still around, the heaven-seeking palace did not dare to say much, but after his disappearance, Heaven-seeking palace did not stand on any ceremony at all, Sang Yiping explained. Mo Wuji nodded his head before putting the items in his hand back where it was previously placed. Let's discuss more outside. The 4 of them saw Mo Wuji did not only leave the pills on the shelf alone but also placed the things he held back in place before following him out of this small room. After everyone exited the room, Mo Wuji said, "From this message left behind by the sect head of the Heaven sect, we could infer a few things. Firstly, as long as you continue moving forward from this sky sea, one could reach a continent called the Jin Mo continent. Secondly, given the fact that Jingumu was in the late stage of the True God stage and was still severely injured in the Jin Mo continent, this shows that there were a lot of experts in the Jin Mo continent. Thirdly, the message outside of the immortal estate just now should be left behind by Jingumu. Lastly, it was likely that the Sky Gourd Island sunk because someone took away the immortal estate. Perhaps the setup outside was put in place by Jingumu so that nobody would disturb him." "It could indeed be like that," Pu Qian immediately agreed with Mo Wuji's inference. Despite so, Mo Wuji still frowned and asked, "But did you all notice a few underlying problems?" "What problems?" Sang Yiping and the rest asked concurrently. Mo Wuji pointed to the hidden room at the back. Firstly, the jade seal that was mentioned by Jingumu as the item to ignite the immortal estate was still there, but the immortal estate was gone. If the immortal estate was not ignited, how could it be missing? Secondly, Jingumu escaped along the Sky Sea and chose this place to recuperate. From his words, we could tell that he was severely injured, but who was the one who gave out these sea maps of the immortal estate? One more problem is that since people could find the immortal estate, how could they not find the room Jingumu was in? What? As he mentioned the last point, Mo Wuji's heart shivered because if the immortal estate was brought away by Auntie Levin and Mo Shangtong, then it was really possible that they did not find Jingumu's room. Both of them had not cultivate before and was naturally unaware of the cultivator's door Dao. Nevertheless, the jade seal to ignite the immortal estate was still around, so how did the two of them bring the immortal estate away? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Deceiving Yourself. Chapter 224, Deceiving Yourself. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The few of them stared at one another. Sang Yiping, Nie Zhennon, and Zhuang Yan were not that knowledgeable, hence they could not think of much on the spot. Pu Qian was too lazy to even think about these things deeply. But now that Mo Wuji had surfaced these issues, they realized that there were so many problems hidden within. So head senior brother, you put those things back? Sang Yiping finally understood why Mo Wuji would place those items back. Perhaps Heaven sect head used some means to spread the news about the immortal estate. Zhuang Yan said unconfidently. No, the Heaven sect head is not such a generous person. You can see that from the treasures he collects from all over the world. Head senior brother placed the ring back, otherwise if he opened it, there must have been all sorts of treasures in it. Sang Liping immediately added on. With a grin, Mo Wuji replied, I'll definitely take the ring, but before I do, we have to resolve these issues. One more thing is that the spirit energy here is very dense, but we never saw anything like a energy gathering array or something similar. I suspect that there's a spiritual vein here. A spiritual vein? The few of them were simultaneously shocked. Mo Wuji nodded his head, and he swept the area with his spiritual will, sensing that the location with the densest spiritual energy was where Jingumu lay. If they wanted to investigate the source of the spiritual vein, they would have to move Jingumu's corpse. But in Jingumu's last words, he said not to move his dead body. Just as everyone was thinking about the spiritual vein that Mo Wuji mentioned, Mo Wuji's expression suddenly changed for the worse, and he immediately shouted, Everyone come here quick. Once he finished speaking, he was the first to charge into the house that Jingumu was in. Pu Qian and the rest completely trusted Mo Wuji by then, so when he entered the house, the remaining four of them followed suit. As Sang Yiping wanted to ask what was going on, a few rounds of guffawing could be heard coming from the outside. Is that the true God stage expert? Zhuang Yan inquired with a shaky voice. At that point their faces all turned as pale as a ghost. This wild laughter was so frightening, so who could it have been other than that true God stage expert? It's him, and he knows that we're in here. The tone that Mo Wuji took while he spoke became more rushed now, as they were going against someone that was way stronger than they were. Even if this guy was severely injured, he was not someone they could deal with. Seeing that everyone was quite lost, Mo Wuji immediately rushed to a corner of the room behind Jingumu's corpse, at the same time gesturing to the others. When the few of them came closer, he continuously threw out spirit stones, then took out a few simple array flags. Those array flags were things that Mo Wuji could not create himself, so a few were low-grade array flags that he had bought, and others were found from other people's storage rings. A few minutes later, he finally stopped. Head senior brother, you're setting up a concealment array? Nie Zhennon recognized what he was doing and asked. Mo Wuji nodded, that's right, this is a simple concealment array which can't even be considered a low-grade concealment array. Other than this concealment array, I added on a sound isolating array. At this moment, Mo Wuji was truly thankful towards Chu Xingzi. Without Chu Xingzi, he would not be able to recognize simple arrays, much less set them up. Sang Yiping quickly followed up, Granny Linglong said that the black-clothed man is a true god stage level 1, so even if he was severely injured, and have less than 1% of his strength, could this concealment array block his spiritual will? After Sang Yiping asked this question, Pu Qian and company gazed at Mo Wuji hopefully, hoping that he would say that it could. But Mo Wuji shook his head, you must be dreaming if you think this concealment array can block the spiritual will of a true god stage cultivator.
I dare say that the guy will be able to sense the existence of this concealment array right when he enters, then discover our presence.
Ah!
They were stunned, since this concealment array could not obscure them from the black-clothed man's line of sight. Why were they using it?
Mo Wuji still calmly spoke, "We don't have anywhere to hide, so this is the best we can do."
Sang Yiping and company all lowered their heads, while their head senior apprentice was deceiving himself. This was all that he could do.
Otherwise, where would they go to hide instead?
This sort of trick has a name back where I lived, which is deceiving yourself. 1.
Mo Wuji continued.
What's deceiving yourself? When Zhuang Yan asked this, without his explanation, she had understood immediately. It meant covering your ears to steal a bell, so the only person you were deceiving was yourself.
However, Sang Yiping still asked, "Head senior brother, there must be some reason behind your actions, right?"
Sighing, Mo Wuji replied, "I can only hope that my guess is correct." Everyone keep quiet, the guy will soon find us here.
Bang!
Jingumu's room was kicked wide open, and neon cracks spread throughout its walls.
If things went as Mo Wuji expected, the black-clothed man that killed the corpse cultivator would be standing at the door.
Mo Wuji did not use his spiritual will to sweep across this black-clothed man, and could see that the injuries on him was just as Granny Linglong had said, without any improvement.
He probably dared to come here because he did not take any of them, mortal realms cultivators, seriously.
The black-clothed man's gaze swept across the house, and when it reached Mo Wuji and company hiding in the corner, a cold grin appeared on his face. Such an inferior concealment array, and they thought they could hide from him.
This was simply too bold of them.
He did not bother with Mo Wuji and co., instead focusing straight on the 3 items at the corpse in front of him.
His eyes lit up, and with a step forward, he grabbed the 3 items. Seeing the black-clothed man do that allowed Mo Wuji to heave a sigh of relief.
As long as the black-clothed man did not attack them straight away, they would stand a chance. Even though they did not get acquainted with the black-clothed man, but from his actions of killing the corpse cultivator without saying a word, then taking Granny Linglong's strike with the intention of bringing the corpse cultivator's leftovers away, they could infer that this was a very proud man. Once his mind was fixed on something, he would not ask for other people's opinions. Just like how he was so sure that the corpse cultivator had an immortal estate after hearing Mo Wuji's words, so he simply went on to snatch it. Now that he did not act against them immediately after entering, instead going to take the few things in front of the corpse, meant that this man felt that the few of them were acting smart to set up a rubbish concealment array which wasn't worth mentioning. The black-clothed man definitely wanted to keep the things that Jingumu left behind, before tearing up their concealment array, and letting them die slowly in fear.
But this was what Mo Wuji was aiming for when setting up the concealment array.
If he did not set it up, they would have been spotted immediately after the black-clothed man entered, and perhaps the black-clothed man would have killed all of them in seconds. However, people might try to act smart, and the black-clothed man did so when he thought that Mo Wuji and co. were the ones trying to act smart. In a flash, the black-clothed man scanned through the scroll that Jingumu left behind, then he flipped the jade seal around a few times. However, he did not use his blood to refine it, instead knocking Jingumu's dead body aside with his hand. As for whatever Jingumu said about not moving his body, it was bullshit*T to him. The instant that he swept Jingumu's corpse to one side, the black-clothed man stopped for a moment. He suddenly felt that something was not right. The youth in blue, Mo Wuji, had used words to manipulate him to fight with the corpse cultivator, and in the end that youth took the chance to save the woman that he had been pursuing for days. So that youth was definitely not an idiot, and since he wasn't one, wouldn't he know that setting up a concealment array here would not be able to block his field of vision? Perhaps the youth did not know that it would be him, the black-clothed man, coming, so he thought that the concealment array would hold up. Regardless, it would be better if he killed the youth first. At this point, dense spiritual energy rose up. This was the source of a spiritual vein, which made the black-clothed man very excited. He didn't expect that there was a spiritual vein beneath the dead body. No wonder Jingumu told people not to move his corpse. What would a dead one want with a spiritual vein? Not good. The
the black-clothed man instantly reacted.
The instant he did, a strong divine spirit rushed into his sea of consciousness.
Spirit possession?
A nasty expression appeared on the black-clothed man's face, as he did not imagine that someone would try to transfer their spirit into him. He immediately sat cross-legged, clashing with the newly introduced divine spirit in his sea of consciousness. His aim was to tear the divine spirit into pieces. Crack with a raise of his hand, Mo Wuji tore open the concealment array before him, and was the first to step out.
The black-clothed man knew what was going on straight away.
This youth was really very cunning, and this was the second time that he had been manipulated again.
What's going on, head senior brother? Sang Yiping looked at the cross-legged black-clothed man uncertainly.
This black-clothed man had a savage expression, and seemed as though he was struggling in pain. This time, Mo Wuji would not give him any chances, and he threw electroball after electroball at the black-clothed man while saying, "Quickly kill this tramp." His guess was spot on, as the spiritual energy was very dense here, but they could not see any spirit stones or energy-gathering array, so there obviously was a spiritual vein around. As Mo Wuji had opened 101 meridians, he was very sensitive to spiritual energy, and on top of it he had his spiritual will to search with, so he could guess that the spiritual vein was right below Jingumu's body.
Just as the black-clothed man had guessed, why would a dead man sit on top of a spiritual vein?
The only possibility was that this dead man was actually not completely dead. With someone who was not completely dead, and could not attack others, it would mean that there was a divine spirit.
Mo Wuji had no idea that divine spirits could possess others.
Moreover, the dead body was sitting on a spiritual vein, and anyone would have sensed the source of spiritual energy, so they would have thrown the body to one side. As long as someone came into contact with the corpse, Jingumu's divine spirit would have the chance to enter the person's sea of consciousness to undergo spirit possession. While the black-clothed man was not Jingumu's ideal spirit possession target, he had swept the corpse to one side, so Jingumu had no choice but to act. When Jingumu started the spirit possession process, the black-clothed man naturally would not be able to care about Mo Wuji and co. for a short duration of time.
Mo Wuji would have been an idiot if he did not act then. Moreover, this was the moment that he was waiting for.
The rest of the group slowly began to understand what was going on, so they drew their spiritual items out, and attacked the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man was originally severely injured, and now he had to take a continuous barrage of electroballs from Mo Wuji, without being able to return a blow. This made him very frustrated. But as a true God stage level 1 expert, even if his strength was 90% gone, he could not be easily killed by a few of Mo Wuji's lightning flashes. His injuries worsened, but none of the wounds were fatal still.
Boom, boom, boom. Countless lightning bolts flew over at him, and the black-clothed man simply laughed.
While this leftover spirit was strong, it was even less durable than him now. It had been suppressed, and with a little more time, he would be able to suppress it completely. Then he would slowly dead with this sly youth. Through the slew of electroballs that hit his body, he clearly knew the youth's cultivation level, which was no more than transcending mortality level 1. At this moment, an extreme sense of fear overwhelmed him, as though he was facing death itself. 1 TL, the raw is, which literally means covering your ears to steal a bell. This means that you are deceiving yourself as you assume that other people cannot hear the sound of the bell if you can't. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 225, Killing a True God. Chapter 225, Killing a True God. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
A beam of invisible sword chi came slicing through the air, with a speed 10 times faster than he expected. The sword chi pierced in between his brows. The moment the sword chi entered his forehead, it immediately exploded, rampaging and tearing his entire mind palace, then destroying his sea of consciousness.
How is this the power of the transcending mortality stage? It is at least at the intermediate Yuan Dan stage.
However, among the few in front of him, the crafty young man whose power was the strongest, looked as though he was only in transcending mortality level 1. The other's cultivation seemed to be higher than this crafty young man, but their attacks could not compare to that young man. Pooh! The sword chi emerged from the back of the black-clothed man's skull, shooting out a gush of blood. You! The black-clothed man furiously pointed at Mo Wuji. He was already tricked by Mo Wuji twice and he swore that there wouldn't be a third time. He never expected that he still ended up dying by Mo Wuji's third scheme. What kind of transcending mortality level 1 is this? It's clearly on par with the intermediate Yuan Dan stage. But his body clearly doesn't have any spiritual ripples, he doesn't even look like he is in transcending mortality level 1. Imagine, would any person who was facing death still purposely hide their abilities? He knew that after he got past this possession, he would be able to get rid of these few hands with a flip of a palm. But under this kind of circumstances, that crafty young man still concealed his true power, all for that final sword chi strike. Pooey! The black-clothed man coughed out a mouthful of blood, the unwillingness in his eyes gradually dispersed. What unwillingness? Even if he didn't fall for the tricks now, he would fall for the next one. This rascal is far too cunning. This rascal clearly knew that the concealment array would not be useless against him, but this rascal still dared to use the concealment array right in front of him. How could this rascal not know that this was the best time to get rid of him? He was far too careless. Hong hong. Yet another few electroballs descended. These electroballs are many-fold stronger than before? The black-clothed man's chances of survival were long destroyed by Mo Wuji. Now with these electroballs blowing the black-clothed man's brains out, he had truly ceased to breath. Pu Qian and company saw Mo Wuji killing that black-clothed man, and they were incomparably ecstatic. Sang Yiping wiped the cold sweat dripping off her forehead. Had senior brother, if not for you, we would definitely be dead. You actually killed a true god cultivator. That's truly amazing. Mo Wuji weakly retrieved a few healing pills and put them in his mouth. Just now, he concealed his power, and at the final moment, he swallowed a dire yuan pill, explosively increasing his elemental energy, all for that final invisible sword chi. He was afraid that the black-clothed man's forehead would be extremely tough. If his invisible sword chi was unable to pierce through his forehead, he would immediately bring the rest to escape. Luckily, that black-clothed man's fleshly body wasn't trained to the point where he could block against the invisible sword chi. Truly, an additional skill was very useful. He truly did not have any skills to practice, so he casually learnt the invisible sword legacy. Today, this invisible sword showed its real usefulness. Don't go over. Seeing that Pu Qian was about to go forward, Mo Wuji hastily cried out, just now, I was able to kill that black-clothed man, wasn't because of my trick, but because the Heaven sect head Jingumu was trying to possess him. Now that the black-clothed man has been killed, his soul would be dispersed. But for that Jingumu, his abilities far exceeded the black-clothed man, and he had condensed his soul for multiple years, so his soul might not disperse. As Mo Wuji spoke, he threw out 10 array flags. In a short period of time, he installed a soul-confining array around the black-clothed man's corpse. This sect head hasn't been out for so many years, but are all young people nowadays so powerful? A faint shadow emerged from the black-clothed man's corpse. Mo Wuji lamented in his heart, this Jingumu really isn't dead. However, this fella's soul is incredibly weak. Clearly, he must have been heavily damaged by that black-clothed man. Sect head Jing, consider it as I have saved you. If I didn't kill that black-clothed man, your possession would definitely have failed, and then you would have been killed by that black-clothed man, Mo Wuji said calmly. The shadow briefly went into silence, before saying, previously, it was also due to your trick that I wasn't able to possess that fella. This sort of life-saving isn't counted. Now that you have achieved your motive, please leave. This old man wishes to go back to my own quiet cultivation. Of course I can leave, but I have a few conditions. 1. That black-clothed man was killed by me, so I will need his storage ring. As for sect hedging stuff, I would not touch them even though I could kill you and take them. 2.
I have a few questions I want to ask sect head Jing. Mo Wuji said calmly and clearly.
Jing Gumu's voice turned serious. You're threatening me.
Mo Wuji's voice did not have any hint of fear, you could say so.
From the very start, Jing Gumu intended to possess one of the cultivators here.
If he didn't grasp the right opportunity, his fleshly body would have become Jing Gumu's. Towards such people, Mo Wuji would not show any courtesy. Ask. Jing Gumu's tone went icy cold. 1. Where did the 6 cleanse immortal estate go? Why is the immortal estate's jade seal here? 2. What kind of place is the Jin Mo continent? 3. What is with this map that we obtained?
At one go, Mo Wuji asked 3 to 4 questions at one go. Jing Gumu's voice had a tinge of unwillingness as he said, the immortal estate was indeed brought here by me. I tried all means possible, but I wasn't able to open the immortal estate. You know how difficult it was, and how much blood and sweat I poured to drag that immortal estate, which would not recognize me as its owner, across the sky sea, from the Jin Mo continent to here? My jade seal contained a trace of my soul will, so if anyone came looking for the immortal estate, he would take my jade seal, and I could borrow this chance to possess him. As he said this, Jing Gumu started to sigh endlessly. I never expected that the immortal estate would be so biased. The immortal estate which I poured so much effort to open in, actually opened on its own for a fella that I invited here. Thereafter, it was taken away. That fella I lured here didn't even come to my room, The room he was in wasn't even found. All his preparations for possession naturally went unused. Was it one person, or two? Mo Wuji interrupted Jing Gumu's words. Jing Gumu's tone had become calm by now. I didn't even go out. I only know that the immortal estate recognized a master and left this place. As for the number of people, how would I know? Regarding the Jin Mo continent is another cultivator continent across the ocean from the lost continent. Sailing through the sky sea can get you to the Jin Mo continent. At the same time, traversing the 5 elements desolate domain can also get you to the Jin Mo continent. For the last question, I was the one who released the map. Mo Wuji did not doubt Jing Gumu's words. The Earth was also a spherical planet. The 5 elements desolate domain and the sky sea were in different directions. It would be perfectly logical to reach the Jin Mo continent by going in these 2 directions. The only thing Mo Wuji was worried about was Aunt Eleven and Mo Xiangtong. He didn't know whether they were the ones who earned the recognition of the immortal estate. I can give you the black-clothed man's and my ring to you. You can also take away the spirit vein I was sitting on. I believe the countless treasures in my ring will not disappoint you, Jing Gumu suddenly said. Mo Wuji stared doubtfully at Jing Gumu. You're so generous? With the things Jing Gumu had done, he was clearly a devious person. He definitely wasn't a generous fella who would give these things away. Of course it comes with a condition. That is, when you leave, seal me up here completely. Don't let others find me. Before my soul completely dissipates, I just wish for a few days of quiet. Ever since I started on this path of cultivation, I have put in all my efforts into obtaining resources and into constant cultivation. I'm truly tired, Jing Gumu sighed and said. Sang Yiping and Zhuang Yan were clearly affected by Jing Gumu's words. They subconsciously lowered their heads. Many years later, will they also say, I'm truly tired? Mo Wuji did not say a word. His spiritual will descended on that spirit vein. After a while, he suddenly said, Okay, I agree. But I don't want your ring, nor your spirit vein. Additionally, you can choose one of us here to possess. Oh yeah, when there's news on the 6 cleanse immortal estate, I will also send it over to you. The people on scene went blank, as they turned and looked at Mo Wuji with a look of astonishment. Why would Mo Wuji say such words? Not only did Mo Wuji reject the items, he even offered someone for Jing Gumu to possess? He even wanted to send news on the immortal estate over. Why? Jing Gumu stared at Mo Wuji in disbelief, and said with his mouth wide agape, You must be kidding me? Mo Wuji said coldly, You were the one who started kidding first.
If he was so gullible, his grave would already grow weeds a few meters tall. You're courting death. Jingumu suddenly shot out a few beams of faint light, slanted black sword shadows descended from the sky, terrifying sword radiance transformed into sword rain which trapped him, Mo Wuji and company. These black sword radiance was his killing ace. This was a sword rain garrote array. This array was not enough to deal with the black-clothed man, but it was more than enough to deal with these mortal realm cultivators. So what if Mo Wuji briefly understood arrays? To break through this sword rain garrote array, not only must one understand arrays, one would also need to be able to block against the sword rain. If they couldn't block against the sword rain, then they could only wait for death. But he wouldn't kill this Mo Wuji. This young man's body was suitable for possession. Everyone, don't move. Concentrate all your elemental energy on me, Mo Wuji said unhesitatingly. Concentrate all their elemental energy onto Mo Wuji? Even if they were cultivating the same technique, Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to use their elemental energy. At this moment, Mo Wuji had already started to form countless, complex hand seals which he hurled towards the black sword rain. Pu Qian and company no longer took the time to think, and went along with Mo Wuji's words. Hong hong hong. The sword rain formed an umbrella shape above Mo Wuji's head and fell to the ground. As the sword shadows descended, countless rubble would fill the sky. One could clearly see how powerful these sword shadows were. If it was anyone else, if they weren't able to escape this garrote array, they could only wait for death. Pu Qian and company secretly celebrated. Their head senior brother had saved them again. If not for Mo Wuji, they would have already died many times over. Revolving star passage technique? This is a sacred art. Jingumu cried out in astonishment. In his whole life, he had collected all kinds of treasures, but he had never obtained something as valuable as the revolving star passage technique. This was a sacred art, and an amazing one at that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, Rank 1. Chapter 226, Rank 1. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji did not bother about Jingumu as he said, "Everyone follow my elemental energy circulation path to transfer elemental energy while waiting for me." He knew from a long time ago that the revolving star passage technique was a sacred art even without Jingumu's reminder. Without Mo Wuji's words, Pu Qian and company had already started directing their elemental energy with reference to Mo Wuji's circulation technique to further complement the energy for the revolving star passage technique. This relieved the pressure on Mo Wuji tremendously. Crackle! Mo Wuji managed to use both hands to ignite the boundless lightning rain towards Jingumu. At this moment, the room was divided into two halves. One half was filled with black sword shadows while the other half was filled with blue lightning. Stop! The residual soul of Jingumu panicked because if this were to continue, he would be burnt to ashes with no hope of reincarnation. Mo Wuji naturally would not stop there as his lightning rain fell even more aggressively. During a battle, Mo Wuji would never talk unnecessarily. All talks or discussions would only happen after getting rid of the opponent. Whiz! As the shadow of Jingumu's residual soul started to appear faint, a golden radiance exploded out of the spiritual vein from underneath the bed. The sword rain garrote array that trapped all five of them disappeared as Mo Wuji's face turned ugly. This might have happened due to two reasons. One would be because of the aftereffect of fighting an expert, while the other was because Jingumu managed to escape. Head senior brother, have we killed the residual soul? Zhuan Yan noticed the room had quietened down before asking. Mo Wuji shook his head. No, that fella must have had a supreme top-grade escape magic treasure because he managed to escape at the very moment before I was about to get rid of him. I predict that he would only be left with a breath of life and he would have to seek permission from the heaven if he still wanted to come back for cultivation. Fortunately, he did not have enough time to take these away. Mo Wuji walked over and picked up the two storage rings. The items Tianji sect were collecting were getting better each time as they grew closer to rebuilding this sect. Phew, we were so lucky to have survived under attacks from a true god expert and then killing a true god expert too. Nobody would believe us if these rumors were to spread, Sang Yiping added. The moment she finished her sentence, she seemed to have thought of something as she exclaimed, Head's senior brother, was the black-clothed man that was chasing Granny Linglong an alien cultivator? If he was an alien cultivator, we could actually earn a huge lump of contribution points. Mo Wuji hurried to take out his points accumulation jade token and was astonished at the number he saw. Rogue Cultivator 2705, contribution points, 112,076, ranking, 1st. There was also a marked contribution points at the back to show that Mo Wuji had already used over 10,000 contribution points, but it contributed to the ranking of the cultivators. Rank number 1, my god. Sang Yiping screamed as she saw the contribution points of Mo Wuji. Head senior brother, you are really the rogue cultivator 2705. Pu Qian had this sudden realization but was feeling extremely pleased. Even though he had never been to the Yen city and was not sure who the popular De Shixiang was, he had heard of the famous rogue cultivator 2705 as he was like a godlike character in the heart of many cultivators. Head senior brother was indeed a godlike character, evident from how he brought his few men and managed to survive from the clutches of experts after experts. How can a normal person do this? Zhuan Yan was as shocked and pleased that the legendary rogue cultivator 2705 was standing right beside her and even became their head senior brother. No, the rumors of 2705 would be even scarier in the future. How capable must one be to be ranked first in the 100 sect contribution points board with over 100,000 points? Mo Wuji murmured to himself, my luck must be extraordinarily good to be able to kill a true god stage level 1 expert and get over 100,000 points. Just think about all the good items we could get with over 100,000 points. At the Contribution Points Exchange Center, there was a big board hanging outside to display how many points you would be awarded for each alien cultivator you killed. However, the highest level shown was only for Nihility God stage level 9. There were no points allocation displayed for how many points one would get for killing a true god expert, but Mo Wuji was clear now that he would earn 100,000 points for killing one. Mo Wuji kept the jade token and said, we will exchange these points when we finally return to the Yen city. Meanwhile, everyone please look around in the jade vases to see if there were any more pills. This house was not big to begin with, and after experiencing Mo Wuji's lightning rain and the sword rain Garada Ray, a lot of vases that were placed nicely initially were all smashed and the number of broken vases on the floor increased. With Mo Wuji's instructions, everyone started to collect those vases that fell all over the place. I have one vase of Earth Yuan pill. A true position pill. I found a jaded spiritual pill. This is a tier 6 spiritual pill. A vase of gold forming pill. Everyone was captivated by Pu Qian's sentence because even though the gold forming pill was only a tier 4 pill which was worth less than a jaded spiritual pill, it was the most valuable one to everyone present. Gold forming pill was the pill to consume for one to advance from transcending mortality stage of the mortal realm to Yuan Dan stage of the earth realm. Even though it was only a tier 4 pill, its spiritual herbs were charged at an exorbitantly high price because they were not something human could grow or nurture. Not only were the spiritual herbs charged at such a high price, the gold forming pill was extremely difficult to concoct too, as it was known as one of the most difficult to concoct tier 4 pills. Many of the refiners who managed to concoct the gold forming pills were tier 5 pill refiners because it was extremely tough for normal tier 4 pill refiners to try and concoct this pill. Mo Wuji hurried over and took over the vase in Pu Qian's hand as he looked convincingly at it. Pu Qian is right, and this is indeed the gold forming pill. Everyone report your cultivation level now. I am in transcending mortality stage level 7. Pu Qian was the first to report. I am in transcending mortality stage 4, Nie Zhengnon followed next. Sang Yiping also said, I am only in transcending mortality stage level 1. I am in spirit building stage level 7, Zhuan Yan added. Mo Wuji nodded his head as he said, I am in transcending mortality stage level 12. The four of them stared at Mo Wuji with their half-open mouth. Transcending mortality stage level 12? There is a level 12 in the transcending mortality stage? Head senior brother, are you saying you are in the extreme mortal stage? Sang Yiping asked shockingly only after a while.
Right, I am indeed in the extreme mortal stage. Mo Wuji confirmed that he was in the extreme mortal stage as he had traces of spirituality belonging to the extreme mortal stage in his body which others could not see.
Pu Qian and company took a deep breath. Extreme mortal stage? No wonder why Mo Wuji was so strong.
They had heard of cultivators in the 5 big empires who reached level 10 of a single stage, but they had never heard of cultivators who had reached the extreme realm. They could not believe that their head senior brother who was about to become Tianji Sect's head was actually an expert in the extreme mortal stage. Pu Qian and Zhuang Yan felt a little guilty as they initially thought Mo Wuji's cultivation level was the lowest of them all. They only realized now that there would not be a person in the entire lost continent with qualifications surpassing their head senior brother. Sang Yiping questioned surprisingly yet again, head senior brother, doesn't the extreme realm only contain 10 levels? Why is there a level 12? Mo Wuji shook his head. I have had no mentor and managed to scrape through all these by myself with occasional conversations with friends about this. As to why I managed to reach level 12, I have no idea too. Everyone seemed as clueless as Mo Wuji about why he was able to reach level 12. Head senior brother, you have such huge potential. I am sure that Tianji Sect's future would be extremely promising under you, Nie Jinong said excitedly as this was something he never imagined would happen. The greatest thing about being in extreme mortal stage was not the strength itself but the huge potential that it promised. Sang Yiping stood up and said, this news about head senior brother being in the extreme mortal stage must not be spread out. Otherwise, it would be very hard for Tianji Sect to grow. Everyone nodded their head in agreement. Mo Wuji also added, Sang Yiping has a point. Whether or not a sect would be capable of standing up depends on both its legacy and its actual strength. I asked everyone to report your cultivation level so I can use this opportunity to remind everyone of your own cultivation level. True Position Pill is the best pill for transcending mortality cultivation, and we also have a pill help to advance into Yuan Dan stage and the gold forming pill. I shall gather the spiritual energy of the spiritual vein, and I believe that everyone would be able to advance into the next realm very soon. Great, Pu Qian was the first to agree because even though his cultivation level was second to Mo Wuji, he had worked hard step by step to reach there. It could be said that he had never experienced such a good condition to cultivate in. It was indeed his most correct decision made to join Tianji Sect. Seeing how Zhuang Yan was feeling slightly dejected, Mo Wuji handed a vase to Zhuang Yan before saying, these are a few transcending mortality pills which you could use to advance into the transcending mortality stage, then into the Yuan Dan stage. Yes, many thanks head senior brother. Zhuang Yan was extremely pleased when she saw Mo Wuji taking out the vase to solve her problem. The four of them divided the pills very quickly, tidied up the house and the bed before choosing a spot each. Mo Wuji fixed up an energy-gathering array to gather both the spiritual energy from the spiritual vein and outdoors. In only a short period of time, there was a surge of extremely dense spiritual energy in the middle of the house. Mo Wuji also sat down to start absorbing the spiritual energy to start his spiritual circulation technique. If he could use this opportunity to break into the Yuan Dan stage, that would be the most ideal scenario. Power was everything as Mo Wuji experienced it much closer to heart from this trip out at sea. Concentrated spiritual energy was swept away by the five of them as Mo Wuji's rate of absorbing energy was extremely scary. The five of them managed to absorb all of the spiritual energy in the room, and the room became quiet once again. Yen City. There were already many cultivators gathering in front of the 100 Sect Alliance contribution points board. Everyone was staring at the first in rank as this was the first time there was a new name in the first position. Moreover, the one that came in first was someone everyone was familiar with, yet never expected to reach the first.
Rogue Cultivator 2705, contribution points, 112,076, ranking, 1st. Shi Yixuan of the Great Evolution sect, who was previously ranked 1st, was now 2nd with only 57,208 points, which was about half of Rogue Cultivator 2705's points. As for the 3rd place's Feng Luo Jian, he had only about 50,000 points. A rogue cultivator giving pressure to both the Heaven-Seeking Palace and the Great Evolution sect was already a huge disgrace for the two sections. What's worse was that his points alone was more than points of rank number 2 and 3 combined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, The Ship in the Ring. Chapter 227, The Ship in the Ring. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I remember that number 2705 had 12,076 points, but now his points rose by 100,000 in one shot. Could he have killed over 10 Nihility God stage experts in a row? That's not possible. Why must it be Nihility God stage experts? Can't it be True Lake stage experts? Who knows, maybe he killed tens of True Lake stage experts, or maybe he killed one True God stage expert. Ha, why don't you kill a True God stage expert for me? Do you know why there's no points for True God stage experts? Because True God stage experts are unkillable. I think he really did kill a True God stage expert. A sudden voice interrupted the crowd's discussions in front of the contribution points board. This was because the voice was too serious, and it immediately attracted the crowd's attention. It's Senior Shi of Great Evolution sect. Someone recognized the person speaking. Greetings, Senior Shi. Most of the cultivators in the crowd came over to pay their respects. Shi Yixuan was a legendary character, with a reputation that was much better than Rogue Cultivator 2705. This was because Rogue Cultivator 2705 rose to the top 10 with the status of a Rogue Cultivator, and his great reputation became a sort of encouragement for the weak, that perhaps with a little more effort, they could get on the contribution points board like Rogue Cultivator 2705. But for Shi Yixuan, he had always been the number 1 expert on the board. In the eyes of countless cultivators, this was a display of true ability. Every time there was a large battle with the alien cultivators, Shi Yixuan's figure would outshine other cultivators of similar cultivation level on the battlefield. Shi Yixuan nodded his head, while the contribution points exchange office never state how many points killing a True God stage expert would be worth. I can confirm with everyone that killing a True God stage level 1 expert would cause one's contribution points to increase by exactly 100,000 points. Many of the people took in breaths of cold air on the plaza. Could he have really killed a True God stage expert? Even if a True God stage expert stood there without retaliating, a mortal realm cultivator shouldn't have been able to kill him, right? Isn't Rogue Cultivator 2705 in Transcending Mortality stage? How could he kill a True God stage expert? Could the True God stage expert have been sleeping? Idiot, why don't you kill a sleeping True God stage expert for us to see? Regardless what shocking thing Di Shixiang managed to do, I believe that it's all natural. I've always been supporting Di Shixiang. Who can confirm that Di Shixiang's cultivation level won't increase? Perhaps he is already in Yuan Dan stage. Even a Yuan Dan stage cultivator can't kill a severely injured True God stage expert. But Di Shixiang's points did increase, so how would you explain that? A commotion arose in front of the contribution points board as all sorts of theories and ideas were shouted out and defended. Everyone! Shi Yixuan's voice calmed the crowd down once again. My friends, if anyone sees this Di Shixiang, please help me to pass him a message. Say that the Great Evolution sect Shi Yixuan invites him to the Great Evolution sect as a guest. Ha, Junior Shi is indeed very hospitable. A cheery voice echoed out. Seems like Senior Feng is quite free today. Shi Yixuan bowed respectfully as he saw the cultivator approaching him. It's Heaven-Seeking Palace's Senior Feng Luo Jian. Greetings, Senior Feng.
The atmosphere in front of the contribution points board heated up, and everyone was discussing about 100 Sect Alliance's contribution points board number 1, Rogue Cultivator 2705. She is one of Great Evolution Sect and Feng Luojian of Heaven Seeking Palace, who had always been fighting for first place, had arrived, making it a big party. Feng Luojian's voice was much more charismatic, and he bowed respectfully at the crowd. My friends, if anyone sees Rogue Cultivator 2705, please inform him that Heaven Seeking Palace's Feng Luojian will warmly welcome him. On the 10th floor of Yin City Immortal Jade House, 2 cultivators sat by the window, gazing down the plaza. This guy must not stay alive any longer. We must kill him before anyone else finds him, otherwise our Lei clan will cease to exist. A short man with a hostile look on his face said in a low voice. Sitting opposite him was a middle-aged woman, and she nodded. That's right, if this guy gets recruited as a legacy disciple of the Great Evolution Sect or Heaven-Seeking Palace, he'll definitely not let our Yulin Lei clan off. The short man stood up. Let's search in different directions. Since he obtained contribution points, this means that he was at the recent few battles with the alien cultivators. This guy can change his appearance too, so we'll have to pay more attention. The woman nodded her head in agreement as she stood up too. After a month of cultivation in the island under the sea, Mo Wuji stopped. He swallowed a few gold-forming pills, and his speed of absorbing spiritual energy had increased to a rather high level. However, his rate of improvement at Transcending Mortality Stage Level 12 was very slow, much less breakthrough into Yuan Dan stage. This made Mo Wuji very impatient, like a person used to luxurious things being thrown into poverty. Now using normal spiritual energy did not give any significant improvements. To break through to the next stage, he could only accumulate bit by bit over time as he did not have any heaven-grade spirit stones. This sort of cultivation environment was very normal for Mo Wuji. But to Pu Qian and the rest, it was the first time they had experienced something like this. The Tianji sect was a Xian grade sect, so it was normal for them to have a poor environment for cultivation. In a month's time, Zhuan Yan broke through to spirit building stage level 9, and she would soon prepare to enter Transcending Mortality stage. Pu Qian had broken through to Transcending Mortality stage level 8, and Sang Yiping also entered Transcending Mortality level 2. Nie Zhennon was a little more talented than Sang Yiping, so while he was originally at the peak of Transcending Mortality stage level 4, he was now at the Transcending Mortality stage level 6. The only one that did not improve was Mo Wuji. Knowing that he had no way to break through the Transcending Mortality stage, Mo Wuji took out 3 rings. The first was obtained from the Ghost Cultivator and had a strong seal, hence by his estimates, it would take at least a month to crack it. The second ring belonged to the black-clothed alien, and the third was left behind by Jing Gumu. Jing Gumu's ring probably had the most treasures in it, but it was a pity that this ring was even harder to crack. As Jing Gumu had not fallen yet, his seal was naturally the hardest to crack. Mo Wuji decided that he would crack the black-clothed alien's ring first because the black-clothed man had died, hence no matter how strong the seal on the ring was, it would not be able to withstand the continuous pressure from his spiritual will for days. After half a month, a slight crack came from the ring, and all seals on it collapsed. A space even greater than the storage ring that Mo Wuji was using appeared before him, and piles after piles of earth-grade spirit stones were there. Spiritual herbs, smithing materials were in mounds as high as mountains too. On top of that, there were tens of spiritual items and multiple technique manuals. Every spiritual item in there was of a higher tier than the one she obtained previously. Mo Wuji's understanding of spiritual items was quite shallow, but he could still recognize that there were at least 3 high-tier spiritual items. A half-moon knife, a bronze lantern, and a radiant green sword. The item that made Mo Wuji the most excited is a flying ship magic treasure. This magic treasure was probably not a high-tier magic treasure, but it was definitely one of the best mid-tier flying ship. Out of all the storage rings he had obtained so far, this was the first time that Mo Wuji managed to find a flying ship magic treasure. The past 2 storage rings from Thunder Fog Forest didn't have flying magic treasures either. Who knew if flying magic treasures were hidden away by people, or did not exist anymore? However, what disappointed Mo Wuji was that while there were so many Earth-grade spirit stones, not a single Heaven-grade spirit stone was present. It was important to note that he no longer coveted for Earth-grade spirit stones, but instead he wanted real Heaven-grade spirit stones. While the black-clothed man's storage ring had more space than the one Mo Wuji was using, Mo Wuji did not have the intention to swap his out. After all, even a larger space had its limits, and it was troublesome to swap rings. He then took out the ring he obtained from the ship, and continued cracking its seal. Every person's cultivation technique was different, which made every ring's seal different too. It was not known when the owner of the storage ring from the ship had died, and the seal on it was significantly stronger than the one on the black-clothed man. Another month passed by, and the ring's seal began to loosen, but at this moment Mo felt a strong wave of energy. His gaze immediately fell on Zhuang Yan, as she was the source of the energy. It was apparent that she was about to break through to transcending mortality stage. Indeed, 4 hours later, Zhuang Yan's aura increased wildly, and her spirituality burst forth. She had entered the transcending mortality stage without much difficulty. Mo Wuji nodded his head at this sight of this. Zhuang Yan's spiritual root quality wasn't very good, and a big part of the reason that she could enter the transcending mortality stage from spirit building stage level 7 in such a short period of time probably was her cultivating in such an environment for the first time. If she did not find a better way to cultivate in the future, her cultivation speed would slow down to what she experienced before. While all this went on, Mo Wuji did not go to disturb their cultivation, and continued to work on the storage ring with his spiritual will. Another half a month passed again, and a familiar crack came from the ring in Mo Wuji's hands as the seals fell apart. A gigantic space appeared before Mo Wuji's eyes. What shocked Mo Wuji the most was that there was only one item in the storage ring. Spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and other treasures were absent. The item inside is a gigantic incomplete ship, which was hundreds of meters long and towered over everything else. Who knew how long it had been inside, as the dragon bones on it still gave off a bright glow. Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on the ship. The more he looked at it, the more he was shocked, and the more he was confused. There were not only many array bases for drawing arrays, but also all kinds of cannons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, We're Warring, Stop the Nonsense. Chapter 228, We're Warring, Stop the Nonsense. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This was definitely a hybrid of cultivation and technology. Mo Wuji's gaze started to wander, discovering that there were tens of naval cannons installed on the ship. It was just that they weren't installed on the cannon forts. Besides the naval cannons, there were also all kinds of blueprints and books on the ship. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan through them, and soon found that these blueprints were clear design outline maps of the ship. Incomplete immortal battleship, length, 640 meters, breadth, 230 meters. Designed to have 10 laser cannons, 10 space sundering cannons, 3 pentaelemental cannons, 5 extermination cannons. The ship bow and flanks were both created from celestial sunflower gold, allowing it to sail through the void. The laser cannons required materials: Earth-grade spirit stones, radium crystals, Earth heartflame, brilliant rainbow crystals. Mo Wuji started to get more excited the more he read. The blueprints showed the methods to construct 10 different kinds of cannons. How was this a ship? This was a moving battle fortress. The moment this thing goes all out, even a true god stage expert has to run. Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on the ship bow and flanks. They were indeed made of the familiar celestial sunflower gold, but the celestial sunflower gold here had already been processed. The amount of celestial sunflower gold used to make both the ship bow and flanks combined was already more than 100 times what he obtained previously. To use so much celestial sunflower gold to create this horrifying battleship, how rich must this ring's previous owner be? Unfortunately, this ship wasn't fully completed. If it was, it would definitely be a killing machine.
He had no knowledge on smithing, so he did not have any means of finishing this incomplete immortal battleship. Mo Wuji's spiritual will continued to search the huge space within the storage ring.
The ring was largely empty, except for a small pile of items in the corner which looked like rubbish. But when Mo Wuji's spiritual will reached it, he immediately coughed out a breath of cold air. How was this rubbish? These were cannon ammunition. Moreover, these ammunition were clearly classified: laser cannon, space sundering cannon, heavenly fire cannon, heavy water cannon. Mo Wuji retracted his spiritual will. This ship was definitely of great use to him. He did not know smithing, but he could find a smith. By now, Mo Wuji had changed the ring that he's using. The items in his previous ring had all been moved to this bigger ring. Seeing that the others were still obsessed in their cultivation, Mo Wuji stood up and left the room. In the larger hall outside, Mo Wuji started to refine the black-clothed man's intermediate-grade flying ship. Sin Shuin's flying car was a low-grade flying equipment, but its defensive capabilities was close to naught. Its speed was very slow, and the space was cramped. But this flying ship, it had loads of space, and it even had some defensive capabilities. When they return, he would use this flying ship. Days continued to pass. When Mo Wuji had just completely refined this flying ship, the surrounding air started to tremble, this time, a lot more intense than the previous ones. Mo Wuji kept the flying ship. He guessed that Pu Qian was about to transcend the realms of mortality and enter the Earth realm Yuan Dan stage. Indeed, half a day later, the space ripples disappeared and Pu Qian walked out from the small room. His body emanated thick, dense spirituality, and he had a huge boost in his self-confidence. Clearly, he had entered the Yuan Dan stage. Pu Qian, congratulations on advancing into the Yuan Dan stage. Mo Wuji was also happy for Pu Qian. Moreover, Pu Qian was a man of the Tianji sect. The higher his cultivation, the better it would be for the Tianji sect. Head senior brother, I've never had such a carefree and enjoyable cultivation session. There was plenty of spiritual energy, enough of pills to use. Cultivating was simply too great. Pu Qian's face was full of elation and contentment. According to his previous plans, he intended to charge into the Yuan Dan stage within 10 years, but in just a few months, he had already entered the Yuan Dan stage. This wasn't simply charging, it was flying. Mo Wuji laughed. When we leave, we will take this spiritual vein and place it in the original lands of Tianji sect. By that time, everyone could continue to use it to cultivate. Mo Wuji had long thought these things through. To rebuild the Tianji sect, there must be a place rich in spiritual energy for cultivation. Without real power, there would be no meaning in rebuilding the Tianji sect. He wanted to truly rebuild the Tianji sect, not just in name. Head senior brother, I'm afraid that's not possible. When we go back and rebuild the Tianji sect, we would need to do it secretly and we cannot return to the original Tianji sect. We would have to wait till our power gets stronger, then we can return. Nie Jingnom also walked out. He was already in transcending mortality stage level 8, his improvements have even exceeded Pu Qian. Mo Wuji did not say a word, he did not share the same sentiments in his heart. Since he wanted to rebuild the sect, he would do it with a splash. Sneakily building a sect would betray his ideals. But rebuilding the Tianji sect with a high profile had its own problems. Perhaps before the sect was established, the Yulin Lei clan might come and destroy the Tianji sect once more. Do any of you know who are the impressive smiths in the 5 great empires? After a brief moment of silent contemplation, Mo Wuji's eyes sparkled and he suddenly lifted his head and asked. His Tianji sect might not be able to exterminate the Yulin Lei clan, but his incomplete immortal battleship could. The Yulin Lei clan was merely an above-average Earth sect. If he were to overestimate them, then they would only be a quasi-heaven sect. If he could first install an intermediate trap array, to confine the Yulin Lei clan, he would then use the immortal battleship barrage the Yulin Lei clan with salvos of devastating cannons. To install an intermediate trap array, he would need to continue researching on his notes on Chu Xingzi's array Dao. At the same time,
he would need to learn to forge array flags. Forging array flags and forging equipments were different. One did not need to be a smith to forge array flags. But an average array master might not be able to forge array flags too. I'm not very familiar with this, perhaps junior apprentice Sister Sang might know more about this, Nie Jin Nong answered. He would normally confine himself in closed-doors cultivation. The one who explored the outside world and dealt with external affairs was Sang Yiping. Pu Qian said, the heaven-seeking palace smith summit Lord Zhang Pingshan should be very impressive. I heard that the spiritual equipment he forges are highly sought after. The smith summit's most impressive smith isn't the summit Lord Zhang Pingshan, but the guest elder, the three-eyed Duda. Sang Yiping and Zhuang Yan also emerged from the room. Sang Yiping was already in Transcending Mortality Level 5, while Zhuang Yan had advanced to Transcending Mortality Level 2. Mo Wuji laughed, looks like this closed-door session was really useful. Everyone's cultivation had improved greatly, not bad. Wait till we go back to the sect, everyone can prepare themselves to charge into the Yuan Dan stage. Congratulations senior apprentice brother Pu Qian on advancing into the Earth realm. Sang Yiping and company noticed that Pu Qian had advanced, he should already be in the Earth realm. After a brief exchange of congratulations, Mo Wuji asked, Yiping, you say that the Smith Summit's three-eyed Duda smithing proficiency is the best? How did you know? Sang Yiping hurriedly explained, previously, the sect head was discussing with us a few secrets regarding the huge sects, and he mentioned the heaven-seeking palace's three-eyed Duda. His origins were unknown. It seemed like he was being chased by someone, so he hid in the heaven-seeking palace. Summit Lord Zhang Pingshan noticed three-eyed Duda's adroit skill in smithing and invited him to be a guest elder in the Smith Summit. In reality, most of the magic treasures in the 5 great empires was forged by the heaven-seeking palace, and of these magic treasures, 90% of them were made by the three-eyed Duda's hands, but Mo Wuji inwardly nodded his head, this was the man. After he returns to the heaven-seeking palace, he definitely needed to invite this three-eyed Duda to help him complete his immortal battleship. We've been cooped up here for several months. We will leave right after we extract the spiritual vein, then we will immediately rebuild the Tianji sect, Mo Wuji declared. The spiritual vein was originally extracted by Jinggumu and sent to the small room. Now, Mo Wuji did not need to expend much effort and easily sent the spiritual vein into his storage ring. 2 hours later, Mo Wuji and company charged out of Sky Lake Island on their flying ship. Intum Beach. It was only a few thousand miles from Yen City. This was a barren land, and with the heavy Yin energy, few were willing to come here. But now, the Intum Beach was filled with gloom. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were gathered. The war had yet to start, but the breath of death had started to permeate through the air. Ever since the alien cultivators infiltrated the lost continent, the 5 great empires responded with the coalition of countless sects, forming the 100 Sect Alliance. Initially, the 100 Sect Alliance was able to oppress the alien cultivators, and even destroyed some of the alien cultivators' encampments. But as the war progressed, more alien cultivators gathered here, and their battle power slowly surpassed the 100 Sect Alliance. In the recent few months, the 5 great empires' 100 Sect Alliance had been facing continuous defeat. Some of the more important places were slowly swallowed up by the alien cultivators. Because of the 100 Sect Alliance's continuous retreat, the battlefront had been pushed to the Intum Beach outside the Yen City. It was nearly 1 to 2 miles from Yen City. Many people were clear, the moment the Intum Beach was lost, the 100 Sect Alliance would also lose Yen City. Yen City might be the Tian Shan Empire's capital, it now served as the 100 Sect Alliance's encampment. If Yen City was occupied by the alien cultivators, then the 5 great empires' forces would collapse, and the 100 Sect Alliance would crumble. Thereafter, it would only be a matter of time before the alien cultivators controlled the entire 5 empires. So this battle, for the 100 Sect Alliance, they were fighting with their backs against the river, it was do or die. In the air above the battlefield, there were 8 experts standing on the side of the 100 Sect Alliance.
These were the true God stage experts of the 100 Sect Alliance. One could say that almost all the experts in the 5 great empires had been gathered here. On the opposite side of the battlefield, there were more than 10 experts standing in mid-air. The alien cultivators clearly had more true God stage experts than the 5 great empires. Fengzhenxiu, the difference between my floating stars forces and yours are already as different as the heaven and earth. If your 100 Sect Alliance continues to resist, don't blame me for the massacre. If you surrender, I might consider leaving behind a lifeline. A gray-haired man, from the alien cultivator's side, took a few steps in the air. He spoke with a slightly threatening tone. Fengzhenxiu did not say anything, but a clear, resolute female voice could be heard from the distance. In the Lost Continent, there's a sect called the Tianji sect. Tianji sect has a teaching which is also the motto of all the cultivators in the Lost Continent. Here, cultivators would stand till their deaths. There are no rats who would kneel while alive. We're warring, so stop the nonsense. Support the Dean. We're warring. Stop the nonsense. The 100 Sect Alliance's cultivators all called out hoarsely. The fighting spirit instantly skyrocketed and the killing intent was simply bursting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, Complete Annihilation. Chapter 229, Complete Annihilation. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The person is the heaven-seeking palace's first Dean Bei Sutting? Garber's face changed slightly as he felt some regret for the excessive nonsense he spoke. With a single sentence, the opposing force's morale was instantly uplifted. He needed to say some additional words to plunge the opposing force's morale. Once the opposing force's morale went down, they would have to immediately start the battle. Otherwise, the floating star would have much higher casualty rates. A lady with a scarf around her face stood in midair at the forefront of the two armies. No one could see her appearance, but from her slim and elegant appearance, one could see that she was definitely a femme fatale. She completely ignored Garber's words, and turned to look at the war-raged 100 Sect Alliance cultivators, speaking with a clear voice. These alien scum invaded our homeland. How will our Lost Continent cultivators respond? Kill. Countless voices resounded. These alien scum killed our brothers and sisters, and now they want us to kneel. How will our Lost Continent cultivators respond? Kill. The voices resonated with greater fervor and courage. Even the calmest of cultivators, when enshrouded in this atmosphere of killing intent, his blood would boil and he could not wait to simply charge over and kill those alien scum to his heart's content. Then what are we waiting for? Follow me and kill them all. Kill. 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 The pent-up, boundless killing intent finally burst forth, completely sweeping up in the moment. The 100 Sect Alliance were like tigers, charging ferociously towards the alien cultivators. Garber now knew that he wouldn't be able to turn the morale around. At this moment, besides facing the battle, there was nothing else he could do. The cultivators of the floating star, don't tell me you want to return to that godforsaken, resource-depleted place? Don't tell me you all wish to slowly die in that spiritual energy-poor planet? My brave soldiers of the floating star, whether we can stay in this fertile land, and whether we can continue to seek higher realms of cultivation, all depends on this war. Everyone, kill! Boom! The two sides clashed. Killing intent filled the air, blood clouds formed, debris flew. All kinds of elemental energy clashed, forming explosions which upended the entire Toon Beach in a single moment. The filled Toon Beach, which used to force people to go silent, was now filled with the shrill sounds of death and battle. Screams of pain and roars of rage resounded through the air, corpses of cultivators unceasingly collapsed onto the ground. No one retreated as everyone trampled across the corpses of their brethren to charge forward. There was only one thing running through everyone's minds: kill. This battle was different from the previous ones. there was no rest unless you're dead, and no side was willing to retreat. The battle raged from dusk to the late afternoon. The smell of blood had long pervaded and drowned the entire Re32 beach, but it was unable to drown out the grueling sounds of war. The 100 Sect Alliance's initial momentum had gradually died down. This was the first interplanetary war that the floating star cultivators took part in, but their vastly superior numbers allowed them to slowly oppress the 100 Sect Alliance. Ha 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 ha. A wave of crazy laughter spread throughout the entire Re32 beach battlefield. A red-robed, bald man was laughing maniacally in mid-air, shouting, "Another true god expert has been killed by me, my floating star will now be the masters of this land. The heaven-seeking palace elder Muon has been killed." The 100 Sect Alliance, which had already lost the upper hand, was now placed in a more precarious position. But as everyone saw the green-robed lady fighting 3 true god experts by herself, no one retreated. That was the heaven-seeking palace first dean, the drive of the 100 Sect Alliance. A flying ship was sailing out of the Sky Sea, entering into the domain of the 5 great empires. On the flying ship, there were 5 people. They were exactly Mo Wuji and his group who just returned from the Sky Sea. A few days later, the flying ship was approaching the territories of the Tian Shan Empire. "Head senior brother, why do I feel that something's not right? Over there, the fogs of blood are large enough to form clouds." Pu Qian's cultivation was the highest, so he was the first to notice the blood fogs from the war at Re32 Beach. Mo Wuji stopped, he also noticed the towering fogs of blood. Even though it was quite a distance away, the appearance of blood fog was truly terrifying. That must be the battlefield between the 100 Sect Alliance and the alien cultivators. From the looks of it, this war is extremely intense. Mo Wuji had also seen similar blood fogs back in the Thunder Fog Forest battlefield, and it had left a deep impression in his mind. "What do we do?" Sang Yiping asked urgently. How could she not be worried? With their current power, the moment they got wrapped up in this huge war, they would simply be pigs being sent for slaughter. The probability that they would get killed was 70 to 80%. If the Tianji sect was still well established, then death was just death. But the Tianji sect's vengeance had yet to be avenged, she was extremely unwilling to die. Mo Wuji parked the flying ship atop a mountain. "Everyone, make way." After the group was quite a distance away, Mo Wuji retrieved the incomplete ship from his storage ring. "This is a battleship?" Sang Yiping's cultivation might not be the strongest, but she was the most experienced. With one glance, she could tell that this was a colossal space battleship. Mo Wuji nodded. "That's right, this is indeed a battleship. Unfortunately, this battleship isn't complete. Originally, I wanted to invite the 3 Iduta to help complete the job, and then use it to destroy the Yulin Lei clan. But now, we can first install the components on this battleship. Even though it can't fly, it beats staring blankly if those alien cultivators suddenly arrive." The various runes had yet to be inscribed on the battleship, so this battleship could not take off. A flying ship which could not fly would be as good as trash. Fortunately, there were cannons on the battleship, and there were all kinds of ammunition. If they properly installed the cannons, then they should not face any problems defending themselves. How impressive! Pu Qian had already jumped up on the ship and started viewing the eclectic cannons on the ship. "Let's install these cannons first. The important ones are the laser cannons, golden beam cannons and the heavenly fire cannons," Mo Wuji said as he pointed to 3 different cannon forts. Another lucky thing was that the ship's cannons were already built and installing them wasn't a very complicated thing. Moreover, Mo Wuji was knowledgeable about arrays. In 4 hours, the 5 already installed 16 huge cannons. "Head senior member, are we just going to wait here?" Sang Yiping asked after seeing Missouri Wuji place some ammunition rounds behind the cannon forts. Mo Wuji nodded. "We'll wait here. We'll leave when the war is over." Mo Wuji was very clear about the situation of the war. Whether the 100 Sect Alliance won or lost, it would not be a good thing for them to leave now. If the 100-sect alliance won, the defeated alien cultivators would retreat and escape in all directions. If they encounter a true lake expert, then it would be equivalent to death. If the 100-sect alliance lost, then the alien cultivators would also run around in all directions, rampaging as they go. It would be expected that they met a few strong experts. Perhaps finding a place to hide seems like a better solution. But Mo Wuji could feel that this war was far from ordinary. It was very likely the final war before the alien cultivators controlled the entire 5 empires. If he hides, he might not know the outcome of the war, and his future would be extremely uncertain. Standing here, they would be able to tell the outcome of the war, and they could pick a good direction to escape from. That beats running head first into a crowd of alien cultivators. Inside, Mo Wuji really wanted to charge into the battlefield and kill to his heart's content. But he knew that doing that would be totally useless. His abilities were not enough to change the final outcome of the war. Perhaps if the ship could fly, he might be able to do that. But once that is done, he would have to hand over his battleship. On the Yin beach, heaven-seeking Palace's Dean Bay Sutting was currently facing 4 opponents by herself. 4 true god experts were crazily encircling and attacking her. If not for her formidable defensive magic treasure, she would have perished a long time ago. At this moment, another true god expert from the 100-sect alliance met his end, and the number of people surrounding Bay Sutting increased by 1. Even the worst cultivator could tell that even if Bay Sutting's defensive magic treasure was stronger, she would not be able to hold any further. Unfortunately, the Great Evolution Sect's sect head was also confined by 3 true god experts, and he was also facing great peril. He truly wasn't able to lend Bay Sutting a hand. Dean Bay, leave now, we'll help protect you. As long as you live, you will be our lost continent's hope, and in the future, you can help come back and avenge us. A 100-sect alliance cultivator suddenly cried out. Immediately, more 100-sect alliance cultivators started pleading Bay Sutting to escape because that cultivator was right. Bay Sutting was the lost continent's greatest hope. She was the lost continent's only expert that achieved the extreme mortal stage, extreme earth stage and the great circle of true god stage level 3. She was also the youngest of all the true god experts. If it were not for this war which could deracinate the lost continent, she definitely wouldn't have come out. Bay Sutting was able to fight to the death with all my comrades of the lost continent. This is my, Bay Sutting's, greatest honor. Perhaps it is the also an honor all of you. But, there'll only be a Bay Sutting who fights to the death, no Bay Sutting who cowers to stay. Today, I will only fight for the lost continent, I will never retreat. Fight. Never retreat. Bay Sutting's words incited crazed counterattacks among the lost continent cultivators. Perhaps everyone knew this was the last radiance they would see in their lives. Since you cultivators aren't willing to submit to our floating star, then we will no longer behave politely. Annihilate them all. Gerald, bring 10,000 brave soldiers out of here and slaughter everyone you see. My floating star doesn't need these crude pigs, we have our own people. Garber saw that before her death, Bay Sutting still wanted to crazily arouse the lost continent cultivators to kill his floating star cultivators, and he was instantly enraged. Since the floating star had already gained the upper hand, the outcome was basically already decided. Sending 10,000 cultivators away would not have any impact at all, and on the contrary, it would plunge the morale of the lost continent cultivators. Furthermore, all the lost continent experts were gathered here. These 10,000 people could go wherever they liked and wreak havoc as they wished. Yes. A man wearing a gold cloak stood forward, the spirituality around his body was sharp, he was an expert at the nihility god stage. Tell me, when you leave here, what will you do? Garber shouted loudly. The gold-cloaked man replied seriously, whether it's sex, cities or mortal lands, we will kill them all. Not even chickens and dogs will be spared. Very good. Carry on. Garber nodded contentedly. The gold-cloaked man responded,
waved his hand, and multiple battleships charged out of the Entomb beach. Each ship was filled with bloodthirsty floating star cultivators who exuded bloody auras.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 230, Way to Go, Battleship. Chapter 230, Way to Go, Battleship. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
The courage of the 100 Sect Alliance cultivators was only temporary. After seeing 10,000 alien cultivators leaving the battlefield to reap all lives on the lost continent, the 100 Sect Alliance cultivators lost their spirit and strength to fight on. At this moment, tens of thousands of alien cultivators also stopped in their attacks as they stared at their comrades mercilessly slaughtering the defeated 100 Sect Alliance cultivators. At the same time, they prevented anyone from escaping.
One could see that they were clearly aiming for complete annihilation in this war.
Whether it was the lost continent cultivators or the alien cultivators, they all knew this war was already over. The lost continent would soon disappear, and this place would be new continent. Everyone who would live on this new continent would be from the floating star. Right at this moment, a flying ship came charging in. At the bow of the ship, there were 10 people. A man with black hair and a white beard suddenly jumped out from the flying ship, pouncing towards the alien cultivators. Multiple true god experts from the alien front came forward to accept the challenge.
Boom, boom, boom. Crazy bursts of elemental energy exploded in midair. A few figures descended from midair, never to breath again. The sudden unforeseen event left everyone gasping. Even the huge war down in the battlefield instantly went still. One person went against multiple true god experts, and in a simple face-off, a few of the true god experts were immediately killed. Was this a dream? Since when did the lost continent have such an expert? On a mountain slightly far away from the Entomb beach, Mo Wuji was staring at the direction of the blood-shrouded battlefield. Head senior brother, should I go take a look?
Pu Qian took the initiative to ask, seeing the looks of worry on Mo Wuji's face.
Mo Wuji nodded, that sounds good. Take this flying ship and go over. If you encounter any situation, immediately come back.
Yes. Pu Qian immediately controlled the flying ship and headed towards the Entomb beach.
Yipping, why don't you tell me more about the Tianji sect lands? Mo Wuji said as he fiddled with a laser cannon ammunition.
Sang Yipping responded with an "and" before explaining, the Tianji sect is actually on the periphery of the Ming Han Empire. Its position actually coincides to form a triangle with the Great Evolution sect and the Heaven-Seeking Palace. Of course, this is only the opinion of our Tianji sect.
Many don't even know the existence of the Tianji sect. Wasn't the Ming Han Empire the first to be destroyed by the alien cultivators?
I heard that the Ming Han Empire's capital, Daku City, has also been occupied.
Mo Wuji asked. Sang Yipping responded, Daku City has indeed been occupied by the alien cultivators, but the Ming Han Empire is still there.
Our Tianji sect is also at the periphery of the Ming Han Empire, so it hasn't been noticed. Our Tianji sect occupies hundreds of square miles of land, with one main mountain and more than 100 secondary summits. All these secondary summits were formed naturally. A river passes through the center, and we call it the Tianji River.
One could say that the Tianji sect is a natural sect. Even the Great Evolution sect created many of their secondary summits. With such a good spot, why didn't the bigger sects come snatch it up? Mo Wuji asked quizzically. Because Tianji sect's environment and position might be good, but it's barren spiritual land.
Here, spiritual energy is sparse, and even with an energy-gathering array, it is still impossible to gather dense spiritual energy, Sang Yipping replied.
Mo Wuji immediately came to a realization.
The purpose of a sect and its legacy was naturally to gather more power, and it was not merely a place for residence. If a sect didn't have a place suitable for cultivation, it naturally wouldn't be able to grow stronger.
This was like the Lotus Sword Summit back in the Formless Blade sect. The spiritual energy around the Tianji sect was sparse, so it was perfectly normal for other sects to not eye its location. When we return, I will find some ways to install a huge formation to protect the Tianji River and all the mountain peaks. At the same time, I will rebuild the Tianji summit. Mo Wuji immediately said. Spiritual energy was not a problem. After all, he was adroit in arrays, and he even had an impressive spiritual vein on him. Sang Yiping shook her head, senior brother, I'm afraid that's not possible. Why? Mo Wuji stared curiously at Sang Yiping. Was the land extremely peculiar, such that a sect protecting array couldn't be established? Sang Yiping lowered her head and said, because more than a half of the 100+ secondary summits have been rented out. Now, we only have the main summit and 10 over secondary summits. Mo Wuji was stunned. A sect rented out its mountain summits to others? This was the first time he heard of such a thing. The Tianji sect is so short of spirit stones? Mo Wuji asked with his brows furrowed. Even if a sect was lacking in spirit stones, it should not rent its land over to others, right? Sang Yiping sighed. The people who rented the tens of Tianji sect's secondary summits are two major powers. One is the Ming Han Empire's 14th prince. He controls the Ming Han Tianshan alliance, and this alliance was established on our Tianji sect's land. This land was mainly used to generate fortunes for him, and at the same time, it houses some of our most desperate disciples. The second power is a mountain fortress. This mountain fortress belongs to the Ming Han Empire's 26th prince, and it specializes in doing some shady businesses. As for the rent, our Tianji sect has yet to even see a single copper coin. Mo Wuji instantly lamented in his heart. This lamentation was for the Tianji sect. Tianji sect was, after all, a sect of cultivators. To think that it was caught in the throats by some mortal princes, such that they had to rent their land to them. This was the greatest form of humiliation. The Ming Han Empire has many Earth Realm experts, which our Tianji sect is only a Xian sect. We're unable to fight against them. Sang Yiping's voice started to gradually turn softer. Clearly, she also felt aggrieved and wronged. Mo Wuji was just about to speak when he saw Pu Qian's flying ship trembling as it charged over. Something's wrong. Mo Wuji immediately inserted the laser cannon ammunition in his hand, into the laser cannon. At the same time, he said to Sang Yiping and the rest, everyone, take charge of a cannon. Then, face the cannon in the direction of Pu Qian's flying ship and wait for my command. Yes. Even without Mo Wuji, Sang Yiping and company knew that something was wrong. Pu Qian's flying ship looked like it had been damaged. Moments later, Pu Qian's flying ship descended and Pu Qian came shouting as he charged out, these people are animals, they're all animals. They started genocides across many prefectures. Regardless whether they're adults or little kids, as long as they were alive, these animals killed all of them. Mo Wuji's face turned solemn and killing intent rose in his heart. He came from Earth, and the thing which enraged him the most was the unreasonable and merciless slaughter of innocent lives. These people were worse than animals. When animals killed humans, it was because they were hungry. They're here. Nie Zhengnong said, his voice trembling slightly. Everyone saw it. 10 flying ships blocked out the entire sky, and each flying ship was filled with cultivators. Each cultivator was shrouded in killing intent, and covered in blood. They were like demons that just climbed up from the bottom of hell. There's close to 10,000 people here. If Nie Zhengnong was still controlling his voice to not tremble, then Zhuangyan's voice totally lacked control. With so many people, will they be able to survive? Pu Qian had already entered the battleship and said, there's at least 10,000 of them. Moreover, they even have a nihility god expert among them. My flying ship was almost destroyed by him. As he said this, he suddenly recalled something and he cried out in shock, head senior brother, I was wrong. I should have lured them away. They did indeed have a battleship here, and there were even various kinds of cannons. But 10,000 people were far too much. Even a few true lake stage experts would be enough to easily eliminate them. Mo Wuji said seriously, I wanted you to lure them over. Pu Qian, get to a laser cannon. Wait till we start firing, listen to my command to start attacking too. Even if we die here, we still need to pull some of them down with us. Yes. Listening to Mo Wuji's words, the rest seemed to have received a huge boost in confidence, as their hands prepared to fire the cannons. The sounds of the alien flying ships became louder. Mo Wuji's spiritual will could already clearly see the faces of the cultivators on the ships. He waved his hand and said, everyone, choose a flying ship. I choose that leading one. Fire. Boom. 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 There were 4 consecutive shots. 4 cannon ammunitions of different colors charged out of the battleship, causing space to tremble horrifyingly. Even the people who fired the cannons were incomparably shocked. Mo Wuji's laser cannon shot out a beam of blinding white light. Thereafter, he saw a faint, black crevice. A feeling of vastness emerged from that crevice, causing Mo Wuji to unconsciously shiver. Luckily, the crevice disappeared quickly. Soon, it was completely gone. The intense attacks exploded in midair. A patch of terrifying fire burnt out half of the entire sky, causing Mo Wuji and company to be completely blinded. The fires swept across the sky. Even with Mo Wuji's and Pu Qian's cultivation, they were drenched in sweat. Head senior brother, what's going on? Why is there white light and fire? Sang Yiping asked with a trembling voice. She was scared still. The moment the cannons were fired, half the sky became engulfed in fire. As for those alien flying ships, she couldn't even see even a single one of them. Should we continue to fire? Zhuang Yan asked agitatedly. Even though she didn't the outcome of their previous salvo, she knew that the destructive capabilities of these cannons were truly terrifying. Mo Wuji inhaled a breath of cold air, and after serious considerations, he said, no need. I have underestimated these cannons. Actually, we only needed 1 shot. I was too wasteful to actually shoot out 4 times. Luckily, Pu Qian hasn't fired. Compared to the others who were blinded, Mo Wuji's spiritual will had long seen the clear situation with the alien flying ships. With those 4 shots, not only those alien flying ships, but even the surrounding land had been melted into a sea. There was no drop of water in the sky. Every single bit of water had been completely vaporized by the intense cannons. After an incense's time, the fire finally disappeared, and the white light in the sky disappeared. They only saw a deep pool in front of them, and there wasn't even a shadow of half a flying ship. Head senior brother, did we destroy those flying ships? Zhuang Yan asked in shock. Mo Wuji nodded, that's right. Not only were those flying ships destroyed, we did not leave a single trace of them. That pool there is left behind from the effects of our cannons. The 5 simultaneously inhaled a breath of cold air, as they stared at the emptiness in front of them. What a terrifying battleship. Even destroying the heaven-seeking palace would not be a problem, right? So impressive. After a long time, Pu Qian finally exclaimed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, Completely Helpless. Chapter 231, Completely Helpless. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji finally understood the true destructiveness of the cannons. He guessed that even the 3-eyed Duta might not be able to do anything to help with it. It was very likely that these cannons weren't from the lost continent, but descended from some other planet. If these cannons landed in the hands of a madman, then it would be a calamity. With such impressive cannons, he didn't even need to bring the ship over to deal with the Yulin Lei clan. Just 1 cannon alone could wreck them many times over. Everyone, get down from the cannon forts. These cannons are too powerful, we cannot reveal them, Mo Wuji said seriously.
Yes, head senior brother.
The four responded simultaneously.
With this powerful battleship equipped with such impressive cannons, Tianji sect was sure to be revived.
This gave a huge boost to everyone's morale.
After the four left the battleship, Mo Wuji raised his hand and stored it in his ring.
Head senior brother, guess how many alien cultivators we just killed?
After waiting for Mo Wuji to keep the battleship, Sang Yiping immediately asked.
Mo Wuji nodded as he fetched his contribution point token. You all don't have a contribution point token, so the contribution points might actually end up going to me.
After Mo Wuji clearly saw the contribution points on the token, he was dumbfounded. Sang Yiping and the rest also gathered over, and they were also stunned.
We killed at least 10,000 alien cultivators, right? Why are the points still 112,076? We didn't even get a single point? Sang Yiping lamented unwillingly. Everyone's eyes turned towards Mo Wuji.
Mo Wuji understood how the point system worked, so after some thought, he said, I guess those cannons are too strong, that even the souls of the alien cultivators were disintegrated into nothingness.
That's why the token didn't record any points. At least head senior brother is still number 1. Otherwise, I would really be unhappy.
Even though Sang Yiping could not really accept the explanation, the fact that Mo Wuji was still number 1 gave her comfort.
Let's slowly move towards the direction of the battle, and gather news on this war.
Mo Wuji was not really concerned about the contribution points, but whether he should bring these people back to rebuild the Tianji sect or leave this place altogether. If the alien cultivators really defeated the 100 Sect Alliance, then no matter how strong his cannons were, he would be able to stop the onslaught of the huge masses of alien cultivators. If news of his cannons reached the alien cultivators' hands, they definitely wouldn't come and find him with just some flying ships alone.
It was bleak silence over the Intoon beach.
The black-haired, white-bearded man had already landed on the ground and was in clear view. Both his hands were empty, he didn't even use any kind of magic treasure. Beneath his feet were the bodies of several true god experts.
All of them weren't breathing.
One of the alien true god expert relatively far from the black-haired, white-bearded man suddenly rushed to the flying ship hovering in the sky.
The 100 Sect Alliance cultivators finally reacted. The alien cultivators knew that the black-haired, white-bearded man was powerful, so they wanted to hold the people aboard the flying ship as hostage. The flying ship came together with the black-haired, white-bearded man, so holding the people inside as hostage should be able to threaten him. Everyone's eyes descended on the black-haired, white-bearded man. They were sure that he would immediately rush towards the flying ship to save his companions. What left everyone confused was that the black-haired, white-bearded man acted as though he did not notice the true god expert's sneak attack, as he continued to stroll towards the center of the battlefield. Bang!
The sound of a strong surge of elemental energy could be heard and a figure was shot out of the flying ship, landing hard on the ground. The figure that was shot out was exactly that alien true god expert who tried to attack the flying ship. This true god expert was only injured, and not killed. Even so, this left the entire Intoon beach in deep shock. Even the 10 people on the flying ship were able to easily deal with a true god expert in a single second. Clearly, they weren't easy to mess with. Where did this group of experts come from? What are they doing here? Regardless where the experts came from, there were no negative consequences for the 100 Sect Alliance.
Bei Sutting waved her hand and everyone retreated, standing behind her.
In this war, the 100 Sect Alliance lost more than 100,000 cultivators, and even 5 true god experts perished. This was a huge blow to their battle power. Originally, she wanted to lead the remaining survivors to pit their lives to kill as many alien cultivators as they can. But suddenly, this ship appeared, which gave the 100 Sect Alliance an additional breath of fresh air. However, before things were made clear, she would try her best to recover from her injuries and wait for the right opportunity. Garber's face was slightly pale as he arrived in front of the black-haired, white-bearded man. He bowed and clasped his fists. Floating stars. Garber greets Senior.
I didn't know that Senior was passing by. I seek Senior's understanding towards our mistakes.
The 100 Sect Alliance cultivators were laughing coldly. This was the oppression of power.
Before the black-haired, white-bearded man emerged, Garber didn't say anything and directly attacked his ship.
But now, Garber still had to put up a face of smiles without any hint of disrespect as he apologized to the black-haired, white-bearded man.
The black-haired, white-bearded man said coldly, "You're from the Floating Star, why did you come here?" Garber's heart started pounding faster as he hurriedly said, "If Senior likes this place, Junior will immediately withdraw and give it to Senior."
The black-haired, white-bearded man chuckled, but his face was still icy cold. "I need you to give me this place? I have stayed on this land for hundreds of years."
"Don't tell me I need your Floating Star's permission to continue staying here?"
Ah! Garber was immediately dumbfounded. His Floating Star had already started their campaign on the Lost Continent for 2 to 3 years. Since when were there such powerful experts? On the other hand, the 100 Sect Alliance cultivators were ecstatic. They never expected that such a supreme expert was hiding on the Lost Continent.
Just this expert alone was enough to destroy all these alien cultivators.
Garber instantly reacted. It was as though he fell into a pool of cold ice.
He immediately bowed and said, "Forgive me, Senior.
We will immediately retreat from here. From now on, we won't even set half a foot on this land."
The black-haired, white-bearded man chuckled once more. "You think you can come as you like, and leave as you wish? Do you think this is your house's backyard, Dot?"
With that, the black-haired, white-bearded man lifted his hand and sent a slap towards Garber. Garber clearly saw the slap coming, but even with his True God Stage Level 3 cultivation, he was still unable to avoid this slap.
PFFF.
A True God expert was instantly turned into a fog of blood in front of this black-haired, white-bearded man.
Dared to trespass on my land. Complete annihilation. After slapping Garber to death, the black-haired, white-bearded man snorted and flew into the air.
Within his hands, he gathered a vast killing intent which he sent hurling towards the over 100,000 alien cultivators.
The aura of that vastness forced everyone to kneel. Complete annihilation.
Those were the words Garber just said. The alien cultivators immediately became restless as countless of them all wanted to escape. Whether they could or couldn't fly, they were all killed under the palms of the black-haired, white-bearded man. Large patches of them were killed each time. In the blink of an eye, over 100,000 cultivators were killed. Whether they were True God experts or spirit-building stage cultivators, they were all ants under his hands. The 100 Sect Alliance cultivators were frozen still. These killing methods, even if there were 10 times the number of alien cultivators, it still wouldn't be enough for him to kill.
Base Sutting waved and said, "Let's join in the killing."
The alien cultivators had lost all their fighting spirit. The 100 Sect Alliance's tens of thousands of cultivators charged out once more, and in just an instance's time, there were no longer any alien cultivators standing on the Tomb Beach. Thickly dotted around the Tomb Beach, the countless numbers of corpses reminded everyone that in less than an hour, tens of thousands of people were killed. In the previous battle, as the alien cultivators murdered the 100 Sect Alliance, at least the 100 Sect Alliance cultivators could still resist.
But now, the alien cultivators were completely helpless.
This was no longer a war, it was a one-sided slaughter.
Lost Continent, Heaven-Seeking Palace's Base Sutting greets Senior.
Senior, many thanks for extending your help, allowing my Lost Continent's cultivators a chance to live on. Base Sutting walked in front of that black-haired, white-bearded man and bowed. The black-haired, white-bearded man's eyes scanned across Base Sutting, then it descended on the survivors from the 100 Sect Alliance. Shaking his head, he sighed, "Cultivation is too low, talent is also too low."
Base Sutting remained silent.
If anyone else said that her talent was low, she definitely wouldn't put it to heart, because she knew what her talent was. But with this black-haired, white-bearded man's words, it made her feel that she might perhaps be of poor talent.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these cultivators.
Yours is still acceptable.
The black-haired, white-bearded man saw Bei Sutting's slight depression and gave some words of consolation.
There were a few tens of thousands of 100-sect alliance survivors, and including the great evolution sect head, no one dared to say a word. With such an expert, even a simple blow of his breath was enough to destroy them.
May I ask whether Senior is a hidden heaven realm expert of our lost continent? Bei Sutting asked reverently.
This was a major point of worry.
If these experts weren't from the lost continent, what were their aims from annihilating the alien cultivators?
The black-haired, white-bearded man shook his head and said, "We're from the same planet, but not the same continent. We came from the Mo continent, and as for our motives, we'll talk about it later."
Senior came here by traversing across the 5 elements desolate domain?
Bei Sutting finally understood why the other party was so strong. He was from the Mo continent. Many people in the 5 empires were unaware of the Mo continent, but she was not one of them. Across the 5 elements desolate domain was the Mo continent. However, for a lost continent cultivator to use his own abilities to travel across the 5 elements desolate domain was simply a pipe dream.
The black-haired, white-bearded man nodded. That's right.
This time, I hope to increase the abilities of the lost continent. Otherwise, every time alien cultivators arrive, we would need to make a trip over. That would really tire out our legs.
Yes, Senior.
Bei Sutting finally let down her caution, and at the same time, her face was burning with anticipation. She was the first dean of the Heaven-Seeking Palace, and the goal of the Heaven-Seeking Palace was to nurture the lost continent's strongest cultivators. But in reality, with her power as the dean, she was only strong enough to defend against 2 to 3 others at the same true God realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 232, Worldly Immortal King. Chapter 232, Worldly Immortal King. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Outside of Yen City, there were crowds celebrating everywhere.
While countless cultivators had perished at the Toon Beach, all of the alien cultivators were killed. This was definitely an occasion to celebrate. Some of the larger sect heads were invited to Yen City to take part in the welcoming banquet for Mo continent's experts, and most of the cultivators had gathered around Yen City to celebrate too. As for Yen City's immortal jade house, it was filled to the brim, and there were even people making merry on its doorsteps. At this moment, regardless whether you had enmity with other cultivators, everyone put down their differences to celebrate for the lost continent. Mo Wuji's group of 5 also arrived outside of Yen City, but they did not know what was going on when they saw the scene of celebration before them.
Head Senior Brother, what's happening? Sang Yiping asked quizzically. Let's go ask around first. Mo Wuji shook his head, as he did not know what was going on.
Based on his calculations, the 100-sect alliance should have lost the war, but the reality presented to him was that the alliance won by a large margin. They squeezed through the crowd to enter Yen City, and only after hearing the crowd's discussion did they finally understand the current situation. As the 100-sect alliance was about to be defeated and the lost continent was about to be taken away by the alien cultivators, experts of the Mo continent arrived. The elder from Mo continent simply lifted his hand, and tens of thousands of cultivators in front of him were killed. The tens of true God stage cultivators were among them, but they were still killed instantly.
My friend, you must be exaggerating.
Even though I did not go to the battlefield, but I still know that the Mo continent does not have tens of true God stage experts. On top of that, killing tens of thousands of cultivators with one hand, that's a little. While this guy did exaggerate it a little, that elder really did kill many true God stage experts with one hand. I saw it with my own eyes.
What stage would that be?
I heard that it's the Worldly Immortal King stage.
What's the Worldly Immortal King stage? It's the worldly immortal stage above the true God stage. As for what it is, how would I know? Mo Wuji did not know what the worldly immortal king was, but at least he had found out who had eliminated the alien cultivators, the Jin Mo continent experts. It seemed like the people that Jingoma met on Jin Mo continent were not really experts, otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to cross the Sky Sea to reach Sky Lake Island with his level of strength, much less acquire the Six Clean's immortal estate. Head's senior brother. Sang Yiping and company looked to Mo Wuji after they understood what had happened. To that, Mo Wuji immediately replied, "We will leave this place now, and I'll make a trip to Heaven-Seeking Palace first. After all, I'm still a disciple of Heaven-Seeking Palace. Once I've left the sect, I'll start rebuilding Tianji sect straight away." The most luxurious place in Yen City was naturally the Tianshan Palace. However, it was not the location where the Lost Continent welcomed the experts of Jin Mo continent. As for Tianshan Empire's king, Zhao Dan, he was also invited, but he could only sit far behind. Even though this banquet was to welcome Jin Mo continent's experts, the person that sat at the king's seat was not Bei Sutting. The sect heads of the 100 Sect Alliance could understand why it was so. After all, in the presence of Jin Mo continent's experts, the Lost Continent had no right to speak. What made Bei Sutting in company shocked was that the person seated at the top seat was not the black-haired man with a white beard, who seemed like he was in the worldly immortal stage, but instead a handsome youth in purple robes. The purple-robed youth's gaze swept across everyone in the hall, and spoke with a smile, "Let me introduce ourselves. As many of you might know already, we are from Jin Mo continent. The truth is, as Defender Su said, while we are from different continents, we are of the same planet. There is a great place on Jin Mo continent, called Star King Mountain. Star King Mountain standing in Jin Mo continent is just like heaven-seeking palaces in Lost Continent. I am a special envoy sent by Star King Mountain, and everyone can call me Xiaomu." After speaking, he pointed to the black-haired, white-mustached man to his left and said, "This is Star King Mountain's defender, Su Chi Huang. Elder Su is someone I respect deeply." At the point, Xiaomu paused for a moment, as his eyes turned to Bei Sutting, and he did not continue introducing the red-faced tall man on his right. As for the other Jin Mo continent experts, he did not introduce them either. Bei Sutting stood up and spoke, "Heaven-Seeking Palace's Bei Sutting greets Special Envoy Xia, Defender Su, and all elders from Jin Mo continent." Bei Sutting was the first dean of Heaven-Seeking Palace, hence after she stood up to greet the Jin Mo continent experts, the other sects' heads of various large sects followed suit. Once all greetings were done, Xiaomu still remained silent, with a calm expression on his face, as though he did not hear any of the greetings from all the sections. The sect heads of the Lost Continent could not really hold it in. While they were a little weaker, those that could sit here were quasi-heaven sect heads. Even the lousiest was a top earth-tier sect head. The red-faced tall man to Xiaomu's right suddenly spoke, "Bei Sutting, you are Heaven-Seeking Palace's dean, and Special Envoy Xia represents Star King Mountain. Isn't it disrespectful for you to speak while covered by a veil?" The atmosphere in the hall immediately became solemn, and everyone finally understood why this special envoy stopped speaking. He wanted Bei Sutting to take off her veil. As the first dean of Heaven-Seeking Palace, Bei Sutting also represented the whole Lost Continent. So forcing Bei Sutting to take off her veil was no longer a matter that affected her alone. How could she get forced to take off her veil at such a place? Pressure and overbearing silence engulfed the whole hall. The celebratory mood almost disappeared instantaneously. A long while later, Bei Sutting stood up and bowed respectfully to Xiaomu. "Sutting swore never to take off my veil in front of others before I complete my Dao. Once my Dao is complete, my Dao partner will take off my veil. I hope Special Envoy Sir will be understanding towards my unwillingness to take off my veil." Xiaomu's face darkened, and as his handsome face stopped smiling, it gave others an overwhelming sense of pressure. The red-faced tall man laughed at his, "It's very simple, the Special Envoy can let you enter the Star King Mountain. Once you enter, will there be any need to worry about completing your Dao? Special Envoy Xia is already at Nihility God Stage Level 4, and before long he will enter the True God Stage.
As long as you enter Star King Mountain, someone with your talent will definitely reach worldly immortal stage together with Special Envoy Xia. Xiaomu nodded his head, and was satisfied with the red-faced man's words. When the rest heard the words worldly immortal stage, all of the sect heads revealed a face full of desire. Out of all of them, not many were in the true God stage, much less anywhere close to the worldly immortal stage. At the same time, they were shocked by Xiaomu's talent. While Xiaomu did not look that old, he was actually at Nihility God stage level 4. Even Bei Sutting had only reached True God stage level 3. Even Bei Sutting's eyes lit up with passion when she had the world's worldly immortal stage. This was the stage that she had always pursued. Xiaomu's expression simmered down. As soon as he saw the passion in Bei Sutting's eyes, Manager Tsang is right, as long as you enter Star King Mountain, I guarantee that you'll be able to enter the worldly immortal stage with me. Worldly immortal, also known as the worldly immortal king. At the worldly immortal stage, I believe that your Tao will also be complete. While he did not bring up marriage at all, everyone knew what Xiaomu meant. Xiaomu was touched by Bei Sutting's ravishing looks and talent, so all that was left was for her to take off her veil, and perhaps the next step for him would be to ask for her hand in marriage if he was satisfied with what he saw. Bei Sutting understood what Xiaomu meant too, and she lowered her tone. Special Envoy Xiao's talent is beyond anything I've seen before, and his appearance is like a dragon or phoenix among men. I believe that an outstanding man like Special Envoy Xia must have many soulmates, so why bother with an ordinary woman from the lost continent like me? With a smile, Xiaomu replied, Sister Sutting, you are not an ordinary woman. Not taking into account your unworldly beauty, your age is not that far off from mine, yet you've entered the extreme mortal stage, and eventually reached True God stage level 3 today. Hence your talent is no worse than mine. Moreover, in my Tao cultivation, having a few soulmates is quite normal. I believe that once you enter the Star King Mountain, you'll bring more color to the area. These words came from the heart. As for Xiaomu, when a person caught the eye of someone in his position, and he wanted the person to become his Tao partner, it depended not on his cultivation, but the cultivation of the person. In the Jinemo continent, there were countless beauties that wanted to be his Tao partner, but he never bothered with them. From his perspective, he had to take over the Star King Mountain one day, and which Star Lord of Star King Mountain did not have a few Tao partners? If there were one, that would be a joke. His Tao partners had to not only look good, but a good level of talent was essential. Even though he did not enter the extreme mortal stage previously, but he did reach level 10 for Yuan Dan stage and True Lake stage, so there was a high chance for him to enter the extreme Earth stage. On top of that, he was trained in the soul viewing art, so he could see that Bei Sutting had Tao halos of the extreme mortal stage. However, he could not directly tell Bei Sutting that he was going to be the next Star Lord of Star King Mountain. It would be her honor to become one of his concubines, which was equivalent to one of the female masters of Star King Mountain. After all, he only had the possibility of becoming the next head, and it was not a certainty yet. As for Bei Sutting, she did not have someone she liked, so if Xiaomu really fancied her, it wasn't impossible for them to get together. However, when she heard that she would be only one of Xiaomu's many Tao partners, she immediately came to an understanding. Thank you, Special Envoy, for your kind intentions, but Sutting has always pursued Tao, and will not think about finding a Tao partner so soon. It would depend on Sutting's luck to determine whether she can enter the Star King Mountain, so if I fail to do so, it must be that my luck is not enough. Hearing this, Xiaomu's heart sank, as he had never saw someone who failed to appreciate kindness like this Bei Sutting. Was the heaven-seeking palace that impressive? He only had to give an order and heaven-seeking palace would be razed to the ground. As the atmosphere became suffocating, the black-haired, white-bearded Defender Su suddenly spoke, let's put the side chatter to one side for now. This is not the reason why we're here today. If Special Envoy Xia does not have the time to say it, then I will. The initially unhappy Xiaomu suddenly went back to normal, and even sailed to Defender Su with a tinge of embarrassment. Elder Su's is right, I have been too presumptuous. Sect heads, I went off tangent just now. I represent Star King Mountain here today, and other than to chase away those alien cultivators, I have two matters on hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, Leaving the Sect. Chapter 233, Leaving the Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Bei Sutting looked gratefully at the black-hair white-bearded Defender Su as she believed that this Defender Su must be an expert of the worldly immortal king stage. Xiamu appeared as if nothing happened as he smiled and said, "The first matter is that Jinemo continent is about to accept a top-grade qualified disciple into Jinemo continent to cultivate." Because of this statement, the originally low-spirited and depressed palace started roaring again. Many sect heads started to whisper and discuss about this. Special Envoy Xia, may I know if these newly recruited disciples will be sent straight to Star King Mountain to cultivate? Xia Mu sneered, "Send to Star King Mountain? Am I the one or are you the one dreaming?" However, he maintained his smile as he replied, "The top disciple that will be chosen from the selection here will be accepted into the Jinemo continent to participate in the selection there. Only the top participant will be enrolled as a disciple of the big sect in Jinemo continent. The prerequisites to enter the Star King Mountain are much harsher, in which a disciple needs to have outstanding qualifications and a certain level of contribution to the continent." Xia Mu's words made the majority of the sect heads excited instead of dampening their mood. Jinemo continent's cultivation culture and level of knowledge were all superior over the lost continent, so even if they were to join the other sects, being able to advance into the true God stage would be a good enough achievement for the sect heads. However, Jiang Xiushan was slightly troubled as he did not believe that the Jinemo continent was as great as Xia Mu's description. There must be a hidden reason why Jinemo continent came over to the lost continent to recruit disciples. Xiamu used his hand to silence the noise in Palace's hall before saying, 10 days later, we will hold the top-grade disciples selection. The top disciple that is chosen after this selection would follow us back to Jinemo continent. After this year, we will come back to hold this selection once every 3 years. Special Envoy Xia, there are some sects which are located further away from the Yen city, so I'm afraid they might not be able to make it in time. Feng Zhenqiu stood up in a hurry to say this. In the battle at the Yin Tomb Beach, he was already wounded. Now that the Jinemo continent expert was here, he managed to make it here to welcome Xiamu even with his wounds. Xiamu replied faintly, those located further away and couldn't make it in time means that they have no fate. This is decided and we shall talk about the second matter. Feng Zhenqiu could only sigh as he sat back down. Even though he was only the second dean of the Heaven-Seeking Palace, he was the one who made majority of the decisions concerning the Heaven-Seeking Palace. In front of a special envoy from Jinemo continent, even a person of such high status in the lost continent like Feng Zhenqiu had no say in anything. The second matter is that we have to find a particular person. Xiamu waved his hand after he finished speaking and a huge, clear portrait of a person appeared in front of the crowd. This man should be a cultivator of the lost continent, and if anyone were to know of his whereabouts, we can arrange for that person to enter the Star King Mountain directly. The moment the human portrait was revealed, there were at least 7 to 8 people in the hall showing uncertainty in what they were looking at. It seemed as though there was more than one person in the hall who recognized the man in the portrait. The sect leader of the Great Evolution sect, Jiang Xiushan, stood up and said, Special Envoy Xia, a lot of people do know about this senior. The moment Xiamu heard this, he stood up excitedly before exclaiming in a hurry, May I please know who he is and where he is now? From the time Xiamu appeared in front of everybody, this was the first time everyone witnessed him being so polite with his words and even used the word please. Even though he was talking with a smile all these while, there was still an air of arrogance around him which made people felt that he didn't treat any of them as being on the same level as he was. This man was the Lost Continent #1 sect, Heaven sect's head called Jingumu. Jiang Xiushan of the Great Evolution sect had no hesitation in mentioning that the Heaven sect was the #1 sect around. If it was anyone else, they would have only introduced him as the sect head of the Heaven sect and not add that #1 sect. Even though the Great Evolution sect surpassed the Heaven-Seeking Palace to claim first place in both the Sect Contribution Board and the 100 Sects Alliance Contribution Board, Heaven-Seeking Palace was still considered to be the #1 sect in the eyes of many cultivators in the Lost Continent. Zhang Xiushan's reluctance to admit Heaven-Seeking Palace being the #1 sect and the fact that the Great Evolution was never truly #1 led to him saying that the Heaven sect was the #1 sect instead. This made his heart felt a little more carefree. Where is he? Xiamu tried to control his excitement as he asked again. Zhang Xiushan sighed as he replied, if sect head Jing was still around, how can these alien barbarians be this arrogant? Sect head Jing had already disappeared a few thousand years ago, and I've heard that he disappeared while he was in closed-door cultivation in his attempt to advance to the worldly immortal king stage. So who is the sect head of the Heaven sect now? Xiamu used his eyes to scan through the crowd of sect heads. By now, everyone was sure that Xiamu was looking for Jingumu for something that was probably very important. Zhang Xiushan continued, after the disappearance of Senior Jing, the sect was broken apart and then eventually disappeared into the history of the Lost Continent. Xiamu felt dejected as he sat down without making any noise. After a few minutes, Defender Su took the initiative to say, 10 days later, there will be a disciple selection here at the Yen City Plaza and the selection slots will be limited to only 100. I will leave this selection in the hands of the Heaven-Seeking Palace First Dean, Bei Sutting, and the sect head of the Great Evolution sect. I hope that the Lost Continent would be able to produce its own expert without the need for them to cross the 5 elements desolate domain to reach here. That is all for today. All sect heads please return to prepare for the selection. We will see each other 10 days later. Su Qihuang made his decision in only a few sentences before being the first to stand up. Yes. Bei Sutting and Zhang Xiushan stood up with all the remaining sect heads before bowing towards Su Qihuang as a form of respect. Everyone could tell how Su Qihuang was not satisfied with Special Envoy Xia because he wouldn't have broke Special Envoy's silence and did what he needed to do so quickly. Xiamu finally reacted as she hurried to stand up. We will proceed accordingly to Defender Su and see each other in 10 days' time. Mo Wuji's flying ship was still controlled by Pu Qian because he was the strongest one there, so the ship's speed would naturally be the fastest under his control. The flying ship was refined by Mo Wuji, so as long as Mo Wuji gave his permission, other than being unable to keep this magic treasure, Pu Qian's control of this ship's speed would not be significantly slower than him controlling it himself. Mo Wuji himself tried to make use of as much time as he could to delve into Chu Xingzi's Array Dao legacy because if he wanted to rebuild Tianji sect, his Array Dao had to be much stronger. Presently, he was very close to be able to set up intermediate grade arrays, so as long as he were to improve by one more step, he would be able to set up intermediate grade arrays easily. The only trouble was that to set up intermediate arrays, he needed to refine array flags. He could of course hire someone else to refine these array flags, but for array flags for setting up his own arrays, it would naturally be much handier if he were to refine them himself. The speed of this flying ship was definitely much faster than Mo Wuji's previous flying car. 10 days later, the flying ship stopped outside the Heaven-Seeking Palace following Mo Wuji's instructions. Pu Qian, you bring the rest and wait for me at the Heaven-Seeking City Immortal Training Hotel. I will be there in about a couple of days. Also, once you all have reached the Heaven-Seeking City, help me ask around for the 9 Moons Pillhouse. Mo Wuji exhorted them the moment he kept his flying ship before separating from Pu Qian and company towards the Heaven-Seeking Palace himself. The Heaven-Seeking Palace was even colder and more depressing as Mo Wuji returned to his residence at the Outer Sect Summit. He wanted to see if Chao Buhang was around, and if he was, Mo Wuji would leave some medicinal pills with him. Thinking back, other than Jin Xiaoru, Chao Buhang was his only friend in the Heaven-Seeking Palace Outer Sect Summit. Chap Buhang was not around, and not only that, even Jin Xiaoru was nowhere to be found. Mo Wuji did not recognize the few disciples he saw at the Outer Sect Summit. Mo Wuji went towards the Pill Pagoda instead of heading to the sect's Hall of Affairs to settle the formalities to leave the sect. Just as Mo Wuji predicted, there was no one whom he was familiar with around. Even the fishing white-bearded elder who used to sit in front of the Pill Pagoda was no longer around. Sin Shuyin, Ho Yuqing, Ren Tianqing were all not around, and this made him felt a little melancholy because he couldn't even find a person to bid goodbye to. After leaving this place,
he would no longer be a disciple of the heaven-seeking palace, and if the Tianji sect were to become great someday, it might even have to clash with the heaven-seeking palace. Since he decided to rebuild Tianji sect, he had no intentions of letting Tianji sect remain as a Xian grade sect. Who could be sure whether or not Tianji sect would one day become a true heaven grade sect? Senior apprentice brother Mo. A surprised voice interrupted Mo Wuji's random thoughts. So it's junior apprentice sister Zhua. Congratulations on becoming a Sword Lake disciple, Mo Wuji laughed as he greeted her. The person who greeted him was Zhua Xiaoying. Mo Wuji met her once at the heaven-seeking palace encampment in the Five Elements desolate domain and then met her once more afterwards. This was a lady who could make people feel a breath of fresh air when they saw her, but her sister Zhua Xiaoyi was the exact opposite, as Mo Wuji felt disgusted at the sight of her. Zhu Qijian, who Zhua Xiaoyi was always clinging around, had been killed by Mo Wuji, so he wondered if she would avenge him. Without Zhua Xiaoyi by her side, Zhua Xiaoying was exceptionally cheerful. I am also only an outer disciple. Senior apprentice brother Mo, I thought you went out to the alien battlefront because many experts of the heaven-seeking palace had went there, including senior apprentice sister Tsun and my sister. Mo Wuji laughed. I am only an outer disciple, so why would I join the crowd? Oh yes, I would be leaving the heaven-seeking palace very soon. Ah, leaving the heaven-seeking palace? Zhua Xiaoying looked astonishingly at Mo Wuji. Yes, I will be heading to another sect. I will be settling my formalities at the Hall of Affairs to leave the sect, so I'm here to say goodbye to you, and I hope you will be able to enter the inner sect of the heaven-seeking palace soon. Mo Wuji turned and left after laughing. Zhua Xiaoying stared dazedly at Mo Wuji's back view as she still had no clue what was going on. So many people strived so hard to attempt to enter the heaven-seeking palace, but why would Mo Wuji, who finally made it into the heaven-seeking palace, want to leave? After half an incense worth of time, Mo Wuji stood in front of the entrance of the sect's Hall of Affairs. He looked at the massive heaven-seeking board and had a strong urge to climb the heaven-seeking palace again. During his first attempt, Mo Wuji only climbed to the 8th step as he wanted to hide his true ability. Now that he was in extreme mortal stage of the transcending mortality stage level 12, he really wanted to know how many steps he could climb. Concurrently, there was a huge crowd of cultivators gathering at the Yen City Plaza. Because today was the selection day to choose the disciple to head towards Jinmo continent. Other than being excited to witness Defender Su reveal his horrifying strength, everyone was looking forward to seeing who would be the chosen one. As long as there was only a small hope of getting chosen, nobody was willing to give it up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, Rechallenging the Heaven-Seeking Staircase. Chapter 234, Rechallenging the Heaven-Seeking Staircase. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The Jinmo continent genius selection was presided by the Great Evolution sect head Jiang Xiushan and the Heaven-Seeking Palace second Dean Fengjianxiu. On the other hand, Bei Sutting remained in Yen City. Even if she got selected, she wasn't really interested. Even though the Yen City Square was wide and spacious, with the 10 new competition stages, a main judging altar and the crowds of people, the entire square was filled to the brim. Xia Mu and Su Qihuan were at the center of the main judging altar. They were here to see the talents of the lost continent, and at the same time, be the judges of the competition. Jiang Xiushan, Fengjianxiu and the other lost continent judges sat on the left and right of the two. Begin. Xia Mu nodded towards Jiang Xiushan and said simply. Jiang Xiushan stood up, clasped his fists towards Xia Mu and Su Qihuan and talked to the center of the main altar. Even though Xia Mu viewed the heaven-seeking palace more highly, Jiang Xiushan did not seem to care much about it. But in actual fact, he was truly dissatisfied that the heaven-seeking palace was above the Great Evolution sect, and he also harbored the same discontentment towards Xia Mu. Greetings, Dao friends and the cultivators of my lost continent. Today, we must truly thank the seniors from the Jinmo continent. If not for their timely appearance,
the lost continent might have already fallen to those alien cultivators. I believe that all Dao friends are like me. We all know that our cultivation heritage in the lost continent is lacking. Fortunately, the Jinemo continent has given us an opportunity. This time, they will accept 100 disciples to the Jinemo continent. I believe that this is not a cause of great anticipation for our lost continent, but also of every cultivator here. Jiang Xiushan's words induced a round of hearty applause. Ostensibly, his final sentence was true. I really hope for everyone to have a chance to head towards the Jinemo continent to pursue the greater Tao. But unfortunately, we have limited placings and limited time. We will only select 100 fated cultivators. Our targets must at least be in the transcending mortality stage and below the age of 50. As expected, the moment Jiang Xiushan announced the selection criteria, the Yen City Square buzzed with noise. Clearly, many people were unhappy with the criteria. Jiang Xiushan raised his hand and gestured to the crowd. After everyone settled down, he continued, even though many might not have the qualifications to participate in the selection, it does not mean that there won't be an opportunity in the future. In the future, this selection will take place once every 3 years, together with our 5 elements desolate domain pill competition. Also, the future criteria will be more broad, and more would have the chance to cultivate in the Jinemo continent. Now, Dean Feng will explain the rules. After hearing Jiang Xiushan's words, that previous chaos gradually calmed down. When he noticed the person walking on the stage was not Bei Sutting but Feng Jinxiu, Xiamu furrowed his brows. However, he saw that Su Qiwang didn't make any sort of indication, so he could only remain silent. It was true that he was a special envoy, but every worldly immortal king was a unique existence. Even though he was a special envoy, he still had to respect Defender Su. Feng Jinxiu clasped his fists towards the cultivators in the square, and he immediately went to the point. Because of the limitations in time, there will not be any registration for the selection. Anyone who fulfills the conditions can come up on the stage. We have selected 10 arena champions. These 10 are the top 10 on the 100 Sect Alliance contribution point board. Feng Jinxiu's words immediately incited applause from the crowd. No one had any disagreements with the 100 Sect Alliance's top 10 being the arena champions. These were people who earned that spot through their own abilities. There were also many people who looked forward expectantly for Rogue Cultivator 2705. They wanted to know who was this rogue cultivator who occupied the first place on the rankings board. Feng Jinxiu pointed towards the 10 stages and said, "May the 10 heroes come up on stage. Anyone can challenge the stages. All who won 3 consecutive rounds will advance to the next round. These will be elimination rounds. Losing any round will get you out of the selection. If no one challenges a stage in an incense's time, the champion will automatically make it to the next round." But everyone silently expressed shock in their hearts. Even though this competition method was fast, it was also very cruel. The moment they went up on stage, they couldn't lose. Losing a single battle would mean that they would lose the entire competition. By the time Feng Jinxiu's voice descended, 6 cultivators had already gone up on stage. Feng Jinxiu stared blankly towards the empty stages and asked, "Where are the other 4? One of the judges stood up and said towards Feng Jinxiu, "Rank 4, Gao Qi, Rank 7, Shamoa, Rank 9, Sun Shenlai have died in the Yingtung Beach. There's still no news on Rank 1, Rogue Cultivator 2705. The judge's voice was not soft and almost everyone on the scene heard it. The originally heated Yen City Square toned down a little. Feng Jinxiu saw that Xiamu also had an ugly expression on his face and he immediately said loudly, "Countless heroes of our lost continent have perished during our battle on Yingtung Beach. But we must not let their blood and deaths go to waste. We must continue to strive for greater heights. That's how we can continue to take their place and protect our homeland. Yes, protect our homeland." A heated cheer reverberated throughout the square. In addition to the anticipation towards the competition, there now an additional emotion of patriotism. Feng Jinxiu nodded and continued, "May the 11th to 14th ranked cultivators come and be our arena champions.
Only 2 people went up this time. It was only until Feng Zhenxiu called out the 18th place that the 10 arena champions were finally gathered. This not only caused Feng Zhenxiu's expression to turn heavy, but the entire mood of all the Lost Continent cultivators went down. During this war, how many geniuses and heroes perished? Let the challenges begin.
After the 10 arena champions gathered on stage, Feng Zhenxiu announced the start of the competition and retreated. Xiaomu, who was looking forward to the start of the competition, could not help but shake his head. Besides rank 2 and rank 3, who were rather capable, none of the other champions really caught his eye. Because of the war with the alien cultivators, any cultivator with a bit of power in the heaven-seeking palace had left the sect. Even in broad daylight, few people could be seen. When it came to night, the sight of another person became rarer. At this moment, besides the faint moonlight on the heaven-seeking staircase, only Mo Wuji was standing there. Beside the heaven-seeking staircase was a huge erected heaven-seeking board. On the board, the number 1 was still Go Zihan. Mo Wuji smiled. He was not in the transcending mortality stage. It could be considered the best stage to challenge the heaven-seeking staircase. If he got to the next realm, the pressure on the heaven-seeking staircase would increase by several fold. Mo Wuji looked upwards at the heaven-seeking staircase. Its top was unfathomably high and it couldn't even be seen. After organizing his emotions, Mo Wuji climbed up towards the heaven-seeking staircase's first step. A mild pressure could be felt. Without feeling even a slight influence, Mo Wuji climbed up the second step. When he was back in the channel opening stage, he already didn't meet with any problems climbing up the second step. Much less now, when he was in the extreme mortal stage, 1, with 101 open meridians. In a few breaths, Mo Wuji had already charged past the 20th step and arrived on the 21th step. At this moment, the pressure and expulsion had risen exponentially, but still did not mean much to Mo Wuji. In half an incense's time, Mo Wuji had gotten past the 53rd step and climbed onto the 54th step. Mo Wuji looked at the pure white stone board by the side of the staircase. He was clear that if he wrote his name on this step, his name would soon appear on the heaven-seeking board's 50th place. Because previously when he saw Xin Shuin's name on the board, she was at 50th place and she had also climbed to the 54th step. Mo Wuji was sure that Xin Shuin did not achieve that result in half an incense's time. Even though the pressure wasn't small, it still wasn't much for Mo Wuji. 55th, 56th. As he went up, the pressure and the pulling force became increasingly stronger. When he reached the 67th step, it wasn't merely a pressure anymore. There seemed to be revolutionary force which wanted to sweep Mo Wuji up and throw him down. 68th step, 69th step. In 2 hours, Mo Wuji stopped at the 82nd step. The crazy pressure and revolutionary force came surging over, causing Mo Wuji's legs to tremble slightly. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. He originally wanted to reach the 108th step, but his legs had already started shaking at the 82nd step. He might be able to climb another 10 steps, but that would only put him at number 1 on the heaven-seeking board. It was almost impossible for him to reach the 108th step. Whether it was impossible or not, he would have to give it a try. Number 1 on the heaven-seeking board was not what he wanted. This name was completely useless to him. 83rd step, 84th step. At this moment, Mo Wuji ignited his elemental energy, causing the surrounding space to tremble strongly. The elemental energy in his 101 meridians began to flow, seemingly forming an elemental energy circulation ring. 93rd step, 94th step. Pui. As Mo Wuji climbed the 95th step, he coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. That strong force of expulsion almost hurled him out of the heaven-seeking staircase. Still more than 10 steps, Mo Wuji wiped the traces of blood off the side of his lips, lifting his head to see the indiscernible heaven-seeking staircase peak. The pressure and the revolutionary force surged strongly. Mo Wuji's bones started to crack with kacha sounds. The tenacity in Mo Wuji's heart also slowly got squeezed out. From the start till now, Mo Wuji had never taken the initiative to retreat, unless he truly could not stand the pressure. Now, even though his legs were trembling, and his bones and joints were cracking, he still pushed on.
96th step, 97th step.
Mo Wuji threw himself up to the 98th step. He knew, if he was willing, he could write his name down and leave.
From then on, the number one wouldn't be Go Zihan but him, Mo Wuji.
Inhaling a deep breath of air, Mo Wuji did not choose to give up. He felt that he was different from everybody else. When he was on the 98th step and was about to be swept out of the staircase, the 101 meridians in his body formed into a loop by themselves. An additional storage of elemental energy began supporting him. Ever since he opened his 100th and 101th meridians, these two elemental storage channels, this was Mo Wuji's first time experiencing their effects.
Normally, these two meridians would only help increase his pace of absorbing spiritual energy. But when his elemental energy was close to fully depleted, these two meridians finally showed their true abilities. Looking up again towards the indiscernible peak, Mo Wuji clenched his fists tightly. Perhaps, with these two open meridians, he might receive a pleasant surprise. 1. The extreme mortal stage and extreme XXX stages are supplementary to the 3 stages of a realm. If a person reaches level 10 in all 3 stages in a realm, he would enter the extreme realm stage. But as long as he was still in that realm, he would also be level 10 of that realm's last stage, except Mo Wuji, who's special and is at level 12. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, Arduous Heaven-Seeking Staircase. Chapter 235, Arduous Heaven-Seeking Staircase. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
On the Yen City Plaza, the competition had reached its peak, and the atmosphere was electric. The crowd's loud cheers raised the level of excitement in the competitors, even causing them to perform a few levels better than normal. No one was willing to hold back in this fight for a chance to enter the Jinmo continent. While Zhang Xiushan and Feng Jingxiu intentionally left out the problem of the competition boundaries, but the battles on the 10 stages were very self-regulating. No cultivators Yuan Dan stage and above took the initiative to challenge transcending mortality stage cultivators, and no true lake stage cultivators challenged the Yuan Dan stage cultivators. This was not only a matter of pride, but it was also related to whether the person would be despised by Jinmo continent's experts. After all, in front of such a large crowd, the act of challenging someone who was much weaker than yourself was very disgraceful.
Booing was one thing, but this might even incite a riot.
Perhaps a Yuan Dan stage cultivator could take out a transcending mortality stage cultivator in seconds, but everything was not determined in a single match, and he might be taken out by a true lake stage cultivator in the next match. There were very few true lake stage cultivators below 50 years old, but it didn't mean that there were none. For example, Feng Luojian was at true lake stage level 2 despite being less than 50 years old in age.
Xin Shuyin stood on stage number 1, and she was very happy. She was at transcending mortality stage level 9, and had easily defeated 2 people. With one more win, she would be able to advance to the next round. Even though her cultivation level was not the highest there, but her ravishing beauty made the cheers at stage number 1 the loudest. Xiamu, which had not been paying much attention to the competition until now, turned to look at stage number 1. When he saw Xin Shuyin, his gaze became fixed on her to the extent that he did not even realize that he had slowly stood up. This woman was too beautiful, and even in Jinmo continent, he had never seen a woman as beautiful as her. What made him even more satisfied was that he felt that this woman was very open, and did not use a veil to cover her unworldly looks. Perhaps this woman's talent was nowhere close to base settings, so the help she could provide to him would not be as great as base setting. But as the Star Lord of Jinmo continent's Star King Mountain, was there anything wrong to have a gorgeous woman that he loved from the bottom of his heart? The red-faced tall man at Xiamu's side did not have to wait for Xiamu to ask, and the moment Xiamu stood up staring at Xin Shuyin, he reported, "That is the legacy disciple of heaven-seeking palace's Sword Lake, Xin Shuyin." Her talent is extremely good.
Heaven-Seeking Palace is considered the #1 sect in Lost Continent, and there's a place called Heaven-Seeking Staircase within it. I heard that she could reach the 54th step when she was at Transcending Mortality Stage Level 7, and was at 50th place.
What's the Heaven-Seeking Staircase?
Xiaomu furrowed his brows as he asked.
The red-faced man answered solemnly,
the Heaven-Seeking Staircase is not an ordinary thing, and from my inquiries this past few days, this Heaven-Seeking Staircase is clearly a real ancient treasure.
As for its grade, even the elders of Heaven-Seeking Palace are unsure of it.
There hasn't been a single person that could reach the top of the Heaven-Seeking Staircase.
On it, the higher your cultivation level, the greater the pressure, and the younger you are, the lower the pressure.
While Special Envoy Sir is advanced in cultivation, your age is much smaller than the geniuses here, hence I believe that you definitely will be able to reach the top of the Heaven-Seeking Staircase if you decide to climb it.
Nodding his head, Xiaomu replied, good, after things end here, we'll go climb that Heaven-Seeking Staircase.
Quietly, the red-faced man spoke again, actually even if you didn't ask about it, I would have suggested for you to climb the Heaven-Seeking Staircase once. The origins of the Heaven-Seeking Staircase is very mysterious, and no one has been able to reach the top after so many years.
Who knows, there might be a great opportunity waiting up there.
Moreover, I've heard that the higher one climbs, the more one understands about cultivation, and the more one will achieve in the future.
Not bad.
This piqued Xiaomu's interest, and he followed up saying, this matter of the Heaven-Seeking Staircase is settled then. Once that woman called Sin Shuyin is done with her match, ask her to come over.
I'll give her a surprise.
Yes sir, the red-faced man quickly responded. He knew what kind of surprise Xiaomu had in mind, and this was the type of surprise that only an arrogant woman like Bei Sutting would turn down. If it were anyone else, it would be considered a pleasant surprise. On the Heaven-Seeking Palace's Heaven-Seeking Staircase, Mo Wuji mustered his elemental energy to intentionally form a circulation route with his 100th and 101th meridians as he stepped onto the 99th step. The instant his foot landed on the ground, a raging pressure and rotating force rushed at him, and the elemental energy within Mo Wuji's 100th and 101th meridians burst forth at the same time. The wild pressure and rotating force were defended against by Mo Wuji's explosive elemental energy, allowing him to step onto the 99th step with ease.
The 100th, 101th, 102th step. Crack! When Mo Wuji finally reached the 103th step, his legs finally broke.
Even though his elemental storage meridians still provided the elemental energy, his body could not take it anymore.
With a little dissatisfaction, he looked up.
There were only 5 steps left. As long as he could climb another 5 steps, he would stand at the top of the Heaven-Seeking Staircase. Fighting against the terrifying pressure and force from the 103th step, Mo Wuji swallowed quite a few healing pills. At the same time, he started circulating his spiritual energy based on the Immortal Mortal technique to speed up the rate of healing. As soon as the Immortal Mortal technique took its effect, gusts of spiritual energy formed a whirlpool around him, and gushed into his body with a bang. At this moment, the impasse in cultivation that he had felt for the past few months was gone, and his cultivation level began to rise. Stubbornly, Mo Wuji clutched to the ground of the 103th step and wildly absorbed spiritual energy. While one stood on the Heaven-Seeking Staircase, one would feel that the spiritual energy there was normal, but the moment that he began absorbing it with his cultivation technique, it seemed to be denser than that coming from heaven-grade spirit stones. No, this was completely different from the spiritual energy in a heaven-grade spirit stone. A heaven-grade spirit stone's spiritual energy was dense and pure, with a sliver of cultivation-enhancing Tao, but the spiritual energy here seemed like it was made for cultivation. Using the Immortal Mortal technique in this sort of spiritual energy made him feel like a fish in water. If not for the increasingly terrifying pressure, Mo Wuji really felt like doing closed-door cultivation here.
But cultivating for a minute here meant suffering for what seemed like a century. Under the influence of his spiritual energy, his elemental energy gave out small popping noises.
The cultivation level of Mo Wuji that had remained unchanging for a long time directly charged all the way up to the Great Circle of Transcending Mortality stage level 12.
Mo Wuji forcibly suppressed the joy within him.
By his estimates, he did not have to use the gold-forming pill, and with his current rate of progress, he would be able to break through the Transcending Mortality stage in one shot. However, he still threw 3 gold-forming pills into his mouth, because he was not confident in his ability to enter the Yuan Dan stage with the increasing pressure and force on the 103th step. A strong wave of elemental energy gushed out of the 3 gold-forming pills, and it clashed with the spiritual energy from the surroundings before rushing into his 102th meridian. The originally blocked 102th meridian instantly burst open. An empty feeling immediately assaulted every corner of his body, and at this moment he felt like he was bathed in immortal energy, which made his whole body full of strength and in a state of extreme relaxation. A new stream of elemental energy entered the 102th meridian, and it formed an elemental energy circulation route with the 100th and 101th meridians. At the same time, the pressure on the heaven-seeking staircase was relieved, allowing him to stand up. His broken leg had recovered, and he stepped onto the 104th step with ease. 105th, 106th, 107th step. The 107th step of heaven-seeking staircase had a pressure almost 2 times than the previous steps, and the elemental energy stored in Mo Wuji's 3 elemental storage meridians were exhausted once again. Splat! Mo Wuji collapsed on the 107th step. This time, he not only spat out a mouthful of vital blood, but many streaks of blood began to appear on his skin all over due to the immense pressure. There was only 1 step left, and he stood up wobbling, roaring out. Then with all the mental fortitude he could muster, he lifted his leg onto the 108th step. On stage number 1 in Yen City, a white-robed, long-haired man landed in front of Tsin Shuyin. Great Evolution Sect's Tao Yuan is here to spar with Junior Tsin, please make your move. Tsin Shuyin frowned for a moment. Truthfully, she was quite unhappy that Heaven-Seeking Palace was overtaken Great Evolution Sect on both contribution points boards. But it was a pity that as a legacy disciple of Heaven-Seeking Palace's Sword Lake, she only had the strength of Transcending Mortality stage, which made it very difficult to enter the 100 Sect Alliance's contribution points board. It was important to note that killing a Transcending Mortality stage level 9 cultivator only gave 26 points, while killing a Yuan Dan stage level 1 cultivator gave up to 100 points. Therefore, being in the Earth realm was a minimum requirement for one to enter the 100 Sect Alliance contribution points board, as not everyone was as exceptional as Rogue Cultivator 2705. At this point, a Great Evolution Sect disciple came forth to challenge her, but she did not give him any mercy, and her long sword had turned into a flurry of sword chi that flew towards Tao Yuan. Wave after wave of sword chi formed on the stage, which made it look like there was a sea on stage number 1. To most people, Tao Yuan would definitely back off when facing such waves of sword chi, and once he did so, Tsin Shuyin would have the initiative. The already standing Xiamu saw Tsin Shuyin's sword waves, and exclaimed with even more joy, who knew that this woman's talent was so great. Such sword waves are rare even amongst the sword cultivators of Zhenemo continent. However, what surprised everyone was that Tao Yuan did not back off, instead charging straight into the sword waves while circles of faintly glowing elemental energy appeared around his body. When the sword waves hit Tao Yuan's glowing elemental energy, countless instances of elemental energy explosions rang out before they disappeared in the air. It was apparent that the Tao Yuan's defensive elemental energy was a sort of skill. With a single clash, the experts in Sword Dao could feel it. If Tsin Shuyin could not break through Tao Yuan's defensive elemental energy later, she would definitely lose to him. As other people could understand what was going on, Tsin Shuyin herself naturally knew too. Her expression turned serious. This sort of defensive layer type of skill seemed to be made for countering certain sword arts. Unless her sword waves were much stronger than Tao Yuan's elemental energy layer, it would be difficult for her to break such a layer in one strike. I'm sorry Junior Tsin, I can't give you the slot for entering Zhenemo continent. Tao Yuan's voice mixed with laughter spread to her ears. At the same time, a long whip was raised into the air. He had done this on purpose, otherwise, he could have avoided challenging Qin Shuyin completely.
To that, Qin Shuyin laughed coldly. Wait till you've won before you start spouting bullshit tea.
After speaking, her hands formed countless complex hand seals.
Streams of elemental energy condensed in her palms, some even giving off a muffled crackling noise.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 236, Step 108. Chapter 236, Step 108. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Tao Yuan was experienced in battle, hence he could feel that something was up after hearing the crackling noises, which was why he sent the long whip in his hands flying at Qin Shuyin even faster than before.
Crack, 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 crack. 4 continuous strokes of lightning bolts exploded around Tao Yuan, causing his elemental energy layer to disintegrate. Bang!
Qin Shuyin's long sword blocked Tao Yuan's whip, and the sword shot another few swords of light at him. This was the advantage of a sword cultivator, being able to shoot out radiant swords at the enemy at any moment.
Once his defensive skill was broken by Qin Shuyin, Tao Yuan wanted to retreat frantically.
The radiant swords of Qin Shuyin were nothing to joke about, and as his figure backed away, the elemental energy on his whip dissipated. Many radiant swords cut into Tao Yuan's shoulders, and a moment later, a cold sword was already on his neck. Tao Yuan's face turned pale. He dared not make a single move in this situation.
Senior Qin, I admit defeat.
With a flick of her hand, Qin Shuyin kept her sword, speaking coldly, if it were not for your contributions in fighting the alien cultivators, my sword would have pierced your neck. Thank you, Senior, for being merciful. Tao Yuan's pale face immediately turned red, and he leapt off the stage after this sentence. He was of the same cultivation level as Qin Shuyin, so since he had lost to her, he naturally had to call her Senior instead. A thunderous round of applause erupted below the stage, and the Heaven-Seeking Palace's Sword Lake was even more excited than before. While Heaven-Seeking Palace had been trumped by Great Evolution Sect in ranking, Qin Shuyin and Tao Yuan had similar cultivation levels, and they represented each of their sections. Now that Qin Shuyin defeated Tao Yuan, it naturally helped Heaven-Seeking Palace stand up for its name.
Zhang Xiushan giggled, this Sword Lake disciple actually knows a lightning attribute skill. This is likely from some opportunity she had. No wonder Tao Yuan was no match for her. How could Feng Jingqiu not understand the meaning behind Zhang Xiushan's words?
She implied that even though Heaven-Seeking Palace's Qin Shuyin had triumphed over Great Evolution Sect's Tao Yuan, it was not won by some sword art from Heaven-Seeking Palace, instead it was through a lightning affinity skill learned elsewhere. Feng Jingqiu also laughed. Indeed, if Tao Yuan did not have that defensive skill, he would have likely been defeated by Shuin's sword waves.
That defensive skill is not bad.
I heard that Tao Yuan had gone to the Lost Sky Ruins, who knows if he obtained it there. Upon hearing that, Zhang Xiushan's face went cold, but he could not muster the words to make a rebuttal, because the defensive skill of Tao Yuan indeed did not originate from Great Evolution Sect. Xiamu simply laughed at the scene before him. Neither of you are wrong. That's right, Elder Tsang, please bring Junior Qin over. I feel that her sword art and lightning strikes are extremely outstanding.
A rarity in this competition.
Roger, the red-faced tall man standing behind him answered, and turned around to give a few instructions before a black-robed youth flew off to the distance. As Xiamu did not lower his volume when speaking this time, the surrounding people had heard everything. Even the expressions of Feng Jingqiu and Zhang Xiushan, who were originally arguing, had changed after hearing this. They were not exactly clear what kind of character Xiamu had, but they knew that this was not a good cookie in front of them.
Crack! Wild pressure came rolling in, causing Mo Wuji's leg to break again.
At the same moment, he stepped onto the 108th step. Suddenly, the terrifying pressure around him vanished, and was replaced by thick mist. Although Mo Wuji did not take any pills, he discovered that all the wounds on his body disappeared.
Even the newly broken leg was healing rapidly. This is such a wonderful place. How good would it be if I could cultivate here? As the thought of cultivation came to mind, he recalled that he had opened his 102nd meridian on the 103rd step, but it did not propel him into Yuan Dan stage. He still remained in transcending mortality stage level 12, and only advanced to the great circle of it. The only change that had happened was his 102nd meridian opening up. It was 3 gold forming pills, so how could he not have broken through to the earth realm? A sense of disappointment arose in Mo Wuji's heart, and he threw the idea of advancing to Yuan Dan stage to one side. Now that he had opened the 102nd meridian, it would just take a period of closed-door cultivation to break through to Yuan Dan stage. There was no rush. The 108th step of heaven-seeking staircase was a platform with a few meters in radius. A pure white stone slab was erected at the frontmost point of the platform. As soon as he carved his name on the stone slab, he would instantly become number 1 on the rankings. At the back of the platform, there was a small table with a token about the size of a palm on it. The token was made from an unknown material that Mo Wuji's spiritual will could not penetrate, and when he walked over to pick it up, he discovered that there were words written on it. I risk my life to obtain the immortal-seeking token, and the heaven-seeking staircase was picked up from the street by me. If anyone manages to obtain the immortal-seeking token from here, please avenge me. The man I have a grudge with is named Pang Zue. Never mind, since you could obtain the immortal-seeking token, you must be extremely talented, so please do something for the cultivators of Jinxing. Ji Feiqian. This doesn't make much sense, and Mo Wuji felt that it was rather nonsensical. The heaven-seeking staircase was actually picked up from the streets by Ji Feiqian. This sort of treasure could be picked off the streets? Then why couldn't Mo Wuji do the same? Could things get even more ridiculous? If Ji Feiqian was really that strong, to be able to find the heaven-seeking staircase and leave these things on it, who would have the ability to become his enemy? That Pang Zue must have been a little too exceptional, right? As for Jinxing, where was it? Could it be another name for the lost continent? The last sentence asked him to do something for the Jinxing cultivators, but what thing was it referring to? There were many people in Jinxing that could eliminate him, so what could he do as a mere transcending mortality stage cultivator? Shaking his head, Mo Wuji casually threw the immortal-seeking token into his storage ring. Crack! A crisp sound echoed out. To Mo Wuji's surprise, the table that was fine a moment ago had suddenly turned into a pile of ashes. So there was indeed something weird going on, and he looked up at his surroundings, puzzled as ever. Since he had achieved his goal, it was time to quickly leave the sect, then find Sang Yiping and Co. to return to Tianji sect. This was not a place he intended to stay for long at. Mo Wuji turned around and sped down the heaven-seeking staircase. As for the white jade slab for carving one's name on, it was completely ignored by him. His aim for coming here was not to become famous, but simply to challenge the heaven-seeking staircase. In fact, he had gained quite a lot from the experience. While he did not manage to advance to Yuan Dan stage, he still opened his 102nd meridian. Perhaps because he had reached the top of heaven-seeking staircase, all pressure from it disappeared as he descended. In a mere few breaths' time, Mo Wuji reached the bottom. The sky was already starting to brighten up then, and he rushed straight to the sect Hall of Affairs. Other than a few disciples on duty in the Hall of Affairs, the place was quiet and serene, a great contrast from its previous noisy state. Mo Wuji walked straight to the outer disciples' administrative area, where only a single-eyed old man sat at while reading a book. He walked over to knock on the window, took out his outer disciple identity token and said, "Apprentice brother, I would like to start the sect leaving process." Ah! The one-eyed man's book nearly fell to the floor as his hands trembled. He judged Mo Wuji suspiciously, and asked, "You just said that you want to start the sect leaving process?" Mo Wuji replied with a smile, handing his identity token over, "That's right, I really want to start the sect leaving process. Do I need to produce anything else?" Although the one-eyed old man was shocked, he still shook his head. "There's no need." It was difficult to enter Heaven's Seeking Palace,
but it was comparatively easy to leave. Only those legacy disciples who were extremely talented would require their summit lord to be informed when they were leaving the sect. Outer disciples only had to hand over their identity tokens. "Hey, your identity token still has 1,000 contribution points in it," the one-eyed old man exclaimed. Only then did Mo Wuji recall that these 1,000 contribution points belonged to Qin Shuyin. Now that he was leaving the sect, these 1,000 points were of no use to him. "May I ask if these contribution points can be transferred to someone else?" Mo Wuji quickly inquired. This was still 1,000 contribution points, so it would be a waste to just discard them. "Sure, you'll have to tell me which disciple in the sect and I'll transfer them." The one-eyed old man remained patient. "Then help me to transfer them to Sword Lake's legacy disciple, Qin Shuyin, since these 1,000 contribution points originally belonged to her, and he was only returning them to their owner." The one-eyed old man shook his head and thought to himself, even if you transfer 10,000 contribution points to Qin Shuyin, she still won't know who you are. A moment later, the old man lifted up his head and spoke to Mo Wuji, "You've left the sect already, so you need to get out of the sect immediately. If you are not out of the sect within 6 hours, you'll be hunted down by the sect executioners." "Thank you." Mo Wuji bowed respectfully, turned around, and left without a shred of hesitation. It would not even take 6 hours, he couldn't wait to leave Heaven-Seeking Palace. "Special Envoy Xia? Why is he asking for me?" "I don't even know him." Qin Shuyin, who has just advanced to the next round, frowned at the black-clothed youth before her. Out of all the people that came from Jinemo continent, she could only remember the black-haired, white-bearded expert. As for Special Envoy Xia, she did recognize him as the purple-robed youth that sat in the middle of the main altar, but what did that have to do with her? But the black-robed youth simply grinned. "I'm not sure what business he has with you either, I'm just a messenger." Perhaps Special Envoy Xia felt that you had potential, so he could possibly make an exception to let you enter Star King Mountain. Hearing this made Qin Shuyin's eyes light up. She was extremely focused on cultivation, and after she joined Heaven-Seeking Palace's Sword Lake, she devoted all of her energy into Sword Dao. In her eyes, there was nothing else but cultivation. For it, she didn't mind doing things that were beneath her. Otherwise, with her status, how could she have begged an outer disciple like Mo Wuji multiple times? The results proved that she was right. Lightning Flash not only allowed her to increase her number of contribution by a bunch, but also allowed her to defeat Tao Yuan. "I heard that Jinemo continent's cultivation culture is much stronger than the Lost Continents, is that true?" Qin Shuyin could see that this black-robed youth was also from Jinemo continent. The black-robed youth replied with pride, "You're right, for cultivators of a similar level, Jinemo continent trumps all those from here. For example, if I'm in the Great Circle of Transcending Mortality stage, I believe that there's no other Transcending Mortality stage cultivator that can last for more than half an incense's time in battle with me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 237, I Have a Dao Companion. Chapter 237, I Have a Dao Companion. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When Qin Shuyin heard this, she started frowning before saying with a cold tone, "Since you are that strong, please show me some of your ways." As the crowd around the two of them heard their conversation, they started to make way, and very soon, there was a huge space between the two of them. If the black-robed youth didn't come from Jinemo continent, he would have drowned in his own saliva. To say that there was no cultivator in the entire Lost Continent with the same cultivation level as him capable of surviving for half an incense's time in battle with him, he was clearly too shameless to make this statement. The black-robed youth replied in a calm tone, "I am only following the orders given to me, I will not fight you." Qin Shuyin kept her long sword and said similarly in a faint voice, "Since this is the case, please leave." "I will not be leaving with you." The black-robed youth was also very straightforward as he lifted his hand holding a spear. "Fine, then I, Gu Shaoing, shall test Mist's strength firsthand." Sin Shuyin didn't bother replying as the long sword in her hand shook a little before streams of overwhelming sword radiance flew towards Gu Xiaoyin. Since the opponent was so arrogant, there was no reason for her to give any chance. It was different when she was fighting Tao Yuan because against this black-robed youth, Sin Shuin's sword radiance formed into sword rain, and before the sword rain fell on the floor, it formed into a faint line. At this moment, the black-robed youth shifted, and just as his spear drew a small arc, streams of formless killing intent were emitted out from this small arc. Bang bang bang! The energy emitted from the spear clashed with Sin Shuin's sword radiance, and elemental energies exploded all over the sky just like a continuous string of exploding firecrackers. This exploding elemental energy was similar to needle radiance, and even those cultivators who were standing closer to them could feel the threat, hence, hurrying to step back. Sin Shuin's heart sunk because no one other than herself was more aware of her current plight. Not only was her sword rain being suppressed, she could feel a force keeping her at bay. This feeling made her feel like if she were to execute another sword art, the opponent's spear would immediately tear her sword art apart and then pierce through her chest. This man was evidently many folds stronger than Tao Yuan, and as Sin Shuyin was still using her elemental energy to agitate her sword rain, her lightning flash was starting to form. Crack! Just like a huge ice being fragmented, before Sin Shuin's lightning flash could be sent out, her sword rain was torn apart and an icy cold spear with killing intent ended up right before her neck. This was similar to the situation when she was facing Tao Yuan, but she was the one at the receiving end this time round. Sin Shuyi's heart was almost dead because even though she did not dare to say she's invincible, she did not believe that any transcending mortality stage cultivator in the entire 5 great empires would be able to win her with such ease. However, in front of this black-robed youth, she merely managed to use one sword art before she was defeated. It could even be said that if the opponent did not wish to let her use the first sword art, she wouldn't even have a chance to strike. Was the level of cultivation in the Lost Continent really that far off Mo continent? Sin Shuyin thought of the black-robed white-hair expert and confirmed her suspicion. The cultivators surrounding them who was rooting for Sin Shuyin turned silent as well. Sin Shuyin performed so tremendously well on stage earlier on to defeat the great evolution sect's legacy disciple, Tao Yuan. However, she was completely helpless when faced with a transcending mortality stage cultivator from the Mo continent. This made the heart of the many cultivators of the 5 big empires around turn cold, just like Sin Shuin's one. The black-robed youth retracted his spear as he stared at Sin Shuyin without saying anything. Even if many cultivators here did not like the black-robed youth at all, they could only keep quiet in front of him. If one could not control his unhappiness and fought this man recklessly, even an early Yuan Dan stage cultivator might not be able to finish this man off. As for a normal transcending mortality stage cultivator, fighting him head-on would definitely lead to instant death. Sin Shuyin only managed to keep her small life because of the special envoy, therefore, other people would surely not be this fortunate. Sin Shuyin kept her long sword and said in a cold voice, "I will follow you to see special envoy Xia." But even though she did not promise to leave straight away after losing, her tone indicated that intent. Ever since she started cultivating, Sin Shuyin had never went back on her words. Even if it was just spoken promise, she would acknowledge it unquestionably. The black-robed youth nodded his head as his eyes revealed a slight appreciation because he hated hypocritical people the most. "Junior Shuyin, please take a seat." After following the black-robed youth to the main altar, Xiamu, who was dressed in purple, stood up and pointed out to a chair to Sin Shuyin very politely. Sin Shuyin shook her head. "In front of Special Envoy and the many seniors here, Shuyin is fine standing up. If Special Envoy has any instructions, please feel free to let me know." But Feng Jinxiu, who was sitting by the side, nodded his head. Sin Shuyin was indeed the pride of Sword Lake, as she was neither haughty nor humble, with her own comfortable air of aura. Xiamu laughed out loud as he did not continue to insist that Sin Shuyin take her seat. Inviting once was because of his generosity and politeness, there was still no one around worthy enough for him to invite twice to take a seat. Junior Shuyin has an extraordinary sword art and even managed to cultivate lightning techniques. Could it be that Junior Shuyin possesses lightning affinity spiritual roots?
Xiaomu asked directly.
Sin Shuyin replied calmly, "This is my cultivation secret, and even though my cultivation level is not worthy of a mention in the Jinemo continent and definitely not comparable to this senior Gu, I hope Special Envoy will understand."
Xiaomu seemed extremely generous as he waved his hand and said, it's okay. I believe that Junior Shuyin has a greater potential waiting to be unearthed, and it would be a waste of a talent to keep you here."
Feng Zhenxiu hurried to add on, "Special Envoy is right, which was why Shuyin is fighting hard in this competition, and after the first round, I believe that given her strength and qualification, it should not be a problem for her to advance into the top 100.
Xiaomu nodded his head, "We could say so, but I have an even better idea."
Finishing his words, he smiled at Sin Shuyin before saying, "Junior Shuyin, even if you were to make it into the top 100, you would only be qualified to enter the Jinemo continent and not directly into the Star King Mountain. I have an idea as well as capabilities to let you into the Star King Mountain directly." Sin Shuin's eyes lit up as she had heard of the Star King Mountain and was also aware that the black-robed youth sitting opposite her was from the Star King Mountain. If she could enter the Star King Mountain, it would definitely be a dream come true for her. Seeing Sin Shuin's eyes lit up, Xiaomu smiled even more vibrantly. "My name is Xiaomu and I am the special envoy sent here from the Star King Mountain. I am indeed very confident of Junior Shuin's strength and potential, and I am also confident in terms of my cultivation level. I would not let you think that I am not suitable for you." The more Sin Shuin thought about his words, the more she felt something was amiss. He said he saw his potential and invited her to enter the Star King Mountain, but what has this got to do with his suitability? My mentor once told me that in the world of cultivation, finding a good Tao companion is very important because it could even change a cultivator's cultivation path. If I am interested in someone to be my Tao companion, I will tell her directly because I don't like to hide the head and show the tail, or be hesitant. If Junior Shuin is agreeable, I am willing to become your Tao companion. We could roam across the Star King Mountain and even contribute some statements together for the Star King Mountain book. Xiaomu continued to smile at Sin Shuin. Sin Shuin finally understood what was going on, and she couldn't believe how thick this person's skin was to ask her to be his Tao companion in front of so many people. Seeing Xiaomu's incredibly confident eyes, Sin Shuin realized why Xiaomu would be so daring to ask directly in front of so many people. This was because he was sure that Sin Shuin would definitely agree, so she could head towards the Star King Mountain. Sin Shuin almost blurted out and told this special envoy how she truly felt, that she had never considered finding a Tao companion. However, she swallowed these words back because she was sure that if she were to say such words, it would fit perfectly into his plan. As long as he said that they don't have to consider this Tao companion thing for now and just settle on their current relationship now before heading towards and working hard at the Star King Mountain together, she would have no excuses to reject him anymore. "Many thanks, Special Envoy, but I already have my Tao companion, so I cannot accept Special Envoy's request." Sin Shuin cupped her fist as she bowed slightly. Hearing Sin Shuin's words, Feng Zhenxiu was almost going to clap his hands. "Well said." Xiaomu frowned slightly but still maintained his smile as he responded, "When we're talking about Tao companion, it is a companion to strive hard together for one's cultivation Tao. Junior Shuin should have seen the vast difference in cultivation level and knowledge between the Lost Continent and Jinemo Continent. Without mentioning any other examples, just your fight with Xiaoying." Up to this moment, Defender Su could not help it but interrupted, "Special Envoy Xia, please don't use mortal ranking number 1 Gu Xiaoying as an example to show the difference in cultivation level. This would cause misunderstandings among the Lost Continent cultivators and cause them to think that their cultivation ways were just too poor." The truth was that even though the cultivation level and culture here was not as good as Jinemo Continent, the difference was actually not that huge. Xiaomu seemed as though he ate a pile of sh*t as the words coming out from his mouth were incredibly smelly. He couldn't wait to strangle this Defender Su because it seemed as though he was out to oppose him. Every time he tried to show his might, this old fella would stand out to kick him in the leg. If he could stay in the Star King Mountain one day, the first person he would get rid of would be this old fella. Defender Su's lecture is right. Even though he was incredibly unhappy, Xiaomu could only thank Defender Su for his lecture.
He wanted to stay in the Star King Mountain to garner the support of the immortal king and increased his chances of winning. Senior, did you say that Senior Gu was ranked first in Jinemo continent? Sin Shui's eyes lit up once again as she immediately bowed and asked Defender Su. Su Qihuang smiled as he said, "That's right. Jinemo continent has 3 big ranking board, Mortal ranking board, Earth ranking board and Heaven ranking board. Gu Xiaoying is in the Great Circle of the Transcending Mortality stage level 10 and is considered to be in the Extreme Mortal stage since a long time ago. His trip out this time round is to find opportunity to step into the Earth realm. There was no one in Jinemo continent who could beat him, so even if you couldn't win him, you don't have to self-deprecate. Your sword art is decent and that lightning technique had an even greater potential to become better. Many thanks Senior for your teachings." The knot in Sin Shuin's heart instantaneously disappeared because she may be strong but definitely not to the extent that she could defeat Jinemo continent mortal ranking board ranked number 1. At this moment, she finally understood why Xiaomu would ask Gu Xiaoying to invite her over. This was to attack her confidence and make her think that Jinemo continent's standard of cultivation was really much stronger so as to attract her over to Jinemo continent. That's right, she was indeed interested in heading towards the Jinemo continent, but undoubtedly not through means like becoming someone's Dao companion so that she could go over. Junior Shuin, since you already have a Dao companion, I shall not say anything else. I am actually curious to know which genius disciple would be able to win Junior Shuin's favor? Xiaomu laughed coldly as his heart had already formed a killing intent not towards Sin Shuin but towards her Dao companion. 1. Hiding the head and showing the tail is a Chinese idiom which means to give a partial account of something, half the truth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, Sin Shuin's Dilemma. Chapter 238, Sin Shuin's Dilemma. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Sin Shuin jolted. She did not expect this special envoy Xia to ask her who her Dao companion was. This was her private matter. Who was he to ask such a question? If you're unwilling to answer, I would think that your words were just to stall me. Don't tell me that my appearance is too bad and not worth Junior Shuin's eyes? The smile on Xiaomu's face disappeared and his tone also turned cold. Rage slowly brewed within his heart. He had never received such a treatment before. He was a proud child of the Star King Mountain and was in existence respected by all on Jinemo continent. Lost Continent, this sort of trashy place, actually rejected him 2 times in a row. Unless they thought that this special envoy was a herbivore who didn't dare to kill? Sin Shuin did not stand far from him, and could naturally feel Xiaomu's rich killing intent. She was forlorn. Ever since she entered the heaven-seeking palace and became the Sword Lake Master, Shinkongjian's disciple, no one dared to covet for her looks. It was also because of this, that she was an outstanding existence, not only in the heaven-seeking palace, but in the entire 5 great empires. But now, Special Envoy Xia was clearly threatening her, but there was nothing she could do. Sin Shuin's despondence was because of her lamentation towards her change in fate. At the same time, she was lamenting the disappearance of her master Shinkongjian in the alien battlefield. Ha ha! Fengzhenqiu chuckled, clasped his fists and said, Special Envoy Xia, don't be hasty to get angry. I understand this child, Shuin. Her skin is thin, and if not for Special Envoy Xia's question, she would not even mention the matter of her Dao companion. Indeed, not many people know about her Dao companion, and I happen to be one of them. Sin Shuin stared at Fengzhenqiu in astonishment. She did not have a Dao companion. Those words were only meant to fool Xiaomu. Before Xiaomu could speak, Fengzhenqiu continued, actually, Special Envoy Xia also knows this person's name. I know? Who? Xiaomu was stunned as he turned towards Fengzhenqiu. In actuality, when Sin Shuin did not reveal the name of her Dao companion, he suspected that Sin Shuin was merely trying to stall him. But now, Fengzhenqiu proactively stood forward to talk about Sin Shuin's Dao companion, so he was naturally shocked.
He is a rogue cultivator, his alias is Rogue Cultivator 2705. He is extremely secretive in his movement and actions, and even Xin Shuyin wouldn't know where her Dao companion is. Feng Zhenqiu chuckled. Rogue Cultivator 2705 only revealed himself once and disappeared without a trace. The heaven-seeking palace and Great Evolution sect had tried searching for the said man, but had never been able to find him. Using Rogue Cultivator 2705 was the most suitable method to stall Xiamu. The heaven-seeking palace and Great Evolution sect were, after all, the two strongest sects on the lost continent. Even they weren't able to determine Rogue Cultivator 2705's whereabouts, so Feng Zhenqiu believed that this Xiamu would definitely be unable to do so. Xin Shuin's heart sunk, and she was not the least bit happy. Even though she was thankful for Feng Zhenqiu's help, she was not willing to drag another down. She had not even met this Rogue Cultivator 2705 before. If it was possible, she would rather Dean Feng to not have uttered those words. Because the moment Xiamu finds Rogue Cultivator 2705, he definitely would not live past an incense's time. She was also clear of Feng Zhenqiu's intentions. He believed that Xiamu definitely wouldn't be able to find this Rogue Cultivator 2705. But who could be definite of such things? This caused Xin Shuin's heart to be filled with guilt and discomfort. She had always cultivated with a pure heart, but while Feng Zhenqiu's words saved her, they also left a scar on her heart. If Rogue Cultivator 2705 was really killed because of her, her lifetime's pursuit of the greater Tao would be ruined. Even if he turned out fine, this scar would still affect this pursuit. Her personality did not allow such a thing, and her Tao could not take such guilt. It was because of this Tao heart that when she exchanged a skill from an outer disciple, she would try her best to offer what she could. Dean Feng had said such words, but she could not refute them. If she refuted them, Xiamu could very well eliminate Dean Feng. If she could turn back time, she would rather say that she did not want a Tao companion. Saying that she already had one would only implicate others. Xiamu furrowed his brows and thought for a while. He suddenly said, "I recall it now, isn't he number 1 on the 100 Sect Alliance's contribution point board?" Feng Zhenqiu hurriedly said, "That's it." Even though his talents are exceptional, he does not like to be reined in by a sect. That's why he chose to be a rogue cultivator. With his sort of talent, many big sects don't catch his eye. His standards for women are naturally higher as well, but Feng Zhenqiu was trying to imply that Rogue Cultivator 2705 and the gorgeous Xin Shuyin were a compatible match. Xiamu regained his calm, looked towards Xin Shuyin and said, "You go and find that Rogue Cultivator 2705. This sort of talent would go to waste on this continent." Xin Shuyin went silent without a word. She couldn't explain that Feng Zhenqiu's words were wrong, nor could she acknowledge that Rogue Cultivator 2705 was her Tao companion. "Shuyin, you can go down first. If you can contact him, then help extend the special envoy's invitation. But of course, going to the Jinmo continent is entirely up to him." Feng Zhenqiu hurriedly interjected for Xin Shuyin to leave. If this carried on, this Xiamu might get enraged and start a slaughter. Xin Shuyin bowed towards Feng Zhenqiu and was just about to leave when Defender Su suddenly asked, "What's the cultivation level of this Rogue Cultivator 2705? Xin Shuyin stopped in her tracks. She did not even know Rogue Cultivator 2705, how would she know his cultivation level? She did hear that he was in the transcending mortality stage, but she did not believe those rumors. Even if a transcending mortality stage cultivator was super lucky, he still wouldn't be able to get to the number 1 spot. Great Evolution Sect head, Jiang Xiushan, helped her out of the tangle, answering Defender Su, "It's rumored that Rogue Cultivator 2705 is in the transcending mortality stage. He is a pale-faced scholar without a high cultivation, but his true power is amazing. According to the accounts of a heaven-seeking Palace Pill Pagoda's true lake cultivator, during the initial wars with the alien cultivators, he was surrounded by more than 100 alien cultivators, but he completely annihilated all of them. Not only that, he even that true lake cultivator's life and killed an expert half a step into the nihility god stage. Among the 100 over cultivators which surrounded him, there were even some Yuan Dan stage, Earth Realm cultivators. It was just a casual question, but the answer made Defender Su stand up in shock, as he is asked in a higher pitch, "He's so amazing? Are these just rumors?" Zhang Xiushan also hurriedly stood up and clasped his fists and said, "These aren't rumors." Many people have heard him acknowledge it, and that was also when he killed a clan member of my Great Evolution Sex Legacy disciple. Of course, when he killed that Nihility God stage expert, the expert was already seriously injured. Defender Su nodded. "Even so, that's something very amazing. If we find the person at hand, we must definitely bring him to the Jin Mo continent. This sort of talent is needed in the Star King Mountain." Special Envoy Xia hastily added, "Defender Su can be rest assured. I will definitely find Rogue Cultivator 2705 and not let his talent go to waste." Standing far away, Gu Shaoyin revealed a derisive smile. Even if he was surrounded by 100 over cultivators, with a few Yuan Dan cultivators in the mix, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. How would this Rogue Cultivator 2705 be able to do it? The Lost Continent must have specially created this Rogue Cultivator 2705 in this war against the alien cultivators to raise everyone's morale. Why didn't this Rogue Cultivator 2705 dare to meet others? Because he was just a person of fiction. Xin Shuin's heart was filled with contempt. Defender Su should be looking for Rogue Cultivator 2705 out of pure appreciation, but this Special Envoy Xia must definitely be due to unkind intentions. "Seniors, Shuin will take her leave." After clasping her hands once more, Xin Shuin left the main altar. She decided she would immediately return to the heaven-seeking Palace Sword Lake and enter closed-door cultivation. So what if she couldn't go to the Jin Mo continent? Her master was able to cultivate to the true God stage on the Lost Continent. She could definitely do the same. After an incense's time, that red-faced man whispered beside Xiamu's ear, "Xin Shuin has left Yin City alone. I guess that she must have gone to find that Rogue Cultivator 2705. Back at the selection, stage number 5 had 2 Yuan Dan stage cultivators whose battle had captured everyone's eyes. Xiamu's eyes remained on stage number 5 as he said simply, "Follow her and do it." That red-faced man did not reply and stood behind Xiamu for some time. Then, he left as though nothing had happened. "Why are you following too?" The moment he left Yin City, the red-faced man noticed that Gu Shaoyin was following him. "Elder Tsang, I want to see whether that Rogue Cultivator 2705 is truly that amazing or simply sheer fiction," Gu Shaoyin said with a bow. The red-faced man laughed. "That's okay, then follow me." Some things were hard for him to do. Fortunately, there was this fool who only knew about cultivation to do it for him. He was too clear about Gu Shaoyin. Gu Shaoyin was a fella who only had cultivation and the pursuit for strength in his heart. After hearing about Rogue Cultivator 2705, his interest must have been piqued. If he didn't have a look personally, he would be uncomfortable. If he wasn't such a person, he wouldn't have followed them over from the Jin Mo continent to the Lost Continent. Due to the long war, the bustle of the heaven-seeking city had gradually declined. Even though the war had ended, the heaven-seeking city had yet to regain its previous flourishing crowds. The moment Mo Wuji walked into heaven-seeking city, he was welcomed by the cold and spacious streets. Head senior brother. As Mo Wuji reached the Immortal Training Inn, he saw Pu Qian who was wandering around the entrance. When Pu Qian called out to him, his voice seemed to contain some anxiety. "This is not a good place to talk. Let's go in first." Mo Wuji indicated to Pu Qian and they walked into the inn. In the spacious room, Sang Yiping, Zhuang Yan and Nie Jingnong were all there. From their expressions, Mo Wuji could guess that something just have happened. The few saw that Mo Wuji had returned and they heaved a sigh of relief as they stood to greet him. 1. The opposite of thick skin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239, Mo Wuji's Rage.
Chapter 239, Mo Wuji's Rage. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. After Pu Qian closed the room door, Mo Wuji gestured for everyone to sit down, then he asked, "Exactly what's going on? Why are y'all all so relieved when you saw me?"
Sang Yiping was the first to answer. "Head senior brother, we followed your instructions to secretly investigate about the 9 Moons Pill House."
"There's no news?" Mo Wuji asked urgently.
After separating with Jin Shaoke and company, Mo Wuji had always been working hard for his cultivation. He was either opening his meridians or out searching for a spiritual herb to open his meridians. When he had finally settled down, the aliens invaded. It was because of this that he only asked around the heaven-seeking city twice, and he did not receive any news on 9 Moons Pill House during those times. Mo Wuji even intended to go Fringe City and have a look, but he met with this Tianji sect situation. Sang Yiping nodded. 3 months ago, a deacon called Fei Bingzhu came over to heaven-seeking city and even purchased a store at a high price.
This deacon really knew how to pick the right time. Because of the ongoing war with the alien cultivators, and since the heaven-seeking palace isn't very far from Yen City, many merchants left the heaven-seeking city for Yen City.
The price of stores in heaven-seeking city became cheaper and he was able to procure a not bad store.
"Where's the store?" Mo Wuji was ecstatic to receive news on Fei Bingzhu and he eagerly asked another question.
Sang Yiping sighed in her heart. Head senior brother really doesn't have a simple relationship with the 9 Moons Pill House. She continued, the 9 Moons Pill House had just finished its furnishing and had yet to officially open, but it was destroyed in a single night. That Deacon Fei was killed, and Treasurer, Sun Jingyi, was also killed. Mo Wuji's heart went cold, his fists went tight and his heart pounded erratically. Fei Bingzhu had been there when he was still poor. Fei Bingzhu was there during his calamities.
But he was actually killed in the heaven-seeking city. Who did it? Did you manage to find out?
Mo Wuji asked slowly. He swore to avenge this vengeance.
Pu Qian took over. Yes, it's the Yulin Lei clan. That's why I made sure that Junior Sang and the rest stayed here and not go out.
The Yulin Lei clan again, Mo Wuji cursed in his heart. It was no wonder why Sang Yiping and company were so anxious. If he was discovered, the Yulin Lei clan definitely wouldn't let go of him. He could guess how the Yulin Lei clan was able to find him. Hou Yuqing was able to find out that he was the one who purchased the 7 Styles Lightning Sky's first style through the auction. The Yulin Lei clan was naturally able to do the same.
Moreover, he was just an outer disciple of the heaven-seeking palace.
Because the Yulin Lei clan had a genius disciple, Lei Hongji, in the Great Evolution sect, they even dared to pursue and encircle an inner disciple, Hou Yuqing.
Why would they be scared of a mere outer disciple?
The moment they found out about him, then the next step was to investigate on the 9 Moons Pill House. Moreover, they might even link his saving of Hou Yuqing in Yen City to him, start to suspect that he was Rogue Cultivator 2705. If the Yulin Lei clan really guessed that he was Rogue Cultivator 2705, they definitely wouldn't casually reveal it. After all, they still wanted to extract Tianji sect's secret from him.
Have the Yulin Lei clan's men left?
In short time, Mo Wuji had already discerned the reason.
After the 9 Moons Pill House was destroyed, the Lei clan occupied their store.
"I've gone to take a look. It's already been refurbished and will soon be ready for business," Pu Qian answered.
"Very good," Mo Wuji nodded.
He must definitely annihilate the Yulin Lei clan before rebuilding the Tianji sect. When he didn't have the cannons, his power was truly insufficient. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he couldn't. But now that he had the power, he definitely wouldn't delay any longer. If he did so, the original 9 Moons Pill House might get affected and even Jin Shaoke might lose his life. The Yulin Lei clan still had Lei Hongji, a favored child of the Great Evolution sect. It wasn't something difficult for them to deal with the 9 Moons Pill House.
"Yiping, are there any cultivator cities near Tianji sect?"
Mo Wuji did not continue inquiring about the Lei clan, but turned to ask Sang Yiping about the Tianji sect. Sang Yiping hurriedly replied, there was a little town outside the Tianji sect called Heaven's Gate Town. With the protection of the Tianji sect, this town wasn't bustling, but there were merchants. Now that the Tianji sect has been destroyed, this town should be deserted. The speaking Sang Yiping was incomparably mellow. For Tianji sect to develop, there must be cultivator sites in its surroundings. Only after countless years of Tianji sect's existence, the Heaven's Gate town finally got developed. But now that the Tianji sect had been destroyed, and the large number of horse bandits in the surrounding, it would be a miracle if the Heaven's Gate town survived. Mo Wuji said seriously, Pu Qian, immediately refine this flying car. After you refine it, bring Yiping, Zhuangyan and Nie Jinong out of here and wait for me at Heaven's Gate town. With that, Mo Wuji retrieved a flying car magic treasure and passed it to Pu Qian. Head senior brother, you. Sang Yiping immediately understood Mo Wuji's intentions. He wanted to stay here by himself and wait for a chance to destroy the Yulin Lei clan store in Heaven-Seeking City. Head senior brother, the alien war is already over. The times are already different from 3 months ago. The Heaven-Seeking City is near the Heaven-Seeking Palace, and if a store gets destroyed, things might get blown up. Nie Jingnong seldom talked, but he was more detailed in his considerations. Pu Qian was more clear of Mo Wuji's personality. He knew that when Mo Wuji made his decision, he would definitely do it. He took the initiative to say, if that's the case, we'll stay behind together to finish this. We'll leave immediately when we're done. Mo Wuji waved it off, this is my personal matter, it has nothing to do with the sect. Moreover, it would be more convenient for me to do things by myself. Committing such a deed in the Heaven-Seeking City, the less involved the better, but what Mo Wuji wanted to do wasn't simply destroying the Yulin Lei clan members which occupied the Nine Moons Pillhouse's store in the Heaven-Seeking City. After he did that, he would still go to the Yulin Lei clan itself and wipe it off the face of the lost continent. This matter really triggered his killing intent. Pu Qian and company saw Mo Wuji's resolution and did not say anything further. With the assistance of Mo Wuji's spiritual will, Pu Qian was able to refine the flying car in 2 hours. The 5 immediately checked out of the inn and left Heaven-Seeking City. Another 2 hours later, the 5 arrived at the outskirts of Heaven-Seeking City. Pu Qian fetched out his flying car. As he gestured for Sang Yiping and company to board the car, he asked Mo Wuji, if the 2 Tianshang princes who rented the mountains come looking for trouble, what do we do? Kill them. Mo Wuji said unhesitatingly. He wanted the Tianji sect to be a great sect. How could it be afraid of a mere Ming Han Empire? He did not believe that the Ming Han Empire would come cause trouble for his Tianji sect because of 2 princes. Mo Wuji's words made it clear to Sang Yiping and company. The previous tolerant Tianji sect was now no more. If there are any survivors of the Tianji sect, remember to bring them back. After Pu Qian and company entered the car, Mo Wuji added another instruction. He believed that after the Yulin Lei clan destroyed the Tianji sect, they wouldn't assign guards to stay over the Tianji sect. Waiting for Pu Qian's flying car to leave, Mo Wuji changed his appearance to the pale-faced rogue cultivator 2705 and re-entered Heaven-Seeking City. This time, he entered a small inn and stayed there for 3 whole days. There were reasons why Mo Wuji waited for 3 days. 1. Mo Wuji was waiting for Pu Qian and company to get far away. 2. He wanted to find a path of retreat. 3. He wanted to recce the strength of this Lei clan store. It was as Mo Wuji expected. The Yulin Lei clan only assigned 2 transcending mortality stage cultivators as the defenders, and the rest were some spirit building and channel opening cultivators. 3 days later, Mo Wuji checked out from the inn and openly walked to the Lei clan store. Apologies friend, our store has yet to be opened. A channel opening stage cultivator stopped Mo Wuji. Are you a Lei clan disciple? Mo Wuji suddenly asked. This cultivator's chest inflated and he said proudly, that's right. Our Lei clan merchant house are all Lei clan disciples. So friend,
you can rest assured that nothing bad will happen. But I will still have to invite you to leave and return when we're open. Get out of here. Mo Wuji raised his hand and slapped over. This Lei clan disciple was sent flying far by the slap and crashed against the store's wall. He slid down on the ground, paralyzed, never to breathe again. Mo Wuji inhaled deeply. He did not like doing such things. This attendant might not have killed the 9 Moons Pillhouses or Tianji sex man. But because Mo Wuji came into this world and walked this particular road, he had to do it. Who dares cause trouble at my Lei clan? Multiple shadows charged out of the store and surrounded Mo Wuji. Rogue Cultivator 2705. The person you're looking for, and the person who's here to seek revenge. With that, invisible sword chi appeared in Mo Wuji's hand, which transformed into a sword net, trapping all the cultivators. Mo Wuji did not come today just for Fei Bingzhu, but also for the Tianji sect and that Tianji sect head who died because of him. The person with the highest cultivation here was merely in transcending mortality stage level 3. He was completely nothing in front of Mo Wuji. Fogs of blood formed continuously. Within 10 minutes, 7 to 8 Lei clan disciples turned into wandering ghosts under his sword. 1 hour later, Mo Wuji left the heaven-seeking city in constant high alert. The destroyed Lei clan store was just an appetizer. Now, he was going to destroy the entire Yulin Lei clan. Sin Shuyin did not know that we was being followed as she left Yin City. She was controlling a crudely made flying ship which was speeding towards heaven-seeking palace. She exchanged her flying car for Mo Wuji's lightning flash, and she had obtained this flying ship from their alien battlefield. Even though this flying ship was a little ugly, it was a little faster than her flying car. Yen City was closer to the heaven-seeking palace than in Yang. In a few days, Sin Shuyin had arrived outside of the heaven-seeking city. It was at this moment she saw the Mo Wuji leaving heaven-seeking city. Rogue Cultivator 2705? Sin Shuyin had never seen Rogue Cultivator 2705, but she had heard too much about it. In Yin City, who didn't know what Rogue Cultivator 2705 looked like? He was a pale-faced scholar, and there were even portraits of 2705 being sold everywhere. Who else could that pale-faced scholar be if not Rogue Cultivator 2705? Sin Shuyin was filled with pleasant surprise. Regardless, she had to inform Rogue Cultivator 2705 of the matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, His Hardship. Chapter 240, His Hardship. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji's flying ship was much faster than Sin Shuyin's, but due to Sin Shuyin's relentless pursuit, Mo Wuji was discovered her soon after he left the heaven-seeking city. Initially, Mo Wuji even thought that he was being chased by some Lei clan dogs and he was intending to retrieve a laser cannon and send a shot over. However, he soon discerned that the flying ship was controlled by Sin Shuyin. She was standing conspicuously at the stern of the ship. This left Mo Wuji curious. He didn't know what business Sin Shuyin had with him, that he did not think that Sin Shuyin would know that he was Rogue Cultivator 2795. Even though she had applied for a contribution point token together with him, their interaction was merely during the application. At the very most, she helped make the application process easier. She definitely didn't see what was written on his token, much less know that he was Rogue Cultivator 2705. Unless Sin Shuyin was like him and possessed strong spiritual will. It was even more impossible for Sin Shuyin to recognize him as Mo Wuji. The disguising mask which Ren Tianqing gave him was quite good. Sin Shuyin shouldn't be able to see through it with her level of cultivation. Since these two cases were impossible, then why was she looking for him? An hour later, Mo Wuji saw that Sin Shuyin had not stopped in her pursuit, so he directly landed his flying ship by a forest. Sin Shuyin's flying ship landed not far away. She kept her flying ship and walked in front of Mo Wuji. "May I ask if you're Rogue Cultivator 2705? Mo Wuji replied with a slightly hoarse voice, "That's right, I'm Rogue Cultivator 2705. May I know why you're looking for me?"
Sin Shuin's eye revealed a hint of pleasant surprise as she said eagerly, "I'm the heaven-seeking palace sword lakes Sin Shuin."
Because we want to know if the rumors were true."
A voice suddenly interrupted Sin Shuin's words.
"Gu Shaoyin?"
Sin Shuin turned to see a black-robed youth, and her face changed drastically.
She had been followed and she didn't even know. Gu Shaoyin nodded towards Sin Shuin, "That's right. Now move to the side and let me take over." Mo Wuji looked at Sin Shuin then at Gu Shaoyin and frowned.
He did not think that Sin Shuin called him over so that she could join forces with Gu Shaoyin to deal with him. But it was the truth that when Sin Shuin got him to stop, the black-robed fella also came over.
However, Mo Wuji remained fearless.
This black-robed youth was also in the extreme mortal stage. In a single glance, Mo Wuji could see the spirit ring revolving around his body.
However, when compared to him, this fella's spirit ring wasn't worth mentioning. Not only was it weak, it also looked unclear. However, he wasn't sure whether this Gu Shaoyin could see the extreme mortal stage spirit ring hidden within his body. Gu Shaoyin clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji, "Star King Mountain's Gu Shaoyin.
You are the Rogue Cultivator 2705 whose reputation reverberates throughout the whole lost continent?" Gu Shaoyin's heart was filled with wonder. He could feel that Mo Wuji's body did not emanate any spirituality and didn't look anything like a strong cultivator. He was even less able to tell that Mo Wuji was in a higher-leveled extreme mortal stage. Thus, he did not believe that this pale-faced scholar in front of him was the famous Rogue Cultivator 2705. This caused his heart to be filled with dissatisfaction. Back at Jinemo continent, he, Gu Shaoyin, challenged countless of experts, emerging as number one on the mortal board and existence above the clouds. Wherever he went, he was revered. But when compared to Rogue Cultivator 2705 in the Lost Continent, his reputation was not worth mentioning. In the Lost Continent, even an ordinary mortal knew who Rogue Cultivator 2705 was. "That's right, I'm Rogue Cultivator 2705. Why are you finding me?" Mo Wuji started calmly at Gu Shaoyin. Gu Shaoyin's cultivation was also in the transcending mortality stage, but Mo Wuji could feel that this fellow was very strong. He did hear some things about the Star King Mountain back in Yen City, but they didn't really leave a deep impression on him. "Since that's the case, then accept my punch. Let me see whether you deserve to be Rogue Cultivator 2705. As he spoke, Gu Shaoyin had already sent a punch towards Mo Wuji. Towards this ordinary-looking scholar, he harbored no interest in taking out his spear. Mo Wuji did not move, and where he stood, he punched out. He really did not out other cultivators in the same stage in his eyes. His spiritual will had already started scanning the surroundings for fear that there weren't just Sin Shuin and Gu Shaoyin here. Bang! The two fists had not even clashed when the raging elemental energy exploded in the air. The elemental energy compressed the air, causing tearing sounds to be heard. The sounds were extremely terrifying. Bam! The two fists finally met. At the center of the two, a fracture appeared on the earth and soil flew everywhere. Mo Wuji felt a strong rebound of elemental energy, and with a kacha sound, Mo Wuji knew that one of the bones in his fists had broke. Moreover, the other party's surging elemental energy seemed to be vast and limitless. This fist did not seem to stop unless it had knocked Mo Wuji to the ground. Mo Wuji's heart trembled. He had never met such a terrifying transcending mortality stage cultivator. He was sure that Gu Shaoyin had yet to advance into the Yuan Dan stage. From his conversation with Gu Shaoyin to now, his fighting spirit was finally ignited. It didn't matter what realm this fellow was in, he deserved Mo Wuji's full effort. The elemental energy in his elemental storage channels rushed towards Mo Wuji's fist. This intense elemental energy was like throwing an entire river of water into a bucket, inundating and forceful. Towards others, Mo Wuji would slowly release this threshing elemental energy. But towards an expert like Gu Shaoyin, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to hurl out this flood of elemental energy.
Crack crack. Gu Shaoyin's fist bones broke consecutively. At the next moment, the surging elemental energy sent Mo Wuji flying. Mo Wuji stood rooted to the ground and did not move.
Due to the strong explosion of elemental energy, even Sin Shuyin, who was standing far away, had to retreat by tens of meters.
Pang!
Gu Shaoyin landed on the ground. As he got pushed along, his 2 feet carved out 2 long, deep lines on the hard ground, stabilizing his body.
He stared at Mo Wuji.
The disdain in his eyes had changed to seriousness and respect. After some time, he slowly took out his spear. "You're very strong. I take back what I thought previously.
You are the only transcending mortality cultivator that is worth my utmost effort."
Mo Wuji opened his hand and the Tianji pole appeared within his palm. A fellow who willingly retracted his opinions was rather interesting. Mo Wuji decided this spare this fella's life.
Sin Shuyin stared aghast towards Mo Wuji and Gu Shaoyin. These two were transcending mortality stage cultivators? Why was it that when she saw Yuan Dan stage cultivators battle, it wasn't as impressive as it was now?
Only now did she know that during her battle with Gu Shaoyin, he only exhibited 50% of his abilities at the most. The Gu Shaoyin now was truly exhibiting his true power.
Sin Shuyin took in a deep breath. Gu Shaoyin's power was already strong enough to leave her breathless.
But this rogue cultivator 2705 did not even move as he sent Gu Shaoyin flying with a single fist. This sort of strength was enough to completely stop her breath. If anyone said that rogue cultivator 2705's contribution points were due to luck, she definitely wouldn't be bothered to care about it.
This power was based on luck?
Actually, deep in her heart, she didn't believe the Tao Gates Shuitonsi words previously.
A transcending mortality stage cultivator was surrounded by 100 over cultivators, and there were even some Yuan Dan stage cultivators in the mix.
But this cultivator actually annihilated all of them and then carried on to help Senior Shi Jinwen to kill a half-step nihility god.
From whatever perspective, this sounded like bullsh*t.
But now, Sin Shuyin believed that it wasn't nonsense. If that transcending mortality stage cultivator had the power of rogue cultivator 2705, then it was definitely possible.
Chi.
Gu Shaoyin's spear formed traces of killing intent which he hurled towards Mo Wuji. These spear traces were like ripples on the surface of a lake. They spread out quickly and soon wrapped around the surrounding space. Mo Wuji immediately felt that the surrounding air had become very viscous and his movements became a little slower. "This fella is really strong," Mo Wuji acknowledged in astonishment. Back when Honest Chi had locked him in space, he felt the same unbearable pressure. But now, a mere transcending mortality cultivator actually made him experience the same pain.
Mo Wuji's 3 elemental storage channels were stimulated and his elemental energy surged fiercely.
The Tianji pole sailed through the air, bringing with it trails of invisible elemental sword chi.
Boom!
The strong force of sword chi ripped Gu Shaoyin's spear traces apart. Mo Wuji immediately felt the surroundings loosen up. Without stopping, he had already swung his Tianji pole with all his force towards Gu Shaoyin. Mo Wuji really lamented over the fact that he didn't have any pole arts. The only skill he had was his invisible sword.
To any ordinary cultivator, he didn't even need any pole arts. When he swung his Tianji pole, who could block it?
But when facing someone whose cultivation was not much lower than his and even had such impressive spear arts, he was finally outshined. The invisible sword was a sword chi technique. When exhibited using his Tianji pole, it was like a cow's head with a horse mouth. Not even 10% of the power was properly displayed. What he wanted to do the most now wasn't to fight with Gu Shaoyin with techniques but elemental energy.
Bam!
The Tianji pole and Gu Shaoyin's spear clashed, a dust cloud formed which covered the entire sky. Because Gu Shaoyin's spear arts had obtained the absolute advantage, while his elemental energy couldn't compare to Mo Wuji's, he didn't lose out in that exchange. Meters away, Gu Shaoyin stood straight, stared at Mo Wuji calmly and said, "If you had a pole art, I wouldn't be your opponent.
But now, you are not my opponent. Now, face my surface-slicing spear shadow." The spear was raised, spear shadows formed which shrouded the entire space. At this moment, Mo Wuji was enveloped under the other party's spear shadows. No matter which direction he escaped to, the spear shadow would slice Mo Wuji to meat juice. By the side, Sin Shuin's heart was a little sour. Her abilities were far from these two, but she was still at transcending mortality level 9, so she could clearly see what was happening in the battle. Rogue Cultivator 2705 was actually stronger than that Jin Mo Continent Mortal Board No. 1, Gu Xiaoyin. But he didn't have a proper skill, which was why he was at a disadvantage. In comparison, she was a genius of the heaven-seeking Palace Sword Lake, and would not lack on any sword art. How much hardship and difficulty must this Rogue Cultivator 2705 have gone through to reach this stage? If he was in a sect, what was a simple pole art? But he wasn't in a sect. Perhaps others might only see honor and glory from his name on the 100 Sect Alliance's contribution point board. But no one could see his hardships. Today, she saw it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241, Mortal Board No. 1. Chapter 241, Mortal Board No. 1. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When Gu Xiaoyin saw Mo Wuji trapped in his surface-slicing spear shadow, he knew that the other party would lose. Even though he was going to win, he did not feel contented. He came to understand that the other party was truly a rogue cultivator. Only a rogue cultivator would not have his own weapon art. Mo Wuji looked at the spear shadows and spear intent which blotted out the entire sky, and his face was calm without expression. It was true that he did not have any pole-related skills, but he had a sacred art. Compared to a sacred art, skills count for naught. His revolving star passage technique had already been cultivated to the Do stage 3rd level, Solitary Dream Star. When Gu Xiaoyin had forcefully released his spear shadow, Mo Wuji moved. The Tianji pole drew half an arc on the surface-slicing spear shadow. Under the control of Mo Wuji's spiritual will, he formed a curved screen with elemental energy. Thereafter, the number of pole shadows released increased drastically, blurring up that curved screen. Gu Xiaoyin suddenly felt that the Mo Wuji in front of him had disappeared. In front of him was an empty starry sky. He was alone in this starry sky, and he had lost all sense of direction and location. This is an illusion. It's definitely an illusory skill. Gu Xiaoyin immediately closed his eyes, his spear shadows and killing intent thickened. At the next moment, Gu Xiaoyin reopened his eyes. He discovered that even when he closed his eyes, he still felt that his spear intent was facing a solitary, vast starry sky. In front of his spear shadows were countless dreamlike stars. Bang! The spear's killing intent clashed against those dreamlike stars, and it instantly transformed into nothingness, dispersing among the starry sky. A horrifying backlash came rebounding back, and Gu Xiaoyin's heart was filled with shock. How could Rogue Cultivator 2705 to be so strong, to defend against his surface-slicing spear shadow under such circumstances? And there was even such a strong rebound of elemental energy? That's not right. This rebound did not seem to be of much threat to him. Boundless amounts of sand and dust filled the air. Gu Xiaoyin finally noticed that his spear did not land on Mo Wuji but struck against a sturdy rock by the side. That rock shattered into 4 to 5 pieces. At this moment, he sought Mo Wuji's incoming Tianji pole. I'm going to die. Gu Xiaoyin's heart turned icy cold. Mo Wuji did not celebrate. If not for his revolving star passage technique advancing to the 3rd level of the Do stage, Gu Xiaoyin's spear art would have left him straggled. By the side, Sin Shuin was observing the two's battle with wide eyes. But everything had happened too fast, and she completely didn't have the chance to interfere. When she was prepared to rush in and save Mo Wuji, the situation suddenly changed. The Gu Xiaoyin, who originally held the absolute advantage,
was now facing the threat of death from Mo Wuji. Before Qin Shuyin could heave a sigh of relief, from the corner of her eyes, she saw a red-faced man suddenly emerging from the forest. When she saw that person, her heart immediately sunk. She recognized this man. He was the red-faced cultivator who was always beside Special Envoy Xia. Furthermore, she had even seen this person act out before, and his power was second only to that black-haired, white-bearded worldly immortal king. Back then, he was standing on the flying ship and with a single punch, he blasted away the alien true god expert who wanted to ambush the ship. Not good. Qin Shuyin was able to be Sword Lake's legacy disciple because of her talent alone. In that instant, she knew that the red-faced man had definitely appeared so as to save Gu Xiaoyin. Not caring about anything else, Qin Shuyin jumped straight towards Mo Wuji. For an expert like this red-faced man to save Gu Xiaoyin from Mo Wuji, there must at least be 100 different ways. However, Qin Shuyin believed that he would directly kill this rogue cultivator 2705. There was no other reason. It was simply because that Special Envoy Xia believed rogue cultivator 2705 was her Dao companion. Pooey. 4 to 5 consecutive spurts of blood flashed in front of Mo Wuji's eyes. Light beams had perforated through Qin Shuyin's chest and were now racing towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's face changed drastically. With a lift of his Tianji pole and a twist of his body, 2 bloodied light beams were blocked by his Tianji pole and a third one was avoided. The fourth and fifth ones pierced through his body, drawing blood once more. Plop! Qin Shuyin landed in Mo Wuji's embrace. Mo Wuji finally came to a realization. Qin Shuyin did not jump to him to save that black-robed youth, but to help him block these killer light beams. These killer light had perforated through Qin Shuyin's body, turning into bloodied light. Mo Wuji fetched a few healing pills which he placed into Qin Shuyin's mouth and he swallowed some at the same time. His spiritual will instantly started scanning outwards as he tried to find out who had ambushed him. Sorry. While in Mo Wuji's embrace, Qin Shuyin said a word which left Mo Wuji confused. What's exactly going on? Mo Wuji asked coldly. Qin Shuyin's voice was weak. I implicated you. They followed me here. I really didn't know. Mo Wuji nodded. I believe you. He really believed Qin Shuyin. Even though they weren't extremely good friends, he had no qualms towards her character. Thank you. After Qin Shuyin said those 2 words, her head tilted to the side, never to breath again. Mo Wuji forced himself to calm down. It was exactly this moment that he could not have rage cloud his judgment. Just now, if Qin Shuyin did not slow those light beams now, he would have already been killed. The reason why Qin Shuyin apologized to him didn't matter. It was undeniable that his life was saved by Qin Shuyin. Not bad, you're really quite strong. I want to know something. Your body does not exude even a half bit of spirituality, and even I am unable to discern your cultivation. How exactly did you do that? A red-faced man appeared from the nearby forest. Mo Wuji responded slowly, 1 word at a time. Who are you? Why did you want to kill me? Mo Wuji forcefully suppressed the boundless rage brewing in his heart to maintain his clarity of mind. The other party's cultivation was far stronger than that black-clothed true god expert he faced before. Such an expert actually sneak-attacked a transcending mortality stage cultivator. He even ignored Qin Shuyin's death. How could Mo Wuji not be angry? Elder Tsang, what's the meaning of this? Gu Xiaoyin had slowly came to his senses and he asked with a low voice. The red-faced man snorted, if I didn't save you, would you still be alive? Ungrateful. Gu Xiaoyin's face turned ugly. He turned towards Mo Wuji, clasped his fists and said, I'm not your opponent. From now on, I'm also not the mortal board number 1. Tell me, what's your name? Rogue Cultivator 2705. Mo Wuji coldly replied, his eyes fixed on that red-faced man. Even if this red-faced man didn't act, he also wouldn't have killed Gu Xiaoyin. Gu Xiaoyin sighed inwardly and he turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. He knew, he could not save Mo Wuji.
Mo Wuji also knew he might not escape with his life today. Regretfully, there were many things he had yet to do.
If he just died like this, it would truly be such a deep regret. I'm not the one who wants to kill you, it's the Star King Mountain's special envoy who wants to kill you, the red-faced man said faintly. Because the special envoy had eyes for your Dao companion, but your Dao companion was not willing.
My Dao companion?
Mo Wuji looked down towards the lifeless Tsin Shuin and developed a faint understanding of the situation. If Tsin Shuin had really used him as a shield, then he was truly maligned. However, he still believed that Tsin Shuin wasn't such a person. He understood Tsin Shuin, she definitely wouldn't use him as a shield just to protect herself.
If you want to kill me, then do it. Mo Wuji's voice was calm.
Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to widen the gap.
Otherwise, with his laser cannon, this fellow would be turned to dust.
Even though he knew that he did not have a chance, Mo Wuji still gathered his elemental energy. Before he died, he would give this red-faced B** start a solid blast of lightning flash. If a chance arises, he would immediately jump into the cliff behind him. However, Mo Wuji knew his odds. The probability that he could jump down the cliff with this red-faced cultivator here was close to naught.
From another perspective, jumping down might even be useless.
The red-faced cultivator did not immediately kill him, but took a few steps forward and asked, "The spirituality around your body is weak, like you have poor spiritual roots. How did you achieve such a powerful level? Or, how did you hide your cultivation?" After a short pause, he continued, "You only have one chance to answer. If you give me a good answer, I might spare your life. I can answer you, but answer my question first. Who are you? Did you come from the Jin Mo continent?" Mo Wuji remained calm and asked. If he could have yet another life, even if he had to travel through multiple galaxies, he would come and find where this red-faced cultivator stayed, and blast him into smithereens.
1. Ha ha. You still think you have a chance to take revenge?
With that, the red-faced cultivator raised his hand again, 2 beams of light shot out. Mo Wuji could clearly see the presence of these 2 beams of light, but he was unable to dodge it.
Pooey pooey.
2 streams of blood sprayed from his body. 2 fractures appeared on the ground beneath him. He had used the revolving star passage technique to shift most of the attack towards the ground.
All right, there's still one more thing I actually forgot to ask you.
At the end, you managed to defend against Gu Shaoyin's surface slicing spear shadow.
That wasn't a skill, right?
If I guessed correctly, it should be a sacred art.
Answer me, what is that sacred art? Where did you get it from?
To help you give me your answers heartily, I will answer you first. This lord comes from the Star King Mountain Xia clan.
I am the Xia clan elder Tsung Hui.
Seeing Mo Wuji redirect a large portion of the power of his light beams to the ground, the red-faced cultivator asked another question. Mo Wuji quietly and stealthily took a few steps back and he maintained calm without emotion. I only have one sentence to tell you. If I ever come back to being, I will definitely kill my way to the Star King Mountain and destroy your Xia clan.
With that, Mo Wuji exhaled a long breath.
He had been killed twice and both times were due to someone with the surname Xia.
You don't have to retreat because you won't have a chance to jump down the cliff. If I were you, I would honestly answer the questions. Tsung Hui seemed to see through Mo Wuji's thoughts. His tone was icy cold. Monkey's ass.
You come to my heaven-seeking palace's territory and still dare to act so arrogantly. If I were you, I would obediently kneel down and wait for this old man you to carve your neck into a urinal.
An extremely thin fishing line appeared under Tsung Hui's neck and an elderly voice could be heard. 1. Foreshadowing that he could go back to Earth?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 242, Heaven-Seeking Palace's Expert. Chapter 242, Heaven-Seeking Palace's Expert. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Sang Hui turned back and discovered that there was a slightly hunched old man near him. The old man had a fishing rod in his hand, and the fishing line in front of him was from the old man's fishing rod. When did this white-mustached elder appear? He actually had no clue to the answer of that question. How could Sang Hui still care about Mo Wuji? He immediately retreated away from the old man. He just got to the 10-meter mark when a terrifying force appeared on his neck. Sang Hui hastily stopped. He saw the fishing line in front of his neck just now, but now, it had already wrapped around his neck. This was a fishing line without a fishing hook. Senior is a worldly immortal king? Sang Hui's back dripped with cold sweat. He was in the great circle of the true God stage, but he wasn't even able to escape a thin fishing line. What else could his opponent be if not a worldly immortal king? The lost continent had a worldly immortal king? If there was a worldly immortal king, why didn't he stop the alien cultivators? None of your *TTY business. The white-mustached old man tugged his line. Sang Hui immediately jumped towards the direction of the fishing line. If he didn't, his neck would follow the fishing line back to the old man. Mo Wuji looked over. This old man was like playing with a big fish he just caught. Greetings, senior. Mo Wuji hurriedly bowed. He recognized this old man. Previously, when he was looking for Granny Linglong, this old man was fishing at the cliff in front of the Pill Pagoda. The white-mustached old man sized Mo Wuji up. After some time, he seemed to recall something and he suddenly asked, "Oh right, why did you quit the heaven-seeking palace?" Mo Wuji knew that this white-mustached old man clearly knew his identity, so he bowed and said, "Junior is merely an outer disciple at the heaven-seeking palace. The heaven-seeking palace can easily do without me." The elder ruminated for a while before nodding. "You're right, this broken heaven-seeking palace isn't suitable for you. Let me think." As he spoke, the old man fiddled with his mustache. He lowered his head and went deep in thought. After some time, he raised his head and asked, "Let me see the thing you took from the top of the heaven-seeking staircase." Mo Wuji did not hesitate to retrieve that immortal-seeking token and offered it to the old man. The white-mustached old man grabbed the immortal-seeking token and examined. It was only after a few minutes that he asked, "Do you want this thing?" Mo Wuji did not mind and said, "If senior likes it, you can take it. This thing is useless to me." Mo Wuji's heart was pounding heavily. It's true that the best way for people not to know of your actions was to not do it in the first place. Mo Wuji thought that no one else knew that he had reached the top of the heaven-seeking staircase, but this old man seemed as though he had seen it with his very own eyes. This old man was even cognizant that Mo Wuji had taken something from the top. "Good, then give it to me." Halfway through his sentence, the old man seemed to recall something. "Something's wrong. You want to harm me. Don't think I will fall for your trick." The old man hastily threw the immortal-seeking token back to Mo Wuji. "Senior, please let Junior down." Junior came from the Jin Mo continent and had come here to help defend the lost continent from the invasion of the alien cultivators. Due to the fishing line around his neck, Sang Hui had to slowly force his words out. He was worried that this fishing line would suddenly jerk and his neck would be sliced off. Just now, he had tried probing the line with his elemental energy and found that removing the fishing line was completely out of his means. The white-mustached old man frowned. "How in fart's business has that got to do with me? You didn't come here to defend the heaven-seeking palace from those alien cultivators. Senior, if we didn't come, there would be more heaven-seeking palace disciples who would have died under the alien cultivators' hands. Even the first dean would have lost her life." Sang Hui hastily explained. The white-mustached old man snorted and pulled his fishing line, causing Sang Hui to go a huge circle in mid-air before landing next to his feet. "If the heaven-seeking palace disciples die, then so be it. It's not the heaven-seeking palace which gets destroyed. How is that my problem? But senior is a worldly immortal king. Aren't you bullying the weak by dealing with a true god and like me?"
Zheng Hui really couldn't show the slightest temper towards this white-mustached old man. "Ah, now this sounds more reasonable," the old man acknowledged. Mo Wuji could not hold it in. He took a step forward and said, "A true god like you ambushed me. Why aren't you ashamed?" Between his words, the Tianji pole in his hands had soundlessly pounded against Zheng Hui's chest. Zheng Hui had been restrained by the white-mustached old man and had no means of resistance. With this simple strike, Mo Wuji had destroyed all his spirit channels. Mo Wuji's elemental energy pervaded upwards and also tore apart his dantian and mind palace. He coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zheng Hui was filled with grievances. This was worse than killing him. The white-mustached old man acted as though he didn't see Mo Wuji's actions. He turned towards Zhen Shuyin and said, "This little girl is dead?" Mo Wuji nodded, "Yes. She died due to this person's ambush, just to save me." The old man sighed and said, "This little girl is not bad. Why don't you let me take a look? Senior can save her?" Mo Wuji ecstatically offered Zhen Shuyin over to the white-mustached old man. "Don't know." The old man replied with two simple words, but he didn't immediately receive Zhen Shuyin. Instead, he bent down and picked up the red-faced cultivator's storage ring. He then fiddled around with the red-faced cultivator's clothes, and it seemed like the clothes didn't catch his eye. Thereafter, he pulled something off the red-faced cultivator's neck. Only after all that did the white-mustached old man receive Zhen Shuyin. "I'm returning back to the heaven-seeking palace. If I can save her, I will. If I can't save her, then I'll throw her back to the Sword Lake. She was from the Sword Lake anyway." With that, the white-mustached old man disappeared. Mo Wuji's eyes and mouth were wide agape. This was a worldly immortal king? Wasn't it more appropriate to call him a robber king? Mo Wuji was speechless as he looked at the paralyzed, bloodied, red-faced cultivator. Everything valuable on this fella had been snatched away by that white-mustached old man. That old man didn't even leave him any scraps. Heaven-seeking palace will be razed to the ground by the Star King Mountain. Zheng Hui glared at Mo Wuji and said seriously. His neck had been wrapped by the old man's fishing line for so long, but not a single scar could be seen. "Oh, who knows?" Mo Wuji lifted up his Tianji pole. Zheng Hui went blank. "Oh yeah, who would know about what happened?" Gu Shaoyin knew that he had blocked Mo Wuji and Zhen Shuyin, but Gu Shaoyin wouldn't know about the heaven-seeking palace's hidden expert who attacked him, much less the fact that this hidden expert was a worldly immortal king. Smash! The Tianji pole descended, turning the red-faced cultivator's brains into meat juice. The moment the primordial spirit emerged, Mo Wuji did not wait for it to fly far away and immediately blasted it with a lightning bolt. He definitely wouldn't leave this red-faced cultivator with a chance of surviving. Crackle! Under this lightning bolt, the red-faced cultivator's spirit directly evaporated into nothingness. Then, Mo Wuji climbed down the cliff, dug a small immortal cave by the side of the cliff, and threw some spirit stone dregs over the place, making it seem as though someone had stayed there for long. Thereafter, he packed up the red-faced cultivator's corpse, fetched his flying ship, and hurriedly left that place. One day later, Mo Wuji cremated the red-faced cultivator in some deserted valley. Even though Mo Wuji felt that he had nicely cleaned things up well, he didn't just stop there. Another day later, Mo Wuji went to an ordinary cultivator city and spread a rumor. Only then did he depart for Yulin. If there was something that the Jin Mo continent looked forward to the most, it would be the Mortal Board, Earth Board, and Heaven Board. Even though these three ranking boards could not compare to the Universal Board, almost every expert on the Universal Board had been listed on these three boards. If it was a decently sized cultivator city, or a guild entrance, these four boards would definitely be erected. And at this very moment, almost every place with a mortal board was buzzing with discussion and activity. All this arose when the number 1 on the mortal board changed. The Star King Mountain's Gu Shaoyin had dropped to number 2, and now a rogue cultivator 2705 had occupied the number 1 spot. Rogue cultivator 2705?
What a weird name. Is he a new member of the Star King Mountain? Does anyone know where Senior Gu is? Don't tell me this rogue cultivator 2705 used some despicable method to win Gu Shaoyin? Might Senior Gu have taken part in the Star Wars?
Don't talk nonsense. Senior Gu might be number 1 on the mortal board, but he has yet to enter the Earth realm.
How could he go to Star Wars battlefields?
Mo Wuji had yet to go to the Jin Mo continent, but discussions about him had spread to every corner of the continent.
Even some supreme sects had heard of rogue cultivator 2705.
A mortal realm cultivator that could trump over Gu Shaoyin. Only an idiot wouldn't know that his prospects were boundless. Only a few in Star King Mountain knew that this rogue cultivator 2705 might not be a cultivator from the Jin Mo continent, but from the cultivation lagging lost continent. At the same time, the competition on the Yen City Plaza had concluded. 100 of the best cultivators had been selected and were ready to head to the Jin Mo continent. Within the Yen City Royal Palace, Xiamu was currently frowning towards Gu Shaoyin. You said that when you left, Elder Tseng had already captured that rogue cultivator 2705, but why isn't he back yet?
Xiamu's tone was icy cold.
Gu Shaoyin was clueless on the matter, so he didn't answer Xiamu's question. Xiamu clenched his fist tightly. If it was someone else, Xiamu would have long called for him to be dragged out and skinned. But Gu Shaoyin was not someone that Xiamu could casually touch. Gu Shaoyin might seem to follow his instructions, but he was still the mortal board number 1.
Even if Xiamu became the master of the Star King Mountain, he still couldn't casually kill Gu Shaoyin.
At this moment, a tiny man hastily entered.
Rhodes, did you discover anything?
Seeing this tiny man, Xiamu immediately stood up and asked urgently. The tiny man named Rhodes nodded. I went to a cultivator city near where rogue cultivator 2705 and Shaoyin battled and heard some rumors. The rumors said that after the battle between rogue cultivator 2705 and Gu Shaoyin, an expert with the surname Singh ambushed rogue cultivator 2705. Thereafter, Gu Shaoyin left and that Singh expert questioned rogue cultivator 2705 for the reason for his strength despite his average spiritual roots. He forced rogue cultivator to hand over some treasure, but rogue cultivator 2705 was unwilling. Eventually, the Tseng expert forcefully brought rogue cultivator 2705 away.
Who spread this rumor?
Xiamu's face had turned ugly. It was also a rogue cultivator. He was cultivating in a cliff nearby and chanced upon to this situation. I went to the cliff by the battlefield and found that there was truly an immortal cave by the cliff.
Inside, there were even remnants of used spirit stones, Rhodes answered.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 243, The Strong Lei Clan. Chapter 243, The Strong Lei Clan. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Then where is this rogue cultivator? Xiamu's expression turned ugly, yet he didn't really believe that Sing Hui would do something like this. Rhodes sighed. This story originated from a hotel. There was simply too many people in the hotel then, and everyone knew this story, but no one took note of who started spreading it. At this point, Rhodes paused for a moment. Young master, I heard from Shaoyi that rogue cultivator 2705's talent for cultivation is very poor. For a person without talent in transcending mortality stage to actually defeat Shaoyi, who's rank 1 on the mortal board, he must have a big secret about him.
If Elder Tseng could sense his secret, it would be hard to know if such an incident might occur.
Gu Shaoyin suddenly came to a realization. Thankfully he had left early, otherwise, he might have been silenced for good. In his mind, Xiamu began to believe Rhodes's words, and upon observing this, Rhodes carried on, embellishing the story further. Rogue cultivator 2705's contribution points have been this high, and he holds the top rank on the rankings, so why wouldn't he show himself for such a high-profile incident? I believe that this guy is afraid that his secret would get exposed.
Hence, if it weren't for Tsin Shuyin, we wouldn't have been able to locate him.
The hatred in Xiamu's heart grew.
Sang Hui was a part of his Xia clan, but he actually got some funny ideas after a treasure was presented before him, which ultimately led to the killing of rogue cultivator 2705 while the treasure remained out of Xia clan's hands. Instead, the Xia clan was exposed. This was simply unforgivable. Forget it, let's prepare to climb the heaven-seeking staircase, then return to Jin Mo continent. The expression on Xiamu's face changed multiple times, and in the end he could only sigh. Sang Hui was at a half-step to worldly immortal king, and after he defected away, there was no one on Xiamu's side that could restrain him. Even though Defender Su could kill Sang Hui in seconds, he was a worldly immortal king, and was not a retainer of the Xia clan, so there was no way for Xiamu to use him. If it were for official work, perhaps Defender Su would take actions to help him. However, this was personal business, hence Defender Su might not even bother with him. It was better that he didn't go to try his luck. As for Sang Hui being killed by others, he never thought this would be possible. How many people on the lost continent were there that would be capable of killing Sang Hui? If there were such experts, why wouldn't they have emerged when the 100 Sect Alliance was about to be destroyed? At that moment, Mo Wuji was on the way towards Yulin Lei clan. He believed that no matter how much trust Xiamu had in Sang Hui, some doubts about Sang Hui's disappearance would still exist, because there was no one on the lost continent that could be a match for him. The strength of the white-mustached fisherman was something that even the heaven-seeking palace did not know about. The only thing that puzzled Mo Wuji was that, with the strength that the white-mustached fisherman possessed, could it be that he was really a worldly immortal king? Wasn't it very difficult to even enter the true god stage in the lost continent? So how could there be worldly immortal kings? The heaven-seeking palace's heaven-seeking staircase came to mind, and Mo Wuji thought that if something like that existed, why couldn't there be a worldly immortal king? Maybe he had come from another place. Luckily Xin Shuyin was brought away by this old mustached elder, as Mo Wuji hoped that the elder would be able to save her life. No matter what, once he finished building up Tianji sect, he would go back to Heaven-Seeking Palace to find out how Xin Shuyin was. Yulin. This was an area that was neither a state nor a prefecture. Even though Yulin was at the intersection of Xinghan Empire and Tianshan Empire, it did not fall under the jurisdiction of either empire. There was a large clan here, the Yulin Lei clan. The Lei clan's history went even further back than some of the ancient clans around. Back in ancient times, the Lei clan was one of the top clans which had a large number of true god stage experts. Only in the recent years did the Lei clan begin to decline. Even so, the Lei clan remained as the greatest earth sect. As the number of genius disciples in the Lei clan grew, there was hope for it to return to the ranks of heaven sects in the future. In the area of Yulin, the Lei clan was the law. Whatever the law dictated, everyone in Yulin would have to follow. No one dared to fight against the Lei clan, not even some earth sections. As a result, out of all clans, the Lei clan's cultivators were the strongest in battle strength in a particular cultivation level. This was due to their inherited lightning attribute spiritual roots, which meant that one would be a top-notch expert if it appeared, with no equal in the same cultivation level. The surname of the Lei clan, One, had arose from their lightning attribute spiritual roots, and it was so until today. Liyi was a small town at the borders of Yulin district, and because the Yulin Lei clan was so strong, this small town had always flourished. Other than Lei clan disciples, almost no horse bandits and cultivators dared to make a ruckus here. Changing his appearance into that of a regular middle-aged rogue cultivator, Mo Wuji entered Liyi town. Inside, there seemed to be barely any indications of the alien cultivators' invasion. Mo Wuji walked into a hotel, and casually ordered a jug of wine in its first floor's hall. He originally planned to ask the helpers around here for some information, but heard two men at one side discussing about Lei Hongji. But unfortunately, those two men changed their topic of conversation after a few sentences. With that, Mo Wuji gave up asking the helpers for information, instead bringing his wine jug to the table of the two men, bowing respectfully, "My two friends, if you don't mind, I'll be paying for this round of wine." The two of them were complete strangers to Mo Wuji,
and upon hearing what he had said, they stared at him in surprise.
Treating other people to wine was naturally okay, but there had to be a reason behind it, right?
Both of you need not think so much, because Lei Clan's senior Lei Hongji is my favorite genius.
To think that senior Lei Hongji had become a top-notch lightning attribute cultivator at such a young age. There aren't many that can match up to him in the Lost Continent.
I believe that senior Lei Hongji enrollment in the Great Evolution sect allowed him to add on to the glory of the sect, instead of the other way around.
That's right, I heard both of you say that senior Lei Hongji had passed the selection and is really going to the Mo continent?
Mo Wuji made it as though he was on the same frequency as them, speaking incessantly after sitting down.
These two cultivators that were discussing about Lei Hongji were immediately stunned after hearing Mo Wuji's words.
In a place like Yulin, Lei Clan's Lei Hongji had an unimaginably large number of fans.
The slightly fat cultivator clapped his hands together. My friend, you're spot on.
Lei Hongji passed the 3 rounds and is one of the geniuses that can go to Mo continent.
I also heard from others that once the worldly immortal king from Mo continent found out that senior Lei had supreme lightning attribute spiritual roots, he was even praised for it. The worldly immortal king said that for this level of spiritual roots, even without the selection, he would qualify to go to Mo continent.
That's great.
Mo Wuji clapped his hands together, just like the slightly fat cultivator, and exclaimed. But after that, he spoke in a low voice, it's a pity that I didn't manage to go to Yen City Plaza, otherwise, I could see senior Lei's glory and gracefulness. I imagine it would have been very sexy, too.
The two men did not know what sexy meant, but they could infer that it was a term of praise.
The other fairer cultivator nodded his head in agreement. My friend, you're right, but there are many people going to Heaven-Seeking Palace now, and Senior Lei went there as well. If you head to Heaven-Seeking Palace, you might have the chance to see Senior Lei from a distance.
Why are they going to Heaven-Seeking Palace?
Mo Wuji was shocked and quickly asked.
He wanted to find out about the Lei clan, but in the end he discovered that everyone was going to Heaven-Seeking Palace.
Could his sabotage have failed?
The fair cultivator chuckled. It seems like you really don't know yet.
The Mo continent's Star King Mountain Special Envoy has always revered Heaven-Seeking Palace's Heaven-Seeking Staircase, so he went to climb it to see if he could get ranked first.
At the same time, all the geniuses heading to Mo continent also have to climb the Heaven-Seeking Staircase once. From this they will determine everyone's potential for growth. Since Senior Lei was in the top 100 for the competition, he naturally has to go to Heaven-Seeking Palace too.
Hearing that it was about the Heaven-Seeking Staircase allowed Mo Wuji to heave a sigh of relief, and he asked while slightly confused, then are all the Lei clan experts going to Heaven-Seeking Palace?
The slightly fat cultivator shook his head. It's the complete opposite, all Lei clan experts are not going.
Why?
Lei Hongji is the #1 genius of Lei clan after all. So why isn't there anyone going?
They seem to be making light of the situation. An angry expression appeared on Mo Wuji's face as he spoke passionately.
The slightly fat cultivator simply laughed. My friend, you're a very emotional person, so let me tell you the truth.
The 3rd day of next month is Lei clan's ancestors' Memorial Day.
All Lei clan disciples have to come back to burn incense and pray.
Hearing this, Mo Wuji was extremely elated.
Even the heavens wanted to destroy the Lei clan, as such a good opportunity had been delivered to his doorstep.
Then is Lei Hongji coming back too? Mo Wuji asked naively.
To that, the slightly fat cultivator responded, he originally was coming back, but after the Mo continent's special envoy said that the 100 chosen disciples cannot leave their group, and once they do, it would be considered as backing out.
Hence the Lei clan's clan head could only allow Lei Hongji to not return for the time being, and follow the Mo continent group to climb the Heaven-Seeking Staircase.
I heard that the Lei clan's clan head is at Great Circle of Nihility God stage.
Not sure if that's true or not. Mo Wuji randomly spouted.
You're wrong about this.
I heard that the Lei clan's clan head is at Nihility God stage level 3. The real Great Circle of Nihility God stage cultivator is the Lei clan's first elder, Lei Guang. The slightly fat cultivator giggled, as he was satisfied that he could educate Mo Wuji.
Ha, it seems like I've been focusing too much on Lei Hongji, so I didn't take note of other things.
Come, let's drink.
After speaking, Mo Wuji took the cup before him and downed all of its contents.
The other two men also resonated with Mo Wuji's forthright attitude, and emptied their cups too.
Heaven-seeking palace regained its past glory and liveliness, and the heaven-seeking staircase was more congested than ever. Many people had rushed over from Yen City Plaza just to watch the Lost Continent experts climb the heaven-seeking staircase. Moreover, everyone also heard that the Jin Mo Continent's special envoy was taking part in the climb too. Hence for these few days, heaven-seeking palace was open to the public. Anyone could enter as they pleased, and go to the plaza in front of heaven-seeking staircase.
Of course, they could only go to the heaven-seeking staircase's plaza, and nowhere else.
The rankings in front of heaven-seeking staircase was covered with a piece of red cloth, waiting for the Jin Mo Continent's special envoy to officially declare the commencement of the climb. Standing on the heaven-seeking staircase's plaza, Xiaomu looked up at the heaven-seeking staircase whose top could not be seen. A sense of excitement and pride welled up inside him. He had to climb to the top of heaven-seeking staircase, and carve his name as the eternal rank 1 on the heaven-seeking staircase rankings, which would make all the Lost Continent's future geniuses think of him, Xiaomu, whenever they come here in the future. Take off the red cloth, unveil the heaven-seeking board. Xiaomu waved his hand. The setback from a few days ago had already been forgotten by him. A strong gust of wind blew the red cloth away, and after the rankings was revealed, the crowd was shocked.
1. We translated Lei as lightning.
2. The raw for sexy is, which is sort of slang so the two men don't know about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 244, Rank 1 on Heaven-Seeking Board. Chapter 244, Rank 1 on Heaven-Seeking Board. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
On the top of heaven-seeking board, there was only one person ranked 1, but the name behind the rank was empty. After the empty name section, there was a step number, and that number made all heaven-seeking palace members suck in a breath of cold air, because it wrote 108 steps. Cultivators from elsewhere did not know how hard climbing the heaven-seeking staircase was, or what it meant to reach step 108, but people of heaven-seeking palace knew it very clearly.
What's going on?
Feng Jinxiu asked coldly. The heaven-seeking palace administrator, who had been standing at one side, quickly stepped out and bowed respectfully. Dean Feng, this situation appeared over half a month ago. I originally wanted to report this personally to you, but I never had the chance until now. He was not lying when he said those words. Once this situation presented itself, he frantically searched for the top management of heaven-seeking palace to report it. However, because of the war with the aliens, the few deans, elders, and summit lords were all absent from the sect. By the time he had the chance to report it to the dean, he couldn't meet the dean, and only received the order to cover the heaven-seeking board with red cloth. Up till now, this was the first time he could speak to the second dean. I'm already aware of the situation. Please take your leave. Bei Sutting's voice came from the side. Roger. The administrator quickly backed off after bowing respectfully. His back was already soaked with sweat. Even he did not know how such a situation could arise, and he did not believe that someone could climb to the 108th step of heaven-seeking staircase. He had climbed the heaven-seeking staircase before, and that sort of difficulty was not something that willpower could overcome.
Senior Sutting, what's going on here?
Even though Bei Sutting was much younger than Feng Jinxiu still addressed her as senior out of respect for her title of heaven-seeking palace's dean. At this moment, Feng Jinxiu was actually a little worried. The heaven-seeking staircase was the symbol of heaven-seeking palace, so once the staircase had something wrong with it, could heaven-seeking palace still be considered as heaven-seeking palace? Bei Sutting began speaking a moment later. I only found out about this not long ago, and I've discussed it with a few elders and summit lords. It's very likely that a disciple of heaven-seeking palace climbed the heaven-seeking staircase while we were participating in the alien war, and managed to reach the top. This disciple was also unwilling to reveal his name, so he did not carve his name in stone at the top. There's such a genius disciple in heaven-seeking palace? Feng Zhenxiu became so emotional to the point that he started trembling, and soon he reached the conclusion that what Bei Sutting said might very well be true. This was because only this sort of disciple would climb the heaven-seeking staircase while everyone was away and not leave his name behind after reaching the top. I've already sent people to check which disciples did not leave heaven-seeking palace during the war with alien cultivators, so we should get an answer soon. Bei Sutting spoke. In her heart, she hoped that such a genius disciple really appeared in heaven-seeking palace. Feng Zhenxiu nodded his head and said, "There's one more thing. According to rumors that are being spread around, rogue cultivator 2705 has taken away by Jin Mo continent's Tseng Hui, and it's likely due to Tseng Hui going after some treasures that he had." In response to that, Bei Sutting sighed, even if that were true, heaven-seeking palace can't do anything about it. Since that rogue cultivator chose his own path, it was fate that he met such an incident. Sigh, when will Lost Continent produce an outstanding expert that will allow us to speak up for ourselves? After she finished speaking, Bei Sutting's face was filled with sorrow. Regardless whether it was the alien cultivators almost decimating all cultivators of Lost Continent, or the strong front of the visitors from Jinemo Continent, they all made her feel a deep sense of helplessness. Even as the leader of Lost Continent, she couldn't do anything, so what more for the rest of the people? "Dean Feng, what's going on?" Xiamu had an ugly expression on his face. He initially wanted to climb to the top of heaven-seeking staircase, but who knew there would be someone that beat him to it? Feng Zhenxiu quickly went over to explain, "Special Envoy Xia, I'm not very sure why there's this sort of incident in my heaven-seeking palace. If not for the fact that it is impossible to reach the top of heaven-seeking staircase, I'd have suspected that someone climbed it on the sly. I believe that, as long as someone climbs to the top of heaven-seeking palace and carves down his name, then he'll naturally take rank 1. Xiamu knew that this was Feng Zhenxiu was bullshit-ing him, even mocking him a little. Since no one could reach the top, who rank 1 was did not matter to Xiamu. He did not really bother with Feng Zhenxiu's words though. As long as he stepped onto the highest step of heaven-seeking staircase and carved down his name, then the nameless entry would naturally slide to rank 2. Instead of talking nonsense with this guy, why couldn't he just use his actions to show the Lost Continent what he was capable of? All brave men about to head for Jinemo Continent, even though you were able to emerge victorious from the large group of competitors, but please let me see the potential you hold. Now I will lead everyone to climb the heaven-seeking staircase together, and I hope that I can see everyone's names on the heaven-seeking board." Xiamu announced loudly in front of the first step. All of the people present applauded, as many of them had looked to the heaven-seeking staircase with reverence all this while, just that they did not have the chance to climb it because they were not disciples of heaven-seeking palace. Since there was such a good opportunity before them, who would want to miss it? Even more people wanted to leave their names on the top of the heaven-seeking board so that the special envoy would take notice of them. Satisfied with the crowd's response, Xiamu said with a wave of his hand, "Everyone come with me, let's go conquer the heaven-seeking staircase." The word conquer made the people of heaven-seeking palace quite unhappy, but most of the cultivators there were rather excited after hearing those words. Conquering heaven-seeking palace's heaven-seeking staircase naturally became the dream in everyone's hearts. Xiamu was the first to step on heaven-seeking staircase, and as he easily progressed from step 1 to step 2, his heart sank. Although such pressure was nothing for him, the second step's pressure was almost double that of the first step. How frightening would the pressure be when he reached the 108th step then? But he calmed himself down very quickly, as his age was not that large, and he was even much younger than other transcending mortality stage cultivators here. Moreover, he was at Nihility God stage, with the possibility of entering the Extreme Earth stage. Thus he strongly believed that there would not be anyone from the Lost Continent that surpassed him. However, a sense of frustration arose inside when he thought of the nameless person in rank 1.
Originally, it was not a problem for him to take rank 1 even if he did not reach the top of heaven-seeking staircase, but the current rank 1 actually made it to the 108th step. Lifting his head up and gazing at the seemingly never-ending heaven-seeking staircase, Xiaomu took in a deep breath. If he tried it best, who said he wouldn't be able to reach the top? Xiaomu was the first to step onto the heaven-seeking staircase, followed by the 100 selected lost continent cultivators. Even those who had climbed the staircase before, like Go Zihan and Feng Luo Zhen, also climbed the heaven-seeking staircase once again. The plaza in front of heaven-seeking staircase became silent, and countless cultivators observed those talented and strong experts climb the staircase. Feng Zhenxiu turned to look at Bei Sutting and sighed to himself. If Bei Sutting also went to climb the staircase, she probably could pass the 100th step. By then, Xiaomu had already reached the 40th step, and at this point he had to start putting in some effort. This was the first time that he felt that no matter how talented he was, there was little chance for him to reach the top of heaven-seeking staircase. Another 4 hours passed by, and when Xiaomu reached the 70th step, his speed was gradually becoming slower. Moreover, it was the first time that someone had overtaken this special envoy from Jinemo continent. This shocked Xiaomu completely. Even though the pressure from the heaven-seeking staircase would be greater for those with higher cultivation levels, he did not believe that anyone from the lost continent would be able to pass him, because the higher one's cultivation level, the greater one's resistance was too. On top of that, he was quite young. Didn't the heaven-seeking staircase give less pressure the younger you were? Before Xiaomu regained his senses, another person overtook him again. Now Xiaomu's expression became ugly. Luckily he did not declare that he would definitely be number 1 before starting the climb. Collecting his elemental energy, Xiaomu also sped up. The 80th step. The 90th step. Many people began to drop out as they were not able to endure any further, but Xiaomu still did not manage to charge to the number 1 position, instead he remained as number 3. The people in position number 1 and 2 were all familiar people. One was Lei Hongji, who Defender Su had specially mentioned before, as this was a cultivator who had just advanced to Yuan Dan stage and possessed supreme lightning attribute spiritual roots. The second was Shi Yishuan, who was Great Evolution Sect's genius disciple and in Yuan Dan stage level 9. On the 100 Sect Alliance contribution points ranking, he was only second to Rogue Cultivator 2705. Zhang Xiushan was extremely excited, as his Great Evolution Sect was still above Heaven-Seeking Palace. Even now on the Heaven-Seeking Staircase of Heaven-Seeking Palace, the situation did not change. Other than the unnamed rank 1 person, Go Zihan was rank 2 for Heaven-Seeking Staircase, and he had reached the 92nd step. At this moment, the Great Evolution Sect Shi Yishuan had crossed the 94th step. Moreover, the other genius of Great Evolution Sect, Lei Hongji, had passed the 98th step. After swallowing a mouthful of blood, Xiaomu sneakily took a pill, and jumped 2 steps up to the 94th step. At the 95th step, Shi Yishuan finally stopped, struggling to write down his name on the white stone slab before being sent down the heaven-seeking staircase. While Xiaomu saw the 95th step in front of him, it seemed very far away. Sighing, he knew that this was the end of the line. If it were some other time, he would not be willing to leave his name behind, but now there were so many eyes on him, so if he did not write his name down, other people would probably think that he was narrow-minded. With a short moment of hesitation, Xiaomu decided to write down Star King Mountain Xiaomu on the stone slab. Right after writing these few words, Xiaomu was sent down from the heaven-seeking staircase. Not bad, not bad. There were quite a few genius disciples chosen by Jinemo continent. Xiaomu felt down, but still put up a smile and gave words of praise. However, no one criticized him then, as it would already take a genius out of many geniuses to reach the 94th step of heaven-seeking staircase. Even the heaven-seeking palace's people also thought of Xiaomu as a genius, because their strongest Go Zihan still peaked at the 92nd step on his second attempt. Junior apprentice Sister Yen Air, don't be disappointed. Once you advance to the Yuan Dan stage, you'll definitely be able to reach heaven-seeking staircase's 100th step.
Transcending mortality stage cultivators always get the short end of the stick while climbing heaven-seeking staircase. Seeing that Yen-Er was rather sad after being sent down the heaven-seeking staircase, Shi Jinwen quickly stepped forward to offer words of comfort. Since her master, Granny Linglong, had disappeared, to her, Yen-Er was Pil Pagoda's future. No one minded that heaven-seeking palace's #1 genius had come down, as everyone was still staring at Lei Hongji on the 99th step of heaven-seeking staircase and wanted to find out if this guy with supreme lightning attribute spiritual roots could climb onto the 100th step, or even reach the 108th step to conquer the heaven-seeking staircase. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245, Still Gotta Pay Your Debts. Chapter 245, Still Gotta Pay Your Debts. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Yulin Lei clan was rather lively these few days, as almost all Lei clan disciples rushed back for the Lei clan ancestors' memorial. The Lei clan ancestral hall was surrounded by incense, and as long as one was a Lei clan disciple, regardless whether from the main or side branch, one had to come forth to dedicate some incense. Tens of meters away from the Lei clan ancestral hall, Mo Wuji laid in ambush inside some vines, and a laser cannon had been set up by him. In the area surrounding of the vines, Mo Wuji set up a concealment array that could almost be considered intermediate grade, and he believed that even if Lei Guang used his spiritual will to scan the area, he probably would not be detected. This distance was chosen by him, and his original plan was to set up the laser cannon a few tens of meters away from the ancestral hall, but once he heard that the Lei clan had a great circle of nihility god stage cultivator, he changed his plans. After all, Mo Wuji came from Earth, so he could not bear to harm women and children. If it were other cultivators, they probably wouldn't have chosen to use only a laser cannon, possibly taking out another heavenly fire cannon. Even though Yulin Lei clan took up a large area of space which was rather scenic, but if Mo Wuji fired the heavenly fire cannon, the whole place would turn to ashes without leaving even an ant alive. For Mo Wuji, who was not willing to kill indiscriminately, Lei clan's men gathering at the Lei clan ancestral hall to offer incense was the best opportunity for him. Firstly, he would be able to eradicate the Lei clan from its roots, and secondly, he did not have to kill those he did not want to. The Lei clan could kill everyone in Tianji clan, but he did not want to end up like them. In the Lei clan ancestral hall, there were at least over 1,000 Lei clan disciples gathered. With their clan head and head elder leading them, everyone was about to offer incense for the Lei clan ancestors. Clan head, we've confirmed that rogue cultivator 2705 is heaven-seeking palace's disciple, Mo Wuji. He stood up for Ho Yuqing previously because of that. The short Lei Mang whispered in the ear of Lei Di, the Lei clan's clan head. Lei Di's eyes lit up, and he asked in a low voice, "Did you discover his whereabouts?" Lei Mang lowered his volume even further. "We don't know his whereabouts, but we've already found some traces of him. He was from Xing Han Empire. Northern Qin was the Mo clan's land, and they have always been the Northern Qin prefecture lord. In the end, Chanyu State Lord Situ Qian gave the Mo clan's land to the Zhu clan. Mo Wuji returned there a while back to wipe out the Zhu clan and regain the land." "Very good. What's your plan now?" Lei Di nodded his head. A killing intent arose in Lei Mang's eyes. "We'll go to Northern Qin Prefecture's capital Luoan and kill a group of people there every day until that guy appears." After that, he added on, "This guy had average talent, but who knows what kind of treasure he obtained, to be able to take the top rank of the 100 Sect Alliance with the alias of Rogue Cultivator 2705. Whatever he got from Tianji Sect was also not something simple either." Lei Di said, "Be careful, after the Lei clan's Memorial Day, immediately take men to Northern Qin. I will send some people to keep watch outside Heaven-Seeking Palace, and once he appears, we will know. My only worry is that the rumors are real, and Rogue Cultivator 2705 was taken by Jin Mo Continent's Tsing Hui. If that is the case, we won't even get a share of the pie. Clan head, this guy is very cunning. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill a true god stage expert to obtain 100,000 points, so the rumors might not be true.
Even if they were true, wiping out northern Qin would not be too much of a hassle. And should they be false, not only will we be able to obtain 2 styles of the 7 styles lightning sky, we'd also get the secrets he possesses. Lei Mang replied unabashedly. After that, Lei Di did not speak any longer, as this was obviously what he had prepared to do. The Yulin Lei clan could be revived after declining for so many years because they killed without mercy. The number of sects and clans eliminated by Yulin Lei clan was countless. As for rogue cultivators, Lei clan killed even more of them. Hence, how would they even boast about a prefecture full of ant-like mortals? It wouldn't matter much even if all of them were killed. While Mo Wuji was calculating what time to fire his cannon, there was another group of people making their own plans. This group only had over 10 people, and they hid in the opposite direction from Mo Wuji. All of their faces were full of killing intent and determination. Their leader was a youth only in transcending mortality stage. He held a large sword in his hands, staring at the Lei clan ancestral hall in the distance. Senior Xingyun, when do we strike? A youth beside the one holding the large sword softly asked. The youth replied in a low voice, wait for another half an incense's time, the Lei clan's Memorial Day has just begun, so we'll start killing our way over half an incense later. By the time they react, we'd have done enough damage. My Tianji sect was wiped out by the Lei clan, so even if I can't kill any Lei clan experts, I'll at least kill a few of the weaker ones to take revenge. To avenge Tianji sect. The tens of people behind the youth exuded strong killing intent, and replied in unison. They did not plan to survive after this, and only aimed to kill some Lei clan people to avenge the Tianji sect. The only difference between them and Mo Wuji was that Mo Wuji chose to attack the Lei clan's experts and men, while they chose to attack the women and children. It was about time, and when Mo Wuji felt that it was so, he fed a laser shell into the mouth of the laser cannon, aimed in a direction, and pressed the button to fire. Boom! A bright light blinded everyone as it flew through the air, following which a earth-shattering boom echoed out. At this moment, almost everyone's gazes were drawn to Yulin Lei clan's territory. Even a blind man would have seen such a blinding bright light and heard the deafening sound. Mo Wuji did not stay to admire the results of his attack. The moment he fired the cannon, he kept the laser cannon, turned around, and left. He had seen how impressive the laser cannon was before. Anything that the laser covered would turn to dust. Even if the strongest in Lei clan was a Nihility God stage level 9 expert, he would be blown to smithereens under this single cannon strike. As expected, the Lei clan ancestral hall was reduced to a crater after his cannon was fired. The beautiful shape of the hall would only remain in people's minds from now on. Not even a scrap of the souls of Lei Mang and Lei Di, who were just discussing about wiping out northern Qin, was left behind. Even Lei Guang, the strongest in Lei clan, could only think of one thought, that the Lei clan had offended a terrifying man, then he vanished from the face of the continent. What's going on? Yu Xingyun was the first to stand up, as he looked at the crater where the Lei clan ancestral hall once laid with a shocked expression. He had seen the cannon shot very clearly, and was very aware that not even the smallest insect would survive from it. I understand now, apprentice brother. The Lei clan must have offended an expert, and this expert took advantage of the Lei clan's Memorial Day to wipe out all of their disciples. This Lei clan has really committed too many crimes, and now they're finally repaying their debts. A spirit-building stage youth stood up excitedly and exclaimed. Yu Xingyun also understood the situation, and he swung his sword. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill our way over, and wipe out the Lei clan completely. Leave no one alive, we'll finally avenge all our brothers and ancestors from Tianji sect. Kill! Yu Xingyun dragged his large sword, and rushed towards the Lei clan first. This was fated to be a night of bloodshed. The Yulin Lei clan was fated to be wiped out tonight. Crack! Both of Lei Hongji's legs broke as he lifted his legs onto the 100th step, which forced him to stay in step 99. At this point, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what exactly gave him that feeling.
The cultivators at the side saw Lei Hongji write down his name on the 99th step and leave the heaven-seeking staircase. Most of them sighed, as he ultimately did not reach the 100th step.
Star King Mountain's defender Su Qiyuan sighed to himself too.
Xiamu could surpass other people of the same age, not because he was much more talented than others, but as the amount of cultivation resources he received was something that no one else could compare to. It could be said that his cultivation was made through the use of all those resources. It was his good fortune to be born in the Xia clan. Dean Bei, I also have another invitation, and this one is for you. I'd like to invite you Annette Sinshuin from Heaven Seeking Palace, who can use lightning attribute skills to head to Jinemo continent.
I'm not sure if Dean Bei is agreeable.
After all of the people descended from the Heaven Seeking staircase, Su Qihuang suddenly asked Bei Sutting. From Su Qihuang's perspective, Bei Sutting was about the same age as Xiamu, and was much stronger than Xiamu even though she cultivated in a place like the Lost Continent. As such, it was apparent how talented she was. On top of that, there was that Sinshuin who could use a lightning attribute skill which made a deep impression on him.
Hearing that, Xiamu's face turned black.
Bei Sutting and Sinshuin both did not appreciate his kindness, and Su Qihuang still did not think about his pride as he invited both of these women openly.
Bei Sutting was also stunned for a moment.
She naturally wanted to go to the Jinemo continent, as she knew that she had to leave the Lost Continent to go further down the path of cultivation. Moreover, there were many geniuses from Heaven Seeking Palace going to Jinemo continent, and she was concerned for them. She had offended Xiamu previously, so who knew that Star King Mountain's defender Su would invite her himself?
Thank you, Elder Su, I'm willing to go to Jinemo continent.
Bei Sutting quickly replied, bowing respectfully.
What about Sinshuin? Why haven't we seen her?
Su Qihuang did not really bother about rumors, hence he thought that Sinshuin was unhappy at Xiamu and returned to the sect. Without waiting for Bei Sutting to respond, a Sword Lake elder stepped forward to speak. Over 10 days ago, junior apprentice Sister Tsin was seriously wounded by someone outside of our sect, and she collapsed in the wilderness. When I passed by her, I quickly brought her back to the sect, and she's recuperating from her injuries as we speak.
She will be able to follow Elder to the Jinemo continent.
In reality, when the Sword Lake elder saw Sinshuin, it was right at the front door of Sword Lake, not outside of the sect. Other than being unconscious, she did not have any serious injuries. However, he had reported her situation as such as he heard the rumors regarding rogue cultivator 2705 and Seng Hui. After he questioned Sinshuin, she revealed that she lost consciousness after seeing Seng Hui, so she did not even know who saved her.
Regardless of who rescued Sinshuin, it was definitely not an enemy of Heaven Seeking Palace.
He did not want to expose Sinshuin's savior, so he wove a tale to explain things.
Good, then bring her in, we'll leave now. Su Qihuang did not even bother asking for Xiamu's opinion and immediately gave the instructions.
Inside, Xiamu was enraged, but he dared not say anything. Even if he eventually became the Star Lord of Star King Mountain, a worldly immortal like Su Qihuang would remain as an exceptional being. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 246, I'm here to deliver pills. Chapter 246, I'm here to deliver pills. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Heaven's Gate Town.
Situated in the periphery of Tianji sect, and because it was close to Ming Han Empire, this place had always been flourishing. Even though it was only a small town, it had a constant stream of cultivators traveling in and out. Additionally, with Tianji sect's protection, this small town was about to progress and advance into a low-grade cultivation city. However, this place completely disappeared like a bubble after the extermination of Tianji sect.
Tianji mountain range consisted of many horse bandits.
Other than these horse bandits, the commercial affairs that were often located at Tianji sect's Minghan Tianshan alliance were monopolized. Therefore, businessmen who wanted to trade here would simply be seeking death. Presently, a flying car magic treasure landed just outside of the Heaven's Gate town. 4 people descended from the flying car, and these 4 people were Pu Qian and company, who were simply following Mo Wuji's request to wait for him at the Heaven's Gate town first. However, after entering the Heaven's Gate town, they were dumbfounded at the sight in front of them. Heaven's Gate town was nothing more than a wasteland, and there were even some corpses which were not fully decomposed lying on the streets. The once flourished small town had become a hellhole, gloomy and scary. That group of B***stards, Sang Yiping clutched her fist tightly as she said in a serious tone. Pu Qian subconsciously grabbed hold of his mace and said in a low voice, "They are indeed a group of B***stards. The few of them remained silent, because now that the Heaven's Gate town had turned out to be like this, how are they supposed to build it up again? Even if it was rebuilt, would people still dare to visit this place? After a few minutes, a mournful cry woke the 4 of them from their daze. A caravan was seen rushing over, and behind this caravan was tens of horse bandits chasing with huge swords in their hands. A slightly slower girl, who was being chased, got caught up by the horse bandits, and with a swing of the sword, the girl was instantly beheaded and her head rolled far away. Those are the men of Ming Han Empire's 26th Prince Bei Fangjian. What should we do? Nie Zhennon grabbed his long sword so tightly that the veins on his hand could be seen. Ming Han Empire's Bei Fangjian forcefully rented the Tianji sect's secondary peak and had been committing all sorts of crime at the periphery of Tianji sect. Nie Zhennon, who was a Tianji sect disciple, was too familiar with such acts that he personally witnessed. Before waiting for Sang Yiping to say anything, Pu Qian sneered as he said, "What else can we do? Head senior brother had already instructed us to kill whoever we see." Sang Yiping's eyes turned red as she said, "We would of course listen to head senior brother to kill everyone we see." Without waiting for Sang Yiping and the rest to react, Pu Qian was like tiger chasing a herd of sheep as he swung his mace with surges of elemental energy. These charging group of horse bandits were like dumplings being put into a pot of boiling water as they fell off the back of the horses. In about 10 breaths, these tens of horse bandits were completely annihilated by Pu Qian. The group of escaping businessmen were so frightened they decided to stop running. A middle-aged man dressed in a brown linen robe walked towards Pu Qian and kneeled in front of him. "Many thanks, Immortal Master, for your life-saving grace." After witnessing the man kneeling down, the remaining businessmen fell on their knees in quick succession to show their gratitude. Even though there was still the pain of losing a family member in everyone's eyes, they didn't dare to reveal that expression now. Sang Yiping walked over before saying, "Everybody please get up." Yes, these were all ordinary vendors, and even though there was a cultivator who had advanced into the transcending mortality stage, he was really just as significant as an ant in front of these true cultivators. "Where did you all come from? Don't you all know that Tianji sect has been exterminated? Why do you still dare to sell things here?" Sang Yiping asked a few questions in one shot. The middle-aged man sighed, "My name is Fang Zhengshu. We were originally businessmen from Ming Han Empire. After the incident at Tianji sect, we hadn't traveled on this business route for over a year. We were hoping for some good luck when we decided to make this trip here this time round. We came together with tens of other caravans, yet we never expected to be met with misfortunes so quickly. We came with about 200 men, and now we're only left with over 50 men. There was still an even more important reason that he didn't mention. Ordinary vendors like them without the protection of an immortal master could only survive while living in the cracks. If they were to not do transnational business for a long period of time, they could very easily disappear out of the vast world of business. To be able to hang on for 1 year without visiting this route was already extremely impressive. Sang Yiping pondered before saying, "I am a member of the Tianji sect, and my Tianji sect's new sect head has decided to rebuild Tianji sect and naturally rebuild Heaven's Gate town too." Before Sang Yiping could finish her sentence, Fang Zhengshu's face revealed an astonished face, and it was not only him but the remaining of them too. Pu Qian and company saw and could only sigh in their heart, because the majority of these businessmen had already been slaughtered, and among them would probably be their family members who had been killed. Nevertheless, they were extremely pleased when they heard that someone was trying to rebuild Tianji sect.
It was evident that this business route was key to their survival, because even without this business route, they would not be able to survive whether or not they were ambushed by the horse bandits. Under the shelter of Tianji sect, they could at least continue living. Whether it was cultivator or mortal, survival was not easy. It wasn't easy for cultivators to find cultivation resources, and similarly, it wasn't easy for mortals to find food and basic necessities to survive. Thank you, Immortal Master, because we could only survive with Tianji sect around. If we could be of any help for the rebuilding of Tianji sect, please feel free to instruct us. Feng Zhangshu and the others kneeled down once again. Senior Apprentice Brother Pu, how should we go about this? Sang Yiping turned and looked at Pu Qian, because without head senior brother around, Pu Qian was the strongest one around here. Pu Qian waved his hands and said, Junior Apprentice Sister Yiping, you can make decisions on such matter, as I only know how to fight and nothing else. Sang Yiping heard what Pu Qian said and then turned to Feng Zhangshu and company and said, now that we've killed so many horse bandits, it will be highly likely that there will be more horse bandits chasing after you for revenge if you all were to continue moving forward from here. I suggest that you all stay at Heaven's Gate Town for a few days to help us sort things out here in the Heaven's Gate Town. When our head senior brother arrives, we will discuss further. We will follow Immortal Master's instructions. Feng Zhangshu and company had no objections to this suggestion. Now that the horse bandits that were chasing after them were all exterminated, the main bulk of horse bandits would definitely send people to investigate on why they had not returned. The moment the remaining horse bandits found out what happened, it didn't matter whether they moved forward or backwards, because it would still be a dead end and they would all end up pleading for their lives to be spared. Feng Zhangshu said with a greater conviction, Immortal Masters, you all can leave the cleaning up of Heaven's Gate Town to us. We would definitely sort this place out and ready it for the rebuilding process. He was confident that the horse bandits would not let this matter drop and would certainly come back at them. These Immortal Masters should focus on dealing with the horse bandits and leave the matter of sorting the town out to businessmen like themselves. Sang Yiping nodded her head, please do a good job then. When the Heaven's Gate Town is successfully rebuilt, you all could choose a shophouse in town to set up your own business. This will be a gift from Tianji sect to you all. Feng Zhangshu and company nodded submissively, as they really did not mind having a shophouse in the Heaven's Gate Town. Because if Tianji sect were to rebuild the Heaven's Gate Town, there would still be horse bandits around. Hence, they knew they could make use of Tianji sect to use this business route. However, they were initially not sure whether they could continue staying in the town. After majority of the businessmen boarded the vehicle to enter the Heaven's Gate Town, Sang Yiping continued to say, now that we've killed those horse bandits, the horse bandits' nest would definitely not give up. We must first strategize a plan to at least hold up till head senior brother arrives. Pu Qian did not mind at all, as he said, it's only a bunch of horse bandits. If one comes, I will kill one. If two come, I will kill both, and when head senior brother arrives, it will be our turn to go offensive. In the plaza in front of the heaven-seeking palace staircase, Lei Hongji's broken leg was recovering with the aid of the healing pills. He lifted his head to look at the heaven-seeking palace, and he could feel the many surprised and envious glares. This made him feel extremely satisfied with himself. The pity was that something went wrong with the heaven-seeking board, otherwise, Lei Hongji would have been ranked first. At this moment, a flying sword pierced through the air and was falling towards the ground. Only a messenger sword with no killing intent would be able to pierce through the heaven-seeking palace's mountain protection array. Therefore, this flying sword was evidently a flying messenger sword. Everyone saw the flying messenger sword falling into Lei Hongji's hand. Lei Hongji grabbed onto the flying sword suspiciously as he retrieved a short letter which caused his whole body to tremble. Hongji, what's the matter? Su Chi Huan, who had been concerned over the few geniuses, walked over as it was apparent that he was paying special attention to Lei Hongji. This lightning-type spiritual roots cultivator had given him plenty of surprises, and he believed that this man would undoubtedly shine even brighter in Jinmo continent. He had faith that this man could even obtain a ranking in the Universal Board. Seeing the immortal king walking over, Lei Hongji hurried to bow to show his respect before bearing his pain as he said,
my Lei clan had been exterminated by someone not too long ago, and even the women and children were not spared.
Su Qihuang frowned slightly as he asked instinctively, "You want to seek revenge?"
Lei Hongji took a deep breath before saying word by word, "I already know who my nemesis is, but I shall head towards Jinemo continent with Senior and seek my revenge when I'm back one day." He indeed knew who his nemesis was, because it was written very clearly on the flying sword that someone saw the loose fish of Tianji sect ambushing the Yulin Lei clan. Even if he returned now, he might not be able to find these loose fish, and even if he did find them, it would simply only be a waste of time. His instinct was that the Jinemo continent's special envoy would certainly not wait for him.
Su Qihuang nodded, feeling very satisfied. "Very good."
Finishing this sentence, he lifted his hand to summon a humongous flying ship and said to everyone, "Everyone please board the ship as we shall leave now." Just as the Jinemo continent's flying ship was about to leave with the genius disciples of the lost continent on board, Mo Wuji had already reached the fringe city, near the formless blade sect. He only knew there was a 9 Moons pill house in Fringe City, but he had no idea where its headquarters was located at. 9 Moons pill house's building itself was still there, but Mo Wuji did not enter it because he saw that the building's name was changed. The original 9 Moons pill house was now Jianting pill house.
"My friend, what pills do you need?"
A shop assistant hurried over to ask as he saw Mo Wuji at the entrance. Mo Wuji clasped his fist. "May I ask where is the 9 Moons pill house which was originally located here?" "Why are you looking for the 9 Moons pill house?" This shop assistant revealed a vigilant expression as he sized Mo Wuji up. Mo Wuji laughed a little. "I am a pill refiner and I owe 9 Moons pill house some gold forming pills, and I am here to return them."
"Gold forming pills?"
This shop assistant shouted, as this was an extremely rare pill to help a cultivator step into the earth realm. This pill was not something you could buy with spirit stones, and he couldn't believe it when he heard that someone was here to return them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 247, I have another name. Chapter 247, I have another name. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
The shop assistant didn't take long to react as he smiled and said to Mo Wuji, "Pill master, please hold on while I report this." The shop assistant rushed inside the pill house, and within 2 minutes, a bald man hurried out with this shop assistant.
"Dao friend, may I ask if you are the pill master who is here to deliver pills to the 9 Moons pill house?"
The man cupped his fist and asked Mo Wuji the moment he stepped out of the pill house. Mo Wuji nodded his head and asked with a trace of suspicion, "I am indeed here to deliver pills. I promised the 9 Moons pill house some gold forming pills, and I am specially here to pass these pills to them."
"May I know who are you?"
"I am Kong Huape, the shopkeeper of this Jianting pill house."
"Dao friend, please proceed in with me,"
the bald man invited him with a face full of smiles.
"Sure, shopkeeper Kong, please lead the way."
Mo Wuji did not mind heading in as he extended his arm. Kong Huape immediately brought Mo Wuji to the guest room on the 2nd level and got someone to make a pot of spiritual tea before saying, "I have yet to inquire this pill master's origin, and how do I address you?" Mo Wuji shook his hand and said, "When I was working with 9 Moons pill house's shopkeeper, we never bothered about these formalities. I would like to trouble you to tell me where 9 Moons pill house went, and I will head towards there myself."
Kong Huape said awkwardly, "If I don't know this pill master's origins, I don't know what else I could reveal to you."
Mo Wuji frowned momentarily. "I am merely a rogue cultivator and I have no extraordinary origins. It was through mere coincidence that I managed to befriend the shopkeeper of 9 Moons pill house and then helped him to refine pills while he helped me in collecting spiritual herbs. As for the gold forming pills, it was only after I had promised 9 Moons pill house to give them that I managed to get my hands on it from elsewhere." After hearing Mo Wuji, Kong Huape maintained his smile and said, "The person in charge of the 9 Moons pill house here had offended someone else and was worried the other party might cause trouble. So he transferred this pill house to my young master instead." In fact, when he heard that Mo Wuji's gold forming pills were retrieved from somewhere else, he began to truly believe Mo Wuji's words.
If Mo Wuji were to say that he concocted them himself, he would never believe him. Who did he offend? Mo Wuji hurried to ask this.
It is the Yulin Lei clan, a person called Lei Hongji from the Yulin Lei clan, Kang Huapei said with a faint voice and even took a sip of tea after finishing his sentence. After realizing that the gold-forming pills were not concocted by Mo Wuji himself, he began to take things more lightly. Yulin Lei clan was previously only a low-grade family clan and was considered to be nothing significant among all the other sections. However, after the appearance of the Lei Hongji, the Yulin Lei clan naturally soared above the rest. One had to note that Lei Hongji was a top-grade genius from the Great Evolution sect and even had supreme-grade lightning affinity spiritual roots. Putting these aside, there were even rumors that he had been selected to go to the Jin Mo continent. Mo Wuji looked at Kang Huapei's attitude and he knew that the news of complete annihilation of the Yulin Lei clan had not spread to him here.
Who is your young master? Mo Wuji asked yet again. Quasi-Heaven sect, Jade Net sect's legacy disciple He Jianting.
Even though our young master did not have lightning affinity spiritual roots, he has a body-tempering lightning technique which would increase his odds of victory when battling others, Kang Huapei said proudly.
Mo Wuji instantly remembered the previous time when he met He Jianting from Jade Net sect.
He Jianting asked and offered him spirit stones to let him use the lightning tempering rune but was completely ignored by Mo Wuji, and from then on, Mo Wuji had offended him.
This He Jianting was rather decent looking but slightly arrogant. Mo Wuji understood the situation very swiftly.
Lei clan must have found out about his relations with Nine Moons Pillhouse's Jin Shaoka and was constantly finding trouble with the Nine Moons Pillhouse. This He Jianting then decided to fish in troubled waters and took over Nine Moons Pillhouse.
Shopkeeper Kong, this place was not transferred voluntarily to He Jianting from the Nine Moons Pillhouse, right? Could it be that the Lei clan handed it to you guys after they took over this place forcefully from the Nine Moons Pillhouse? Mo Wuji said while maintaining his composure.
Kang Huapei laughed. What's the difference? What's the difference? My friend here is a pill refiner and we are a pill house, so if you could work with Nine Moons Pillhouse, I am sure it's the same working with us. We are coincidentally in need of a gold-forming pill, so why don't you leave this pill here for us to help you sell?
What do you think, Dot?
Mo Wuji stood up. Since I've agreed with Nine Moons Pillhouse, we shall discuss further after I find the Nine Moons Pillhouse. Noticing Mo Wuji stood up, Kang Huapei stood up as well to prevent Mo Wuji from leaving. I already said that we could purchase your gold-forming pill from you and yet you still insist on leaving.
Are you looking down on us, Jianting Pillhouse?
Mo Wuji laughed coldly as after this fella found out that he was a rogue cultivator, he was envious of Mo Wuji for having the gold-forming pill and was intending to purchase it forcefully. It's not that I look down on Jianting Pillhouse, but it's because this gold-forming pill was concocted with my own spiritual herbs. After arriving here, Nine Moons Pillhouse was going to give me the gold sun fruit to concoct the gold-forming pill in exchange for it, Mo Wuji said faintly. The concocting of spiritual herbs of the gold-forming pill was the hardest because the gold sun fruit was not something human beings could nurture, it had to be grown in the wild. Such rare herbs that were grown in the wild would always be sought after by everyone no matter how many there were in existence. Therefore, the gold sun fruit was actually very valuable and was worth even more than some tier 6 or 7 spiritual herbs.
What's the deal? Kang Huapei asked instantly. Mo Wuji grabbed 2 jade vases and said, I'm willing to exchange 1 vase, but
I do have 1 gold sun fruit here. Kang Huapei took out the jade box while saying that, and he even placed this jade box in Mo Wuji's hand.
Mo Wuji took over the jade box before opening it to take a look, and Mo Wuji could feel an incredible surge of natural elemental energy. This surge of elemental energy was indeed emitted from the gold fruit.
In actual fact, this was Mo Wuji's first time seeing the gold sun fruit, but he was confident that this was the real fruit. He kept the gold sun fruit and threw the jade vase over to Kang Huapei before saying, "This is for you, bye." Kang Huapei caught the jade vase and even without opening it, he blocked Mo Wuji once again. "My friend, since you accepted the gold sun fruit, please leave the gold forming pill here."
"Sure,
Bring me another gold sun fruit, Mo Wuji said in a faint voice.
Kang Huapei's face turned solemn. Didn't I give you one gold sun fruit already? A soul rogue pill refiner dare to blackmail Jin Ting Pill House?
If I don't get an apology today, you are not walking out of my Jin Ting Pill House. One moment he was talking nicely to Mo Wuji and the very next moment, he was fuming at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji sighed at Kang Huapei's swift change in attitude and he was sure that they recorded the scene when he accepted and kept the gold sun fruit. If Mo Wuji had words to refute against him, this recording would be revealed, but if he didn't, then the recording would disappear forever.
Mo Wuji didn't continue speaking about this incident but asked in a calm tone, was Jin Ting Pill House involved in chasing Nine Moons Pill House away?
Kang Huapei sensed that something was amiss because logically when a rogue pill refiner was under such threat, one should be so nervous that he would immediately stand up for himself.
However, he didn't see any trace of nervousness on Mo Wuji's face.
He hurried to retrieve the jade vase Mo Wuji threw to him as he was literally raging. How dare you take the lowest quality energy condensing pill to exchange for a gold sun fruit?
How dare you try and cheat Jin Ting Pill House? You are simply courting death. He could not finish his words because Mo Wuji's hand was already grabbing his neck.
You? Kang Huapei's whole body could not stop sweating cold sweat as he clearly saw that Mo Wuji did not have any spirituality around him and his cultivation level would definitely not exceed the Yuan Dan stage. Kang Huapei himself was in transcending mortality stage level 7 and Jin Ting Pill House was owned by a Yuan Dan stage expert. He couldn't figure out why Mo Wuji managed to get hold of him so quickly and why he had no strength to fight back at all. Mo Wuji's cold voice sounded off next to his ear. Let me tell you something. Yu Lin Lei clan had been exterminated by me, so please don't use Jade Net Sect to threaten me. In my eyes, Jade Net Sect would soon follow the footsteps of the Lei clan.
Let me ask you questions now. If you were to give me one wrong answer, I will break your neck.
Also, I have another name called the Rogue Cultivator 2705. I can even let you take a look at my contribution points token. After exterminating the Yu Lin Lei clan, Mo Wuji came straight to the fringe city. He didn't even bother changing his appearance, so to Kang Huapei, he was simply just an ordinary-looking middle-aged cultivator. Kang Huapei naturally didn't believe Mo Wuji when he said that he had exterminated the Yu Lin Lei clan, but he was afraid that he might lose his life in Mo Wuji's hands. However, when Mo Wuji addressed himself as Rogue Cultivator 2705, he felt as though he fell into an ice cave. If other people claimed to have annihilated the entire Yu Lin Lei clan, he would have thought that they were daydreaming, but if Rogue Cultivator 2705 said he did it, then there was a high possibility that it was true. Who is Rogue Cultivator 2705? He was someone ranked first in the 100 Sects Alliance contribution board with over 100,000 points. Just how many alien cultivators must you kill to achieve that? The next moment, he saw Mo Wuji's jade token and confirmed that he truly was Rogue Cultivator 2705, and it was written clearly on the token that he had over a few 100,000 points. The rumors must be fake. This was Kang Huapei's only thought in his mind, was that Rogue Cultivator 2705 had never been brought away by the Jinmo continent's expert but managed to escape successfully. Let me start asking you now, and do remember that I do not have the patience to ask things twice. Firstly, other than the Lei clan who came here to get rid of Nine Moons Pill House, did he Jin Ting and Jade Net Sect get involved in this? Mo Wuji's voice was very low, and after hearing Mo Wuji, Kang Huapei could feel that his neck was slightly loosened up as he hurried to answer in a trembling voice. Jade Net Sect did not do anything, but the young master did. Second question, where did the Nine Moons Pill House move to, and where is Jin Shaoka of the Nine Moons Pill House?
Senior, I really don't know about this. I had always have had full admiration for Senior, so I definitely would not lie about this. Kang Huapei stopped talking suddenly as Mo Wuji crushed his neck. Presently, he knew that he wasn't strong enough to deal with Jade Net Sect, and he also didn't have time to settle He Jianting too. After he successfully rebuilt Tianji Sect, he would naturally find Jade Net Sect to settle some scores. Just outside the Heaven's Gate town, Pu Qian and company were confronted by hundreds of horse bandits.
If not for the fact that Pu Qian and the three others were all at least transcending mortality stage cultivators, the hundreds of horse bandits would have rushed towards them. Similarly, if there wasn't a Ming Han Empire prince in the opposition party, Pu Qian and company would have rushed towards them. It wouldn't matter much for them to kill the hundreds of horse bandits, but could they casually kill the Ming Han Empire's prince? Even the previous Tianji sect was helpless in front of the prince of Ming Han Empire and even had to rent out their secondary summit to them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, Tianji sect head Mo Wuji. Chapter 248, Tianji sect head Mo Wuji. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The one who came was the 31st prince of the Ming Han Empire, Bei Tianyu, instead of the 26th prince. After hearing that his own royal brother had made fortunes here in Tianji sect, the 31st prince simply couldn't wait to share the spoils. However, on his trip down from Ming Han Empire to Tianji sect encampment, he heard that a few of his men were slaughtered by a group of immortal masters. He wouldn't let anyone off, even immortal masters, after killing his men. He literally gathered all the horse bandits that belonged to him and a couple of transcending mortality stage cultivators to protect him along the way. I give you all half an incense time to get out of the Tianji mountain range. Otherwise, I shall not stand on any ceremony in dealing with you guys. Bei Tianyu seemed to know that Pu Qian and company didn't dare to do anything to them and hence, spoke in an extremely disdainful tone. Seeing that Sang Yiping was still in a dilemma, Pu Qian couldn't help but say, "Why are you still hesitating? Let's just kill everybody." Nie Zhennon, who was by the side, hurried to comment, "Senior apprentice brother Pu, it isn't because of senior apprentice sister's hesitation that we're not acting, but because we've heard that the Ming Han Empire has a true lake stage expert within them. They could even casually invite an Nihility God stage expert to help out. On the other hand, you are the only one in Tianji sect in the Earth stage. We may enjoy ourselves slaughtering all of them now, but what would happen to us afterwards?" Pu Qian turned silent once again as he knew that both Sang Yiping and Nie Zhennon were right. It would indeed be enjoyable to kill all of them now, but what next? They came here to rebuild the Tianji sect, not to kill a bunch of people and leave. Head senior brother's flying ship. Zhuang Yan suddenly shouted. Ha ha! Pu Qian laughed out loud at the sight of Mo Wuji's flying ship because his heart finally felt at ease. He promptly knew the difference between head senior brother and himself. Before, when head senior brother wasn't here, he was clueless as to how to manage the situation in front of him. Now that his head senior brother had arrived, he immediately found his backbone. It wasn't only Pu Qian but Sang Yiping and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, these people in front of them were not frightening enough, but they just didn't dare to act. "Prince Tianyu, I suggest we leave temporarily and discuss further after letting Prince Fangjin know about it," one of the transcending mortality stage cultivators beside Bei Tianyu said worriedly when he saw Mo Wuji's flying ship. Bei Tianyu revealed a slight frown because he really didn't dare to act even if Pu Qian and company refused to leave. They might only have had 4 people, but all 4 of them were immortal masters while they only had 2 immortal masters here. As for the level of strength of the immortal masters, he hadn't considered that because he was sure that if his side didn't make the move, the opponent wouldn't attack too. After all, he was a prince of the Ming Han Empire. Back then, even Tianji sect didn't dare to offend a prince, much less 4 lowly people. The flying ship landed outside of the Heaven's Gate town. Then, Mo Wuji walked out of the flying ship and kept it. Pu Qian and company hurried to greet Mo Wuji. Fortunately, there were very few people passing by Heaven's Gate town and therefore, very few people here knew about the incident where rogue cultivator 2705 was brought away by Jin Mo continent expert. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the mood to confront these horse bandits. Mo Wuji already saw the ruins of the Heaven's Gate town as he saw piles of human bones stacking up outside the Heaven Gate town. The tens of battered businessmen looked nervously at the hundreds of horse bandits. What's happening?
Mo Wuji asked Pu Qian and company while looking at the hundreds of horse bandits. Bei Tianyu shouted, finally someone who can talk.
I am Ming Han Empire's 31st Prince, Bei Tianyu. This place is our turf, so please leave here as soon as possible or you shall bear the consequences. Seeing that Mo Wuji owns a flying ship, he toned down on his choice of words as compared to before. Head senior brother, this Bei Tianyu and the guy who rented our Tianji sect, Bei Fangjian, are in cahoots. They are the heads of a horse bandit gang. These businessmen wanted to use this route secretly but were spotted by their horse bandits. There were hundreds of them, but now, only a few of them are left, thanks to the horse bandits. Because we reached out to help them, these businessmen offered to help us clean up the Heaven's Gate town. Sang Yiping hurried over to explain everything to Mo Wuji. Leave no one alive, kill them all, Mo Wuji said without any trace of hesitation. Pu Qian, who had been waiting for this sentence for the longest time, rushed forward to attack the horse bandits without wasting any time. Those two transcending mortality stage cultivators were not a threat in front of a Yuan Dan stage expert like himself. Hearing their head senior brother's decision, the initially worried Sang Yiping and Nie Jinnon didn't show any hesitation too, as they each drew out their spiritual equipment and charged forward. Mo Wuji didn't act because these worthless horse bandits were not worth his effort. You are all crazy, I am the Ming Han Empire Prince. Just as Bei Tianyu tried to reiterate his status, Pu Qian's mace smashed through his brain. In just a short half an incense's time, the hundreds of horse bandits, the two cultivators as well as that prince had been completely exterminated by Pu Qian and the three others. Head senior brother, this is what I call enjoyable. How are we to achieve big things if we always hesitate? Pu Qian landed right beside Mo Wuji after killing the most of the horse bandits. Mo Wuji said indifferently, a mere empire's prince dares to threaten my Tianji sect. Jinong and Zhuangyan, the two of you stay behind to get ready for the rebuilding of Heaven's Gate town. As for the businessmen, let them go out and announce the news that we're rebuilding Tianji sect and that we need a large number of manpower.
We will pay them handsomely through gold coins.
Yes, head senior brother.
Do we rebuild Heaven's Gate town just like how it was before? Nie Zhennong asked.
Mo Wuji glanced at the Heaven's Gate town in front of him and shook his head. No, you only need to gather manpower, a massive amount of building materials and talented architects. When I return, I will pass you a design for you to build with reference to that. If you do not have enough gold coins, use spirit stones to exchange for more. As he finished his sentence, Mo Wuji took out a storage bag and handed it over to Nie Jinnon. There are 100,000 Earth-grade spirit stones here and it will all be used for the reconstruction. Nie Jinnon replied, head senior brother, we wouldn't finish spending 100,000 Earth-grade spirit stones even if we were to build a few hundred Heaven's Gate town.
Mo Wuji shook his hand. Other than rebuilding Heaven's Gate town, we have to rebuild Tianji sect too.
Therefore, you only have to recruit people and purchase the materials. If there are too many people interested, we could build a temporary encampment for them outside the Heaven's Gate town. There was something Mo Wuji did not mention, and that was that since he became the sect head of Tianji sect, then the Heaven's Gate town would become the biggest cultivation city in the Lost Continent. Additionally, Tianji sect would become the greatest sect in the Lost Continent, and it definitely wouldn't be any worse than Heaven-Seeking Palace. He wasn't implying that other cultivators couldn't do it, but because there was no one cultivator like himself who had lived in the mortal world for over tens of years. Or rather, even if there was a cultivator like himself, he wouldn't do something so crazy like building a cultivation city. Therefore, it could be said that he was the only one who would do such things. Nie Zhennong finally understood as he accepted the spirit stones, indicating his conviction to do it well. Head senior brother, so what will we be doing?
Seeing Mo Wuji gave both Zhuangyan and Nie Zhennong tasks to do, Sang Yiping asked.
We would naturally go and collect rental fees. Mo Wuji looked at the faraway Tianji mountain range as he answered. The moment he reached, he fell in love with this place. In the middle of the continuous Tianji mountain range, there was a Tianji river flowing. From far away, the mountain range looked like it was wrapped with a silver belt. it was extremely beautiful.
Collect rental fees? Pu Qian didn't understand his words as he asked inquisitively.
Sang Yiping finally understood the meaning behind his words and asked in a hurry, "Head senior brother, are you saying that we go to the secondary summits owned by Ming Han Empire's 14th Prince Basin and 26th Prince Bei Fangjian?"
Mo Wuji gave a slight smile, "That's for sure. After renting our Tianji Sec secondary summit for so many years, how can they not pay for their rent?
Even if I want to recover these secondary summits, they still have to pay these rental fees. The 100,000 Earth-grade spirit stones would never be enough for Mo Wuji to rebuild Tianji Sec, which was why he would be collecting these extra spirit stones he required from the Ming Han Empire. The original Tianji sects had feared the Ming Han Empire because the original Tianji sect was simply too weak, as they were only a Shin grade sect without even a true lake stage cultivator. It was different when Mo Wuji was in charge, because if they were to anger him, he would never hesitate to annihilate the entire Ming Han Empire. Moreover, Mo Wuji guessed that Ming Han Empire would not have the time to deal with him now, because their city was just destroyed by the alien cultivators and the rebuilding work would take at least a couple of years. These 2 years would not only be the perfect time for him to rebuild Tianji sect, but also the best period for Sang Yiping and the rest to advance into the Yuan Dan stage.
Head senior brother, how about the Lei clan? Sang Yiping didn't comment much about Ming Han Empire because she already had some understanding of Mo Wuji's character.
Since he made his decision to offend Ming Han Empire, he would have had his own preparations to deal with the consequences. From today onwards, Yulin will no longer have a Lei clan. There is still a loose fish who managed to escape, and his name is Lei Hongji. We will wait for him to return before killing him too, Mo Wuji answered with a lot of conviction. Sang Yiping and Nie Jinong heard Mo Wuji and blanked out momentarily, and after they realized what was happening, they instantly fell on their knees facing the Tianji sect.
Foster father, elders of Tianji sect, senior apprentice brothers and sisters. Tianji sect's new sect head had finally avenged all of you.
All of you can finally rest in peace.
Tianzai Summit. It was one of the secondary summit owned by Tianji sect.
Because of the gorgeous design of this summit, even the main mountain, Tianji Summit, could not be compared to this.
Before the Tianji sect was destroyed, Tianzai Summit was even brighter and more vibrant than what it was now.
If one were to stand and look at Tianzai Summit from the outside, nobody would have thought that this was a horse bandit's lair. This place was built up by Ming Han Empire's 26th prince, Bei Fangjian. Over these years and through this private lair that he made, Bei Fangjian had made a huge windfall. Presently, there was a furious young man in a bright robe standing in the middle of this luxurious hall of the Tianzai Summit.
Who allowed Tianyu to bring men to the Heaven's Gate town?
If anyone were to find out that a Ming Han Empire's prince actually brought horse bandits out to kill others, how will Ming Han Empire face the world afterwards? Everyone in the hall was trembling and no one dared to murmur a single word. Bei Fangjian had an irritable temper, as he would pull people's nerves out and skin them alive for no reason. It was a norm for him to kill any random person who offended him, so much so that he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't kill at least a few people in a day.
Ming Han Empire will lose its body, so who cares about the face?
A cold voice answered Bei Fangjian's question.
Who is it?
Bei Fangjian stood up as he saw 2 men and a woman walking in from the hall. He had no clue as to when and how these 3 people arrived. Tianji sect head, Mo Wuji. By the time he finished the sentence, Mo Wuji was already standing in front of Bei Fangjian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 249, A Different Sect Head. Chapter 249, A Different Sect Head. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
You?
Bei Fangjian was momentarily dazed when he heard Tianji sect's sect head.
If not for the fact that Mo Wuji had already walked in front of him, he would definitely be infuriated. The good thing was that he managed to keep his cool very quickly and knew that he shouldn't be infuriated at this moment. I am Ming Han Empire's 26th prince, Bei Fangjian. Even if you are Tianji Sect's head, you mustn't barge into my hall so casually that. Mo Wuji laughed and simply reached out his hand to bring Bei Fangjian off the ground before tossing him back down as he said, even if Ming Han Empire's emperor is sitting down here, this wouldn't be the turf of Ming Han Empire because this is the Tianji Sect's Tianzai Summit. Bei Fangjian barely managed to get up as he saw Mo Wuji already sitting on his seat. He was trembling in anger, and just as he was about to call for his men, he could smell something stinky. As he subconsciously turned his head around, he saw both his immortal masters lying on the floor headless. The remaining soldiers were so shocked as they simply stood there motionlessly. Perhaps these soldiers were too confident in their immortal masters that they believed that as long as their immortal masters were around, they wouldn't have anything much to do. Bei Fangjian took a deep breath before cupping his fist towards Mo Wuji. Since your excellency is an immortal master, why are you provoking my Ming Han Empire? Mo Wuji laughed out loud. What is a Ming Han Empire? Bei Fangjian got stuck on his words because he realized that Mo Wuji thought nothing of the Ming Han Empire, so why did he even bother using Ming Han Empire to threaten him? What do you think? Bei Fangjian couldn't wait to kill Mo Wuji but could only swallow his anger. He only had mortal roots, so he couldn't cultivate, but he had interacted with too many cultivators that he didn't feel anything mysterious about Mo Wuji's ability. Mo Wuji looked Bei Fangjian and asked, other than it being your hall, can you tell me what place is this? Bei Fangjian had no idea if this fellow was here to find fault with him, and even though he had no idea why Mo Wuji was so daring, he could only answer honestly, this is the Tianzai Summit, a secondary summit belonging to Tianji Sect. Great answer. Since this is the Tianji Sect secondary summit, what are you doing here? Mo Wuji used his hand to slam the table in front of him. Bei Fangjian replied, Sir Immortal Master must have just arrived at Tianji Sect to not know the true reason. This Tianzai Summit was rented out to me by Tianji Sect and everyone in Tianji Sect knows that. Oh, so how much is the rent? Back then, the Tianji Sect's head was very generous, so he didn't specify any amount for the rent, which meant that we could give any amount. And have you paid any amount at all? Not yet. Very good. Mo Wuji slammed the table yet again. The previous sect head was generous and allowed you to give any amount, but you chose not to give any. The present sect head is no longer so generous and I am here to collect rent from you. Bei Fangjian asked surprisingly, you ask me for rent? He had no choice but to swallow the words dare to because the situation was clearly in the other party's favor. Mo Wuji did not answer him but turned to Pu Qian, go on and kill everyone in the Tianzai Summit, leaving no one alive. Oh yes, other than this respectable prince in this hall, leave another 2 men to help this prince dress up. Yes. Pu Qian then raised his fist in the air before turning and leaving the hall. After Pu Qian had left, devastating cries could be heard from outside the hall. The 2 guards who were originally standing by the side vomited blood without realizing it. There were only 2 men still standing far away, but both their faces were pale white and had yet to wake up from their shock. Up till now, Bei Fangjian finally realized what kind of man he was dealing with. Compared to the previous gentle Tianji Sect's head, this was a killing god who had no intentions to show any mercy. In fact, he was even more ruthless than the 26th prince himself. As more gut-wrenching screams could be heard from outside, Bei Fangjian's face turned even paler and his legs started to shiver. Alright, your younger brother whose name is Bei Tianyu has already been killed by myself, Mo Wuji commented faintly. This statement by Mo Wuji crushed any remaining hope left in Bei Fangjian's heart. Since this fella dared to kill Bei Tianyu, why would he not dare to kill him? Immortal Master, let's settle things properly. Whatever amount of rent you wish to collect, I will find ways to get it for you. Bei Fangjian wanted to sound calm and natural, but when he said this, it was anything but natural because even he could hear the trembles in his own voice. That's more like it. How can you rent something without paying? Mo Wuji was full of smiles as he walked down and said while walking, let me calculate for you. It's too troublesome to calculate the number of years you've rented for, so let's just charge you for 1 year.
Bei Fangjian was relieved when he heard this because even if the rent was a little higher, he could still afford to pay for 1 year. The rent shall be 1 billion gold coins.
Hearing Mo Wuji's price, Bei Fangjian heaved another sigh of relief because even though 1 billion was a terrifying amount, the fortune that he made over the past few years from destroying the homes of commoners was definitely way more than 1 billion. He shall accept it first before returning to Ming Han Empire to think of ways to deal with Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji paused on purpose before resuming. 1 billion gold coins a day should be just right.
1 billion gold coins a day?
Bei Fangjian was completely dumbfounded because he wouldn't even need to fork out so much if he were to buy over this summit. Immortal Master, I can agree to this, but I don't have enough gold coins. Up till now, Bei Fangjian's fear had already disappeared.
The killing intent around Mo Wuji surged as he pressured Bei Fangjian and said, "How much can you fork out?"
Without waiting for Bei Fangjian to reply, Pu Qian sounded out from outside the hall, "Head senior brother, I have killed everyone in the summit other than the people in this hall." Bei Fangjian let out a cold sweat as he hurried to say, "I can only fork out about 6 billion gold coins. This is all that I can fork out now, so even if you were to kill me, the amount remains the same." Bei Fangjian seemed perturbed as he looked at Mo Wuji and instantly regretted his decision to rent this summit from Tianji sect from the very beginning. "I shall accept 6 billion first. Following which, you can help me find people to offset the remaining amount you owe me. I need some architectural talents, so if you find me 2 little people or non-professional people to help me, that would not offset the amount you owe me."
"Can you do it?"
The moment Mo Wuji finished speaking, Bei Fangjian bowed and said, "Immortal Master, I can do all of it and I promise to complete the task Immortal Master assigned to me." Mo Wuji nodded his head and took out 3 pitched black pills before saying, "These are 3 pills concocted by myself and I will only give you the antidote when you arrive with the gold coins and people that I need. Don't forget that you only have 3 months, and if you didn't send the required things over in 3 months' time, you need not send it anymore. Because you would have died a terrible death by then." Bei Fangjian heaved a sigh of relief because there were even tier 3 pill refiners in his Ming Han Empire, so why would he be afraid that he couldn't cure this poison? He hurried to answer, "I promise that Immortal Master will get what he asked for delivered to Heaven's Gate Town in 3 months' time."
Mo Wuji laughed sneakily, "Do you know why I gave you 3 pills?
Bei Fangjian looked slightly lost as he stared at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji pointed to the remaining 2 guards behind him and said, "The other 2 pills are for the 2 of them and they are for you to experiment on your own antidotes. I wanted to tell you that if you consume any other antidotes, your whole body will fester and you will eventually die. I believe that after experimenting twice, you would not try the 3rd time."
Bei Fangjian started to let out cold sweat profusely as if Mo Wuji knew everything that he was planning to do.
However, even if Mo Wuji was threatening him, he had to go back and try because he still had 2 experimental products. "I won't try any antidote because I will definitely deliver what Immortal Master needed and then ask for your own antidote," Bei Fangjian answered. Finishing, he immediately swallowed the pill and passed the 2 other pills to the 2 guards to swallow. This Tianji sect's head was completely different from the previous, so he dared not gamble using his own life. "Since this was the case, hurry up and get out of my sight," Mo Wuji said in a cold tone after seeing Bei Fangjian swallow the pill.
Yes.
Bei Fangjian hurried to bring the 2 guards out of Tianzai summit in the shortest possible time. After 2 hours, at another secondary summit of the Tianji summit, Tianchang summit's 16 prince, Bei Wen scurried out of Tianji mountain range with a pale face like the previous prince. As for his Minghan Tianshan alliance, it was completely wiped out by Mo Wuji.
"Head senior brother, we let these 2 princes off so easily. Will the Minghan Empire send their strong experts over to deal with us?"
Sang Yiping asked as she saw how Mo Wuji let both Bei Fangjian and Bei Sin off for the gold coins even though he had killed Bei Tianyu.
Mo Wuji laughed and said, "Don't worry, we would have more problems if we didn't let the 2 of them off.
Those 2 are too afraid of dying so much so that they won't tell anyone else about the incident until they manage to find an antidote for themselves. In this period of time, we shall work hard for our closed-door cultivation as I want to advance into the Yuan Dan Stage 2. Bei Xin and Bei Fangjian were both ordinary mortals, and if these mortals were willing to stay normal, they wouldn't have come up with things like horse bandits and business alliance. It was evident that they were not willing to be normal, and only abnormal people would not be willing to die so easily. Therefore, he was not afraid of Ming Han Empire doing anything to them during this period. As for Bei Tianyu's death, it was to let Bei Fangjian and Bei Xin know that he could kill any prince as he wished. He was confident that Bei Fangjian and Bei Xin would try and cover this up and not leak this out for the time being until they managed to detoxify themselves.
Tianji Summit was the main summit of the Tianji mountain range, and it was also Tianji sect's base.
However, the Tianji summit presently was a wasteland, and there were even marks of lightning bolts left behind. Even the main hall was destroyed beyond hope.
Mo Wuji and the few others stood before the Tianji summit, speechless.
It was only after a while that Mo Wuji said, "I shall place the spiritual vein under Tianji summit now and then install an energy gathering array. Pu Qian, go and take over whatever Nie Zhennon was doing so that he could come back and advance into the Yuan Dan stage before we move on." Mo Wuji had a lot to do because not only did he had to step into Yuan Dan stage, he needed to help Nie Zhennon and Sang Yiping to advance too. Concurrently, he had to plan on how to reconstruct Tianji sect and Heaven's Gate town, as well as fixing up a huge defensive array for Tianji sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 250, Earth Realm, Absent Yuan Dan. Chapter 250, Earth Realm, Absent Yuan Dan. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. It was not far from Mo Wuji's expectations.
Driving Bei Xin and Bei Fangjian away from the Tianji mountain range did not induce any revenge from the Ming Han Empire. Things remained calm and quiet. With the help and support of the various businessmen, and with the power of gold, countless architects and construction workers streamed to Heaven's Gate town.
The reconstruction of Heaven's Gate town began. Mo Wuji didn't know how to design city blueprints, but he had some plans.
He only requested for Heaven's Gate town to be rebuilt along his plans. The new Heaven's Gate town was more than 10 times bigger than what it used to be. From the exterior to the Heaven's Gate plaza, the very best materials were used. Pu Qian and Zhuang Yan merely presided over the reconstruction, but the real undertakings were left to the businessman, Fang Changshu.
Pu Qian didn't really care as to how Fang Changshu did things, as long as it followed Mo Wuji's overarching plans.
As for Fang Changshu, he really loved such a job.
Compared to a traveling merchant, this job was much safer, and his remunerations also increased by several folds.
So he slogged to do this job well, in order to please the immortal masters of Tianji sect. Mo Wuji had yet to start rebuilding the Tianji mountain. He only planted the spiritual vein, installed an intermediate spirit gathering array before starting closed-doors cultivation with Sang Yiping and Nie Zhennon. This time, he would rush to the Yuan Dan stage. Actually, when he opened his 102nd meridian back on the heaven-seeking staircase, he was already half a step into the Yuan Dan stage. But thereafter, he was constantly occupied with sh*t, and he didn't have time to stop and cultivate. That's why he was always stuck at the boundary of the transcending mortality stage. Now that he had this temporary period of safety, as well as the help of a spiritual vein, Mo Wuji was resolute to advance into the Yuan Dan stage. Fetching his Immortal Mortal Technique manual, Mo Wuji circulated the elemental energy from his 102 meridians into the dense runes on the thick back cover of the Immortal Mortal Technique. The 102 meridians full of elemental energy flowed into the runes. The runes formed circulative circles which struck against one another. A familiar hua hua sound could be heard. This was the sound of the elemental energy activating the pages. Even though this was his second time, Mo Wuji was still a little emotional. He released his hands, the original thick back cover became a little thinner. 10 new pages appeared in front of him. These contained the methods and diagrams to advance to the Yuan Dan stage. After calming his emotions, Mo Wuji started studying the circulation paths to the Yuan Dan stage. One day later, Mo Wuji kept his immortal mortal technique manual and started to madly absorb spiritual energy, charging into the Yuan Dan. This time, he didn't even use gold-forming pills. The simultaneous absorption of spiritual energy from his 102 meridians was enough to form a huge spiritual whirlpool. This crazy pace of spiritual energy absorption did not require the support of gold-forming pills. It was enough to send him into the Yuan Dan stage. If he still wasn't able to advance into the Yuan Dan stage, he had to start concocting gold-forming pills. Boom! The surging spiritual energy changed into elemental energy, following a certain circulation path as it flowed within his 102 meridians. Initially, those streams were like tiny ripples, but they slowly turned into violent waves. These waves flushed through Mo Wuji's body, flooding into every meridian of his. Mo Wuji's extreme mortal spirit ring within his body became clearer and thicker. The overflowing spirituality started to spill out of his body. However, Mo Wuji was completely oblivious of all this. He was fully occupied in the process of boosting his strength. In the two neighboring rooms, Sang Yiping and Nie Jinnong were stunned. They were also in closed-doors cultivation. With the help of the spiritual vein and the head senior brother's spirit-gathering array, their cultivation speed was already considered fast. If nothing went wrong, within the next 3 months, Nie Jinnong was sure that he would be able to break through transcending mortality level 8 and advance into level 9. But now, they felt a refreshing wave of spirituality. As they cultivated in this mystical environment, they felt more clearly attuned to the Tao. This feeling made them clearer of the paths of cultivation. Their abilities soared by leaps and bounds, shocking even themselves. In a short month, Mo Wuji had yet to advance into the Yuan Dan stage, but Nie Jinnong had already broke through into the Yuan Dan. He didn't even use a gold-forming pill. Sang Yiping also advanced from transcending mortality level 5 to level 6. Another 2 months passed. Nie Jinnong had advanced from Yuan Dan stage level 1 to Yuan Dan stage level 2. On the other hand, Sang Yiping had already charged to transcending mortality stage level 9. Even if Nie Jinnong and Sang Yiping were fools, they would know that this was a rare opportunity. Their fast pace of cultivation definitely wasn't solely due to the spiritual vein. More importantly, it should be because of their head senior brother. They could feel a mysterious vestige of the Grand Tao. This tiny vestige helped their cultivation soar crazily. Gotcha! 3 months later, that distinct extreme mortal spirit ring in Mo Wuji's body suddenly shattered. A golden core the size of a baby's fist floated within his dantian. There was a faint spirit ring orbiting the golden core, exuding strong waves of elemental energy. Mo Wuji forcefully suppressed his wild joy. He knew that he had stepped out of the extreme mortal stage and entered the Earth Realm's Yuan Dan stage. Rich spiritual energy was still strongly swept into Mo Wuji's whirlpool of energy. Mo Wuji knew that after forming the golden core, he would need to stabilize his cultivation. Several days passed. When Mo Wuji felt that his Yuan Dan 1 had stabilized, he tried activating his spiritual energy. The elemental energy in his body surged slightly and a strong force was released. This force gave Mo Wuji an incomparable sense of security. Just as Mo Wuji was about to sink into his wild joy and flurry, he suddenly heard a sharp gotcha. Mo Wuji could distinctly feel it. His Yuan Dan had torn and a fracture had appeared on his Yuan Dan. What's happening? Mo Wuji's heart was filled with indescribable shock. Why did the Yuan Dan he painstakingly formed just shatter? He naturally knew that his Yuan Dan did not shatter because he was going to advance into the true lake stage. To form the true lake, one must at least be in Yuan Dan stage level 9. He had just entered the Yuan Dan stage and didn't even fully stabilize his first level. How could he have reached level 9? Mo Wuji's mind was still filled with confusion when he heard another gotcha. His Yuan Dan had completely shattered. Did something go wrong with my cultivation? Mo Wuji soon came to understand that nothing had gone wrong with his cultivation. Because after his Yuan Dan shattered, it transformed into a violet-colored emanation. This power contained within this violet emanation was actually stronger than when he used his Yuan Dan. Even though this was his first time forming a Yuan Dan, Mo Wuji knew that when the Yuan Dan shattered, it would mean that the cultivation had failed. It definitely wouldn't result in his power soaring. Mo Wuji tried to continue absorbing spiritual energy, and he discovered that his speed of absorption was more than an entire fold faster than when he had a Yuan Dan. Following his large amounts of spiritual energy, a faint spirit ring formed around his violet emanation. Wasn't this the extreme mortal spirit ring? After it shattered to form the Yuan Dan, didn't it reform outside the Yuan Dan? His spirit ring had shattered twice in a row and had reformed once again, now around the violet emanation. The spirituality within it was clearly much more than before. At almost the same instant, Mo Wuji's Yuan Dan transformed into the violet emanation and formed a spirit ring. Sang Yiping had become more attuned to the true meaning of cultivation. At this moment, she broke through the transcending mortality stage and arrived at Yuan Dan stage level 1. She also didn't even use a gold forming pill. Nie Zhennong had also made a breakthrough, advancing into Yuan Dan stage level 3. But with this sudden breakthrough, Sang Yiping and Nie Zhennong both discovered that their limitless cultivation speed had slowed down immensely. The feeling that they had grasped the grand Tao of cultivation disappeared. Their speed returned to its original speed. Mo Wuji let out a long roar and directly charged out from the top of his room. He felt this urgent need to release the energy pent up in his chest, and he couldn't wait to slowly walk out the room. It didn't matter that he didn't have a Yuan Dan. His power was now in Yuan Dan stage level 1, and it was even far stronger than the level 1 when he had an actual Yuan Dan. This was because his body had an additional violet emanation, and outside this violet emanation was a twice mutated spirit ring. Mo Wuji sent a punch out. A huge rock more than tens of meters away was crushed into pieces by this punch. It was just a simple punch, but Mo Wuji knew the difference between the violet emanation and a Yuan Dan. The Yuan Dan was strong, but there would be a limit where it would be exhausted. However, this violet emanation seemed limitless. Even if it was being used rapidly, it would quickly be replenished by his 102 meridians. Perhaps, it was when it was fully exhausted would it fully display the true difference with a true Yuan Dan. Furthermore, all this was just a surface-level understanding. He even felt that this violet emanation would help him be more adept with the control of his skills. Congratulations, head senior brother. Nie Zhennong and Sang Yiping's voices came. Mo Wuji turned to see the two and immediately knew that the two of them had advanced into the Yuan Dan stage. He looked curiously at Sang Yiping and asked, Yiping, Zhennong was at transcending mortality stage level 8, which is not far from the Yuan Dan stage. With the help of the spiritual vein, it's still possible for him to advance into the Yuan Dan during this short period of time. But you were in transcending mortality stage level 5, how did form your Yuan Dan so quickly? Mo Wuji was truly filled with questions. Sang Yiping's talent was not bad, but it was a far cry compared to the geniuses from the heaven-seeking palace. Even with the spiritual vein, she couldn't have cultivated so quickly. In reality, Mo Wuji was intending for Nie Zhennong to cultivate for half a year to advance into the Yuan Dan stage. Unexpectedly, both of them had already charged into the Yuan Dan stage. Head senior brother, I didn't only step into the Yuan Dan stage, I'm already in Yuan Dan stage level 3, Nie Zhennong said ecstatically. What's going on? Mo Wuji was completely clueless. Even at his fastest, he was not as fast as them. Sang Yiping hurriedly explained, when we were cultivating, we suddenly felt an explosive burst in our cultivation speed. Only when we both came out and discussed our experience, we concluded that it should be due to head senior brother. Head senior brother, are you really cultivating the immortal mortal technique? Mo Wuji finally came to an understanding. From the looks of it, when his Yuan Dan shattered to form the violet emanation, some spirituality had dispersed and were felt by the two. That's right, I am indeed cultivating the immortal mortal technique. What a pity. If I knew about such results, I would definitely have called Pu Qian and Zhuang Yan over, Mo Wuji said with a tinge of regret.
1. The Yuan Dan can also be translated as the elemental core. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251, Rebuilding Tianji Sect. Chapter 251, Rebuilding Tianji Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Ming Han Empire Capital, Deku. This city had been occupied by the alien cultivators before. Fortunately, the alien cultivators had designated this as one of their bases, so Deku wasn't really damaged. After a few months of reorganization, Deku had largely regained its former luster and appearance as an empire capital. After the Ming Han Emperor Baiyingshang repaired the royal palace, the first imperial court meeting since the Alien War was organized. As he saw the sparse numbers of princes and officials in the hall, Baiyingshang's face turned ugly. The alien cultivators suddenly descended upon Deku, and the damages incurred by the Ming Han Empire was the greatest. The empire-protecting sect, the quasi-heaven High Yuan sect, had been directly destroyed. A few true lake stage and annihility god stage state protectors also lost their lives. During this alien invasion, my Ming Han Empire suffered the most. Even though Deku has largely recovered, it's still far from its previous glory. All of you are the backbones of my Ming Han Empire. Do any of you have any suggestions? Baiyingshang's tone was a little desolate. He wasn't depressed over the destruction of the High Yuan sect. With Ming Han Empire's cultivation resources, he could still develop some quasi-heaven sections. However, he was worried that before the Ming Han Empire re-establishes its foothold, the neighboring Tianshang Empire and Qi Yang Empire might act against him. Answering the Emperor. During the recent alien invasion, our Ming Han Empire was the first to get hit. Within 1 to 2 years, we definitely don't have any means to recover. In order to safeguard our Ming Han Empire, I believe that the first thing to do is to find a quasi-heaven sect to be our empire-protecting sect. Secondly, we must invest a large fortune to fortify our Ming Han Empire's army. An emaciate elder walked forward, took a bow and said. Baiyingshang nodded. Marquis Bai is right. It's just that after this incident, the treasuries are wiped dry. We no longer have that much fortune, The shriveled elder addressed as Marquis Bai answered, the 14th prince and 26th prince have always been running a good business. It's even said that there had accumulated large amounts of gold that could be counted in the billions. At this time of Ming Han Empire's peril, the 2 princes should contribute to the country. Of course, at the same time, the states which have not been affected by the war should also support the country's reconstruction. No one else spoke up. In the battle between princes, it was better not to intervene. Baiyingshang naturally knew about the fortune his sons made in Tianji sect. He simply decided to turn a blind eye to their misdeeds. Now that he heard that the 2 had earned fortunes in the billions, he was instantly astounded. They had made so much money, but they didn't even bother offering some to their old man. That's not right. Man, call for the 14th prince and the 26th prince. Baiyingshang did not hesitate to call those 2 princes over for questioning. Another minister stood forward and said, answering the emperor. 2 months ago, the 2 princes returned to Deku once. They didn't stay for long before leaving Deku. According to some intel, the 2 princes had hired large numbers of architects. In the Ming Han Empire, the princes could casually leave the capital city. They definitely wouldn't face any restrictions. Baiyingshang coldly snorted, immediately called the 2 back. The Tianji sect has been destroyed and they will no longer continue with their nonsense. Hiring architects on such a large scale, in Baiyingshang's perspective, was naturally because they wanted to convert the entire Tianji sect territory as their own. However, this matter was clearly a no-no. Even though it was already destroyed, the Tianji sect, ultimately, was still a sect. As an empire, they shouldn't casually stick their hands into such a matter.
A middle-aged burly man stood forward and bowed. "Emperor, I wish to report something on the Tianji sect." Bayingshan looked at the person speaking and his voice turned slightly softer. "General Feijin, please speak." Feijin expressed his courtesies before saying seriously, "I believe that not only should we stop the two princes from heading towards Tianji sect, we should also confine them. Our Ming Han Empire also shouldn't express any interest towards Tianji sect's territory." "Why is that so?" Bayingshan immediately furrowed his brows. The Tianji sect was merely a Xin sect and it was even destroyed by the Yulin Lei clan. Why was there such a need for worry? Feijin continued seriously, "I just received news that the Yulin Lei clan had been destroyed not long ago. Not even the dogs and cats were spared. According to the rumors, it was exactly the Tianji sect that destroyed the Yulin Lei clan." "What?" Bayingshan suddenly stood up. Even though he was not from a sect, he was still a cultivator. He naturally knew how powerful the Yulin Lei clan was. It was a power which was infinitesimally close to the quasi-heaven level. It was actually destroyed by the Tianji sect? Even at its best, the Tianji sect shouldn't be able to destroy the Yulin Lei clan? Unless the Tianji sect had some hidden expert who just emerged from cultivation? After receiving the news of the Yulin Lei clan destroying the Tianji sect, this hidden expert went to take his revenge. Bayingshan finally understood the severity of the matter. If the Tianji sect truly had such a strong expert, the next target might very well be his Ming Han Empire. The Ming Han Empire's two princes forcefully occupied Tianji sect's secondary summits. How could the Tianji sect ignore that? Moreover, these two fellas with sky-blottingly big balls were even currently going over to build over the Tianji summit. If this expert heard about this, then the Ming Han Empire would be ruined. Could the rumors be false? Bayingshan no longer cared about other matters. If such an expert really appeared in the Tianji sect, then there was another huge problem on their plates. Ming Han Empire was really being placed in a precarious position. Feijin shook his head, "It's definitely true." During the Yulin Lei clan's Memorial Day, the Tianji sect expert used a supreme-grade magic treasure to blow up the Yulin Lei clan's ancestral hall. None of the Lei clan disciples survived, they were all killed. Thereafter, the expert left and 10 lower disciples of the Tianji sect massacred the rest of the Lei clan. Not a single child was left alive. Except for Lei Hongji who was left for Jinemo continent, the Yulin Lei clan is practically extinct. Then Lei Hongji doesn't know? Bayingshan's face had turned ugly. Feijin continued, "Lei Hongji knows but he didn't stay behind. Instead, he chose to leave the lost continent together with the Jinemo continent experts. Perhaps many years from now, he would return to exact his revenge on the Tianji sect. But that would be a thing of the future." Bayingshan no longer had the mood to discuss about state affairs. He immediately ordered, "Immediately send men to get those two fools back." Head senior brother, the Heaven's Gate town actually became so beautiful? Standing atop the flying ship, Sang Yiping stared down at the Heaven's Gate town from above and was left speechless. The rough outline of Heaven's Gate town was completed and it already looked incredibly spectacular and beautiful. Mo Wuji was also very satisfied. Even though the Heaven's Gate town wasn't completed, the rough outline was already laid out. Head senior brother. The moment Mo Wuji's flying ship landed, he was welcomed by Pu Qian and Zhuang Yan. The two of you broke through to the Yuan Dan stage? Pu Qian looked at Sang Yiping and Nie Zhennong and immediately exclaimed in shock. The higher Mo Wuji's cultivation, the fainter his spirituality. Pu Qian was unable to see through his cultivation. Sang Yiping, it's all thanks to head senior brother. That's how we were able to progress so quickly. Pu Qian did not think any further. He could also advance into the Yuan Dan stage so quickly because of his head senior brother. Head senior brother, Bei Sen and Bei Fangjian have arrived. They have been waiting here the whole time, Zhuang Yan said by the side. Pu Qian and Sang Yiping glanced at each other and their hearts were filled with appreciation.
Head senior brother said that there wouldn't be any problems in letting those two go. Now, it was truly as their head senior brother predicted. What did they bring over? Mo Wuji asked. These two returning had always been part of his expectations. He was mainly concerned about how many construction craftsmen the two fellas brought. The reconstruction of the Tianji sect would be far more complicated than the Heaven's Gate town. They brought more than 10,000 craftsmen, all of them are proficient in architecture. Additionally, they also brought more than 10 billion gold notes and some gold bricks, Zhuang Yan answered. Mo Wuji was content, call those two over. Also find the person in charge of rebuilding Heaven's Gate town. There's something important I need to say. Not too long later, Zhuang Yan brought Bei Xin and Bei Fangjian, who were behaving obediently like little kids, over. The two already knew of Mo Wuji's power, so they rushed to bow and greet him. Greetings, sect head. Mo Wuji saw that the test subjects by the two side had disappeared and immediately knew that these two fellas must have gone back to test things out. As a result, their 4 poor attendants lost their lives. Mo Wuji could no longer be bothered these two fella but turned to the respectful Fang Changshu and said, "You're in charge of Heaven's Gate town, right? It's been constructed quite nicely. I'm thinking of placing you in charge of rebuilding Tianji sect. Do you have the courage to do so? Of course, your remunerations would be 10 times that of rebuilding Heaven's Gate town." Fang Changshu had already benefited a lot from the reconstruction of Heaven's Gate town. Now, the Tianji sect's immortal master asked him to rebuild Tianji sect and the pay was even 10 times what he got previously. How could he not be whiling, "Lord Immortal Master, this little merchant is willing. It's just that I'm unable to find enough architects and might not be able to fully meet the demands of Lord Immortal Master." Mo Wuji pointed to Bei Xin and Bei Fangjian and said, "You just need to do things according to my requests. If you need any manpower, you can just ask the two of them. If you need any materials, you can get the two of them to buy it for you." With that, Mo Wuji retrieved 2 pills which he handed to Bei Xin and Bei Fangjian. These 2 pills will temporarily suppress the toxins in your body for a year. If you perform well in this 1 year, I will help the two of you remove the toxins. Sect head Mo. Hearing that Mo Wuji didn't directly give them an antidote, but merely a suppressant, and even wanted to see how they behaved in the following year, the two were immediately anxious. "What, you don't want it?" Mo Wuji said coldly. The two recalled the scenes of sect head Mo's slaughter back on Tianzai Summit and Tiancheng Summit. Their balls immediately shrunk and did not dare speak another word of nonsense. They knew that any negotiations with this new Tianji sect head would not be possible and he would not even flinch if he killed them. "Junnon, you and Yiping are in charge of rebuilding Tianji sect. I will be at the Tianji sect's main mountain. If there's anything, find me immediately," Mo Wuji instructed. "Yes. Head senior brother can be rest assured, we will definitely follow your requests and rebuild Tianji sect," Nie Zhenong and Sang Yiping said as they suppressed the excitement in their hearts. Ever since their head senior brother came out with his plans for Heaven's Gate town, they knew that when Tianji sect itself was rebuilt, it would be more than 10 times mightier than before. After allocating the jobs that need to be done, Mo Wuji chose to go behind closed doors. He needed to continue studying his notes on Chu Xingzi's array to prepare for a sect-protecting array, and at the same time, raise his cultivation. After all, he did not know the current capabilities of the Ming Han Empire, just like how the Ming Han Empire didn't know the prowess of Tianji sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252, Tianji Sect's Secret. Chapter 252, Tianji Sect's Secret. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Time passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. With the promise of large amounts of gold, hundreds of thousand architects and construction craftsmen slogged day and night to reconstruct the Tianji sect. After a year, Tianji sect's compounds were thoroughly completed.
In this 1 year, Mo Wuji didn't cultivate but had spent all that time studying on Xu Xingzi's knowledge of the array Dao. By now, he could easily install ordinary intermediate grade arrays and could even forge his own array flags. He had also developed a rough outline of the sect-protecting array. Just as Mo Wuji intended to leave and install the sect-protecting array, Nie Jingnong hastily came to find him. Mo Wuji knew that when he was behind closed doors, unless there was something special, Nie Jingnong and company wouldn't interfere with him.
Did the Ming Han Empire experts come?
But that didn't seem likely. Bei Xin and Bei Fengjian's poison had yet to be cleared.
Head senior brother, when the workers were mounting the 9th Tianji pillar, we met with some issues.
Nie Jingnong had a strange expression on his face.
What problem? Mo Wuji asked quizzically.
He had personally requested for the 9 Tianji pillars.
It was primarily to increase the sect's dignity and influence.
Other than that, there weren't many other special functions. Of course, after erecting these 9 Tianji pillars, he intended to borrow the 9 Tianji pillars to conceal a death trap array. Nie Jingnong said with a peculiar expression on his face, "We found the Tianji sword. Because the sect is basically completed, after discovering this matter, I have already dismissed those architects."
Mo Wuji startled and said urgently, "Wasn't the Tianji sword taken away by Lei Hongji? How did it end up in the sect?"
He had thoroughly investigated on this matter. After Lei Hongji won the chance to go to Jinamo continent, the Lei clan renamed the Tianji sword to Lei clan sword and bestowed it to Lei Hongji.
Furthermore, this sword bestowment was held in Yen City Plaza and was spectated by many people.
One could clearly see the degree of arrogance the Yulin Lei clan had then.
It's not the actual Tianji sword, but a stone sword.
When I first saw it, I felt that it was a little weird, so I didn't have anyone touch it and specially came to find Head's senior brother for instructions, Nie Jingnong said respectfully.
Mo Wuji nodded. "Come, let's go take a look."
The two soon arrived at the place where the Tianji sword was and Mo Wuji finally had a good look at this Tianji sword. There was a stone sword at least tens of meters deep within the earth. Half of the sword was still inserted on the ground. The entire sword was faint gray but a strong aura emitted from it. On the sword, there was a word that seemed to be formed naturally. Mo Wuji gave it a good look before discerning that it was the word Ji. The sword handle was also different from other sword handles. It was slightly concave in the middle and there wasn't a sword pommel. Mo Wuji extended his hand to pull out the stone sword, discovering that not only was it lacking the sword pommel, it also didn't have a proper blade. The sword spine, sword edge and even the sword point was of equal thickness, with a few random ridgelines on it. This stone sword truly embodied the meaning of the phrase "a heavy sword has no edge." The exterior of the stone sword is exactly the same as the Tianji sword. I wonder whether it was something to do the actual Tianji sword, Nie Jingnong pondered. Mo Wuji went silent without a word. He slowly examined the surroundings of the stone sword. After some time, he suddenly jolted and stared at the ground where the sword was inserted in with disbelief in his eyes. He didn't merely spend 1 to 2 days studying up on Xu Xingzi's array notes, and he even recently went behind closed doors for a year just to research on Xu Xingzi's knowledge of the array Dao. At this moment, he actually discovered that this stone sword was like an array flag, and it seemed to be suppressing something.
"Jingnong, how many mountains are there in the Tianji sect?"
After clearly discerning that this was indeed an array base, Mo Wuji suddenly asked. Nie Jingnong hurriedly answered, "Tianji sect is situated in the Tianji mountain range and there are at least 100 mountains of varying sizes.
However, after the reconstruction of the Tianji sect, there's only one main mountain and 13 secondary summits."
Mo Wuji's heart was filled with shock. It really was close to his estimations. There were really 13 secondary summits. If his hypothesis is correct, there might be 13 spirit-locking arrays in the Tianji sect, and these huge arrays must be suppressing an unbelievable spiritual energy. If that was the case, then it would explain why the Tianji sect was surrounded by such beautiful scenes of nature, yet was so sparse in spiritual energy.
"Which are the 13 secondary summits?" Mo Wuji asked in a solemn tone. Influenced by Mo Wuji's seriousness, Nie Zhengnong also started to feel that something was not ordinary. He answered in a single breath, the 13 secondary summits are Tian Dao Summit, Tian Chang Summit, Tian Wu Summit, Tian Ming Summit, Tian Qi Summit, Tian Zai Summit, Tian Yu Summit, Tian Chuan Summit, Tian Gu Summit, Tian Qi Summit, Tian Yu Summit, Tian Jiang Summit and Tian Hai Summit. These 13 secondary summits were named according to height. The sect head would typically stay in the main Tianji Summit, while the first elder stays in Tian Dao Summit and so forth. Mo Wuji slowly pondered over the names of the 13 secondary summits. After a whole incense's time, he slowly muttered to himself, the Dao is often nameless, like when a stream in the valley flows into the ocean. Dao Chang Wu Ming, Shi Zai, Yu Chuan Guji Yu Jiang Hai. 1. When the names of the 13 secondary peaks came together, it was actually a sentence. Mo Wuji reflected on the meaning behind the sentence. The Tao does not have a real name, nor could it be simply described with simple words. It was present in everything that exists. It was just like an ocean, all rivers would eventually flow into the ocean, integrating into one natural entity. Mo Wuji had cultivated the immortal mortal technique up till now and had always followed according to this manual. He was always unclear and unsure of exactly how the immortal mortal technique came about. Only now did he faintly understand something. Must one have spiritual roots to cultivation? With his mortal roots, wasn't he similarly able to cultivate on the Tao? The Tao is in nature, the Tao is everywhere. Using meridians to cultivate was just one of the paths to the grand Tao, and it was not something particularly amazing. Perhaps this path was suitable for him, but it might not be suitable for others. But everyone's target was the same, that was to be one of the streams flowing into the great ocean. Perhaps there would come a day where he could casually let any ordinary mortal cultivate and achieve the Tao. But of course, he might never be able to reach that day, or that day might never arrive. I'll go take a look at the other secondary summits. You can send those two princes off. Mo Wuji retrieved 2 pills and handed them over to Nie Zhengnong. Nie Zhengnong knew about the situation with Bei Xin and Bei Fangjian and he hurriedly said, Head Senior Brother, if we let them go, will we incite the wrath of the Ming Han Empire? Mo Wuji laughed faintly, then let them come. Since my Tianji sect chose to re-establish our sect here, then we don't need to fear a mere Ming Han Empire. But at the end of the day, the Ming Han Empire was still a country, and they couldn't casually attack the Tianji sect even if they wanted to. It was a great taboo for a country to attack a sect. Of course, even if they came, Mo Wuji wasn't afraid. Now, his main concern was actually honest Qi, that fella's power should be at the great circle of the Nihility God stage. If that fella comes and attacks the Tianji sect, it would really be a cause of fear. The laser cannon wasn't omnipotent, that thing was ultimately different from cultivation levels. It would still be difficult to deal with a Nihility God alone, especially if the other party detects the laser cannon. But since he still chose to rebuild the sect, he will not be a coward. If even the sect head was a timid turtle, the sect would lose its essence and soul. Heaven's Gate town is back to regular business. The specific management of the town can just follow according to my instructions. At the same time, Tianji sect can prepare to accept disciples. The few of you, Yiping, Pu Qian, Zhuangyan and you would need to work hard for this period of time. I will go take a look at the other secondary summits and prepare the sect protecting array, Mo Wuji instructed. If his theory was correct, then the Tianji sect was hiding a huge secret. This secret was an immense amount of spiritual energy, it was just that this spiritual energy was concealed by a huge array and had not been discovered. Yes, Head Senior Brother. Nie Zhengnong readily answered. An hour later, Mo Wuji appeared on Tianzai Summit. This place was once forcefully occupied by Bei Fangjian. Now, Mo Wuji wanted to determine whether his theory was correct. After finding an approximate location, Mo Wuji started digging. In just 2 hours, Mo Wuji saw another stone sword. It was just as he predicted, this stone sword had the Zai word on it. there were indeed 13 spirit locking arrays. Mo Wuji did not bother checking the other secondary summits. He was sure that in every one of them, there would be the same kind of stone sword. The Tianji sect was still too weak. Even if he wanted to release these 13 spirit locking arrays, he would need to first install the sect protecting array, recruit many disciples and set up the various naval cannons. His naval cannons were impressive, but there were limited cannon ammunition. The moment the ammunition run out, the cannons would be as good as trash. Moreover, Mo Wuji could faintly feel that these cannons should not be used here. These naval cannons were not made to deal with ordinary cultivators, they must have some greater purpose. To waste his cannon ammunition on a place like the Lost Continent, he might come to regret it in the future. After returning to Tianji summit, Mo Wuji stood at the peak, staring down towards the spectacular Tianji sect. His heart was filled with contentment. The Tianji sect was completely built according to his plans. The Tianji River still circulated around the Tianji summit like a belt of silver, passing through the several secondary summits. From the bottom of Tianji summit to the entrance of Tianji sect, there were a total of 999 steps. All these stone steps were made using the finest grades of stone. After climbing the stone steps, you would be welcomed by a huge plaza. This plaza wasn't the Tianji Plaza but the sect protecting plaza. Mo Wuji had installed a huge hidden garrote array around the plaza. Traversing across the sect protecting plaza were 3 huge floating words Tianji sect. Mo Wuji had personally wrote them down and used an array to allow them to float in mid-air. After entering the sect, there was a white jade stone road which was tens of meters wide, leading to the real Tianji Plaza. Across the Tianji Plaza was the true Tianji sect Grand Hall. Mo Wuji's only point of regret was that the Tianji sect's foundation was too shallow. There wasn't an immortal training tower, nor was there a heaven-seeking staircase. However, Mo Wuji was already satisfied that he was able to rebuild Tianji sect in a short 1 to 2 years. With the deep meaning of the Tao is often nameless, like when a stream in the valley flows into the ocean, in his heart, and his practice of opening meridians, perhaps he might be able to truly construct a cultivation manual upon the foundations of the immortal mortal technique. This was where his true ambition lay. 1. A phrase from Lao Tzu's The Way, Tao Te Ching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253, The Balzi Sect Head. Chapter 253, The Balzi Sect Head. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Ever since the Tianji sect was rebuilt, with the exception of the initiation of the new disciples, he spent the entire year tinkering on the sect protecting array. The only person in Tianji's sect proficient in arrays was him. With the help of an expert, he could only install the sect protecting array while he studied on Xu Xingzi's notes. Because besides a sect protecting array, he also needed to install a grand spirit concealing array. Otherwise, the moment he releases the 13 spirit locking arrays, the rich, dense spiritual energy would be cause for Kavadayan. Luckily, he had studied the array notes for more than a year, and he had already roughly installed the sect protecting formation. On this day, Mo Wuji had already arrived at Tianhai Summit, the final array base for the Tianji sect's sect protecting array. He just needed to close this array base and the Tianji sect's sect protecting array would be fully completed. When that happens, even if Honest Chi makes his way here, he would not be able to leave. Mo Wuji placed several array flags hidden within Tianhai Summit. Following the insertion of the very last array flag, the sect protecting array started with a hum. The spiritual vein hidden under Tianji Summit surged with energy as the sect protecting array started to encompass Tianji Summit and the 13 secondary summits. Boom! The sound of elemental energy exploding ripped through the air, causing Mo Wuji, who had yet to fully close the array, to tremble in shock. Could it such a coincidence? He had just installed the sect protecting array and hadn't even fully closed this grand array, but someone had come invading? Bang boom bang. An even more intense flurry of explosions could be heard.
following which, Mo Wuji could tell that it wasn't a case of someone attacking the sect, but someone's battle had encroached into the Tianji sect. They were moving towards Tianhai summit as they battled. Intense bursts of elemental energy collided and exploded, shaking the entire sect protecting array. Mo Wuji stood at the top of Tianhai summit, observing the battle. He saw that the two were not using any flying magic treasures, but they could fight in mid-air for a good period of time, and he immediately knew that these two fellas were nihility god experts. As the two battled, they clearly saw Mo Wuji, but they treated Mo Wuji like air and continued on their rampant battle. Mo Wuji's face turned ugly and he said loudly, "Two Dao friends, this is my Tianji sect's territory. If you want a battle, please do it elsewhere." Even if his abilities were insufficient, he still wouldn't stand for it if others were fighting on his territory. Furthermore, he now had his sect protecting array. With the power of the sect protecting array and his laser cannon, he did not need to fear these two fellas. Tianji sect? Wasn't it destroyed by Lei Mang? Why is it still here? Among the two battling, a long-haired cultivator exclaimed in shock as he turned towards Mo Wuji. "Who are you?" Mo Wuji's tone hardened. This fella knew that Lei Mang had destroyed Tianji sect, so he was clearly acquainted with Lei Mang. Taking the opportunity where the long-haired cultivator was talking, his opponent swiftly landed on the summit Mo Wuji was on. Mo Wuji retreated tens of meters, staring coldly at the man who landed on his territory. At this moment, his sect protecting array was fully installed. Even if his opponent was an nihility god stage expert, he had nothing to fear. Over the past year, he had installed various kinds of hidden garrote arrays and death trap arrays, more than he could count. Once he activates the array, he would only need to trap this fella for a moment and he could eliminate that fella with a simple cannon. "You're from Tianji sect?" The man who descended on Mo Wuji's sect protecting array scanned across Mo Wuji and the surroundings, and suddenly asked. Mo Wuji did not answer this fella but also briefly sized the fella up. This was a Duda. This Duda's face was a little pale and there was even fresh blood flowing from his waist. Ostensibly, he was injured and it wasn't light. What shocked Mo Wuji the most was that in the middle of this Duda's forehead, there was faint outline of an eye. "Your heaven-seeking palace Smith Summit's three-eyed Duda?" Mo Wuji immediately recalled what Sang Yiping mentioned about the three-eyed Duda. Previously, he even intended to pay this person a visit. He could never have imagined that this fella would end up on his doorsteps. Before the Duda could reply, the long-haired man chasing after him also landed on Tianhai summit, the magic treasure in his hands hurling towards the Duda. Mo Wuji was enraged. He lifted his hands and threw out several array flags. At the same time, he shot out multiple electro balls. The long-haired fella chasing the Duda was a nihility god stage expert. When he got trapped by Mo Wuji, he was instantly shocked. An ant that he did not even put in his eyes actually casually trapped him in an array. What was going on? Immediately, he started to rage. An ant actually dared to act against a nihility god stage expert like him? If this ant thinks that this trap array could hold him for long, this ant must simply be dreaming. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that the Duda he was chasing after was not much weaker than him. The Duda had been pursued relentlessly for so long. The moment he saw that his opponent was confined in a trap array, he did not show any courtesy. He fetched out a huge fire pincer. Within the fire pincer, there were two fire dragons. These two fire dragons flew towards the trapped long-haired man and struck against his waist. Boom! Multiple huge electro balls landed on the long-haired man's feet. The trapped long-haired man had grabbed Mo Wuji's electro balls before they had even exploded, casually throwing them on the ground. However, at this moment, the Duda's fire pincers had arrived. The trapped cultivator immediately got anxious. He could easily grab Mo Wuji's electro balls, but he couldn't casually deal with the Duda's fire pincers. Pooey! Bloodlight flashed. At the trapped man's waist, two huge gouges of blood were formed. The man tried to rush and retreat, but he was actually burned by the fire pincer's afterburn, scorching away his arm. By this time, the man had already crushed Mo Wuji's array, turning his tails to rush out of Tian Hai Summit.
How could Mo Wuji just let this guy escape?
The array flag in his hand swayed and another death trap formation confined the long-haired cultivator.
The Duta naturally knew that this was his best opportunity.
Grabbing his fire pincer, he charged towards the trapped man.
You dare? A tiny little Tianji sect dares to trap me, Peng Jiqing? I'm from the Great Evolution sect.
The long-haired man was truly anxious. He truly didn't expect for the tables to turn and that he would actually get trapped in Tianji sect, this low-leveled Shen sect.
Pooey.
The Duta did not give him another chance, the fire pincer clamped together strongly.
The Great Evolution sect expert's top half of his body was cleanly separated.
When Mo Wuji heard Great Evolution sect, his heart was filled with shock. The Great Evolution sect was a sect on par with the Heaven-Seeking Palace. Of course, this was on the premise that the old fisherman didn't reveal himself. However, that thought only merely fleeted through his mind before he chucked it aside. He had already declared that this was Tianji sect's territory, yet that fella still chose to charge in. He would be stupid to just let that fella go. There was also this Duta. Even though he was from the Heaven-Seeking Palace, Missouri Wuji did not plan to let him go. Using the opportunity when the Duta was killing the Great Evolution sect's expert, the array flag in Mo Wuji's hand swayed strongly. The surroundings started to emit crackling sounds, endless roars could instantly be heard throughout Tianji sect and the 13 secondary summits. The expression of the Duta changed immediately. With his experience, how could he not tell that he was trapped in a grand array? At this moment, Mo Wuji had widened the distance between him and the Duta. If the Duta dared to attack him, he would not hesitate to destroy him with a cannon. Many thanks, Dao friend, for your help just now.
I am indeed Heaven-Seeking Palace Smith Summit's three-eyed Duta. The three-eyed Duta was extremely straightforward in his speech. It was just that after he completed that sentence, he immediately coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body trembling to the ground. Mo Wuji's guard went down. It looked like this fella was seriously injured. Since you're from the Heaven-Seeking Palace, you should know the rules. I have already warned that this is Tianji sect's territory. Why did the two of you still barge in to fight? Mo Wuji asked expressionlessly. How could the three-eyed Duta not know that Mo Wuji had already trapped him, and even widened the distance between them? All these were preparations to kill him. If he was not injured, he had the confidence that he could escape from this grand formation. He could even kill this Yuan Dan stage fella before he escaped. Dao friend can control the Tianji sect protecting array. Clearly, your status in Tianji sect is not ordinary. Could you let me meet the esteemed sect head? The three-eyed Duta did not resist, but clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji and said. Mo Wuji calmly replied, I am Tianji sect's sect head, Mo Wuji. If you have anything to say, just say it. There's no one else here. You're the Tianji sect head? The three-eyed Duta looked at Mo Wuji in shock. Such a young sect head? And his cultivations is merely at the late levels of the Yuan Dan stage? This Tianji sect couldn't just be a Shin sect, right? But which Shin sect would have balls big enough to deal with two nihility god experts at the same time? The three-eyed Duta started to question whether he still understood this world. He was different from others. He did not know about Tianji sect. Before this, he also didn't know that Tianji sect was a Shin sect. That's right. I am the sect head. You can direct any words to me. Mo Wuji did not mind. He did not intend to conceal his identity as the sect head. The three-eyed Duta exhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart before continuing. Sect head Mo, I wish to discuss with you on a particular matter. I was pursued by the Great Evolution sect and I hope to recuperate here. Of course, as compensation, I will give you the price you are satisfied with. I'm a peak equipment smith. If you need spiritual equipment, you can just ask me.
Mo Wuji did not hesitate to reject him. I'm sorry, I cannot let you recuperate here. My Tianji sect is a small sect now, and we cannot take the oppression of a huge sect like the Great Evolution sect.
You're from the heaven-seeking palace, why do you need to come to my little sect to recuperate?
The three-eyed dude sighed, I was just a guest smith at the heaven-seeking palace. The heaven-seeking palace did not wish to offend the Great Evolution sect, so they had already abandoned me. I'm naturally no longer a member of the heaven-seeking palace. No one knows about the matter of Gujiqing pursuing me. So if I don't mention it, even the Great Evolution sect wouldn't know that Gujiqing had perished here.
Mo Wuji's heart started pounding. This fella here was a useful expert.
It would definitely be a great thing if he were to join the Tianji sect. One must know, there was no expert in the Tianji sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 254, 100 Sect Conference. Chapter 254, 100 Sect Conference. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
As he thought of this, Mo Wuji suddenly said, if you wish to recuperate in Tianji sect, it's possible.
However, you must join Tianji sect.
Or alternatively, you must at least stay in Tianji sect for 10 years.
During these 10 years, if Tianji sect faces any attacks, you must help out.
Of course, you must first swear a blood oath. After establishing a blood oath, one must fully accord to it.
Otherwise, you'll die terribly with your ashes scattered and soul destroyed.
What completely astounded Mo Wuji was that the three-eyed dude did not even hesitate and say, alright, I agree. I, Xinghuang, swear a blood oath to remain for 10 years, to live and die with Tianji sect. As he spoke, the three-eyed dude made a small cut on his forehead, a sphere of blood energy shot out as he began his blood oath. He did not even wait for Mo Wuji to speak a second time. Mo Wuji stared at the three-eyed dude in astonishment, contemplating whether he had made a mistake.
Wasn't this a little too easy? Sect head Mo, I'm already a man of Tianji sect. What do you intend me to do?
Seeing the astonishment on Mo Wuji's face, the three-eyed dude, who had already swore the blood oath, took the initiative to say. Mo Wuji regained his countenance, then said, Brother Xing, you've already sworn the blood oath, so I don't believe that you would deceive me.
But my Tianji sect is merely a Xian sect, what benefit do you have from staying here?
And even 10 years at that. Since Xinghuang had become Tianji sect's man, Mo Wuji no longer had to worry about the cultivation difference.
Sect head Mo, since you asked, I will tell you the truth.
Initially, I planned to stay here and recuperate, and at the same time, charge up to the True God stage.
Brother Xing, you intend to charge into the True God stage? Mo Wuji asked in surprise.
Xinghuang nodded, I fought with that Great Evolution sect fella exactly because of a flower of the True Gods. He was also at the Great Circle of the Nihility God stage. So when he encountered a flower of the True Gods, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Mo Wuji instantly frowned. According to my knowledge, the flower of the True Gods only appeared within the 5 elements desolate domain.
You say that you and that Gujiqing were fighting over a flower, how can I believe you?
Xinghuang laughed, because we were fighting since the 5 elements desolate domain. Raising his hand to stop Mo Wuji from interrupting, Xinghuang continued, I heard that because of the Jin Mo continent experts, the 5 elements desolate domain has been completely opened, and there is no longer any restrictions. At this moment, the 5 elements desolate domain has become a mess and everyone wants to head in there to try their luck.
Mo Wuji's eyebrows started twitching. He was clearly cognizant of the treasure trove that is the 5 elements desolate domain.
His Tianji sect had just been rebuilt and was at its greatest need for various treasures. Since the 5 elements desolate domain had been fully opened, his Tianji sect must not miss out on this opportunity.
Of course, there is more to my explanation.
You asked why I wanted to stay in the sect for 10 years. Initially, it was indeed because I wanted to recover from my injuries. But eventually, I really wanted to join Tianji sect, because I suddenly recalled your name, Mo Wuji. When Xing Huang finished that sentence, he quietly faced Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji faintly laughed. Brother Xing, if I'm not wrong, we didn't even meet back at the heaven-seeking palace, much less interact. However, your words made it sound like you know me. Since Xing Huang had already mentioned it, it showed that Xing Huang already knew that he was once a disciple of the heaven-seeking palace.
Xing Huang nodded. We're indeed not acquainted.
But I do know a disciple who recognizes you.
Oh, who is it?
Mo Wuji started wondering about which disciple in the heaven-seeking palace was actually acquainted to both Xing Huang and him.
She's called Zhua Xiaoying.
She was actually an outer disciple of the Sword Lake. I saw that she had a simple nature and she was a diligent worker, so I got her as my helper. On that day you returned to the heaven-seeking palace, you must have met her. Even though she didn't follow you, she was observing you from afar. She saw that you had gone to the heaven-seeking staircase and waited there. She only left when the sun had came up. Afterwards, she noticed that a blank name had taken up the number 1 spot on the heaven-seeking staircase. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should have climbed the heaven-seeking staircase, and you are the number 1 on the heaven-seeking board. Xing Huang said with a serious tone.
Mo Wuji immediately furrowed his brows.
Honestly, the impressions Zhua Xiaoying gave him was extremely good. It was as Xing Huang said, she was a simple and diligent girl. But when she revealed the matter of him ascending the heaven-seeking staircase, from a certain perspective, did not have any benefits to him.
Moreover, they only encountered each other twice. Why did she wait for him for an entire night at the heaven-seeking staircase?
Xing Huang saw Mo Wuji's frown and laughed. You don't have to blame her.
When she returned, she didn't even tell a single soul.
I only managed to get bits of the information out from her words.
Eventually, she even said a few sentences to me. Do you want to hear it?
Mo Wuji thought, with Zhua Xiaoying's innocence, in front of a sly fox like Xing Huang, it was indeed impossible to hide the truth.
Before Mo Wuji said anything, Xing Huang continued. She said, she used to think that the two of you were the same, both of you were outer disciples, the same kind of people. However, after seeing you attain the number 1 spot from the heaven-seeking staircase, she knew that the two of you weren't the same. On the second day after you left, she also bade her farewells to me. She didn't even inform her sister as she left the heaven-seeking palace.
As to where she went, I also don't know. According to the meaning behind her words, what she needed isn't cultivation, but a life which belongs to her.
Mo Wuji sighed inwardly, hoping that this innocent girl could lead a better life in the future.
Xing Huang did not continue speaking. He did not know the relationship between Zhua Xiaoying and Mo Wuji, so he maintained his silence. After some time, Mo Wuji asked, Brother Xing, since you know that I've reached the top of the heaven-seeking staircase, why didn't you think that I've some secret in me?
Xing Huang chuckled. Everyone has their own secrets, I'm no exception.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have become the number 1 smith in the entire lost continent. When he talked about being the number 1 smith, Xing Huang's tone was filled with pride. Clearly, he didn't think that anyone else could best him in the smithing arts. Furthermore, I thoroughly understand the heaven-seeking staircase. Climbing to the top of the heaven-seeking staircase signified the huge potential in a person, rather than a secret.
Even if you have a secret, I wouldn't covet it.
A person who didn't have his own pride would never be a supreme existence. It doesn't matter whether it is in cultivation, smithing, pill refining, etc. Mo Wuji attained the extreme mortal stage. Even though he didn't have a golden core, he did have a violet emanation, and this violet emanation was even being orbited by a spirit ring. He could clearly feel that Xing Huang's tone contained his own pride. This Duta was telling the truth and wasn't lying to him.
Good. Mo Wuji nodded.
Xing Huang, from now on, you're Tianji sect's left defender.
How about that?
Xing Huang bowed towards Mo Wuji. Left defender Xing Huang greets the sect head. Mo Wuji chortled, fetched a jade token, carved a line of words on it and passed it to Xing Huang. Defender Xing, my Tianji sect has just been rebuilt.
So everything is still very simple. This jade token will be the left defender's identity token. I'll leave it with you. Many thanks, sect head. Xing Huang received the jade token.
His heart still had a thought which he didn't reveal. It was already incredibly amazing for Mo Wuji to not only reach the heaven-seeking staircase peak, and even become a sect head at such a young age.
What was even more incredible was this sect protecting array. From what he knew, even the sect protecting array of several quasi-heaven sects wasn't as perfect as the one at Tianji sect. Furthermore, seeing how Mo Wuji controlled the arrays using the array flags, he was sure that this grand array was installed by Mo Wuji himself. Mo Wuji was such a young expert and was even a supreme array master. It would be total bullshit to even think that his future was limited. If he, Xing Huang, didn't tightly grab onto Mo Wuji now, by the time Mo Wuji develops, Mo Wuji might not even bother about him. Furthermore, he was merely at the great circle of the nihility god stage. In the true continent of cultivation, even a cultivator at the great circle of the true god stage did not count for much. Alright, Defender Xing.
Now, I will help prepare you to take one step forward, to step into the true god stage. Mo Wuji had always been a carefree person. When it was unclear whether a person was an enemy or not, he would keep his guards up high. But once he determined a person to be a friend, he wouldn't be stingy with his resources.
Sect head, you'll help me step into the true god stage?
Xing Huang stared curiously at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji fetched a few pills and handed them over to Xing Huang. You can administer these pills, then follow me.
These are tier 5 true renewal pills?
Xing Huang was a person who knew his goods.
The moment Mo Wuji handed over the pills, he recognized them immediately.
To a nihility god stage cultivator like him, these tier 5 healing pills were all incredibly hard to get.
That's right, now follow me. Mo Wuji nodded, fetched out a flying car and headed towards Tianji summit.
Yes. Xing Huang hurriedly swallowed those pills, traversing across mid-air to follow Mo Wuji to the Tianji summit. What a beautiful sect! The moment Xing Huang reached Tianji summit, he exclaimed in wonder. Even though Tianji sect might not be the most magnificent sect, nor the most luxurious sect, it was definitely the most beautifully designed sect. Walking here gave one a relaxed and carefree feeling. Head senior brother, the 100 Sect Alliance has sent a message to the Tianji sect. Sang Yiping saw that Mo Wuji had arrived and hurried to greet him. At the same time, she passed a letter to Mo Wuji. That was when she saw the three-eyed Duda behind Mo Wuji. She was different from Mo Wuji, she had seen the three-eyed Duda once before. Senior is. Sang Yiping was instantly tongue-tied. To a Xian sect like the Tianji sect, not mentioning a nihility god stage expert, even a true lake stage expert would be a peak existence.
Mo Wuji laughed and said, Yiping, Xing Huang will be Tianji sect's left defender from now on.
Xing Huang, this is Sang Yiping, she was the previous sect head's adopted daughter, she is also the hall master of the Tianji sect's Hall of Affairs.
Ah! This huge surprise shocked Sang Yiping out of her mind. With the three-eyed Duda as a defender, who would still court death and attack the Tianji sect.
Xing Huang did not mind Sang Yiping's cultivation and smiled, greeting Hall Master Sang, but Sang Yiping hurriedly bowed, ignoring the fact that the other party was a nihility god stage expert. He was also the number 1 smith in the Lost Continent. She could not take such courtesy.
Mo Wuji had already opened the letter and roughly swept through it. He immediately asked in surprise, the 100 Sect Alliance is inviting the Tianji sect to participate in the allocations of places into the 5 Elements Desolate Domain? Sang Yiping hurriedly said, yes, I've went to research on this.
It said that the 5 Elements Desolate Domain had been fully opened, and the 100 Sect Alliance wants to restrict the number of people entering it.
That's why they organized this conference.
They have invited the top 1,000 sects on the contribution points rankings, and our Tianji sect has been invited.
Mo Wuji nodded. This conference was a must-go, otherwise, it would be really hard to develop Tianji sect.
He immediately turned to Xing Huang and asked, Defender Xing, how long would you take to break through to the true God stage? Xing Huang slyly pondered, with the support of rich spiritual energy, then it might not even need a month. But without rich spiritual energy, it would be hard to tell.
Alright, choose a secondary summit to prepare for your advancement. I will handle the matter of the spiritual energy.
After you advance, you'll follow me over to the 100 Sect Conference.
Mo Wuji decided quickly.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 255, Opening Tianji Spirit Locking Array. Chapter 255, Opening Tianji Spirit Locking Array. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Sang Yiping saw the opportunity, took out a map of the secondary summit and handed it to Xing Huang.
Many thanks, sect head. I shall choose the closest one, Tianwu Summit.
Since this summit is nearby, it would be convenient for us to work together in the future. Xing Huang took over the map and looked at the Tianwu summit. Seeing that Xing Huang had already chosen his secondary summit, Mo Wuji said to Sang Yiping, Yiping, you can bring Left Defender Xing to Tianwu summit while I shall go ignite the energy gathering array to allow Left Defender Xing to advance into the True God stage within a month.
Mo Wuji believed that as long as he was able to provide dense enough spiritual energy, Xing Huang would never let this opportunity slip by.
For a person like Xing Huang, who hid at the heaven-seeking palace to help people forge equipments over the years because he was being chased, he must have been incredibly wealthy. And the reason why he wanted to become wealthy was so that he could prepare to break into the True God stage, and Mo Wuji guessed that he should have done his preparations since a long time ago. If Xing Huang had a flower of the True Gods and was still unable to break into the True God stage, it could be said that the chances of him advancing any further would be extremely slim in the future. It would not be a 100% success rate when one used a flower of the True Gods to attempt to advance into the True God stage.
In fact, there wasn't even a 30% rate of success.
After so many years of preparations, his rate of success would have been doubled, and together with the increased odds of success by using the flower of the True Gods, he should have a total of 50% success rate. If the spiritual energy locked in by Tianji sect was enough to cover the sky, he could have a higher rate of success.
Yes, Sang Yiping answered without any hesitation.
After waiting for Sang Yiping to leave with Xing Huang towards the Tianwu summit, Mo Wuji entered the Tianji sect's Grand Hall. After he knew about the Tianji stone sword, Mo Wuji asked Nie Jinnon to create a path below the hall which would lead directly to the main base where the main spirit locking array was kept.